He is an immortal demon king, yet the gods chose to reincarnate him as humanity's savior. It turns out, in his past life, he finally hit the lottery jackpot, but before he could even enjoy it, he found out he had cancer. Talk about bad luck, but then, in a twist of fate, after he kicked the bucket, he was reborn as a skeleton monster. Rising from a low-level skeleton, he evolved into an undead king and led the demon race to prosperity. His real name is Isaac. People usually just call him Isaac for short. His ultimate goal? To become human again so he can finally fulfill his dream of taking a proper dump. That's exactly why Isaac went to the realm of the gods. He had a deal with those deities. As long as he wiped out the forces rebelling against the heavenly realm, they would turn him back into a human. But those gods never had any intention of keeping their end of the bargain from the start. They had no way to make Isaac human, they were just using him. When he found out, he was absolutely livid. Damn it. How long were you planning to scam me? You're even blocking me from my dream of eating and pooping. You might as well turn into crap yourselves. Alright, enough talk. Let's dive into the journey of Isaac trying to make his bathroom dreams come true. The sky was bright and clear, but a massive hospital loomed before him. He was panicking, with only one thought in his head. I want to live. I don't want to die. Doctor. Somber informed him that his condition had never been seen before and would be named after him. After a brief pause, he added with a pitying tone that he only had at most 6 months to live. Clenching his medical records, he felt crushed. Those words just kept echoing in his head. People around him started whispering, noticing his strange behavior. But he just felt hollow. He couldn't believe it. He kept asking himself why life was so unfair. He'd been working like a dog, barely getting things on track, and now he was about to die. Wandering aimlessly down the street, someone suddenly grabbed him, a frantic voice warning him to be careful because the area was dangerous. But he didn't care anymore. He just collapsed to the ground, letting the negativity swallow his mind. Looking at the lottery ticket lying on the floor, he thought bitterly about the cruel irony of finally winning the jackpot. Kneeling on the ground, he trembled, desperately begging fate for one more chance, pleading that he still wanted to live. He gripped the ticket tight, hoping for a miracle. But then, the scenery around him shifted. Even though he had prayed to stay alive, he never expected to end up in the body of a skeleton. Looking down at his new form, he could only curse the heavens. Do I really have to be reborn as this? To make matters worse, even basic bodily functions were impossible now. When a three-eyed monster lunged at him, he drew his sword, screaming that he'd slaughter them all. The blade grew stained with blood, but when he realized a giant was closing in, he immediately took a defensive stance. The brute's heavy blow sent him flying, but he countered quickly, pouring all his strength into his glowing red blade, and roared, "This miserable nightmare ends now." Finally, the enemy collapsed. He coldly declared that the rebellion had been crushed. After reincarnating, he had started as a low-level demon, then gradually evolved into an undead king. Chants of Demon King, the Undead King, echoed everywhere. He continued to recount his journey. From reviving an almost extinct demon army over centuries, to standing before the very people who treated him like a pawn. I might be bald now, but I am the Demon King. A servant nervously called his name, but got it completely wrong. He replied in a bored tone, reminding them his name was Isaac, not AAC. Like they kept saying though, it seemed these guys could never get the pronunciation right. Not wanting to waste any more time on pointless chatter, he told them to look after themselves. When someone worriedly asked where he was going, he replied coldly that he was going to collect his reward. He was desperate to reach his goal of becoming human. Glaring at the heavenly realm, he declared that he had wiped out all their enemies, and per their agreement, they needed to keep their promise to turn him into a human. But instead of keeping their word, they hesitated, whispering among themselves that they hadn't expected him to complete the mission so quickly. Some even gossiped about forcing him to keep working for free for a while longer. Hearing that, he immediately snapped. "I heard that, you know," he shouted, then lowered his voice into a dangerous growl, reminding them they promised to make him human if he defeated all their enemies. When he saw them still wavering, he grit his teeth in rage. Just then, one of the leaders of the heavenly realm smiled deviously and asked if he could take on just one more job. His fury exploded. "Even if I am a skeleton, you should know when to quit," he roared. "You jerks! You're making me do slave labor when you actually have a way to turn me human, right?" The more he spoke, the greater his rage grew. Now, even facing the gods themselves, he didn't feel a shred of fear. The guy was terrified, seemingly realizing something. The person beside him spoke up, saying they shouldn't have trusted him from the beginning. The other one, full of arrogance, questioned why they even had to compromise with a madman like him. He yelled back, asking if that was all they knew how to say. Aside from forbidden summoning arts, you guys can't create or destroy anything. As an undead, I can't even live a proper life. And yet you still want to exploit me? If you can't turn me into something that makes the heavens tremble, then I don't need you anymore. They grew fearful and scrambled to beg for more time, promising that if he helped them with a few more tasks, they would give him what he wanted. But he cut them off immediately, bellowing that he would take their lives as payment for their broken promises. He threatened to turn them into dry skeletons just like himself. His power suddenly surged and flooded the entire room. He laughed with satisfaction, but just then, something strange happened. He was stunned to find his magic suddenly vanished, and he couldn't move his body at all. The blonde guy standing in front of him smirked, asserting that once he wrote someone's name on the paper in his hand, that person wouldn't be able to budge. They shouted "Destroy" in unison, revealing that this was a high-level sacred technique used to seal disasters like him. They looked at him with contempt, mocking him, saying a lowly demon like him should be grateful for serving them. Now, you'll have to live a pathetic life, just like a worm. He smirked, provoking them by asking, "Couldn't you have at least picked a worm with more hair?" The guy mocked him back, noting that he was still obsessed with his hair. Just as the light from the paper in his hand flashed, he noticed something abnormal with a confused look. He continued to laugh mockingly. "You exposed them, thinking that if they wanted to make a move, they should have done it faster before you caught on. Rather than being turned into a worm, you chose to take your own life." They panicked at such a reckless act, unable to believe you'd actually go through with it. But then, one of them calmed down, confirming the ritual was still proceeding as planned, meaning the Demon King's soul had been sealed. When you finally came to, you felt something strange about your body. Instead of becoming a worm as they had intended, you realized you had hands, skin, and the body of a newborn baby. You couldn't believe it had you actually been reincarnated as a human. You were surrounded by strangers calling you a saint. A nurse cheered because you were awake, while others thought you should go back to sleep. You were confused, wondering who these people were. Were they your nannies? Had you really become human? But your suspicions deepened when you noticed their sinister expressions. One of them spoke with hidden intent, saying that even if they didn't want to, they had to finish the job. Before you could even process what was happening, a suspicious baby bottle appeared in front of you. They gently apologized for making you go back to sleep. Then, the final words were whispered, "Rest in peace." You panicked, struggling to move, but all you could do was cry. You wondered, did I just reincarnate only to die again? A bottle was brought to your lips, but the moment it touched them, you turned away, startling everyone around you. They couldn't understand why the saint wouldn't drink. You turned your back, thinking that since you'd just returned to human form, there was no way you were drinking this suspicious stuff. But then you asked yourself why you had to become a human in the first place. Your caretakers were flustered, confused as to why you weren't acting like a normal baby. If things kept going like this, would you be able to get any rest? Someone instinctively called you Ya, and you jumped. Wasn't that your real name? But they had mistaken you for Isaac. You slowly realized the truth. You had been sealed away, but for some reason, you had been reborn into a body that shared your name. You let out a cynical laugh, silently despising those who had sealed you. They thought they were so great, yet they were careless enough to fail at keeping you contained. While you were lost in thought, they shoved the bottle back into your mouth. You resisted immediately, leaving the people around you flustered. They exclaimed that, even for a baby, you were surprisingly strong. You thought to yourself, is this vegetable juice? It tastes awful. You suspected this was an assassination plot using this disgusting concoction. How ironic you went through so much trouble to become human, only to face this now. Elsewhere, in the sanctuary of the Holy Empire of Helen, an old man laughed slyly, convinced that the child couldn't possibly have survived. Standing before him, Emperor Alexander coldly asked if he was having a good time. The old man bowed respectfully and explained that the Yosua family had come to greet the saint candidate, because the Holy See couldn't just ignore the saint. The emperor smiled enigmatically and agreed, saying since it involved the saint, they should inspect the child personally. But he also warned that if any accidents occurred after handing the saint over to the Holy See, it would be quite unfortunate. When the servants rushed into your room, they were frantic, but contrary to their worries, the sight before them left them stunned. You were safe and sound, having finished all 15 bottles of vegetable juice. The servants were thrilled, saying, "He eats so well, he really is an angel." The old man was shocked, unable to believe his ears. It made no sense. You should have been dead after drinking that. He was furious, because the contents of that bottle weren't just vegetable juice, it was Saint Killer, a deadly poison that destroys holy power. A full dose should have been fatal. But you had already noticed the anomaly within your body. You realized it wasn't a normal poison, but a source of energy that could be converted into demon magic. You happily accepted it, thinking, who knew the enemy would accidentally help me absorb mana so easily? You were so interested that you asked for another bottle, leaving everyone around you dumbfounded. They smiled deviously, thinking that the more you drank, the happier they were, since the poison wouldn't take effect immediately. But you thought otherwise. Perfect. For the sake of victory, I'll absorb all this mana. Deep within your subconscious, you began to focus on condensing the absorbed energy into your mana core. But as the condensation progressed, you suddenly discovered something strange. Your mana core wasn't the usual color, it was emitting a pure, white light. You didn't understand why. But this feeling of power far exceeded all your expectations. You wondered just how many blessings were shoved into this baby's body. If you utilized this to the fullest, you could become a monster stronger than anything you had ever imagined. Back at the Holy See, a piercing scream rang out. Someone shouted in outrage, asking who dared to claim that the saint would rule the Holy Empire. It was Gelio Barris, who was absolutely livid. Pope Gelio Barris was seething, saying everyone insisted their own child was the saint, even the lowest-ranking families. An old bishop below him hurried to reassure him, guaranteeing that all other saint candidates had already been taken care of. Gelio Barris nodded in agreement, but remained anxious, noting that there were some unpleasant rumors going around. His words made the bishop feel uneasy. The pope's voice grew stern, his face darkening as he threatened that there was still one candidate left from the Rosua family. Hearing this, the bishop stammered, mentioning that the family was a major power in the court, while trying to explain that there was nothing they could do. However, before he could finish, the wine glass in Gelio Barris's hand fell, cutting him off. Wine splattered across the floor, looking just like blood. Gelio Barris insisted that the child would be dead by the time the bishop arrived, and his only job was to confirm the death. He emphasized that everything had been arranged, his expression becoming increasingly terrifying, every word sounding like a death sentence for someone else. He asserted that the saint had to come from the Gelio Barris family. Meanwhile, that same bishop was standing before you, thinking that you should have been dead by now. Yet, right before his eyes, you were still alive. This terrified the bishop, cold sweat dripping down his face. The emperor was also present at the time, and he happily pinched the baby's cheek, commenting that your golden hair was the same color as the founder of the Holy Empire. When asked about this, the bishop stammered, confirming that the emperor was right. You stared back at them with wide, innocent eyes, thinking to yourself that the man in front of you was indeed the emperor. He even remarked that this child seems closer to the gods than the current pope truly, the nation's prime saint candidate. The baby was stunned to hear this. It finally dawned on him why everyone kept whispering about the saint candidate. Meanwhile, the bishop grew uneasy. He thought to himself that if the emperor favored this child from the start, things would get complicated. He couldn't let it stay that way. The bishop immediately offered to take care of the child. The emperor asked why. The bishop made an excuse, claiming something was wrong because a newborn shouldn't be able to finish such a large amount of vegetable juice. However, the emperor countered, arguing that it wasn't unusual for a saint candidate to consume offerings from the church. Lying in the crib, the baby thought it was absurd that he, the Demon King, had somehow become a saint candidate. The bishop insisted that they couldn't be sure yet and asked the emperor to hand the child over for care. However, the emperor noted that people from the Rosua family would be arriving soon, so that could wait. While the two were arguing, the baby suddenly felt a strange aura leaking out. He quickly covered his mouth, worried it was dark mana he hadn't fully digested yet. He instinctively looked around to see if anyone had noticed. The bishop hadn't given up. He stepped closer and claimed he had just sensed dark mana coming from the child. His face changed instantly, convinced that something was suspicious. The baby panicked, thinking the man had figured it out. The bishop continued, saying there was a possibility the child was just a failed candidate possessing dark magic, and therefore needed to be reported for an immediate investigation. The baby was furious at these words and cursed him internally. The emperor couldn't hide his anger either, shouting, "How dare you say that about a precious saint candidate?" Yet, the bishop remained calm, asserting that the emperor didn't need to worry, because the pope had already decided to choose a candidate from the Barris family as the next saint. Hearing this, the emperor grew defensive, suspecting the bishop wanted to push his own family member to become the saint. How shameless. The baby was also livid, realizing that was the reason the bishop wanted to get rid of him. The bishop picked the baby up and ordered him to be taken for an immediate investigation. Meanwhile, the baby could only curse helplessly in his mind. The emperor then spoke up, reminding him that the Rosua family were close allies of the court. As the emperor, he stated that the child still needed to be examined. The bishop replied that he understood, but reminded the emperor that the crown prince's blessing could only be bestowed once the saint was decided. These words made the emperor freeze, leading him to think more deeply about the current situation. He mused that, if he didn't support the child the Pope had chosen, the man might refuse to grant the blessing to the crown prince. He wondered, is this truly the will of the church? Meanwhile, the baby grew increasingly angry, cursing these people who only cared about money. He worried that if they discovered his true identity, everything would become a massive headache. Even so, his eyes kept scanning the surroundings. The old bishop spoke up again, claiming that if necessary, they could check right now with his exorcism powers. However, he didn't pay any attention to the milk bottle in the baby's hand. While the bishop was still rambling, explaining that if the boy were human, nothing would happen, but if he were a demon, he would immediately. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. In the blink of an eye, the baby smashed the milk bottle in his hand straight into the bishop's face, knocking him flat on the ground, unconscious. Teeth came flying out of his mouth like rain. The baby kept his innocent expression, his tiny hand continuing to shake the bottle as if nothing had happened. In his heart, he thought simply, just keep acting like a real baby, and it'll be fine. The bishop's face was swollen, and he glared at the child, gasping. How could a mere bottle deal that much damage? However, the people around didn't pay him any mind. They were all focused on cheering for the child, amazed by the light radiating from him, thinking it must be holy power. If that were the case, this child must surely be a saint. The baby kept his innocent look, but felt a bit confused inside. He admitted he could feel holy power within his body, but what was this source of power, really? Not letting himself overthink it, he happily shook the bottle again and slammed another strike into the bishop's cheek. He wanted to see what else the old man could do. The bishop, while being beaten, panicked and thought, trembling as he kept asking himself if this was some form of dark magic. Watching this, the emperor laughed heartily, and the surrounding guards couldn't help but get excited. Isaac was feeling pumped, continuously hitting the bishop's face while increasing the hardness of his weapon. I'll use magic to make this bottle even harder. And then just pretend to be an innocent, naive baby. How's that, you son of a bee? Being hit repeatedly in the face forced the bishop to collapse to his knees. Seeing this, the guard spoke up. Look, even the bishop is impressed by his holy power. He looked at his weapon, constantly wondering, what is this? Even though it's weak, every time I use dark mana, holy power follows along. These two things are complete opposites. How can I use them together? It must have something to do with that white mana core. Just as he was about to give him another strike, the bishop reached out, grabbed the milk bottle, and stared at him with a furious expression. He snatched the bottle away, threw it hard to the ground, and turned to the emperor, shouting, I swear on everything I have, this child is a heretic. We must perform an exorcism immediately. Hearing this, Isaac was frustrated by this stubborn bastard, but then he reached his hand into the bishop's robe. I didn't want to do this, but it seems you've got something interesting here. He pulled out a severed hand that was radiating a mysterious and terrifying purple aura. Seeing this, the bishop turned pale with terror. That arm was a remnant of a high-level demon totem that had been wiped out, an object capable of absorbing the strength of its own kind. He had been carrying it around just in case he was ever hunted. He was terrified. How does this kid know about it? The baby, meanwhile, looked incredibly mischievous, his face crafty. In a split second, he threw the arm behind him. Take a good look, you piece of trash. If you keep your eyes on me, don't blame me for what happens next. As his eerie hand touched the ground, Isaac snapped his fingers, instantly transforming it into a massive, terrifying demon. The bishop was absolutely horrified. A demon? How? Meanwhile, Isaac looked smug, watching the giant beast and waiting to see how the guy would handle it. Suddenly, a sinister black shadow with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws appeared in the temple chamber. Everyone in the room grabbed their weapons, screaming in pure shock. How did a shadow demon get in here? The emperor shouted, his voice laced with panic and urgency. Bishop Geliobaris, explain yourself. A demon inside the temple? Have you lost your mind? The bishop, his face pale as a sheet and trembling with fear, tried to explain. Don't you see, your majesty? This child just pulled out a totem, the young master exclaimed in shock. A totem was an object linked to dead demons. How could it possibly resurrect one on the spot? The emperor immediately ordered his royal knights. Everyone, listen up. Protect the child from that foul demon and the bishop. The soldiers shouted in unison, Yes, sir. A royal knight quickly lunged forward, snatching the boy from the bishop's arms before he could even react. What is going on here? The boy, now being carried away, turned his head to look back at the crowd surrounding the demon. Serves you right, you annoying scum. Let's see how strong this bishop really is. Suddenly, the demon let out a low, strange sound. Saint. Saint, then suddenly shrieked. Kill the saint! The boy blanked out, confused. What the? The demon screamed again. Must kill the saint! It lunged straight at the boy. The royal knights immediately stepped in to shield him, their swords drawn and ready to defend the young master. Meanwhile, the boy was left puzzled, wondering, what's wrong with it? I'm the one who summoned it, so why is it targeting me? Oh well, with the holy knights here, what do I have to worry about? Just as he thought that, a holy knight was sent crashing to the floor in agony. The boy was stunned they'd been taken out so quickly. Are these guys really holy knights? The demon continued its assault, raining down blows while yelling, Kill the saint! Save the imprisoned king! One by one, the holy knights were overwhelmed. The knight holding the boy grew terrified, clutching him even tighter. The boy was being squeezed until he could barely breathe. Ugh, I have to stop this thing. No one's going to notice my mana in all this chaos, right? The demon maniacally charged toward its target. Kill him! The boy stared coldly straight at the demon. Why are there so many people trying to kill me in this life? I saved you, and this is how you repay me? His eyes turned icy, glinting with a dangerous aura. You ungrateful little brat. The demon was momentarily frozen by his overwhelming presence, and a brilliant golden light burst forth from the boy. Huh? The light flared even brighter, completely overpowering the demon. The energy radiating from the boy left everyone around him stunned by his immense power. The light possessed a divine force that utterly crushed the demon, forcing it to flee in sheer terror. The demon dissolved into black smoke and vanished. It's running away. Someone screamed. The temple returned to its usual state. Is that holy power? Lord Isaac just defeated a high-level demon. That's amazing. He's so young, truly a young master. Everyone couldn't stop showering him with praise. Looking at his tiny hands, even he was confused. What on earth is this? Is it really holy power? How did I run out of mana? This makes no sense. Did this weird body convert my mana into holy power? Wait, if that's the case, how am I supposed to gather dark mana? This holy kingdom is already starved of dark mana. The two royal knights were dragging the bishop away while he screamed, Let go of me, you idiots! He bellowed in rage. That brat is a heretic. He used demonic power. A demon daring to set foot in the holy kingdom? Your Majesty, let me show you. I will perform an exorcism ritual to reveal his true face. The emperor stepped in. Enough, bishop. You dare slander an innocent saint candidate as a heretic? You even unleashed a high-level demon in front of the royal holy knights, the emperor emphasized firmly. Even if you are a man of the Holy See, don't think for a second I'll let this slide. The bishop realized the situation was hopeless and started plotting inwardly. The seed of doubt has been planted in their minds. I'll find the spy soon enough. If this gets out, it'll be a disaster for the Holy See. I have to save the family, even if it costs me my life. As he plotted, he used his hands to perform a seal, manifesting a white wolf. With razor-sharp teeth and burning red eyes, he hoped to at least eliminate the saint candidate. The massive white wolf lunged toward the boy. Unlike the terrified knight beside him, the boy remained calm. This stubborn old fool finally decided to show his true colors. Does he really think he can kill me with such a pathetic attack? As the wolf got closer, he suddenly realized, uh-oh, I'm completely out of mana. Suddenly, a blue light appeared in the room. The light struck the wolf from all sides, making it howl in pain. Then, a cold, majestic voice echoed through the hall. How dare you lay a hand on a scion of the Joshua family? A handsome, noble-looking young man in a blue cloak stepped inside. He was followed by others, all wearing the same imposing blue cloaks, the mark of the house. The knights of the Joshua family were led by the seventh son, Rai Joshua. As the prince of the Joshua family entered, he commanded, Seize this bishop immediately. Yes, sir. Let go of me, you dogs of the Rai Joshua family. How dare you touch me? The bishop resisted, while the boy was busy thinking. Wait, Joshua. Joshua? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. The prince ordered his knights. Show your respects. All the Joshua knights knelt in unison, shouting, Greetings to the young master of the Joshua family. The prince turned to the boy. Sorry for being late, Isaac. Watching the prince's imposing figure, the boy couldn't help but compare. Wow, look at how dignified this guy is. He must be even stronger than the royal knights. I can't say this makes up for the mistakes of the past, but here is a small gift I wanted to give you. As he spoke, the prince ordered a knight to take something out of his pocket. Something sparkling? Oh, is that gold? A gold bar? The knight presented it and said, This is the figurine of the executed skeleton demon king. Isaac froze upon hearing the introduction, and before he could even process it, they all started bragging about their gifts. We even have a model of him being burned alive. Would you two like the one where he gets crushed? It'll make you dizzy just looking at it. Our little master is just too adorable. How can he be this cute? Isaac wanted to scream. How on earth am I supposed to survive in this insane family? Everyone around was still making a racket, and there was no end in sight. Just look at the way he's enjoying it. It's just too cute. He's so moved he's tearing up. Isaac suddenly remembered something. Wait, he remembered. These were the very saints who once tried to defeat him. He recalled the battles from his past life. A girl had claimed, "I am Joshua, the 45th saint." Another had said, "I am Joshua, the 61st saint. You have no right to know my name." It clicked immediately, they all belonged to the Joshua family. Damn it, not only am I a saint candidate, but I was born into a family of saints? What kind of sins did I commit in my past life to deserve this in my current one? Suddenly, someone shouted, "Those damned Rye Joshua people." A knight was holding a bishop firmly. "How dare you? Shut your mouth!" The bishop kept hurling insults regardless. "I knew you were all heretics. Which hellish place did you pick that creature up from? I will expose your true identity," he snarled, his hand inching toward his sword as he continued to spew vitriol. "I can't believe you'd actually carry that monster around with you. Has the Joshua family rotted to this extent? I will personally eradicate all of you." Before he could finish, a blade sliced across his throat, and blood sprayed everywhere. The prince of the Joshua family sheathed his sword. "You should be grateful for the mercy of the Joshua family. That's the only reason we didn't take your head off." Isaac watched silently. Oh, this guy might actually be useful. He's willing to attack a bishop just for badmouthing his family? If he had a good enough reason, he might even attack the Holy See itself. The knights nearby comforted him anxiously. "Young master, don't listen to those words. Just look and listen to good things." Isaac didn't care about what they were saying. These idiots were useless and better off gone. I think I remember them now. The blue-haired Joshuas. They were incredibly powerful enemies. Even my old minions would tremble just thinking about them. They were still teasing him, clearly not tired of it. "Chop off the Skeleton King's head. Off with it. Off with it. Stop it already," Isaac wanted to scream. The Emperor finally spoke up. "I will not forget this debt of gratitude. While we're on the subject, could you talk to your family head about the imperial family taking this child in?" The prince of the Joshua family replied, "Your Majesty, please don't joke like that." Isaac's eyes lit up. "Oh? Is the imperial family interested in me?" The emperor argued that forces both inside and outside the Holy Empire would target this young master. "You realize this, don't you? Of course, the Joshua family is strong, but are you sure your current blue-haired faith is enough to protect this child?" The prince hesitated for a moment. "Is Isaac eavesdropping? What are they talking about?" The emperor continued. "Especially since the Pope doesn't approve. This child has the same hair color as the founding emperor. Plus, there's a chance the Skeleton King is hunting him down too." Hearing that, Isaac was startled. "Wait, I am the Skeleton King. Why would I be hunting myself?" The prince pulled him closer and held him tight. "With all due respect, Your Majesty, since this child belongs to the Joshua lineage, we will raise him as a member of our family. Whether it's the Pope or the Skeleton King, the Joshua family is perfectly capable of handling it. In fact, I believe the former saint, Melissa, would be delighted to meet the Skeleton King again." The emperor was speechless. "I believe so too." The prince continued. "So, how could we ever agree to send a direct descendant of Saint Melissa to be raised by the imperial family?" Another old acquaintance of Isaac's. "Wait, Melissa? The final enemy I faced before attacking the heavens. Is it that Melissa? The most troublesome, insane saint I ever fought. Not only was I born as a saint candidate in a family of saints, but I'm also a direct descendant of Melissa? What kind of cosmic joke is this life? What even is a saint?" After being defeated by the Skeleton King countless times, they decided to create an ultimate weapon, the saint. Become stronger, saint. The Skeleton King must die. A staff created by the gods to punish evil. The saint is the holy warrior of the empire, and holds the highest rank among knights. With the overwhelming combat power of the saints, everyone thought the Skeleton King would be defeated soon. Their attack and defense were on par with gods. Strong survival instincts, suicidal attacks. These beautiful, powerful beings who lived long lives. However, the Skeleton King was extremely cruel. Isaac recalled he never actually killed a saint. Killing them only put him at a disadvantage. When a saint dies, all their holy power returns to the gods, who then use that very power to nurture future saints. However, the final saint, Melissa, was truly powerful. Who would have thought she was my ancestor? The prince continued. A saint exists for no other purpose than the death of the Skeleton King. The Joshua family is the only one that produces saints, and our sole mission is to defeat everything that opposes God. I am certain the Joshua family can protect this child." The request was denied, and the emperor fell into deep thought. A knight of the Joshua family chimed in. "That's right. Do you have any idea how many saints died at the hands of the Skeleton King?" Isaac winced. "I didn't do anything. Who even touched them?" They kept listing the Skeleton King's crimes. The Skeleton King even locked a saint in a labyrinth, just because he thought she wasn't worthy of his presence. 5 saints died of frustration alone. Isaac felt it was so unfair. "I let her go. How was I supposed to know she was that terrible at navigation? She should have gone to a hospital, not my maze." The prince comforted him. "It's okay. There's nothing to worry about. Even if you are cursed, we will do everything in our power to protect you." Isaac felt his chest tighten. "I'm the one who can't accept this," he continued, lifting Isaac up. "We are so grateful for your birth. Your parents only had one wish for you." With eyes full of hope, he said, "We just hope that when you grow up, you won't become like that evil Skeleton King." Isaac frowned. "Oh, my nameless parents, I'm sorry for shattering all those hopes and dreams of yours." But Huang didn't give up. He kept going. "I hope you'll reconsider, Jia Lai." The Skeleton Demon King had been sealed away for 150 years. Only then did Isaac grasp the current time. It's been that long? Doesn't that mean Melissa is already dead? She's been 50 years old since our last battle. During that time, the demon clans have started building up their armies. Having a saint beside them is the perfect opportunity to boost the Holy Kingdom's influence. That's why this little young master is so important to the imperial family. However, there isn't a single saint from the Joshua family right now. It's been over a year since the saint was born. The child disappeared, along with her husband. Isaac's mouth hung open in shock. "My mother was a saint?" But the prince of the Joshua family brushed it off completely. "Even if my brother isn't here, the family head is still very powerful. The Rai Joshua family is more than capable of protecting this child." Isaac clutched his head, thinking, "I really thought nothing could surprise me anymore. How could there be anything more surprising than my mother being a saint? And didn't you say Lady Melissa is currently on her way to wipe out the Skeleton Demon King's minions? She'll be back soon. The family head will be overjoyed to meet her grandson." Isaac hung his head in despair. "She's already lived for over 200 years. Why hasn't she just kicked the bucket yet? Melissa will be back in a while. The kid looks worried. Is he okay? He'll be fine soon enough." Isaac broke into a cold sweat, his eyes glazing over. "You think I'll be fine? When my mortal enemy is still alive and kicking? The moment Melissa finds out who I am, I'm toast. Everyone else is fine, but she's the one person I can't run into." Isaac clenched his fists, determined to survive by clinging to the emperor. He put on the cutest face he could manage. "Ah, Your Majesty, please take me with you." "Oh, this kid. Those two are fighting over him again. Look at that. Even the boy wants to go with the imperial family. He's just being overly friendly. Your Majesty." The emperor pulled Isaac toward him. "The imperial family can provide him with so much more. Even if the Joshua family specializes in producing saints, they don't have much experience in raising one." The prince wouldn't back down. "This child is destined to be an exorcist knight, and there is no family better than the Joshua family when it comes to training exorcist knights. Besides, Your Majesty, he is the first saint born in history. So doesn't the imperial family also lack experience in raising one?" Both sides were engaged in a tug-of-war. "The imperial family is better. No, the Joshua family is better." Isaac was exhausted. "Oh my God, just stop." The knights tried to intervene. "Please, calm down. You're going to tear the young master in two." Caught in the middle, Isaac said helplessly, "I'll go with the imperial family, so just stop. I don't want to die." Besides, the light of life that radiance constantly pouring out from the emperor meant that he would have a much better chance of survival if he went with the emperor. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. The emperor smiled, unable to hide his satisfaction. "A wise choice, little one." Isaac's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, in a different, secluded area, a voice echoed, "No way. I'm certain it used mana. I'm sure that child is a child of the devil." It was a bishop standing before a mysterious group. Was one of them their leader? Was that holy power truly granted by the gods? "So, you're saying the one talking to me is a demon holding holy power?" A sword was drawn. The bishop trembled. "But I'm sure it was magic. How could I mistake mana for holy power?" The leader replied coldly, "The Holy See has made its final judgment regarding your claims." As soon as Bishop Geliobaris finished speaking, the blade slit the bishop's carotid artery. Blood splattered everywhere. The executioner, with bloodshot eyes, read the sentence, "The crime of blasphemy." Another man suggested, I'll go gather an attack squad. No need. The Emperor will take the child with him anyway. Since there will be plenty of opportunities in the royal territory, we'll plan for it later. Isaac's ear twitched. Did someone just mention me? This time, that brat is definitely going to die. In the darkness of the night, a group of figures in black cloaks gathered in a corner of the courtyard. Amidst the howling wind late at night, they awaited their leader's decision. After a moment of thought, he curled his lips into a cruel smile. The Emperor will take the child with him anyway. Since there will be plenty of opportunities in the royal territory, we'll plan for it then. A soft, sharp hiss confirmed it. This time, that brat is definitely going to die. Isaac, however, had no idea that someone was missing him so dearly. He was lying there, dazed, when his ear suddenly felt itchy. Looking out through the window next to his crib, the sunlight outside was dazzling. The sky looked wider than ever. He scratched his ear, his red eyes narrowing. Right now, I'm headed to the Joshua estate. Looking down from above, it was easy to see a luxurious carriage escorted by knights in polished armor. The group in black, who had been lying in ambush from above the night before, saw this scene, their faces full of confusion. They quickly looked toward their leader for answers. Wait, my lord. The story shifted back a few days. Inside the room, a blinding light appeared, making everyone curious. That light came from Isaac, who was being held by Alexander. He had to use his chubby hands to cover his eyes from the glare. He was incredibly confused. Why is it so bright? Rai Joshua quickly spoke up. Yes, Your Majesty. Rai Joshua is not exactly a good place to raise a child. He bowed respectfully and said sincerely, You might think it's just a place filled with the corpses of demons and manacores. Isaac was also amazed, thinking, Is your desire to survive that bright? A blinding aura appeared in Rasua's hand. His warm voice echoed, The most valuable thing in. Rai Joshua is, at best, the remains of the skeleton demon king. Hearing this shocking news, Isaac's face turned pale. He gasped, thinking, My own body? You guys are keeping my body? He was screaming internally. You should have told me earlier. Isaac quickly reached out his tiny hand to grab Rai Joshua's hand, causing him to stop mid-sentence. Rai Joshua was taken aback. Isaac's face turned excited, his little hands waving to get everyone's attention. The tiny baby expressed his desire to go to the Joshua estate. Rai Joshua couldn't resist how cute he was and covered his mouth, deeply moved. Isaac returned to the present. Isaac lay back, lounging lazily while staring out the window, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Even though he'd been dragged out of the royal palace and into the military, if he wanted to reclaim his body, he had no other choice. Visions flashed through Isaac's mind, a terrifying, desiccated skeleton clutching a magical orb. That body. The one I honed my mana in until it rivaled the gods. If I can just get that back, what's a mere human level to me? Thinking back to the blinding light Rai Joshua had summoned, his resolve only grew stronger. Plus, it was the first time he'd seen the light of the will to survive shine so brilliantly. Following him to the outpost might actually be good for my survival, he mused. Meanwhile, in the carriage, the blonde knight was incredibly curious. Why was the Pope's force hunting down young Isaac? Hearing this, Isaac quickly leaned in, grabbing the edge of the cradle to listen closely. I'm wondering the same thing. Why are they making such a fuss? Rai Joshua didn't hide anything and spoke bluntly. Because they received a prophecy from the gods. They say the saint will become the child of the gods. The two in the carriage continued chatting away, oblivious to the fact that he was eavesdropping. That means he'll be the next pope. Exactly. That's why those Barris bastards are so desperate to get their hands on a saint. Isaac's chubby face filled with dark lines. What kind of twisted development is this? He quickly scrambled to piece together the information in his head. The Pope, the strongest cleric, capable of using Tier 10 divine magic. To all priests and holy knights, he was nothing short of a king. In the Holy Empire, he was a figure whose power was almost on par with the Emperor. Isaac sat cross-legged, rubbing his chin in deep thought. For thousands of years, the Barris family had produced the popes, so they were going insane at the thought of a saint snatching that power away from them. That was why every other family wanted to produce a saint of their own. Just then, gasps of astonishment erupted from outside the carriage, drawing the attention of both Rai Joshua and the knight. He quickly poked his head out to ask the driver what was going on. The driver nervously removed his hat and replied, Young Master Rai Joshua, we've arrived at the duchy, but there's a bit of a problem. Looming in the distance behind the driver were 3 gate guards slowly approaching. One who looked like the leader held up a hand to stop them. Sorry, but you cannot enter the duchy. Sensing the tension, Isaac leaned out to get a look. What is it this time? Rai Joshua shouted in anger. Do you dare to ignore the crest of the Rasua family? What kind of training did you people receive? The lead guard smirked, revealing sharp fangs. He hissed, "Of course you aren't getting in." No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged forward, his hands transforming into claws, ready to strike. "We are here to erase the child who carries the saint's bloodline." The knights were horrified at the transformation. Isaac, leaning against the door to watch, was also startled. "What the hell is this? I specifically ordered them not to attack human territory. What is the new Demon King doing?" The red-haired demon grinned and pointed, declaring, "Listen here, you lowly humans. Our honorable king has ordered the slaughter of all saints and holy maidens without hesitation." Hearing this, Isaac was speechless. "I knew it. The new Demon King has already taken the throne." The red-haired demon continued his long-winded speech. "In the name of our great skeleton Demon King, our sovereign commands us to kill the saint." Hearing this arrogance, Isaac's round face twitched, and he cursed under his breath. "In the name of who? I never said that, you idiot." The group of demons, radiating demonic energy, bared their fangs and threatened them. "If you hand over the child, His Majesty the Skeleton Demon King might spare your lives." Before they could finish, a bolt of lightning struck down, instantly turning one of the demons into gold and freezing the rest in their tracks. After the light of the lightning faded, all that remained of the demon was a pile of charred meat collapsing to the ground. Although terrified, one demon gritted his teeth and threatened, "You lowly holy knight." Rai Joshua gnashed his teeth. "You dare say that to an exorcist of the Rasua family? I see, so you don't want a simple death." He drew his sword, pointing it forward, his face hidden in the shadows, unreadable. "Listen well." Rai Joshua flipped his grip on the sword and said slowly, "To protect all the small things in this world, the Rasua family will eradicate all evil." The knights quickly drew their swords, following Rai Joshua's lead, their morale surging after hearing words everyone agreed with. "We will chase you to the ends of hell to wipe out your kind." Rai Joshua's hair blew in the wind, his eyes sharp as he spoke with sarcasm. "I can't believe that wicked Skeleton King actually sent his subordinates." The demons, clearly having not learned their lesson, bloodthirstily charged forward. "You lowly human, how dare you!" The reptilian demon swung his claws, yelling in fury, blaspheming against the Demon King Isaac. For the resurrection of His Majesty Isaac, the Rasua knights didn't look flustered at all and quickly raised their swords to defend. The blonde knight quickly scooped up baby Isaac and covered his eyes. He reacted quickly, leaping away with Isaac in his arms. Even though he'd escaped danger, he didn't forget to comfort him. "My apologies, young master." Isaac, carried off at super speed, was still dazed and struggling to recover. "What's going on? Is someone impersonating me?" The blonde knight quickly carried Isaac to a quiet corner of the forest and stopped. He gently set him down on the grass and whispered, "Please wait here, my lord." The blonde knight quickly used magic to create a barrier around Isaac and promised, "I'll be right back." Isaac was astonished by the barrier. "A protection ward?" Isaac reached out with his chubby hand, musing. "Even a high-ranking demon couldn't break through this. It's actually quite powerful." After a moment of checking, his face lit up with satisfaction. Since nothing can get in from the outside, that means nothing on the inside can get out. Once he figured that out, Isaac resolutely closed his eyes to focus. If that's the case, will to survive. Activate. Release magic. The space around him transformed fantastically, a sea of stars appearing within Isaac's consciousness. "Hear my call. You who were created by magic but possess consciousness." Following his murmur, the observer appeared a dark shadow that didn't look friendly at all. But the moment it opened its eyes, the malice vanished, leaving only a look of adoration. "My master, my lord." Isaac quickly covered its mouth. "Shh, I know. Long time no see. Keep it down, or we'll get caught." The observer quickly expressed its longing for its master. "I thought I would never see your great face again." Isaac chimed in. "Yeah, I thought I was done for too." Watching those black skeletons happily singing away, Isaac fell into deep thought. It had been quite a while, and he whispered to himself, "Even though it's just a detection spell, it's developed a personality of its own. I created it because manually casting detection spells and analyzing the results was just too much of a hassle. Throughout our journey, it's built up its own character, but it's still pretty naive." The observer suddenly giggled, cutting his train of thought short. "Your cruelty is as great as ever. Congrats on hijacking the body of an innocent child." Feeling insulted, someone shot back in defense. The observer kept buzzing around, annoying as ever. "But what exactly did those filthy gods do to you, master? No matter how evil you are, I just can't believe that they'd put you in this pathetic kid's body." Not wanting to keep this conversation going, Isaac waved it off. "Enough. Just find the enemies." When it came to business, the observer turned serious, dropping its playful act. Got it. Starting now. With that, it unleashed a vortex of demonic energy and zoomed ahead, scanning a 100-meter radius. As it tapped into its power, the observer quickly reported the status. 88 enemies. They're all monsters. None of them could ever compare to you, my great master. Hearing the count, Isaac was so shocked he nearly cursed out loud. Are you out of your mind? Wait, 88? Are they trying to start a war or something? As he panicked, a thought crossed his mind. It would be a huge headache if security in the territory got even tighter. Calling in subordinates is going to be even harder now. Damn it, at this rate, I've got to finish this before the Rai Joshua family catches me. Isaac sank to his knees, resolving himself. Even if it drains every last drop of mana I've got, I have to do this myself. Noticing his master's helpless state, the observer kept droning on with the report. 51 enemies remaining. It quickly announced the critical update. The number of enemies is dropping fast. Now it's down to 31. Isaac was startled by the news. What? How so suddenly? Playing the part of a robotic announcer, the observer updated him again. Down to 13. Young master, something's coming. Rai Joshua was also taken aback. All troops, take defensive positions. Right as they were deep in the middle of the chaos, the demon speedsters came crawling their way. Only 4 left. You've finally arrived, brother. The lizard-like demon flicked its tongue, grinning nastily as it urged the others on. Let's do this together. The observer lowered its head, expression unreadable, muttering to itself. Today, we take the life of the saint. Before the lizard demon could finish its sentence, it took a clean hit to the gut, leaving the others stunned. Only the skeleton demon king is allowed to. The Joshua Knights were frozen in their tracks, their faces turning deathly pale. The observer grinned, trying to take credit from Isaac. No more enemies left, but right then, it quickly shifted its report. In the distance, the group of knights was confronting a massive, monstrous entity. I've detected a shadow lich. The apparition roared in pure fury. You dare touch my king with those filthy hands? Prepare to die. Isaac saw this, and his face twitched, completely unable to understand the current situation. What the hell is it doing now? The artifact kept emitting these eerie, demonic sounds. You dare touch my king with your dirty hands? Surrender your lives. Everyone who saw this scene turned pale with fear. What's wrong with that thing? The artifact's gaze radiated murderous intent, and its voice turned raspy. My king, my only master. The artifact radiated an even more intense killing aura. It screamed. And you dare trap him in the body of this lowly child. Because it was Isaac who had freed it. All. The twisted affection the Shadow Lich felt for him surged to the surface. It warned those standing there, don't you dare look at this child with those disgusting eyes. The artifact roared again. I'll rip your eyes out. Seeing this, the blonde knight scrambled to ask Rai Joshua beside him. Young master, what is he saying? However, the humans couldn't understand it, because it was speaking a different language. The artifact laughed triumphantly. Whoa, this is absolute chaos. Isaac hesitated for a moment. It seems that bastard realized I'm the skeleton demon king. His effort to follow me is commendable. But now, the knights started to move. All the knights, prepared for battle. Isaac screamed internally. What are you doing? Stop playing around. He tried desperately to convey his message to the blonde knight not far away. Ba-ga-ga, you bastard. Don't cut off my escape route. My precious mana cores. Seeing him like that, the knight shouted with great spirit. Young Master Isaac, please wait just a moment longer. I will solve this. Then, that eerie laughter echoed again. The artifact was overcome with pride. My master has recognized me. The light that guides my path has recognized me. But in the eyes of the blonde knight, there was only fear and screaming. Young master, that demon tribe member is showing hostility. At that moment, the artifact flashed past the group of knights. I'm going to the master immediately. It was soon obvious where it was heading. That lowly thing is heading for Isaac. The artifact charged in a frenzy. You filthy holy knights, how dare you seal him in such a disgusting place? Isaac saw this and panicked. Oh great, I've caught his eye. He felt helpless. He couldn't let his mana cores be exorcised. Isaac tried his best to convey the idea. Start by breaking this protective barrier. Hearing that, the artifact laughed excitedly. I've received your orders, master. It kept aiming for Isaac's protective barrier. The blonde knight shouted in a panic. Young master! The magic shield also wavered significantly. Isaac smiled faintly, satisfied. Escorted by the artifact, he praised it. You did well. Isaac reached out and grabbed the artifact. Baba, that's enough now. Stop messing around and take a rest. It hadn't even processed what happened before it was sent spinning. Master. With just that, it was tossed far away. Only a scream remained. Why was Rai stunned and terrified at the sight of this? Could it be? Isaac, still looking relaxed, guessed that the artifact had performed a demon tribe transformation. The blonde knight couldn't help but cheer joyfully. He performed a demon tribe transformation on his first try. Isn't he truly extraordinary? The others joined in, cheering for Isaac along with him. That's a holy spell that only someone as strong as a cardinal or a saint could use. Isaac thought to himself, it's not a holy spell, I just used mana. Rai guessed it was surely a high-level holy transformation spell. But even with such a high-level holy spell being used, it's strange that I don't feel even a shred of holy power from it. The blonde knight figured, you know how it is. Sometimes people only reveal their true worth in times of crisis. He remembered the situation back then, and how that thing had lunged at the young master. I'm certain that even the Shadow Lich felt the danger instinctively, which is why it rushed to eliminate the source of the threat. The blonde knight couldn't stop showering Isaac with praise in his heart. Our young master is truly amazing. I'm certain of it. I'm absolutely convinced that the young master is a saint. Rai Joshua contemplated for a moment. He wasn't wrong. Even the demon race had come all this way just to target this child. Even if he wasn't a saint, there had to be something special about him. He gritted his teeth and wondered, but why does it have to be a boy? Rai Joshua recalled how, because of the Skeleton Demon King's curse, the sons of House Joshua would. Suddenly, the blonde knight's voice cut through his train of thought. I've made up my mind. He held Isaac close, determined. As the captain of the Sacred Inquisition, I will protect Isaac's future. You will become the future of the Joshua household. Rai Joshua was a bit surprised to hear this, and he smiled slightly. Understood. I was the foolish one. Rai Joshua reached out to take Isaac into his arms. I was just so worried about the Skeleton Demon King's curse that I forgot this child could bring glory to the Joshua name. He held Isaac firmly and declared with confidence, let's go home, Isaac. Your uncle is going to teach you so many things. He continued. You have marvelous talent, so I will raise you to be an extraordinary knight. Isaac lamented to himself, I'm not going to become any of that. As long as I get home and get my body back, that's all that matters. Rai Joshua said something that left Isaac stunned. Even if you don't have much time left, I will protect you at any cost. Isaac felt completely bewildered. Rai Joshua then declared that Isaac's name would spread across the entire continent. Isaac vehemently protested in his mind. Wait. Hold on. I feel like you just said something seriously annoying. On the other hand, Rai Joshua misunderstood his reaction. I knew you'd like it. Isaac started screaming internally. No, I wouldn't. Rai Joshua proposed that once they got home, he would start by teaching him how to curse that dishonorable Skeleton Demon King. Isaac cursed silently. Screw you guys, you bunch of fanatics. Just then, the carriage arrived at the estate of Duke Joshua. The statues were carved from shimmering gold, and even the architecture was incredibly exquisite. Isaac's frustration grew as he looked at the scenery outside. You fanatic jerks, you're so eager to tear demons apart, yet you live such extravagant lives? How much did all this cost? Isaac remembered his time with the demons and felt a pang of heartache. He had to work his fingers to the bone just to put clothes on his kids' backs while these bourgeois scum. The shadow whispered to him quietly, My lord, this place is on a completely different level than our dilapidated palaces. Just selling off a few of these statues could buy us a dozen Demon King castles. Isaac signaled him to be quiet. I know, just let it go. Rai Joshua picked Isaac up and said, This is the Joshua family estate, Isaac. This is the cradle of exorcism and monster slaying on this continent. He carried Isaac out to watch a group of people training with scarecrows. When you get bigger, you'll be just like them. They beat the scarecrows with their wooden swords, shouting, Die, Demon King. The trainees were filled with such intense rage, it was almost pathetic. Curse you! Tearing you limb from limb wouldn't be enough, Skeleton Demon King. The shouts continued. Die! Die! Isaac froze in his tracks. What on earth are you teaching these kids? Is this family a cult? He tried to reassure himself it didn't really matter anyway. Isaac told himself, As long as I can infiltrate the Holy Empire, I'll burn the Emperor alive and turn this place into the Isaac Empire. The shadow whispered in his ear, My lord, what are you doing? Are you, the Skeleton Demon King, really holding a grudge against kids playing? How pathetic. Isaac told it to shut up and go scout the area. It replied dutifully. Of course, a magnificent, glowing building caught everyone's eyes. Wow, Isaac whispered, making his own calculations. This is incredible. Are those all mana cores? There are dozens of them. The shadow agreed. This is the first time I've seen so many monocores gathered in one place. Just how many demons have they killed? At that moment, a servant announced their arrival. The young master stepped off the carriage and ordered, "Prepare a room. He will be staying with me." Hearing this, the butler stuttered. "Ah, about that." He quickly reported, "I apologize, young master, but we have received orders to take young Isaac to the annex." Isaac was puzzled. The annex? Why? The butler replied uncomfortably, "Well, the fifth young master gave orders that Isaac is never to be allowed into the main building." Isaac was extremely annoyed. What is this now? Rai Joshua was naturally just as displeased. Did they really want to send Isaac to that death-cursed place? Isaac was even more confused. This family is really something else. I knew it as soon as I crawled out as a newborn. House Joshua is falling apart. Rai Joshua complained. He's just doing something pointless. Isaac secretly agreed. Exactly. I can live in the main mansion, so why move to the annex? The shadow whispered in his ear. The monocores are in the annex. Rai Joshua ordered them to back off. I cannot let my nephew stay in that haunted ruin. Hearing this, Isaac protested violently in his head. No, no, the annex. I need to go to the annex. Isaac's incoherent noises were misunderstood, and Rai Joshua just carried him toward his room. Uncle will read you the holy texts about how the great saintess fought the skeleton demon king. Think of it as a bedtime story. Once that's done, I'll teach you special exorcism techniques created specifically for the skeleton demon king. Isaac's face turned pale with dread. Damn it, that's literally exorcising me. You're trying to kill me. Just then, a voice rang out. Why are you making such a big deal out of bringing home a homeless brat? The man smiled. I clearly said that child was to be sent to the annex. The man showed no respect, even opposing Rai Joshua. You've finally shown your face after all this time, and you're already planning to defy your older brother? This was none other than the fifth son of House Joshua, Gael Joshua. Isaac turned his head to look, thinking, wow, and after seeing them clash, he concluded, he's a thug. Gael taunted, put that thing down. I'll have it sent to the annex. Rai Joshua angrily retorted, are you kidding me? This child is a descendant of Joshua. There is no reason to send him to the annex, which was only ever used for banishment. Isaac was screaming internally, put me down. Just send me to the annex. Gael reached out and touched Isaac's cheek, asking, where did you find this bag of bones? He sneered, a descendant? My foot. Hearing this, Isaac thought to himself, I actually like this idea of being sent to the annex. But what's wrong with this guy? Is he a priest or a gangster? Isaac sighed in relief and decided, whatever, I just need to get to the annex and devour those monocores. Rai Joshua, on the other hand, was furious at Gael. You think I don't know why you want to send this child to the annex? He bluntly exposed him. You want people to think this child is cursed so you can strip him of his inheritance rights. Isaac suddenly realized, strip my inheritance rights? Wait, hold on a damn minute. Remembering something, he was so angry he wanted to hit someone. That won't work. I intend to drain this house dry, become a saint, then the Pope, and take my revenge on those damn gods. Go stood there, looking relaxed as he replied, wanting everyone to think exactly that. I heard a demon appeared to snatch this little brat. Seems he's been cursed. The blonde knight shouted in anger. That's not true. The young master was the one who helped banish that demon. He recounted the event with intense seriousness, adding that the demon's appearance was proof of the young master's immense importance. The knight behind him chimed in. Exactly. He possesses the divine power of a saint. Hearing this, Go just laughed. Ha, hilarious. How long are you guys going to keep covering for this piece of trash? Don't toy with me. If you're going to keep claiming he's the next saint, then show me that power. At that moment, Observer suggested to Isaac, why don't you just show him your power? How about summoning a meteor? Isaac retorted, summon a meteor? My ass. Go clicked his tongue and continued, right, if you want to call him a saint. He gestured towards something in the distance to set a condition. Challenging Isaac, Go pointed to that object. A family symbol or whatever, why not have him revive that thing he likes so much? He sneered, that divine tree died because of the demon's dark mana. If he really has the qualifications to be a saint, he should be able to revive it easily, right? Go, emphasized smugly. That is, if he's truly the saint candidate you claim he is. Rai then asked him, do you even realize what you're saying? Isaac cursed internally. Ah, Melissa, you're good at fighting, but your descendants are absolutely worthless. He pondered. The eldest son is missing. The second son was adopted. Suddenly, he realized something. Huh? What? Observer asked, confused. What? What is it? Isaac grabbed it and asked, "What do you think?" Observer still didn't understand. Hey, hey. Isaac threw it away. Go. And the others rushed forward. Observer could only shout helplessly, "Wait, hold on." Rai still wanted to negotiate with Gael Joshua, a tree that had been dead for 70 years. He wanted to use it to prove the kid who hadn't even learned to speak yet, but both of them froze as they turned around. The pupils in Rai, Joshua's eyes widened. What is this? The divine tree was rapidly turning green again. Everyone looking at the lush tree gasped, "It's alive." Go, began to stammer. Even recovery and purification magic couldn't save it. He asked skeptically. You idiot! What exactly happened? Isaac just smirked. It was nothing. He recalled there was some dark mana near the roots, so he just fed it to the tree. Observer also chimed in at that moment. I absorbed all the mana there. I'm so full. The blonde knight asked in a panic. Lord Isaac, how did you do that to the tree? Isaac confessed. I didn't do anything. The guy just stared blankly. So, does that mean? Inside Rai Joshua's mind, Isaac made a few sounds. Geez, what a waste of all that mana. Observer asked him back. So? You want me to puke it back up? Then the blonde knight shouted. It was Lord Isaac who did it. At this point, Go forced a bitter, defensive laugh. You idiots. No one in this family could save that tree. How could a brat who still smells like milk do it? He assumed someone must have helped him. Exactly. But no one cared about Gael Joshua. They were too busy praising Isaac. As expected of young Master Isaac. Go muttered to himself. Right. It must be because Rai. Unfortunately, the cheers drowned out his voice. First, the demon banishment, and now, the purification. Go shook with rage. It was you, wasn't it? Rai asked back. What are you talking about? Go furiously lunged forward to question him. You always use such dirty tricks. He tried to explain. How could you have possibly met the missing saintess? Rai looked annoyed on his behalf. Melissa, you should focus on managing your own house instead of killing demons. Your family is a total mess. Observing Gael Joshua, he realized this person claiming to be a brother wasn't like Melissa at all. He suspected Rai Joshua was actually Melissa in disguise. Observer then suggested it might be a stepbrother. Isaac's mind was cleared instantly. Oh, I think he's quite similar to that bastard Pope. Go screamed in a frenzy. Stop playing dumb. Do you think I don't know you brought this bastard son here to push him into the position of the next saint? Even knowing there's already a candidate in the family, you're still playing these dirty games. Isaac wondered, what about the other candidates in the family and that thug? Seeing that guy wanted his candidate to win, Observer teased him. You have to compete with those people. You don't look worried at all. Isaac happily scolded him. You don't think the person supported by that guy is just as vile as he is? Beating someone like that will be fun. Observer agreed. It made sense. Rai grabbed his own collar, straightening himself up. Can you leave the kid alone? He's your nephew and our eldest brother's son. He has the right to inherit this family. Go laughed loudly. Nonsense. The eldest brother? He ran away when the family was in danger. The guy didn't hesitate to curse in front of Isaac. You're saying this bastard, who only now let us know he had a son, is our eldest brother? Isaac laughed mockingly in his heart. Aha, that's why I was the rejected child. I really do have such a wonderful life. Observer encouraged him. You shouldn't talk about your own life so indifferently. Go now sneered and continued. Well, that bastard probably is still the saintess's son. He's just an illegitimate child of the saintess that people brought back, but she was still a saintess. He asked Rai back. Besides, how can we be sure it's the brother's child? He's pretty. He must look like that woman. Go kept rambling on until he took a punch right to the face. To benefit the family, I could even sell him to continue the bloodline. He shrieked in pain after getting hit. Are you crazy? You just hit me, Rai retorted. You thought you'd be safe after barking out words like that? While the knights looked pale with fear, Isaac was actually enjoying it. Nice. Brothers loving each other, hitting each other hard. Thanks to you, I've gathered a lot of useful information. Seeing both sides about to fight, the nearby knights rushed over to stop them. My lord, you can't do that. Stopping them, Isaac mused. The more chaotic this family is, the better. It'll be easier for me to take over. He laughed excitedly, leaving Observer speechless. This damn family, just hurry up and collapse already, Observer whispered in his ear. Think about it. If the family collapses, wouldn't you be done for too? Did your brain shrink along with your kid's body? Hearing that, he looked visibly unhappy. Shut up. Another beautiful day at the mansion. Isaac sat in one spot, pouting. His face twisted like a monkey eating a chili, so annoying. The people present started discussing Isaac. Tsk, another son. What are we going to do with yet another son? Isaac secretly cursed. No one in this house is normal. They treat their children like garbage. The constant chatter made him incredibly annoyed. We accepted that woman as a saintess. She shouldn't have given birth to another useless son. She has no right to be a saintess. Tisk! He really wanted to shout, "Hey, you lunatics, you've gone too far." Suddenly, the voice of the woman leading the meeting rang out, and everyone went silent. Ilya Joshua's second wife, and current acting head of the Joshua family, Henna, spoke up. "Right. We've decided to raise that child in a small building, out of sight." Someone in the meeting room spoke up. It seemed Isaac had managed to remove the mana that was corroding the sacred tree. But the elders didn't seem to buy it. What? I know there was mana on the sacred tree, but a newborn baby managed to remove it? Isn't that the only plausible explanation? The boy created a physical form from mana. The elder wearing glasses also chimed in. True, this exorcism method might be effective, but it's certainly not that simple. If anything went wrong, it could have killed the kid. They kept taking turns debating. There's a reason the family head chose the stable purification method. Go listened, his face turning grim. What the hell are they rambling about? How could a newborn baby do something like that? R stated firmly. Isaac must have instinctively exorcised the mana. Isaac nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. He was certain that this baby, still nursing, had achieved what no one in the Central Church had been able to do for 70 years. Go, sitting across from him, broke into a cold sweat. What the hell is this guy saying? He slammed his hand on the table, trying to sway the opinion of the room. Elders, do you really believe this nonsense? Go vehemently denied Isaac's involvement. A newborn baby performing exorcisms? He can't even talk yet. When the world finds out about this, we'll be the laughingstock of everyone. He gritted his teeth, pointing out Isaac's flaws, while Isaac didn't care in the slightest. Look at the boy. It's hard to believe he's a descendant of the Rai Joshua bloodline. Who knows if he's actually just some child from a nameless family? R heard this and insisted firmly. Respected elders, please listen to me. This child will become a saint. He even placed a hand on Isaac's shoulder, convinced the boy could even become the next pope. Isaac agreed wholeheartedly. That was true. But R's next sentence didn't make Isaac happy at all. The boy will kill the skeleton demon king. He cursed inwardly. What? You were doing so well up until now. The elders in the room also began to stutter at the mere mention of that name. The skeleton demon king. That damn creature. Henna gave a cold laugh. You're digging your own grave. R, the woman, issued a challenge. If you're so confident, perhaps we should test the boy. Henna set the terms. I demand we use the treasury of holy relics. The scene shifted to the northwest of the Holy Helen Empire, the dark forest. A monster was finished off by a sharp blade. Ilya Joshua stood proudly amidst the fallen monsters. He sheathed his sword and said slowly, "This place is a mess too." The knight behind him bowed low, agreeing with Ilya. "I agree with the family head." He asked out of curiosity, "What is it?" She reported, "Your representative has requested to use the treasury of holy relics." Ilya Joshua showed clear dissatisfaction. "I told you, the Holy See is not allowed to use it." The knight added, "It's not the Holy See." Her next words made him turn around. "Your grandson resurrected the sacred tree. The representative wants to see if he possesses the qualities of a saint." Ilya Joshua turned on his heel and asked, "What do you mean?" He asked again, "Why is there a saint in my family?" As the head of the Joshua family, Ilya Joshua ordered forcefully, "I do not permit it. Only a true saint could survive in there. Tell them to avoid unnecessary conflict." Ilya emphasized there would be no exceptions, but a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Let them proceed." Melissa walked over slowly and asked the knight, "Did you say who?" She offered a faint, admiring smile. "Resurrecting the sacred tree, that's impressive, isn't it?" Melissa dropped a bombshell that surprised the knight. "Since we're opening the treasury, why not let all the candidates for saint and holy child enter?" The woman was stunned. Pardon? She was actually looking forward to this. However, a child from another family could take something valuable from the treasury. "I hope so." Melissa mentioned the sun saint. Even the most outstanding saints of previous generations couldn't take anything from that vault. Perhaps if someone could retrieve that item, they could track down and eventually kill the skeleton demon king. She excitedly suggested, "So, we should add a reward, shouldn't we?" Melissa ordered the knight to tell them, "Whichever child brings back the best treasure from the vault will receive a reward that even the Pope couldn't bestow." The words she spoke put immense pressure on the knight. "They will receive the Joshua family heritage." Melissa pointed a finger. "And I will personally teach them the family's secret techniques." She gripped her hands excitedly, telling them that they would give them everything. The treasury of holy relics was a place that stored a secret technique from thousands of years ago, along with holy artifacts. A saintess always guarded the archives, and the Rai Joshua family was said to be the owners of that vault. Because only children under the age of 10 could enter, the vault had been used as a rite of passage for saintess candidates. When they turned 1 year old, they would enter and choose something. Everyone would predict what kind of power the saintess would have based on the item the child brought back. However, the vault was so dangerous that even saintess candidates risked their lives entering it. After many deaths, the vault was sealed. The shadow creature spoke up. "Let's see." It tempted him excitedly. "If our little master survives and brings back the treasure, then wait, why are you telling me this?" It asked him, "But you are looking forward to it too, aren't you, master?" Isaac admitted. "Huh. Of course." His expression became devilish. The remains of the skeleton demon king are said to be in there, after all. Suddenly, a hand lifted Isaac into the air. "Are you excited, young master?" The blonde knight told him the news. "The family head has opened the vault to all the candidates." Isaac processed it all. The guy continued to hype him up. "All the children of the 5 famous families will be there. Even the Pope's cursed family will be there. I'm sure you'll win," the young master whispered beside him. "Oh, looks like they're making a big deal out of this." Isaac lay there blankly for a moment, weighing his options. This was actually a good thing. With more people, there will be more distractions. It'll be easier for me to take back my body. Another hand picked Isaac up. "You must be careful." Isaac R. held him and warned him. "The demons captured from the battlefield will be guarding the inside." Isaac estimated the danger the demons were guarding the place. He smiled inwardly. "But I'm sure they're all level 6 or lower." Isaac decided, "I'll just use domination." Before he could finish his calculation, Dulai interrupted his train of thought. "A level 8? That's definitely not going to be an easy fight." Isaac roared internally. "What the hell? What is a level 8 demon doing in there?" The blonde knight added. "While a level 9 dragon is probably the worst-case scenario, Observer thinks that just going by rank, the guy but he couldn't help but complain. The entire Joshua family has clearly lost their minds. A dragon. In a place where a bunch of kids are going to be?" It hesitated. "But at least you know a lot about dragons, sir." "My lord." Isaac gritted his teeth, not out of fear, but out of sheer frustration. "What now?" He cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Dragons are dangerous in a whole different way," Observer confessed. "Actually, I've scammed them a few times." It couldn't help but feel smug. That rascal had tricked young dragons before. Memories of dragons arguing flooded back. "They kept interrogating me. What the hell did you sell to those brats? They aren't even 3,000 years old yet." Even the old man got caught. That bone soldier monster. Observer thought back to the 17 of them. It felt bitter, just remembering. "They've got a really good memory, too. They can recognize my soul," Observer encouraged him. "Maybe this is a good time for me to get a new owner?" Hearing that, Isaac snapped. "I can hear you. You know." Isaac put his hands down, realizing he had no other choice. He visualized the Holy Relic Vault, which contained a level 6 ghost and a level 9 dragon. "Right now, I can barely handle level 6 ghosts." Thinking of the glowing mana in the mansion, he steeled himself. To fight them, he needed to drain all the mana cores of the Joshua family. Isaac ordered Observer to head to the annex. So, taking advantage of the clear blue sky, the two of them went off to read the book. Sitting by the door, he flipped through the research book while Observer hovered, full of anxiety. It drifted to the side. Master, are you okay? You look like you're about to be purified." Isaac gripped the book, How to Tear Apart the Bone King, reading it until his face went pale and hollow, his mind drifting away. His face twisted as he finished the page. He thought to himself, "Damn it, if I could just master holy power, learning these spells would be a piece of cake. Why is this getting so depressing the more I read?" Note: Isaac is still technically a baby who hasn't been weaned. He thought of another way. "I just need to manipulate his mind and make him teach me. That's all." As if realizing something, Observer smiled brightly and praised him. "Master, do you want to use black magic right in front of the priests? Are you planning to bury this house and then play the role of a villainous demon? That sounds cool, right?" Isaac looked at it, horrified, wondering, what on earth has happened to your personality in the last 150 years? While Observer flew around excitedly, Isaac rubbed his face, exhausted. "I can't grasp all this theory by myself." He yawned, acting sleepy. So Rai Joshua reached out to pick him up. "You look so tired, little one," he said, pulling him into his arms to soothe him. "I bet you've had a very busy day." By this point, he was actually feeling drowsy and could drift off at any moment. Observer followed him closely, silently confirming his thoughts. "That's right. Kids my age need to sleep 16 hours a day to grow. As Rai Joshua tucked him in, the blonde knight spotted the book and picked it up, curious. Rai Joshua said nothing. He just reached out his hand toward Isaac and cast a regeneration spell, instantly restoring his energy. Isaac beamed, full of joy. Oh, a spell! Excited, he tried to climb out to ask for more. Awesome! Do it again! Cast an attack spell. Observer flew over and whispered, My lord, please, just stay still. Observer added, You need to get to the annex as soon as possible. You can't hide your true self here, can you? It was like a thunderclap to the ears. His eyes widened in surprise. That's right, the annex. I have to get rid of these people as fast as possible. So, in front of the two, he deliberately started acting. But watching him, Observer felt weary. Who's gonna believe that half-assed acting? But it did manage to grab their attention. The blonde knight saw the scene and rubbed his nose, grinning. Lord Isaac falls asleep so fast. Meanwhile, Rai Joshua felt happy and honored. Such a wonderful child, so quick at everything. Observer was stunned. You fooled them all? They actually believe it? To keep the room quiet, the two decided to head out. It's getting late. Shall we head out? Yes, and I need to go get some training in, anyway. The plan was a complete success. Isaac lay there smirking, while Observer could only look bored. Amazing, he actually pulled it off. Suddenly, someone said, Although, that totem looks very dangerous. I think we should take it outside. That jolted Isaac wide awake. His eyes popped open. What? Rai Joshua threw the door open, calling it a precious object, the first totem that belonged to Isaac, and insisted on ensuring its safety. The blonde knight smiled and obeyed. Yes, sir. Isaac, meanwhile, was panicking. I still have to restore it. Who said you could take it? Rai Joshua added. I'll display it in the most visible spot. Isaac collapsed, tears welling up in his eyes, lying still. I haven't even had a chance to extract the mana from it yet, but I've still got a plan. He climbed up, looking ahead with interest. Fine then. I'll just suck the mana core in the annex dry instead. Let's do this. With his tiny body, he struggled to climb out and escape, leaving Observer exasperated. Are you really planning to crawl all the way to the annex? Do you think you'll even make it there today? Isaac was determined. I have a way. Open the door for me. Observer floated over. Sure, of course. At your command, though there's no way I'm carrying you there. When they flew over, Observer checked the door and exclaimed, Hey, your owner locked the door. The locking system is on the outside, and he even put a spell on it. Isaac had just managed to climb out and hadn't even sat up yet before he slumped over, cursing, Ugh, that annoying owner. In the silent space, he ordered it to break the door down, but Observer replied, They'll think you're being attacked and come swarming in here. You'll see. Suri Joshua was thinking about smashing it, so Isaac could only seethe with anger. He slammed his hand against the door to vent his frustration, his face scrunching up as he tried to use his tiny body to yank the door open. I'm going crazy here. I can't stand all this whispering from here to there. If I use magic, things will just get worse. Observer watched the scene, unable to hold back a laugh. How the hell am I supposed to escape? As he was thinking, the door suddenly swung open, catching him off guard and causing him to tumble. He let out a gasp. Suri Joshua was startled and blurted out, Huh. He opened the door fully and saw him sprawled on the floor. Seeing the sight, Suri Joshua wondered, this kid isn't even supposed to be able to walk yet. This is Gale Joshua's son, the candidate for holy succession of the Joshua family. Suri Joshua, age 5. Isaac looked up and realized this guy must be his enemy, but he was stunned when he noticed the blood. That made Observer explode in anger. He dares to harm my master. The 5-year-old Suri Joshua gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tight. Even a genius like me couldn't create such an artifact, so there's no way this punk Suri Joshua could have pulled it off. Suri Joshua was gathering his strength to unleash an attack, and upon seeing this, Isaac exclaimed with excitement. Oh? Suri Joshua gave a sinister laugh as he stared at him. I am the only one worthy of being canonized. Seeing someone covet what was rightfully his and brandish that power, Isaac felt nothing but contempt. He simply used his finger to control his favorite toy. This is how I'll deal with this arrogant brat, Joshua. Lost in his own train of thought, he flicked the toy straight at Suri Joshua's head, sending the boy tumbling backward. Isaac watched the scene with amusement and pointed forward, found myself a horse to ride. Meanwhile, Suri Joshua burst into tears and covered his face, angrily shouting, Do you even know who I am? Of course, seeing his face, Isaac recognized him immediately. You look just like that thug of an uncle. You must be his son, he whispered with a playful smirk. Isaac gripped the toy, his expression darkening with a sinister grin. I see you're gathering mana to attack me, aren't you? You little bastard. You deserve this. Isaac used his power to send the toy slamming repeatedly into Suri Joshua, leaving the boy curled up and struggling to defend himself. Seeing the scene, the whisper chimed in. What a beautiful strike, master, which only fueled Isaac to attack even harder. Listen up, you cocky brat. Get ready to be my horse. Unable to take it anymore, Suri Joshua channeled all his energy into his hands, manifesting a shield to hold off the attacks, his tears still streaming down, which caught Isaac off guard. Do you really think you're more talented than everyone else? Isaac heard the question, laughed, and replied casually, well, it's enough to make Rai Joshua lose his mind. What's so surprising? At my age, no one else can use third-tier holy defensive magic. To prove his point and humble him, Suri Joshua performed a feat that truly opened Isaac's eyes. Surprised a bit too early, aren't you? He then cast a third-tier holy attack spell, Holy Light, toward the sky. Isaac just watched, looking far from impressed. Suri Joshua was overjoyed, thinking he had finally surpassed Isaac. Take this! He aimed the full force of his power directly at him. Isaac simply looked up and whispered, Impressive, kid. You actually summoned 2 beams of holy light, but since the power was merely a mosquito bite to him, he chuckled and said, all right, thanks for the meal. He then used his own ability to dissolve the attack, leaving Suri Joshua in absolute shock. The boy could only stare helplessly as Isaac spoke. How? How could you amplify a defensive spell to that level? Isaac laughed as he toyed with him, leaving Suri Joshua feeling utterly defeated inside. How do you even know how to use that when I haven't even taught it to you yet? Now, the control was completely in Isaac's hands. While Suri Joshua looked around, terrified for his fate, Isaac beamed and exclaimed, Dea, thanks for the lesson. A massive surge of power was approaching. Suri Joshua watched in pure panic. No way! Isaac pointed a finger directly at Suri Joshua, causing the boy to freak out. Stop! He yelled, but it was already too late to turn back. A piercing scream rang out. Isaac watched the scene with a bright, radiant smile. Seeing him like that, the whisper didn't know what to say and could only approach him with a heavy sigh. The whole Rai Joshua family must be crazy, putting a dragon in a room full of newborns like this? As if realizing something important, Isaac stopped smiling and looked depressed. But master, at least you have extensive knowledge about dragons. As the whisper was telling him this, he looked down, puzzled. What's wrong with you again? Isaac was nervously biting his nails, beads of sweat dripping down. Ah, damn it. Now that I think about it, dragons are actually really dangerous. I've been scamming them for a long time. Hearing that, the whisper asked, just how many did you scam? Isaac recalled the chaotic scene as the dragons badmouthed him across the battlefield. That bastard scammed all the dragon whelps. What on earth did you sell to those kids? They aren't even 300 years old yet, and even some great wall dragons got scammed. The bony bastard counted them one by one and finally reached a conclusion. About 70 of them, maybe? Faced with that overwhelming number, Isaac panicked. This is bad. They have memories like leeches. They're going to recognize my soul. Unlike him, the whisper had already come up with a plan and didn't seem too devastated. Isn't this a great opportunity for me to swap places with you, master? Isaac could only grit his teeth, whispering to himself. I heard that. Driven into a corner with nowhere left to run, he made a decision. Having no other choice, the whisper turned into an artifact. Isaac rested his arm on it and looked down at Suri Joshua with eyes full of contempt. Dea, what are you doing? With that overwhelming power, Isaac looked down at Suri Joshua with a strong, authoritative gaze. Get out here, you little prick, and start carrying me. It was late at night, and Suri Joshua was trying to endure something. In the future, he would become a saint, break free from the cursed Rosua family, and become the Pope. But his misery had only just begun. As he tried to hold on, he gave it his all, his feet stomping hard on the ground to resist. And yes, he was forced to carry Isaac on his back. Isaac was as giddy as could be, while the boy was growing more exhausted by the second. This damn brat is. Isaac made a devious face, waving the toy in his hand to give orders. Dea, head to the annex building. Suri Joshua, not understanding a word of what was happening, was just exhausted and cursed under his breath. Why are you doing this? Do you know who I am? Before he could finish, the whisper emerged to threaten him, turning the boy's face purple as he didn't dare utter another word. Move it, before I tear you into 100 pieces, you lowly worm. Isaac was bored by the scene and showed no emotion, simply nodding in agreement. Yeah, let's focus on surviving and getting out of here first. Meanwhile, Suri Joshua was so terrified he started crying. Somebody, help me! And so, in the dead of night, Only his screams could be heard. Dea! To the left. Isaac shouted aggressively, while Suri Joshua stumbled about. He was gasping for air while carrying the burden on his back, but Isaac just looked down, tapping his toy and scolding him. Dea! Do you want to die? Wake up! Suri Joshua felt completely baffled by his high-maintenance personality. In the middle of the night, where do you think you're going? The rustling of the wind made Suri Joshua stop in his tracks, afraid to move forward. His face turned pale as he looked ahead. Directly in front of them was none other than the second annex building of the Joshua family. Suri Joshua screamed in panic. The haunted house! The whisper laughed heartily, while Isaac acted calm, trying to uncover the secrets behind it. Only Suri Joshua was terrified, his jaw hanging open. Why did this madman drag me here? Many people have died here, so the head of the house strictly forbids entry. The two smiled gleefully, about to execute their plan. The whisper spoke in a low voice. Well, looks like there are dozens of them in here. You must have spent decades of brutal, life-risking training to scrape together this much mana. This building ahead looks like a treasure chest to you, doesn't it? Isaac beamed, pointing straight ahead as he commanded, Let's go, kid. Suri Joshua, having been pestered by him the whole way, finally caught on. You want to go inside? No, we can't. The elders specifically forbid it. Before he could even finish, that whisper returned, a threat that silenced him instantly. Shut up and keep moving, puppy. The old building flickered with a faint light. Two small figures crept into the annex. Isaac's voice echoed everywhere, while he had to drag himself along, trembling in fear. The house was run down and desolate. He couldn't help but sigh. The inside was even worse. He was exhausted, having had no time to rest. Scanning the room, he spotted something strange and mused. Huh? Wait, that's... The whisper checked it and reported back to him. The entire building had been sealed off. Every door here had some kind of barrier protecting it. Hearing that, he slumped back against Suri Joshua with a groan. Ugh, what a pain. Suri Joshua, already feeling the weight of the situation, trembled. Terrified and drained, he looked up at Isaac, pleading, Hey, let's just go back. Everything here is locked. Suddenly, Isaac grabbed him by the head, shouting. Suri Joshua's eyes went wide. Ah, what are you doing? Let go! Just as he was about to tell his little brother to stop attacking, he froze. Looking at the scene before him, he stood there in stunned silence. It was as if the previous household heads understood exactly what Isaac was up to. He had been told to give up since he was little. You're still aiming for the position of household head? But it's useless. The next head is going to be me. Isaac didn't care for that arrogant attitude. He just used his power to manipulate a few small items. With a flick, he shattered the portrait. Suri, Joshua's eyes bulged in panic. Our ancestors, he shrieked. Isaac didn't seem to hear him. He just kept smashing the toys to pieces. Suri Joshua clutched his head, unable to believe his eyes. Are you crazy? What are you doing to the portraits of our ancestors? Just as Isaac predicted, once the portrait was smashed, he retracted his toy and grinned. That's right. Why on earth would anyone put a barrier on a portrait? The whisper checked again. Excited, the barrier was broken. Master! Hearing that, Isaac was overjoyed. Good. He immediately turned into a cat and darted off to find the truth. Let's go. Unlike Isaac's exhilarated expression, Suri Joshua was spiraling. Hey, where do you think you're going? Not only did he dash off, but he kept rolling further away, leaving Suri Joshua completely dumbfounded. Hey, have you lost your mind? After causing all this chaos, where are you going? Isaac kicked the door wide open. Inside were all the things he had been looking for, and he broke into a radiant smile. Wow, incredible. He had one more thing to take care of. He cast his Gaba whisper to lock the door. It slowly creaked shut while Suri Joshua scrambled toward it in a panic. Hey, stop! Stop it! What are you doing? A look of pure contempt flashed across Isaac's face. He thought to himself, a child like you doesn't need to know. Hey, kid. Once finished, he sat down straight and let out a long breath. Phew, let's get started. Suddenly, blue smoke like spirit energy radiated from him, and his eyes glowed brilliantly. Outside, Suri Joshua was frantic, banging on the door incessantly. Get out right now. Hurry, I'm going to tell the elders everything. I'll tell them everything and get you kicked out. Just as he was pounding on the door, someone approached. The familiar sound made Suri Joshua break out in a cold sweat. Rai Joshua asked, What are you doing here? Suri Joshua spun around, ready to rat out all the crimes Isaac had committed. Uncle, you're just in time. Isaac, that monster. But before he could finish, someone behind him scolded. What do you think you're doing, Suri? Regardless of the reason, you know you're not allowed in the annex. What were you thinking? Bringing Isaac here? Suri Joshua was baffled. He just let out a nervous, empty laugh. In everyone else's eyes, Isaac had become a poor victim, kidnapped by a sinister mastermind. Everyone started the woman continued. Do you have any idea how many people saw you carrying Isaac here on your back? Plus, there are traces of holy attack magic in Isaac's room. You are responsible for all of this, understand? Those words of judgment made Suri Joshua back away, protesting in fear. No, it's true, I brought him here, and some of it was my holy attack magic. But Rai Joshua gently patted Suri Joshua on the shoulder, warning him, you've crossed the line this time. No matter what, you harassed a child who hasn't even been weaned yet. You locked Isaac in here. Hearing that, Suri Joshua panicked even more, his smile completely vanishing. I didn't lock him in. Isaac went in on his own. Just then, a noise came from inside, startling everyone. Rai Joshua approached the door and called out, Isaac? Are you in there? Did you lock the door? Good heavens. As Rai Joshua pried the door open, his expression darkened. Isaac was crying loudly inside, making Rai Joshua gasp. Isaac! The woman looked at the pathetic scene, feeling a pang of pity. Are you okay, Isaac? Oh my, the poor boy looks terrified. Suri Joshua stood there, stunned, not knowing how to react. Rai Joshua stroked Isaac's hair pityingly. At least he's safe. He seems scared, but it looks like nothing actually happened to him. Isaac buried his face in his hands, sobbing. Rai Joshua shot Suri Joshua a death glare before carrying Isaac away, not forgetting to add, Suri Joshua, you should be ashamed of yourself. He didn't look back, leaving Suri Joshua to stammer, feeling completely framed. No, it's not like that. It really isn't, Uncle. Just then, Isaac let out a soft thank you. Suri Joshua was baffled. Then, a wicked, cruel grin spread across Isaac's face. Thanks to you, I had a great meal. Suri Joshua saw that look and nearly collapsed. He couldn't clear his name of this injustice, that little bastard. They were all suspicious of each other, thinking it through. Why does that kid look like he's burning up? Isn't it freezing in here? A kid that small, and already. Isaac held the flame in his hand, excited. The yield was even higher than he thought. In just one go, he had absorbed mana equivalent to 100 years of grueling training. He pulled the flame into himself. With this much mana, finally, I can put that plan into motion. He grinned so wide his face looked distorted and terrifying. Rai Joshua simply thought, looks like Isaac was truly terrified. The early morning light crept in. As Isaac was researching with the whisper, a voice suddenly echoed, Isaac, I want to introduce someone to you. Rai Joshua introduced her kindly. This is Asili. From now on, she will be your assistant. Asili placed her hand over her heart and introduced herself briefly. My name is Asili Lar, a holy knight of the Joshua family. After the introduction, she knelt and pledged, I will serve you until my dying breath. While Observer looked relieved, the young master only felt weary. Isaac Joshua pondered the situation, deep in thought. They had sent someone to keep an eye on him because of the previous incident. Right away, he used his tiny body to point directly at her in a threatening gesture. Dada, he signaled, leaving her confused. He put his hand on his head, scowling to scare her off. Daduda, get out of my sight. Neither of them understood a thing. Watching the scene, everyone around them looked baffled. Thinking she had successfully conveyed her thoughts, Asili approached young master Isaac Joshua. With a shy, pleading look, she asked, May I pinch your cheeks just once? Rai Joshua, standing behind, beamed with joy, seeing them get along so well, while Isaac could only sigh in frustration. Why are there so many crazy people in this house? Rai Joshua reached into his inner pocket to take something out and said, this is a gift from your uncle. It's so beautiful. It looks like it's been silver-plated 100%, and it even has a scent. Isaac looked at the gift, feeling puzzled. Did you pick that up from the trash? Observer looked on, completely exasperated. I thought I misheard him, but it seems the Joshua family really is in a financial crisis. How could he call this a gift worthy of the master's first birthday? As he was complaining, Asili looked on in absolute astonishment. Oh my God, isn't this the sacred heirloom of the saintess? Hearing that, Isaac, half doubting, picked it up to examine it. Seeing it was the saintess's heirloom, Rai Joshua ruffled his hair and explained, Your uncle took it from the council just for you. After inspecting it, Isaac realized, it's the real deal. This is the ring the saintess used in the battle against me, an ancient ring containing a sliver of holy power. As he held it, it emitted a pale yellow-white smoke. The holy power inside was incredible. He held the ring with a calculating look. It looked like it might break after being used once or twice, but he knew how to fix it. Furthermore, casting his eyes elsewhere, he saw Gael standing in the corner with a furious expression. Staring fixedly at him made Isaac even more certain. That man's expression guaranteed that this was the real thing, glaring at his tiny nephew as if he wanted to wipe him out. Gael Joshua suddenly approached, leaving Isaac confused. "Ah ha ha, my precious little nephew." He forced a laugh, fawning over his beloved nephew with a look so fake it was painful. "Oh, how adorable you are. I hope you feel comfortable here." But from the moment he got close, Isaac felt uncomfortable and jumped in shock. Inside his heart, he was screaming, "What the hell? This is so creepy." Observer looked just as worried. Perhaps he's gone mad. Inside, the man was just as conflicted. "Damn it, everything is getting too complicated. I broke the blessing device in the relic vault so it wouldn't receive any blessings. But I never expected them to bring out the Saintess's heirloom as a substitute like this." The grandmother handed the ring to Isaac and said, "Since Isaac didn't receive a blessing, we had to give this to him." Gael Joshua panicked upon hearing the Saintess's heirloom. He pointed at himself and shouted, "Give that to the other kid." She looked at Gael and asked. She gave it to Isaac and sighed, waving her hand. "Hasn't he already received the blessing of the Holy See? Don't be greedy, go back." Gael remembered and ground his teeth in anger. He had planned to pretend to donate it to the Holy See while stealing it. The kid couldn't possibly understand the true value of an heirloom. He pretended to adjust his coat and lamented, "Tsk, tsk. If you were going to choose a gift, you should have picked something better. That thing is useless." Rai Joshua heard that and angrily retorted, "Useless? How can you speak of the Saintess's item that way?" Gael smiled wickedly at Rai Joshua and pulled out another ring box to persuade him. "He's your precious nephew too. How could you give him such a useless thing?" He opened the ring box, full of sparkle, to tempt him. "This ring has been blessed directly by the Holy See. In the relic vault, this would certainly be more useful. This is an incredibly precious item that Isaac could never otherwise obtain." Rai Joshua stood there in silence, not knowing what to say. So, Gael Joshua pushed the ring box toward Isaac. "See, I'm right, aren't I? Now, give me that old dirty ring." Isaac sneered and threw the box straight at Gael, making the man spit blood, not forgetting to remind him, "Get lost." Isaac took Gael's ring box, snapped it shut, and said, "This trash, isn't it radiating the stench of the Pope?" Then, to Gael's utter shock, he threw the ring box straight up into the sky. "Get lost along with it." The ring was thrown without mercy, making Gael scream. "Oh!" He quickly ordered others. "What are you doing? Go find the ring, quickly." Isaac looked over and saw Rai Joshua staring at him. "That ring is worth 1,000 times more than the one I gave you. And yet, you still chose my gift?" Isaac held the ring in his hand and grinned brightly. Rai Joshua reached out to him happily. "Isaac, my beloved nephew." Then Rai Joshua and Asili tossed him into the air with pure joy. "From now on, I will give you the very best things. Hooray for young Master Isaac." Meanwhile, the other ring was currently being salvaged. Someone complained, "It's too deep, young master." But Gael Joshua stood on the side, urging them to find it at any cost, telling them to risk their lives to retrieve it. While Isaac was being tossed, he chuckled to himself, "I already cast a weight spell on it. They'll never find it." Observer heard this and praised him happily. As expected of the master, the resolve to never touch a putrid item is truly admirable. But before he could even finish smiling, Isaac told him to go pick it up tomorrow, leaving Observer completely stunned. "Me?" Isaac asked. "Don't tell me it's me?" Observer let out an ah. Isaac explained, "That thing is very valuable. I'm going to sell it." As for Gael, having lost the trail of the ring, he clutched his head and screamed, "UVAHHA!" In his room, Gael slammed his fist against the table. "That little brat," and bowed his head, sighing endlessly. He doesn't know how expensive that thing is. In this situation, he realized he was cornered, so he just waved his hand and gave up. Ah, whatever. I bet he doesn't even know how to use an ancient ring. Before him, the person just stayed silent, nervously watching Gael talk about the Saintess's ring. That thing can only be used by someone who cannot use holy magic. It requires absorbing the holy power of at least 20 people to activate it. This is impossible. A challenging look appeared on his face, and he laughed sinisterly, wondering, I wonder if even 10 people will show up to his birthday party. And so, the next morning arrived. Crowds of people were flocking in, laughing and chatting happily. Asili carried Isaac in her arms, looking out in awe. Amazing! There are over 148 Saintess candidates, including nobles and servants. There are about 4,000 people present. Today, all the Duke families have arrived, along with dozens of marquee families. The emperor is here, too. Even other nations have sent their own saintess candidates. Isn't that just great? Asili is holding him so tightly, yet he looks so frail and sickly, barely able to catch his breath. Looking at the crowd, he sighs with boredom. Seeing the whole scene makes him feel incredibly weary, and he thinks to himself, why are there so many saintess candidates? Are the gods just bored and scattering their powers everywhere? As he whispers this, he only gets a reply. They really are the type to do something like that. Rai Joshua, standing nearby, can't help but find it strange. He ponders for a moment, thinking, I didn't expect this. I thought no one would show up because they'd suspect it's a trap. Of course they wouldn't think it's a trap. No sooner had my friend finished speaking than the door suddenly swung open. Long time no see, Rai. This is the head of one of the 3 merchant guilds in the Empire, and the best friend of Count Simon. His sudden appearance catches Rai Joshua off guard. Simon, you came too? Simon flashes a bright, beaming smile to share the good news. The rumor has spread all over the Empire, so of course I had to come. Everyone knows this isn't a trap, so they decided to participate. Besides, all the weak sons of the Rai Joshua family are here anyway. Hearing that, both Rai Joshua and Asili give a slight nod. Simon continues happily. Not to mention what the head of the Joshua family has wagered. How could I not come? Even the Pope's family will show up eventually. Hearing that, he feels a little less tired and turns his head, curious to hear more. What did she wager? Rai Joshua, naturally, doesn't believe such an absurd thing, and replies, don't talk nonsense. There is no way the Pope's family would participate. Simon just sighs and jokes around. Just a guess. There's no way those unfriendly royals would show up on Joshua territory. They hate this place, because there are too many commoners, except for the Geliobaris family. As he keeps running his mouth, Rai Joshua warns him. Simon, keep your voice down. But Simon just keeps going, completely ignoring the advice. Why should I? My son, Armon, is also a saintess candidate. Besides, this event is hosted by the Joshua family. The Pope's family has no reason to get involved here. Suddenly, a figure appears out of nowhere, walking slowly toward them, reaching out to open the door. At this moment, Rai Joshua is still trying to advise him, you need to be careful with your words. Don't mind that dame. She always looks like she just stepped in something. Just as he's halfway through, the door bursts open. All 3 of them freeze and look toward the entrance. The person speaks up. They say there's nothing more dangerous than a vulgar friend. Turns out, the wisdom of the ancients was right all along. That sudden appearance makes Simon go pale. He never expected this. Simon slowly backs away, avoiding that terrifying pressure, while Rai Joshua realizes immediately that it is none other than Geliobaris. He looks inside, grinning as he tells the 3 of them, just think the weakling of the Rai Joshua family is actually hosting an event like this. I hope your kid can pull something out of the sacred treasury to save this family's reputation. I was curious to see what kind of kid the Joshua family would claim is a saintess candidate. And yet, I haven't even met them. Asili seems to notice his gaze and pulls him into a tight hug. He laughs with satisfaction and continues. Well, anyway, this is an opportunity for you. Placing a hand on his chest, a terrifying aura radiates from him. I sincerely pray that the saintess candidate can raise the reputation of your family. Rai Joshua can't help but feel terrified inside. This is a scheme staged by the Holy See. Dozens of people are wearing black cloaks with glowing golden eyes. The number of saintess candidates jumping from 25 to 148 in just the last week was already very strange. The only explanation is that the Holy See is turning a blind eye to the candidates appearing from nowhere. Even so, their fate is to bleed out on the magic circle. Everyone wants their child to be a saintess candidate. When children like that are brought into the sacred treasury, they can't help but try to eliminate the weakest rivals. Rai Joshua clenches his fists, unable to hide his anxiety. They might even hurt the boy in the chaos. If that happens, he thinks, looking at him with worry, Isaac will be in danger. While Rai Joshua is incredibly worried, he is completely oblivious to the world, picking his nose, not even knowing what's going on. The sacred statue, the symbol of the family, glows brilliantly, a boy from the Joshua family. Sparkling light radiates from the sacred statue. Beyond his outstanding appearance and the family's reputation, he is completely useless. The statue is just a child who only knows how to hide in someone's arms and fall asleep. The atmosphere is tense. However, for those who want to seize the superior status of the Rai Joshua family, or those who want to earn the favor of the Pope's family, and those who hate the saintess lineage so many hands want to reach for that brilliant light, that child of Rai Joshua is nothing but the perfect prey. At this moment, a mysterious person hands over a vial and orders, "So, go mess with that Joshua brat a little." Make it so he doesn't die, but can't do anything. The child takes the vial and carries out that important task. The mission is to mix this potion into his water and use holy poison. Let's teach the kid just how cruel the world can be. However, many vials are already scattered on the floor. Turn him into a laughingstock in front of everyone, to the shock of all the attendees, and declare to the world that the Joshua brat can never become a saint. He is holding each vial, drinking them down one by one, having already finished the others. After drinking, he wipes his mouth, feeling refreshed and excited. Wow, that's so delicious. He is still happy about having just dealt with them, while everyone else is terrified. Guys, I'm scared. How many bottles did he drink? The person who assigned the high and mighty task can only stay silent. He tosses the empty bottle forward and commands, "Haha, bring me more. This poison can't kill me." He causes someone to get hurt, while he just shakes the vial vigorously. "Give me more." Everyone watching is horrified, and the person who was hit earlier starts sobbing. "I want to go home." People witnessing the scene are worried. So scary. So, two people are gossiping about him. "What's wrong with that kid? I thought you put a laxative in there. Gilio Barris, did you take the wrong bottle?" Ugh, it's so weird. "I don't think that's it. Just go." While they are still wondering, someone clutches their face in disappointment. Why does he keep drinking the poisoned bottles? Ugh, how shameful. Stop tarnishing the Joshua name. Clearly, the Saintess candidate has issues. So, while he is drinking comfortably, Suri Joshua slowly approaches. Then she firmly snatches the vials away and yells, "Stop drinking. Are you that thirsty?" That makes him spit the water right out. Suddenly, Suri Joshua offers him a vial, which makes his eyes itch. "If you want to drink, drink this." Before she could even finish her sentence, he throws the vial straight at her face and screams, "Hey, it's not poisonous." You collapsed and fell to the floor. Meanwhile, he was grabbing onto someone else's clothes, demanding that bottle, leaving everyone confused. "Dada, give it here, give that super toxin to me." That left people wondering why he was acting so hyper. But this was the saint's poison. Hearing that, someone was startled and quickly tried to stop him. "Are you crazy? If he drinks that, he's dead." Hearing that, he panicked. The saint's poison. Without a second thought, he leaped up, eyes glowing, dying to get his hands on that bottle full of poison. "Boo-ha! Give it here! Give it here!" The onlookers were terrified and started screaming. He wasn't about to back down. He lunged into a scuffle with them, fighting to snatch the bottle away. The crowd started whispering and buzzing. It seemed he had an extraordinary resistance to poison. "I heard that some people can reach a level where they naturally manifest toxins while training their holy power." What? Are you saying he's already reached that level? But why is he only targeting the bottle with the poison? Could it be that he's trying to make sure no one else drinks it because it's so dangerous? While everyone was busy speculating, Suri Joshua seemed to give up on life, quietly sitting in a corner and pondering his existence. "That's absurd, isn't it?" A voice rang out, making Suri Joshua look back in surprise. "You mean to tell me he's sacrificing himself?" That sudden appearance left everyone wide-eyed. Even Suri Joshua couldn't believe his eyes. He jumped up, completely rattled. "Kina Barris? Why is he here? I didn't hear anything about the Pope's family participating." This was a direct descendant of the Pope's Barris family. The others witnessing this couldn't help but ask, "Wait, that's Kina Barris. Why is the Pope's family at the Saintess's treasury?" Suddenly, all eyes shifted to Isaac, who was gulping down the bottle full of poison. Victory was his. "Oh, well, I guess we know who the winner is now." Inside, he felt satisfied. "Oh ho." Kina Barris looked at him and pondered for a moment. "So, this is the kid who's basically guaranteed to become a saint? But can that pure hair color even exist in the Barris Pope family? Is it dyed?" Recalling the colors that this family held, Kina Barris concluded that everyone else in that family had hair the color of dung. After a moment of thought, Kina Barris gave a faint smile and spoke up. "Is it really that strange for someone from the Pope's family to appear at the Saintess's treasury? The Pope's family leads all the clergy. Therefore, the Saintess's treasury belongs to our family as well." Suri Joshua heard that and stared at Kina Barris, who held his head high, grinning broadly as he announced loudly, "I'm simply here to take what's mine. Why do you find that strange?" Yet, in contrast, everyone who looked at him thought he was a lunatic, not a normal person. He looked on with nothing but disdain. Seeing that arrogant way of speaking, he was definitely from the Pope's family. Watching the golden aura of power surrounding Kina Barris, he silently confirmed it. That kid was a total monster. His holy power alone surpassed that of a bishop. The #1 saint candidate was calculating things in his head with a sense of boredom when Kina Barris began to insult the Joshua family. using such a crude method to humiliate the host. And you call yourselves saint candidates? How pathetic. What's the point of bothering a child? Being brave enough to taunt an entire family left everyone stunned. Then, Kinabaris slowly approached him. A baby couldn't possibly have poison resistance, he thought, kneeling down to look at him with a cheerful smile. He must be protected by the saintess's power. Isaac felt nothing but pity in his heart. His family just inherits stupidity. Kinabaris channeled power into his palm, intending to purify him. Poor thing. Don't worry. Let me detoxify you, little one. The people attending the event were shocked. He's already able to use holy healing spells? Look at the size of his holy power. At least level 5. That's a good thing. But I can see the intent behind that look. Oh, this kid is up to something. He's trying to use me to show off his skills? You're pretty sharp, I'll give you that. But just as Kinabaris was showing off his power, Isaac happily slapped his hand away, bam, making the holy power vanish instantly. While his face was still swollen from the slap, someone noticed and shouted, "The holy power is gone." That left Kinabaris in utter shock. He stared at Isaac. Isaac, meanwhile, happily slid out of his grip, not forgetting to speak up. Dada. Kinabaris still couldn't believe his eyes, thinking to himself, my holy power was neutralized? That's impossible. Not by a kid like that. Is he stronger than me? Kinabaris couldn't trust his own hands. They trembled, his face turned pale, and he became furious, glaring at Isaac, who was crawling away. You, Joshua Vermin. Seeing that, he was also angry and crushed the bottle, his eyes threatening Kinabaris. Da. What are you looking at? Da. I'll take this bottle and smash your head in. Before he could finish his sentence, he was grabbed by Suri Joshua. Don't do that. The slap accidentally flew straight into Suri Joshua's face. Witnessing that scene, everyone was terrified. It doesn't matter if they're family. He slapped someone who was trying to save him. How disrespectful. Kinabaris was left dumbfounded by the sight. Everyone started gossiping again when they saw the two physically interacting. Do they really think they have a chance against the Pope's family? Does he really think he can protect him? Isaac struggled to escape Suri Joshua's arms. You idiots. If it weren't for me, you'd have had a bottle to the head. Kinabaris, after witnessing this interesting scene, was amused. It's fine. I must have surprised him. After all, he's just a baby. So, the kid waved at everyone and slowly turned to leave, not forgetting to mock them. That's enough. Good luck, you Joshua brats. At least try to pick up some mud to save the family's dignity. Suri Joshua was trying to hold Isaac back. He was fuming, glaring at Kinabaris. The kid just turned to give a reminder, but of course, the best treasure here will be mine. The Rai Joshua family wouldn't even dare to get close to the skeleton of the Demon King. That hit him like a thunderbolt. The kid left, not forgetting to leave behind a disdainful smile. Suri Joshua watched Kinabaris leave, feeling confused. What an annoying kid. What is he doing, causing such a stir? Before he could finish, Isaac grabbed his collar, shouting frantically, Gail Joshua Gia. Duh, what did that white-haired jerk just say? Suri Joshua thought he had angered Isaac, so he shouted and then collapsed to take the hit. Isaac kept attacking his father, asking, Dada, what did he say about the skeleton of the Demon King? Suri Joshua lay on the floor, begging, What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Stop pulling me. In his panic, Suri Joshua let slip the very thing Isaac had been looking for all this time. The family head promised to grant secret techniques to whoever brings the skeleton of the Demon King. Isaac heard it like a lightning strike, sweat starting to pour down. The household head promised to bestow secret techniques upon anyone who brought the remains of the Skeleton King. Hearing that, he felt like he'd been struck by lightning, breaking out into a cold sweat. He collapsed on the floor, groaning in frustration. Melissa, you dried up old bone, he seethed, his mind fixated on the skeletal remains wrapped in ribbons, infuriated by the thought of her lounging around in peace. Are you toying with my body? Once things settled down, everyone was chatting away. Suri Joshua sat in the corner, contemplating life, while he couldn't stop fidgeting. After a moment, he gazed up at the sky, deep in thought. A massive, imposing skeleton appeared in his mind's eye. I've accumulated centuries worth of mana in this body. If I could just get my hands on that, reaching level 10 would be a breeze. But those brats are guarding every corner. There's no way to get it out. He glared at the group, his menacing aura pressing down on them. Suddenly, everyone felt a wave of panic wash over them, though none of them knew why. As Suri Joshua sat there, paralyzed by anxiety, he irritably tossed the vial aside and muttered to himself, Screw it. Whoever stands in my way just gets trampled. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone, gather round. The elder stepped into the center of the children and advised. We're leaving soon, so listen closely. And with that, he began spinning a tale, instantly piquing the curiosity of the children around him. This archive of relics is a sacred sanctuary. It holds the holy artifacts of the saints of old. He looked on, utterly bored. The guy was rambling about history again. At this rate, we'll never get out of here. How dull. He turned to leave, not forgetting to leave a message behind. I'm heading out. Suri Joshua was startled, scrambling to his feet to stop him. Wait. Huh? Hey, where are you going? He planted his feet, braced himself, and then whoosh, he vanished, sending a cloud of dust into the air that forced the others to cover their eyes. The elder stopped his story, stunned by the sight. Suri Joshua stared ahead and shouted, Elder, who was that? At that moment, he was grinning from ear to ear, zooming ahead at breakneck speed, putting the holy techniques he'd just learned to good use. The elder was too shocked to even stop him, only managing to gasp. Isaac, no! That's a restricted area. Stop that brat. Right in front of everyone, he bolted like a flash, disappearing from sight, leaving everyone scrambling to catch up. At the Rosua family banquet hall, everyone stood frozen, dumbfounded. Asili clutched her chest, trembling with worry. I hope the young master is all right. Meanwhile, Gail Joshua just leaned against a pillar, watching in silence. Just then, someone announced, We've established a connection to the interior of the relic archive. The spirit beasts are following the third-place candidate, so we will provide updates. The first gate of the archive has opened, and the candidates are entering. Gael Joshua couldn't hide his anxiety. They're already in? Soon, the status of each contestant was announced. The candidate currently in third place is Armand. Simon cheered loudly. That's my boy. In second place is Suri Joshua. The sudden announcement caused Gael Joshua to lose his composure. Huh? Then he stammered. I mean, that's my son. And in first place is Isaac Rosua. Just as Isaac's name was announced, a frantic scream pierced the air, leaving the two men bewildered. But then, using his incredible speed, he zoomed right up to them. Meanwhile, the poor elder was trying to keep up, gasping for air in his old age. It was Jack Joshua, wheezing so hard he could barely stand, managing only to yell, Isaac, please! Not there! If you go that way, the traps will activate. Before he could even finish his sentence, he accidentally stepped right into a trap, and the elder was zapped with electricity on the spot. Suri Joshua watched the scene and could only shout, Oh, elder! One by one, the mechanisms were triggered by the other children. It wasn't just giant blades swinging around. A series of explosions sent the kids screaming, Mommy, help me! Suri Joshua didn't call out to anyone. He just ran for his life, screaming at the top of his lungs. You idiot! Why would you rush in there and cause all this chaos? The trial of the archive is already life-threatening enough. Now we have to dodge traps meant for intruders too. He kept charging forward, completely ignoring everyone's desperate attempts to stop him. So, this is the door leading to the second archive. As he slowly crawled toward the door, an announcement blared. Second trap activated. As he approached the side entrance of the second archive, Suri Joshua pleaded desperately, Isaac, don't go in there. Observer, smiling, flew toward him to offer praise. Truly marvelous, Master. Thanks to the mana you absorbed in the annex, I've leveled up. He didn't forget to offer his own well wishes to Observer. Good. Now I can make you work even harder. Hearing that, Observer could only say, damn it. Nearly successful, he commanded Observer. Now, go catch all of them and bring them back. Observer zoomed off immediately to follow orders. Yes, Master. Observer flew toward the children ahead. Someone was just saying, I didn't expect it to be this difficult. Suddenly, he was lifted into the air, utterly confused. The others were green with envy, bickering. How can he fly? His family must have taught him that in advance. That's so unfair. Nobody knew, only the kid was feeling helpless, crying on the inside. No, you idiots! They didn't teach me anything. As Observer carried him off, humming, Suri Joshua begged from his dangling position, completely out of control. Please, put me down. Observer cheerfully announced, Master, I've caught the messenger, and tossed him to the ground without a hint of mercy. He sat there, delighted by the sudden arrival. Suri Joshua, bruised and bleeding from being thrown, angrily warned, Stop this madness. I don't know how you passed the first trial of the Archive of Destiny's selection, but from the second archive onwards, a single mistake could cost you your life. You have to face your fears and choose the difficult path to sharpen your senses. Too tired to listen to the lecture, he zapped Suri Joshua into silence. With a scowl, he reminded him, You're too noisy. Seeing the guy unconscious and smelling like burnt toast, he began his own adventure. Whatever. Now, explain. What's in the second archive? While he was still responsive, Suri Joshua warned him, "Once you enter the archive, you absolutely must not attack the enemies. Do you understand? Don't attack them." He heard the words but didn't get it at all, pointing back with a confused look. "Hey, what kind of nonsense are you spewing? Why shouldn't I attack the enemies?" Not knowing the rules and just charging in made Suri Joshua furious. That is the only way to pass the second archive. No matter what appears, you just have to stand still for 3 minutes until they disappear. Please, tell me you understand. If you don't, we're both going to die. He just looked up at the sky, tuning everything out, trusting only in himself. What a load of crap. You're testing my patience. Suri Joshua, in pain, tried to sit up and continue. People have actually died because of this. As for him, he couldn't care less and just crawled forward, saying it was a breeze, super easy. He crawled ahead, touched the door, looked at the kid, and said, "Haha, as long as we don't attack, it's fine, right? 3 minutes for Hadua isn't an issue at all." Just like that, he touched it. The door glowed gold and announced something important. "Welcome to the 8th floor. Patience is a virtue and a form of cold rationality. Stay calm and keep your resolve unshaken." He put on an innocent face, one that could get away with anything, to receive those words. "Your patience will lead you to the light." Elsewhere, footsteps slowly echoed. 4 kids were trying to push deeper inside. At this moment, one of them asked fearfully, are you sure we're okay? We're at the end, you know?" Kina Barris looked back with firm certainty. "There's no reason for us to take the dangerous path ahead. Meat shields can do that for us. And did you forget there's an 8th-rank demon standing at the entrance of the second storage room? Surely those who went before will be stuck there." Knowing that makes everyone feel a bit more at ease. Kina Barris pointed forward and happily told everyone, "See? Brilliant golden lights emitting from the end of the path caught them by surprise." Kina Barris stared straight ahead and said, "The trial has begun." Back to Isaac's perspective. The door had gradually finished opening. He looked at the scene in front of him and complained that it was heavy, while Suri Joshua was trying to regain his strength. Don't get distracted. A silhouette and familiar earrings gradually appeared, and, unexpectedly, the curly-haired god showed up to grant a blessing through words, saying, "Your patience will lead you to the light." And before the god could even finish the blessing, he committed a sin by electrocuting him right before that impressive appearance. Damn it, what the hell is this? Keep in mind, it's only been 3 seconds. He was angry enough as it was, but dragging Suri Joshua into this situation made the kid absolutely terrified. Thinking back to that claim that 3 minutes wasn't an issue, he couldn't help but regret it, crying out to the heavens and screaming, "Ah, you're truly insane." Observer approached to observe, but the door suddenly turned dark and slammed shut. He clenched his fists, getting angry. "Gah, how can I be patient when I've already seen the face of a god?" The whispering side agreed. "I think 3 seconds is already long enough." The door turned black and gradually opened to make an announcement. "You have failed. For those who cannot endure, a root-filled arm is clinging to the door. Let divine punishment descend." A massive shadow appeared in front of the two, roaring menacingly. Suri Joshua, at this point, resigned himself to his fate, waiting for death. "It's over. We're done for." Meanwhile, he was gathering red energy in the palm of his hand. He positioned his arm to focus those beams of light into a lethal force. Then he unleashed a strike that pierced through the monster, making it howl in agony. Suri Joshua hadn't even died yet, but his jaw dropped at that terrifying power. The monster's entire back had been pierced right through the stomach. He let go of his anger, while the kid still hadn't recovered, only able to think to himself, "What the hell is this?" One move and the monster was blown apart, with dirt and rocks flying everywhere. He looked at the thing that had just been defeated, then looked down at the ground, wondering, "Is this rank 8? Are you kidding me?" While he was angry about having no worthy opponents, a voice echoed, "This golem was created by the magic of my subordinate. Those monsters had their identities hidden by the destructive power radiating from them. The Devil's Disciple, a minion of the Skeleton Demon King, 14 spirit entities. This is their unique magic." Hearing that, then looking at the wreckage in front of him, he couldn't help but wonder, did they work like dogs for the Rai Joshua family? Gelio Barris. Could this place be related to my own body? To solve the mystery, he decided he had to see for himself. So, he quickly left to find the truth. But Suri Joshua, who was supposed to be keeping an eye on him, tried to stop him. "Hey, where are you going?" Suddenly, a voice appeared, leaving Suri Joshua confused, while he just felt annoyed. "Aha, I didn't expect the Joshua brats to actually be useful to me." Grabbing the bushes, that person slowly stepped out, pointed directly at the two, and said loudly, "See? I told you the Joshuas knew how to pass the trial. This is Gelio Barris, one of the 5 faithful, the third son of the Duke of Cpini family. The confident kid stood in front, rewarding himself with a bright smile. Thanks for defeating the gatekeeper for us. Now move aside, we will be the first to enter the second storage. You have no idea how much we suffered because of that brat. That's right. If you go in first, you'll trigger the traps. They slowly approached amidst Suri Joshua's anxiety, while he didn't care at all, just thinking, there are still this many survivors? Near Capit pointed straight at Suri Joshua and wouldn't stop criticizing. I didn't expect the Rai Joshua brats to do something so despicable. Suri Joshua, you're working with him, right? The kid was stammering, not understanding why they were being lumped together, while he was chuckling, enjoying the interesting scene. Suri Joshua knelt down to clear his name. I'm not with him. We aren't. Didn't I say no? Can't you hear? Near from the CP family knelt down, looked at him, and arrogantly told everyone, you saw this kid dodge all the traps, didn't you? You think he could do that on his own? He was watching with wide eyes, seeing how these people were making a fool of themselves. The kid discovered the precious item on his neck, the ring, and shouted, see, it's an artifact. Without a word, he snatched it right off, to his surprise. This ring definitely contains something. Everyone, look here. With this, we can avoid all the traps ahead. While the kid was still showing off about the mysterious benefits to everyone else, Suri Joshua could only give up. He misunderstood the situation. He picked at his hand while thinking a few things. He's sitting still, making me worry. He's not the type of person to let others take his stuff. Having gotten what he wanted, Near Capet from the CP family dragged the whole group along, not forgetting to shoo them away. Get back, you Joshuas. Thinking of the future, the kid became even more excited and amused. You will bring back the remains of the skeleton demon king. Something no one has ever done will be me, and no one else. The third son of the Duke's family, Gelio Barris, Near Capet was happily shouting that name when he suddenly stepped on a trap. Before he could understand what was about to happen, a red light gradually emerged and then boom, it vanished. He couldn't even smile for a few seconds, leaving the two in utter shock. The other kids were panicking. What was that trap? Suri Joshua nervously looked at him, thinking, Isaac, he used them as bait, didn't he? He was grinning ear to ear while watching someone disappear into the smoke. The scene inside was a disaster of fire and smoke. Suri Joshua was struggling to carry him past the many kids who had collapsed from the traps in the second storage. He looked at Near Capet, who had fallen, feeling grateful for the distraction while full of contempt. All the landmines here were cleared thanks to these brats. But right now, I'm still wondering about one thing. Why are these kids following me? I angrily grabbed Suri Joshua's hair as those three kept tailing us. The kids looked at me with admiring, proud eyes, whispering to each other. That kid must have some divine intuition. Maybe it's because he comes from the Saintess's family. Near Capet acted so strangely. That ring seems to be just an antique. That's right. Would the Rai Joshua family ever do something so unfair? I listened to them gossiping and felt incredibly annoyed. Beside me, Whispers giggled, soothing my temper. It seems they've realized his greatness. Master is truly amazing. I grumbled to myself. I don't want their recognition. Suri Joshua, as an experienced person, just smiled and warned them in his heart. Run before it's too late. These brats are scarier than any demon spawn. Suddenly, someone stepped forward, asserting firmly as Suri Joshua shed tears. If there truly is a saint, I think it would be someone like you. I was grabbing him by the head, but I turned around, puzzled. Oh, so he happily introduced his background. It's a pleasure to meet the youngest of the Joshua family. My name is Paris Julius, the second prince of the Julius kingdom. Upon hearing that illustrious identity, they began to chatter. That's the kingdom located east of the Hellen Holy Empire. I heard the prince there received a blessing from the gods. I didn't care much about quality, only interest, so I knew immediately. Oh, this guy seems useful. Just then, Suri Joshua spoke up. He made me ask, puzzled. My legs were worn out, struggling to stand steady. He announced, we've arrived. This is the third storage room, filled with dark colors and only 2 glowing orbs. Suddenly, it changed as a different energy radiated from within. Welcome, candidates. From within, statues gradually appeared to make an announcement. This is the memory floor. They appeared with wings, hovering above. Show your determination and courage. The other kids were excited that they'd reached their destination. All right, we can proceed to the next storage room. It's good that we followed him instead of Near Capet. We'll get the skeletal demon king's remains. Meanwhile, Suri Joshua still looked anxiously at those statues. The statues then issued a command. The challenge is simple. Defeat us and claim the glory. Those words made the kids eager to unleash all their power to test their strength. They said, show courage, so we have to fight them, right? Let's give it a try. I looked at those things and felt a vague sense of familiarity. That gatekeeper, could it be? After thinking for a moment, I remembered. Oh, that's right. Then suddenly, I laughed delightedly. This will be very entertaining. I started squirming on their backs, making the kids puzzled. They had to exclaim. Isaac, Suri, Joshua looked forward and reminisced. Isaac's decisions are always right. The gatekeepers are lying. The first storage room was about choices. Isaac sprinted past it, leaving the elder panting, unable to keep up. The second storage room was about composure. He wasn't composed at all, shocking them with magic before they could even say a word. And the third is about memory. That was the hint. We have to remember what happened in the first two challenges. Every statue had weapons in hand, waiting for the right moment to attack. Suri Joshua saw this and insisted we couldn't attack them. Contrary to the answer given, Isaac brushed the kids aside and said, Dua, all of you step back. That left the kids confused and asking for clarification. That side? Suri Joshua wondered to himself. Huh? That's strange. He chose the right answer this time. He thought to himself, no matter how evil he is, he's still a descendant of the Saintess. Could the Saintess's kind nature have surfaced? That's right. Maybe I've misunderstood Isaac all this time. While holding Isaac's leg, he nodded, satisfied with his own answer, unaware that I was gathering energy in my hand, laughing to myself, preparing to launch an attack. He's going to sacrifice himself to guide everyone on the right path before he finished the thought. The statue shattered after being hit by my magic. After throwing the hit, I was still grinning, while Suri Joshua looked completely stunned. The statue exhaled black smoke from its mouth, angrily grabbing its weapon. You chose wrong, and the statue prepared to strike. It swung horizontally, making the kids look up in shock. Then suddenly an explosion occurred, sending two kids flying in pain, crying out, Ah, help, help, mommy. The tragic screams left Suri Joshua speechless as the explosions continued. What's going on? Why does this situation feel so familiar? When he looked up, he saw me grinning widely while watching the statue bully them, which surprised Suri Joshua. What a maniac. I just enjoyed watching these things, and eagerly observed. It's been a while since I've seen this bunch. Another statue appeared, and they teamed up to drive them away. Being this naive to trust others is just too stupid. Saint candidates? These statues are deceitful puppets created by the magic of 14 spirits. I pointed at the kids, grabbing Suri Joshua's hair and laughing out loud. Ha! Let those brats see how cruel life can be. Suri Joshua was left speechless. More and more explosions rang out, filling the air with thick smoke. The kids couldn't take it anymore, coughing and crying, asking each other, where did Rai Joshua go? They were just here. At this moment, the two of us were invisible in the back. Suri Joshua's eyes were stinging, but only I was laughing with interest. Go find them. Ah, I used a level 6 holy spell. Using invisibility, I was being carried on his head, observing everything and finding it quite fun. Suri Joshua only felt heavy-headed and exhausted. The more I watched, the more fascinating it became. He gave me this spell to use in emergencies. It's the perfect time to use it. Suri Joshua was still speechless at the situation, while Paris Julius was tagging along behind. At this moment, he stepped forward, incredibly impressed, thanking me for casting the holy spell on him too. Seeing his affection, I just pointed and shook my head. Nah, forget it. Then I tossed the ring to Paris. Julius, take this. He caught it, puzzled. What is this? Looking closely, he realized what was in his hand was a silver gleaming ring, and he was confused. A ring? Did you give me this because I'm not used to fighting the demon race? Paris Julius was teary-eyed with joy, while I didn't care at all, just feeling an itch in my ear. Thank you so much, I won't forget this kindness. He picked it up, and the ring emitted gold dust, enveloping it. I will relay this to my father. Before he could finish his sentence, all of Paris Julius's aura was being drained away, leaving him looking like a dried-up skeleton, much to the horror of Suri Joshua, who screamed. Ah! The whispers above saw this and admired. Truly my master. While I was incredibly excited, knowing I was on a different level. Ha! The most powerful holy power belongs to the prince. Suri Joshua looked on, trembling in fear, as he watched the twisted grin and devious plan unfold. Uncle, he whispered, looking up in distress. What kind of monster have you brought into our family? To survive, they had no choice but to team up and hold their ground. They scrambled into a defensive formation, shouting to one another, Is there anyone here who can cast a holy protection barrier? The two kids gathered all their remaining strength to launch an attack. I'll cast the holy shield first. Get ready to defend and cover me. Stay behind me, one shouted. Face your judgment. Just as they were about to strike the final blow, they exposed a fatal weakness. The defensive magic shattered. This was at the moment for a full-force, fight-ending strike. Brace yourselves. Just as they lunged forward, the child grew deathly exhausted and collapsed, causing the power in their hands to dissipate into nothingness. Only one person remained on the battlefield, looking on in a panic. Concerned for their friend's state, they turned and asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" But the child only groaned, unable to get a single word out. What is happening? Before they could process what was unfolding, the ring began to glow bright red, slowly drifting toward them, and drained all the holy power from the child's body. The statues watched in silent shock, stopping their movements, confused by what had just occurred. As they looked around, one voice echoed, "Is there anyone else who fell for our lies?" The ring slowly returned to its master. Observer approached, beaming with joy. Just like that, the ring has absorbed all the children's holy power. Hearing this, he pointed in another direction and gave the order. "Go that way, now." Observer understood immediately, picking up the ring and heading off, adding, "As you wish, my lord." He watched Observer work as it slowly drifted toward the group of children facing the remaining statue. He held out the ring, and in an instant, the child's holy power vanished. Shock surged through the others. "Wait, what's happening?" A voice boomed. "Don't feel cheated, little ones." The puppet said it wasn't attacking. The enemies were neutralized. Passing out after being drained is better than being injured. The voice hung in the air, making the statue look around, wondering where it was coming from. Observer surveyed the scene and reported back, "Master, it's almost done." Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted out of nowhere. This confused Observer, who asked, "What is that?" The object began glowing orange, concentrating power in the center. An explosion rocked the area, leaving the statue smoking and destroyed before Observer's eyes, causing it to scream in terror. Stunned by the overwhelming power, Observer was blown back in shock. Silence. He had passed out. A figure approached and spoke to the two of them. "Found you." Isaac, Joshua, and Kina Barris emerged from behind the flames of that destruction, radiating an overwhelming aura. Suri Joshua was still panicking, but when he saw who it was, he wasn't exactly surprised. I wondered where he'd gone, and he finally shows up? Suri, Joshua's eyes widened, his heart trembling uncontrollably. "Oh my God," he thought. "I knew he was a genius, but this is..." A pair of white wings slowly unfurled amidst the rising flames. The fire phoenix appeared before their eyes, leaving him completely stunned. Summoning a holy spirit at that age? That's way too powerful. Kina Barris spoke up first. "You surprise me. I didn't think anyone here could defeat the demon kin besides me. Or did you set a trap for the other kids, just like the first trial?" He patted his holy spirit through the smoke and was about to continue, if that were true, but he was cut off by Paris Julius, who yelled out, sobbing as he explained to Kina Barris. "That child tried to pass the trial on our behalf." Another kid chimed in. "He even pointed out which way we should go. He is our savior." Paris Julius's words left him unsure of how to respond. These kids are really out of their minds. Observer just raised an eyebrow, smirking in confusion. "Is this what the world calls blind obedience?" Kina Barris looked at them with nothing but contempt and retorted, "A savior? Aren't you ashamed to call yourselves saint candidates? To think you all needed help from a kid like that." Paris Julius was about to collapse, so he had to be carried by a friend. That friend grew angry at Kina Barris's lack of reason and snapped, "Hey, you've been hiding in the back the entire way, and now you're spouting off like you're some big shot? While we were out looking for traps, you didn't do a thing." The other kids agreed. "He's right. Who's really acting more like a saint here? You've avoided all the trouble. The moment we get out of here, we're telling our parents everything." Those remarks left Kina Barris and his gang cornered. "You did nothing. Everything was thanks to Isaac. We're going to tell our parents that following the Joshua family is the only wise path." He was amused as the children kept sticking up for him. Suri Joshua, however, just wanted to clear things up. "It's not like that. Guys, this wicked kid is just using you. If it weren't for them, we'd be in serious trouble." As they argued heatedly, the ground shook violently, making it impossible to stand. Just as the kids looked toward the center, an orb burst out and began to levitate, leaving them stunned and terrified. The door began to unseal. The kids stepped forward, curious and exploring. "Is that the entrance to the third archive?" "I think so. Does that mean the second trial is finished?" "It seems so." The orb broadcasted a message to everyone. "Congratulations, candidates, on passing the second trial. I am the final guardian protecting this archive. Now, choose. You may take your treasures and end the trial here, or you may face the challenge to reach the third archive." It seemed Kina Barris had already made his choice. He stood perfectly still, unlike the rest of the children, who were buzzing with questions. One child started to speak. Of course, we'll choose the latter, but the orb interrupted. Choose wisely. You can take the treasure and end it here, or face the challenge to reach the third archive. The children all fell silent, listening intently. Even Kinabaris didn't have the courage he'd shown earlier. The orb explained clearly, if you pass the trial, you will find the treasure of the third archive. But if you fail, you will die. That sentence struck fear into the kids, throwing them into chaos. Observer watched for a moment, discovered something new, and reported back. Master, based on the mana I'm sensing from that voice. He looked, and he knew for sure. That's right, that's a dragon. It's been a long time since I've encountered one of those. As he thought about it, he realized that everything the voice said about dying was probably true. The other kids immediately gathered their courage, determined to take on the challenge. I still want to go through with it. We've come way too far to turn back now. Exactly. If we can actually reach the treasure in the third archive, we'll become saints. Hearing that, the rest of the children followed suit. Me too. I'm going into the third archive. The orb, sensing their resolve, decided to grant their wish. So, you've chosen to face the trial despite the danger? Very well then, let the trial begin. The ground shook violently, leaving the others terrified, but he just smirked to himself, actually finding the situation amusing. With the challenge accepted, the orb signaled the candidates gathered to become saints. It moved toward the door and exploded, clearing the path in a cloud of dust and debris. A voice echoed through the air. Now, face the trial. Some of the children standing nearby winced in pain, while others were completely on edge. He, however, felt no fear, only a hungry desire for the reward that awaited him. The instructions were announced. The final trial is quite simple. A statue appeared, leaving the children stunned. This final trial is to sing praises to your deity. The kids were confused and backed away, whispering to each other with their mouths agape. What? Another statue? Is this a statue of our god? The condition was broadcast. Show your reverence to your god. Only those who prove their faith may enter the third archive. The children looked at each other, worried and questioning this strange requirement. Do we just have to kneel before the statue and pray? But is it really just a trial if it's that simple? Suri Joshua just retreated silently. While he stood there, completely indifferent to the world, staring at the statue. He felt a surge of bitter anger, looking at that damn statue and cursed under his breath. No way in hell. Remembering the sight of that golden-haired god sitting on his throne and laughing, he felt only hatred. He wasn't going to kneel before that bastard, not after being harassed for hundreds of years and then betrayed in the end. One child stepped forward, courageous enough to take the test despite being a little confused. I mean, this isn't too hard, right? I just have to pray to our god. That's all I need to do, right? The child walked up to the statue, knelt down, and prayed with all his heart. We offer our devotion to the Supreme One, who is worthy of all glory and honor. The prayer seemed to move the god, and an announcement followed. You have learned well. You have passed. The child beamed with joy, feeling relieved that his guess was right. Awesome. Come on, everyone, do what he did. So, all we have to do is pray? As everyone scrambled to copy the child, Suri Joshua looked shocked as he suddenly jumped down. Isaac Joshua tried to warn him, you should just pray, but he kicked the guy, making him stumble. He snapped at him. Hey, why would you do that? As Suri Joshua lay on the ground in pain, he stepped forward, blocking his path. Kinabaris stood in front of everyone, arms crossed, looking at the statue before addressing the group. We've already learned how to pray at the Holy Cathedral. Watch and learn. He placed his hands on the ground, performing the pose he had been taught. The space around him began to shimmer. He closed his eyes and announced to everyone, this is the correct pose that you must perform to worship our god. Seeing the magical glow, all the other children rushed to mimic him to finish the trial quickly. I want to do it too. Me too. Everyone scrambled to imitate him, kneeling down and spreading their arms as prayers filled the air. We offer our devotion to the Supreme God, who is worthy of all worship. Still, some remained terrified, too scared to step forward. The statue began to issue threats. What are you waiting for? Will you give up and face death? The children, realizing the stakes, panicked. Everyone began praying for their lives. No, I'll do it. Me too. Even if it was confusing, to pass the trial was worth it. Looking around, the statue noticed one person refusing to obey and glared down. The child looked back with utter contempt, causing the statue to ask angrily, why is that child not kneeling? He just shrugged, thinking, that's none of your business, and muttered, you crazy or something? Kinabaris remained calm, but the other children nervously looked at him and started whispering, what's wrong with him? Does he have a problem with the faith? Is it true that the Joshua family has lost their faith? Meanwhile, Suri Joshua, who actually belonged to that family, was praying while no one even looked at him, which really ticked him off. "You monster, stop ruining our family's reputation. It's just a prayer." But he just stood there, completely unbothered. Kinabaris looked at him with pity, feeling sorry for a child with no faith, and smiled. Everything is being recorded. Does that boy really want to throw away his chance to become a saint? So Kinabaris continued to pray with all his sincerity. No matter how much talent you have, if you lack faith, it's all useless. Fine, I shouldn't have paid attention to him from the start. Suri Joshua saw him moving and signaled for everyone to stay quiet, letting him handle this. The statue reached out and asked, "This behavior is incredibly disrespectful to the saint's family, isn't it?" He, frustrated by that attitude, swung his arms and shouted angrily, "So what, you mutt? I'd rather die than kneel before this stupid thing." His words left the statue speechless. "Go ahead, kill me then." Before he could say another word, the ground shook again, throwing him off balance. Dark, twisted energy from the statue surrounded him, making Isaac feel a sense of despair and pain. Angered by his contempt, the statue decided, "For such insolence, you shall perish." Even though he was surrounded by darkness, his anger was enough to keep him fighting back. He yelled at the statue, "Get lost. I'm going to destroy this thing." He poured all his rage into his fist, making it burn with fire. But unleashing that power here would cause casualties. A voice whispered in a panic, warning him that this was too dangerous. But he was already channeling strength into his arm, preparing to unleash destructive power. Die. Just as he was about to strike, the statue suddenly glowed brightly and praised him. Excellent. Everyone was stunned, having no idea what was happening. Even he, who was about to smash the statue, stopped as his power faded. The voice whispering to him also fell silent. The statue offered an invitation. "You have passed, little one. Please proceed to the third archive." Kinabaris was so shocked he couldn't believe his ears, and asked again, "Wait, what did you just say?" Using every ounce of his anger, he pointed straight at the person who had blasphemed, confused. "You said we had to show faith to get through, but that kid didn't pray at all and still passed. It makes no sense." He didn't say a word, just harbored the grudge in his heart. The statue then explained the reason, leaving him stunned. Only that child was worthy of passing through this door. Only the child truly showed faith in God. The whisperer beside him didn't understand what was happening either. The statue placed a hand on its chest and explained, "Do you really not understand? You knelt before the statue, not before God himself." That statement caught Kinabaris off guard, and he began to panic. "Your faith was just kneeling before an idol?" Explaining it more clearly, an idol is an image or symbol of God used as an object of worship. That left the children bewildered. Suri Joshua finally realized that even though it was a statue of our God, it was still an idol. "We've been tricked." All the children were shocked by the strange result and began whispering to each other, full of anxiety. "But that's absurd. The statue looks just like our God in the Holy Will painting. I mean, the Bible says not to worship idols." The God pointed at the special child, praising him endlessly to the children's amazement. "Look at that child. Even in the face of death, he did not yield and kept his faith firm. That is why only he is worthy to enter the third archive." Faced with such prideful glory, he had to stand up and force a smile, even though he felt nothing. The whisperer giggled and teased, "Faith, huh? Make him shut up." Facing this unfair result, Kinabaris, unwilling to accept it, grimaced and said, "I cannot accept this." The statue replied, "Oh? That kid already stood before dozens of people and voiced his opinion. The child who can't even speak yet had no way to prove it wasn't due to faith if he didn't kneel." The whisperer beside him agreed and said to him, "I mean, it makes sense, whether you like it or not." He nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's right." Kinabaris, still disagreeing, continued, "Besides, if the child has such faith, why doesn't he possess a holy mark, a wound carved into his skin with holy power?" That made him jump in surprise and wonder. "Huh? So he became the center of the kids' gossip again? I don't have one? I do. How could a saint candidate not have a holy mark?" That left him and the whisperer worried as they stood among them all. Kinabaris, having turned the tables, looked at the two from the Joshua family with a mocking smile. He felt a secret joy witnessing this embarrassing scene. The kid is the only one without a holy mark among the candidates. Just give up. You don't deserve to be a saint if you don't even have a holy mark. The statue spoke as if considering it. A saint candidate without a holy mark? After a moment of thought, the god uttered a profound answer. That is because he is still a child. The response left everyone speechless. Kinabaris stared, blank and wide-eyed, not understanding. Then the god picked his nose and said, "I mean, He's just too young. That made the kids even more confused. Kina Barris found it even more absurd and retorted, "How does that make any sense?" Even more surprising, the statue wasn't staying still. So the kid asked, "Wait, you can move the whole time?" The god kept his pose and remained firm in his opinion. "I'm serious. It's just because he's still a child. Believe me." Then, someone confidently spoke up. "Then let me in. If someone without a holy mark can go in, then I can too, because I have a holy mark." "You're right, I have one too. This proves we are candidates." Amidst the clamor, the god finally sighed, then advised the children, "You kids need to realize you don't have it because you're special." He asked, "Do you all think the same?" The children all agreed. The statue asked again, "So you all want to enter the third archive?" They all answered in unison, "Yes." The god sighed and gave in. "Very well, I have no choice. I'll let you all in." The children were thrilled at getting their wish. "Yes, now we can enter the third archive." Hearing the others, Suri Joshua couldn't help but wonder to herself, "He's letting us in that easily?" But, the god reminded them, "If you want to fly into the fire like moths, then go right ahead." The children were confused when suddenly a black mist began to spread. The statue slowly dissolved into black sand, filling the space, and warned them, "Fine, I'll let you in." A thick black mist became visible as the door slowly, like a powerful deathly aura rushing out, exerting pressure that made everyone disbelieve their eyes. Even just feeling the slight influence from outside made everyone feel nauseous and sick. The god announced the nature of that dark power. "Can you feel it? That is the dark mana radiating from the body of the Skeleton King. Know your place, you fools." I intended to spare those who couldn't withstand the dark mana. Unable to hold on any longer, they all slumped down, the discomfort spreading through their bodies until only one person was left groaning, unable to take it anymore. But he stood at the front, mouth wide open with desire. Yeah. The hunger to go deeper inside meant he couldn't hold back anymore. He happily prepared to step deeper in. There it is, my body. The body of the Skeleton King. My body is lying there. That deathly door opened wide as if inviting him in. Even though the dark aura was constantly rushing out, he didn't pay it any mind, only caring about one thing. His own body was there. His eyes sparkled in the darkness as he muttered, "I never expected us to be reunited after self-destructing in the spirit realm." He was so hungry for it that he couldn't control his drool. He breathed it in, unable to hide his excitement. Oh my. Look at that dark mana pouring out. He looked inside and wiped his mouth, which made the Whisperer feel disgusted. The look on his face, like a demon, baring his teeth in a grin, made all the children shudder, but the statue claimed the opposite. "Look at the child who proved his faith. That is the face of a brave warrior." The children looked closely and only felt a chill, thinking, "No way, his eyes have lost focus. What kind of baby is like that?" The orb slowly floated up, announcing, "It's not too late yet." Then it moved deep inside the door, to the children's surprise. Those who cannot smile when facing death may turn back and leave. If you give up here, I will allow you to choose one treasure from the second archive. Suri Joshua heard that and witnessed the deathly aura, feeling nothing but despair. I thought to myself, damn it, how am I supposed to get past that dark mana? One by one, the children fell to their knees in tears, crushed by the terrifying pressure and desperate to give up. "Just don't go in. We could actually die," one said. Hearing that, the other children immediately felt regret. I should probably just pick the best item from the second vault. Kina Barris, however, braver than the rest, stepped forward and declared, "No, I don't need anything from the second vault. We are all heading to the third vault." The kid tried to stand up against that overwhelming power, and his resolve seemed to instill a new sense of courage in the others. However, his next words left the whole group speechless. He asked to activate every single trap in the third vault. The kid in the black cloak watched and thought, "This guy is insane." The other children were equally devastated. The orb asked back, "Oh, are you serious?" Kina Barris approached the fire orb, spread his arms wide, and said, "No saint in history has ever been able to retrieve the remains of the Skeleton Demon King, not even the revered Saintess Melissa." That answer was far beyond what the fire orb expected, so it praised the boy. "It seems you know something about the third vault, don't you?" This had all been part of Kina Barris's calculations, so he was certain of one thing. There was no way Saintess Melissa would just let children die. "I am certain there are safety precautions in place." With that thought, Kina Barris continued, "I don't want to hear about us receiving treasure when there isn't any. So, please, return the third vault to its original, dangerous state." Having said that, Kina Barris smiled, confident in his bold demands, "so that I can receive an evaluation even higher than the Saintess herself." Even though he spoke so eloquently, I watched him and thought for sure this kid had lost his mind. But his logic was sound, so the fire orb accepted the challenge. If that is what you say, then so be it. It will certainly help clarify who is truly worthy of being a saint. Then, that dark smoke slowly emerged, leaving the children in shock. One kid, unable to contain his anger, shoved Kinabaris away and cried, "Ah, go in yourself." The boy just watched them all and smiled. "Why drag us along?" the child sobbed, as one by one, they were all dragged into it. When their feet left the ground, they were teleported to another place. Even though the water looked clear, that tainted arm in the middle of the flow was likely the source of the death energy. Everyone who entered felt exhausted and breathless, unable to keep their balance. I, however, excitedly observed this strange dimension. Oh, how chaotic. Observer didn't forget his duty, pointing forward and saying, "Look over there, master." Observer pointed straight at the arm in the middle of the river, where the dark mana was swirling. That arm seemed to have absorbed so much dark power that it glowed purple in the stream. I whispered to myself, "It's my body, master." I was so incredibly happy I felt like I could fly, and I couldn't stop praising it. "Well done, my child. I mean my body. It has absorbed the energy in the third vault." The group of children saw the power radiating from it and couldn't help but panic. Is that the skeleton demon king's remains? Just one hand, and it's already radiating so much dark mana? But it still wasn't enough. I chuckled to myself, amused. It's not even the whole hand yet, just the thumb. Is that all that's left? The rest were just fakes. Looking closely, you could see that only one finger was actually radiating that dark aura. Suddenly, the source of power began to be absorbed. Then, a magic circle appeared beneath the arm, summoning a hideous, horned monster. It roared, shaking everything around them. The children screamed in terror. "Ah, it's the demon race!" One child was so scared he grabbed his own head and shrieked. "I thought they wouldn't appear after the second trial." The fire orb reminded them. "You requested all safety measures to be lifted. I didn't intervene though. I just stood still and observed, wondering." "Wait." The monster stomped its foot hard on the ground and shouted, "You vermin!" It roared heroically, threatening the children. "How dare you try to seize the body?" The life-threatening situation was all Kinabaris's fault, so one kid indignantly pointed at him, accusingly. "This is all your fault. How are you going to take responsibility for this?" Kinabaris pushed the kid behind him and stepped forward, sounding absolutely certain. "Trust me, I will ensure that all of you get out of here with a treasure." Kinabaris smiled at the scene, thinking to himself, 14 mascots trained by the skeleton demon king, and they're all just idiots captured by the Pope's family. I've prepared a holy spell to counter that thing, and the treasure will be mine. With that, he stood alone to face the demon. His eyes suddenly glowed as he stared straight at the demon. It was quickly suppressed by the saintly power, leaving it standing there, screaming helplessly. Everyone who saw this admired Kinabaris. That's the light of the Pope's family. I, however, just silently watched without a care for the world. Even though he stood up bravely, Kinabaris was actually terrified. When things went exactly as he planned, he secretly rejoiced. "Good, it worked. Now I'll seize it." Before he could even finish celebrating, a voice cut through his thoughts. "Is that you?" This made Kinabaris panic. The demon had broken free from that powerful holy energy and was now looming over Kinabaris, causing the boy to freak out. The demon stepped closer, declaring, "You who dare to seize the body of my king." At the entrance to the artifact vault, there was a rustling sound. They were currently trying to figure out why so many strange things were happening inside, whispering, "What on earth is going on in there?" Contact had been cut off, and Rasua, witnessing it, couldn't help but feel worried. Suddenly, someone picked up a stack of papers and frantically reported the situation to everyone. "We've got big trouble. The seal on the demon race in the third vault has been broken." That left Rasua and Simon stunned. Simon anxiously put a hand to his mouth. "Is it one of the 14 mascots?" I just remained silent. Rai Joshua also felt a wave of unease in his heart, thinking to himself, "Why is this happening? If it's one of the 14 mascots, everyone in the vault is doomed." Everyone panicked, trying to find a way to save the children, discussing what to do. What about the elders sent in as supervisors? They had tried to disable the traps in the vault, and then vanished. Doesn't that mean the children are in mortal danger? How could the children possibly deal with that kind of monster? "We have to stop the trial and get them out." While they were struggling to figure out how to save the children, the entrance suddenly vibrated, and a golden wave enveloped the gate. Then, suddenly, the entire dimension opened up. To everyone's surprise, powerful light immediately shone through. blinding them. Simon wondered, "What is this?" Rai Joshua looked at the scene. Even they were caught off guard, wondering, "The vault is opening? What is this intense light?" The glow only grew brighter and more blinding by the second. To keep everyone safe, someone urged, "Get away from the entrance. It's dangerous, the dark mana might spill out." But since no dark energy was leaking, they hesitated. "No, wait." Pointing at the powerful stream of light, someone else explained, "I don't sense the presence of the demon race." Seeing that, someone asked, "Has it been defeated?" Gelio Barris, hearing such good news, immediately thought of his own son and praised him under his breath. "You did it, my boy." They started whispering about who could have wiped out that dark aura. Could it be the noble who guarded the Skeleton King's remains? Was it one of the kids who took that thing down? Simon looked at him, puzzled. Just then, someone spoke up. "It must be Kina Barris, right?" Hearing this, others began to chime in with praise. "Oh, as expected of someone from the papal family," they said, leaving him grinding his teeth in frustration. Soon, everyone was gathered around Gelio Barris, showering him with praise for such an impressive achievement. "Congratulations, Archpriest Gelio Barris. A fitting result for the strongest candidate for the saint." He put on a modest act, smiling slightly, while bragging about his son. "Looks like Kina did a great job," he said, glancing at him. Seeing his irritation, he felt a thrill, secretly celebrating for Rai Joshua. "This is the end of your foolish resistance against the power of the papal family. Now that we have the Skeleton King's remains, you'll all have to bow before us. Time to drop the noble act of yours." The more he thought about it, the more he enjoyed the prospect of seeing the Joshua family fall. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, the kids are coming out." Both parents immediately locked their eyes on the gate. He gritted his teeth, worrying. Isaac. Isaac. One by one, the silhouettes of the children emerged from the darkness of the gate. Everyone rushed to greet their children. After a quick check, he felt relieved some were injured, but thankfully, only slightly. Noticing others hadn't come out yet, he asked nervously, "The kids who went into the third vault, they haven't returned. Did something happen to them?" Roswa heard this and felt the anxiety too, but just waited in silence. Suddenly, someone yelled, "The kids! They're finally here!" Both of them jumped and looked toward the gate. As the children walked out, every single one of them looked gaunt and drained, their holy power completely depleted. The parents cried out their children's names. "Armon! Suri! Joshua!" Simon panicked and ran to his son. "Arm, are you okay?" Gael Joshua also rushed over to check on his child. Suri finished speaking and pulled his son into a joyful, tearful embrace. He frantically scanned the area, asking, "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Meanwhile, behind them, Rosua and Asili still didn't see Isaac, and grew increasingly desperate. Where is Isaac? Anxiety flooded his mind as he realized Isaac had vanished without a trace. Was Isaac not with them? He felt like he was falling into a pit of despair, unable to find any sign of him. While lost in thought, Gelio Barris suddenly called out to his son, "Kina, what's that in your hand?" The question left the boy trembling in fear. Seeing him stay silent, he pressed him again. "Where is the Skeleton King's remains?" Kina Barris could only stutter in terror. I. Furious, his father snapped. "Who told you to bring back such a useless piece of junk?" Suddenly, a golden energy appeared in the sky. Slowly, the power swelled to a massive scale, leaving everyone in shock. Someone pointed, drawing everyone's attention. "Look, a holy dragon wolf is emerging from the smoke, carrying something out of the vault." Someone else interrupted. "Wait." Rai Joshua looked up and saw something truly unexpected. "Is that Isaac?" He was being carried back by the holy dragon, looking quite pleased with himself, arms crossed, looking incredibly cool. As the holy dragon landed, Rosua rushed over to take him. Asili also ran over, breathless with worry. "Young Master Isaac." Asili looked at the creature and wondered, "Is that the young master?" Asili took one look and realized it was the holy dragon that guarded the ancient vault. That shocked everyone. A holy dragon? Looking closer, Rai Joshua thought she was right. It was the young dragon protecting the treasures. Even though it had the shape of a wolf, the aura it radiated was clearly that of an ancient holy dragon. It was the very dragon the clan leader had a deep connection with. Having summoned it to the vault, its very existence was noble. This sudden appearance left Gael, Joshua, and Rasua speechless. Strange noises kept coming from, making Rai, Joshua, and Rasua wonder, so they stepped closer. "What is that sound?" When they looked up, they saw him sucking on something in his mouth. To everyone's amazement, a soldier pointed forward, stuttering and trembling. "Elder, that thing Isaac is sucking on, is it?" Gelio Barris stepped in to cut him off. But that was the saint's compassion, trying to save the host's reputation, which only made Rai Joshua feel insulted. The holy dragon, watching this chaotic scene, decided to intervene and spoke up. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" It added, "This child is the one who took the Skeleton King's remains." Hearing that, he couldn't help but smirk broadly. "You fools." That remark left him stunned, thinking, "What?" Completely ignoring the fact that his own son was trembling behind him. Remembering that scene, Kina Barris felt absolute terror. Why didn't the demon race fall? Why did it just keep getting stronger? The boy wondered in shock. Why didn't my holy magic work? The demon, emboldened, lunged forward, intent on wiping everyone out. "You bugs!" It slowly stood up as the children watched in horror. It roared, "Die!" and raised its arm, preparing to finish them all. The kids scattered in a panic. Kina Barris stood, frozen as the doors of death swung open. A massive explosion erupted, sending debris flying everywhere. When the dust settled and Kina Barris opened his eyes, he was confused. Huh? He sat up and saw that he and everyone else were shielded by a blue energy barrier. The children watched in total disbelief. The blue barrier, is that? Just then, he reached out, bracing himself, and thrust his arms into the space around him, shocking everyone, even the kids from the Rai Joshua family. The demon, refusing to give up, roared in defiance. "You filthy priests! You dare covet the body of the great Skeleton King? Die!" As the demon prepared to crush the children with its fist, he lunged forward to confront it head-on. His hand surged with energy, unleashing a purifying light as he charged at the hateful face, shouting, "You idiots! Can't you recognize your own master?" A massive explosion rocked the area, and with that, the battle came to an end. Everyone stared at the holy dragon standing there, towering and imposing, whispering about the truth of the story dragons don't lie, right? This meant the kid from the Rosua clan really did bring it here. So, what did Kina do? He and the holy dragon didn't join the commotion, just stood by, watching the show. Rai Joshua stepped forward, warning them that the dragon was too dangerous, which made the holy dragon curious. Rosua spoke up to explain. "These 14 spirit beasts aren't just normal monsters that kids can handle. Why did you break their seals?" That made the holy dragon chuckle with amusement, saying to Gosua, "14 spirit beasts? What are you implying?" It was that pale brat over there who demanded I release them. Identity confirmed. It was Kina Barris who was the one who caused all that chaos, making Gelio Barris glare at his son in a fit of rage. Suddenly, the other kids pointed right at the brat, accusing him of the deed. "That's right!" Kina told the dragon to trigger all the traps in Archive 3. He even forced us to follow him and put us in danger. Back at the familiar home, the elders gathered, digging through his waist and wondering, "My lord, have you found it yet? I don't think it's here." After digging for a while without finding a thing, everyone felt deeply disappointed. Why wasn't it appearing? Watching that scene, he gritted his teeth, feeling the anger boil inside. Keep looking all day, see if you can find it. Everything had already happened, but reflecting on it, he still had something on his mind. Still, the incident at the ruins weighed heavier on him. Right when the explosion rocked the space, he had left behind some words. "Even your own master. You don't recognize me?" That immense power spiraled directly into the demon kin, causing the demon's face to collapse as he slumped over, completely unable to fight back. The overwhelming sense of familiarity flooded his mind, and the demon asked, "This mana, is it you, master?" He was stunned. Before collapsing, the demon poured out his heart about the current situation. "Master, when I heard the news of your passing, I thought my world had collapsed. But I always knew you would return to us. My lord, I need to serve you." The demon said this as he began to disintegrate under the terrifying power being unleashed by him. He had been caught by the spear. Before he could finish, the demon dissolved into mist. He gritted his teeth in regret, charging forward, thinking to himself, "Damn it, say it clearly before you die. I still have so many things to ask you." While quietly enjoying a peaceful life, he pondered the unfinished business. The people who caught him, they were from the papal clan, right? I need to investigate this. Before he could even finish the thought, a baby bottle was shoved into his mouth, leaving him bewildered. Rai Joshua held the bottle, firmly insisting. "Isaac, go ahead and poop." Observer went wide-eyed, laughing hysterically. "Goo ha ha ha." It didn't stop there. Rosua ordered everyone, "Quick, bring more of that extra strong laxative." His face twisted in rage now, while Observer couldn't stop laughing. As for him, he was going to turn this whole house upside down. This god-forsaken house. I'm going to flip everything over soon. Under the relentless pressure, someone started biting their nails in anxiety. If the clan matriarch finds out, she might just kill us all. She really might rip the poor boy's guts out. Hearing that, Rosua held the baby bottle, trying to reassure them. Calm down, elder, it'll be fine. Despite telling others to stay calm, Rai Joshua himself was trembling, biting his nails non-stop, but still trying to soothe the others. Although she did dissect one of her own sons before, he is her own grandson. After all, both their faces turned ghostly pale with fear, leaving him wondering, her own son? Hearing that, Observer asked, wasn't Melissa supposed to be on a pilgrimage with the school? He looked at Observer and replied, yes. It will take them a while to finish. I just need to absorb all the mana before Melissa returns and then escape. Just as he was thinking, Gale Joshua burst through the door. Stepping inside, he told R to come here, which made Rosua turn back, puzzled. Huh? He explained. The matriarch is calling for you. The news hit him hard, and he stared straight at the guy. What? Rosua was so shocked his jaw dropped, unable to believe his ears. Mother is back already? She's never returned this early from a pilgrimage before. Hearing the matriarch was back, he gritted his teeth, both worried and angry, cursing under his breath. Damn it, did they come back early because of me? He touched his necklace, which was glowing blue, feeling deeply uneasy. I haven't absorbed all the mana yet. This is bad. He looked like he'd lost all his spirit, unable to sit steady, his face turning pale with dread. Given Melissa's personality, she would surely gut him alive as a greeting. Just then, doors opened to reveal piles of gold and treasures laid out, leaving everyone stunned. Oh my god. The whole room sparkled with gold, and they couldn't believe their eyes, asking, are all these gifts for Isaac? Rosua, seeing the items, let out a sigh of relief. I thought it was the matriarch herself. Gale Joshua laughed, teasing him. You were scared, huh? Our protagonist was so freaked out that his eyes had gone completely blank. Gael Joshua, after a moment of teasing, laughed with amusement and said, she hasn't arrived yet. I only sent a voice message saying she would be back with the clan head. I never said she was already here. He glared at the guy, gritting his teeth in fury, cursing, you damn bastard. The blonde knight stepped forward, hand over his heart, telling everyone, oh, the Pope has also sent a gift. The elders heard this, but didn't seem to care much, replying dismissively, just sell it all off. The blonde knight, breaking into a cold sweat, cautioned them. The Pope's envoys will hear you. They're waiting for exactly that. A person dressed in papal robes slowly stepped forward to speak to everyone. The Emperor is very concerned about this event. This is a gift prepared by the Pope's people to express their apologies and gratitude to the Joshua clan. But it seemed the Joshua clan didn't care much for the Pope's gift. That person happily stepped closer, pulled a box from his pocket, and handed it to them. However, I'm sure you'll like this. When opened, the box emitted a golden light that illuminated the entire space, leaving everyone speechless. Geliobarus remarked that it would be a huge help to someone. The elder looked, surprised, and said, that is the tri-crown, a medallion decorated with a 5-petaled flower and a crown on top, colored in gold, exuding true royalty. Even so, he didn't understand what it was and asked Observer, hey, what is that? Observer flew over to answer. It's a medallion, a disgusting object bearing the mark of the Pope. So, while that person stood there waiting with the medallion, everyone began whispering and buzzing among themselves. A medallion from the Pope, huh? No way. Upon seeing this, the man said, Sir R, take it. It's meant for Isaac. That statement caught Rai Joshua off guard. He didn't really care about such things, but he couldn't help but wonder. It was supposed to be mine. Why would he give it to my uncle? Rai Joshua stepped forward to clarify. Did he really say to give this to me and not Isaac? The man nodded firmly. Yes, I was ordered to ensure it was delivered to you. That answer, combined with the man's smug look, made Rai Joshua so furious that veins started bulging on his face. An elder disagreed and scolded. You're giving something that belongs to Isaac to another family member? Are you insane? With such unacceptable behavior, the elder pointed directly at him in anger. The person giving this to him knew that handing a medal to another family member meant the original recipient was dead. Rai Joshua gasped in shock, listening. What? The man smiled and said, oh, please, don't misunderstand the Pope's good intentions. I was only instructed this way because Isaac is still too young. The elder, refusing to accept such disrespectful behavior, pointed his finger and shouted, then what about the sunflower on the medal's design? The medal was adorned with a flower. So the elder insisted, does the Pope not know that a sunflower represents that the recipient has passed away? Hearing this, he broke into a cold sweat, thinking, So, he really wants me 6 feet under. The Pope is crazy. Another elder was so angry he ground his teeth. What a pair, the Pope and his family. They mock Rai Joshua's curse with every breath. Rai Joshua stepped in to stop the conflict. Calm down, elders. We cannot be hasty. But they wouldn't compromise and argued instead. You think we can just relax? Rai Joshua still tried to force a smile to ease the tension and advised them. This could be interpreted as the Joshua family openly being hostile toward the Pope's house. If this gets blown out of proportion, it won't be good for the entire Rai Joshua family. With that, he could only force a laugh while his mind was in a whirl. This tactic is so low. Know your place, this must be Gelio Barris's doing. I married into their family, but this is just pathetic. Seeing the Pope reaching out his hand, he thought, well, this means Rai and the brat won't be able to do anything else. That's good for me. So, he urged him. What are you doing? Take it and say thank you. Rai Joshua snapped back at those words. But sir, Rai Joshua still tried to defuse the situation. There's no reason to get angry about this. He sighed in frustration, looking ahead and waving his hand. This won't do. Suddenly, the box emitted a blue aura, leaving the man confused about what was happening. Slowly, that power began to pour out uncontrollably, causing everyone to gasp. An immense force erupted, knocking the box and the man back. It was impossible to stop. Rai Joshua watched and shouted. That power suddenly coiled around the metal, making everything around it shine brightly. Someone screamed, "Holy fire!" The man sat there slowly, grabbing his burned hand, trembling as he asked, "Who created that holy fire?" The metal? Looking back, he saw his own hand raised, emitting a mystical blue light. It left the elders stunned. Isaac was grinning mischievously, his hand raised, controlling the surging holy fire above. He bared his teeth in a cunning smile. "What's that? What do you think you're doing? How dare you do that to a medal bestowed by the Pope? Is this rebellion against the Church?" He tried to incite them. Burning with rage, they countered, "Does it look like we did this on purpose?" Not only the lady but the elders too stood by his side. They kept emphasizing that it was just a baby. Just a baby. Then they turned to scold him. "Why are you getting angry at a child who isn't even old enough to receive a medal?" No wonder he was so bold with such solid backing. It got even more dramatic when Rai Joshua personally stepped forward to pick up the medal, saying it only had formal significance and that it was a pity the incident occurred, so they would act as if they had never received it. The man asked in a panic, "What? Are you serious?" In his spiraling state, the remark felt like an insult, combined with the earlier scolding, which was completely unprofessional, only adding to Rai Joshua's rage. The person bearing the brunt of it was none other than the knight, who looked terrified. He retorted with a question, sharp as thorns, "Must I do as you say? Should I accept a medal bestowed by the Pope, only for it to be melted by an infant?" The elders, who were holding the baby just a moment ago, took advantage of the situation. Did it really melt? Oh my goodness. He was completely panicked now, trying to salvage the situation. "Give it to me. I must have brought the wrong item." However, the more he talked, the worse it got. Just as he reached for the medal, it was scorched by the blue flames from the family's ancestral blade. He froze, knowing that in a few more seconds, his state would be identical to the medal he was complaining about. He let out a miserable scream, and ignoring the noise of the outsiders, the elders went back to doting on the baby. The old man pinched Isaac's cheeks, laughing. "Oh my, little Isaac is such a mischievous one." Contrary to their cheerful mood, Rai Joshua felt his blood boiling. But in a child's body, he couldn't do anything but think to himself, "Let me go before I burn your butts off." Yet, no matter how much he complained, he was still being fawned over. By now, the knight had escaped the fire. He stood up, clutching his waist in pain, and cursed at the happy family. Damn it, those bastards. And so, he became the hero of the house, even though it was a mischievous act that shouldn't have happened. The old man picked him up, praising, "Well done, Jack." It was as if all the pent-up frustration of the last few years had been released. In another corner, the old man instructed his subordinates, "Throw that annoying medal away immediately." Back to him, the old man was so happy he laughed until he cried. If only the matriarch could see the look on that Pope's hound's face. "Well done, R. It's all thanks to you." Finally, he didn't forget to praise the other grandson. The lady joined in. Using holy fire right at that moment was truly a brilliant move. But at such praise, the one who didn't know how to lie was extremely surprised. What? They thought he was just pretending to be aloof. They whispered, "Little one, don't pretend to be innocent. You unleashed the holy fire on Isaac." He became increasingly confused, awkwardly scratching his cheek as he asked, "Wasn't it the elders who cast it?" Hearing that, Everyone wore the same confused expression he had been wearing all along. Everyone's faces were filled with question marks. The old man retorted, "You used the holy magic on him, grandson R." Even after he stepped into the treasury, he stubbornly refused to accept this unprovoked scolding. "I only used basic holy arts, you know." "But that's not even the best part," the woman added, but Isaac had already used the holy flash step, leaving everyone even more stunned as he asked a truly clueless question. The kid can use the flash step? They were speechless. And yet, in this situation, that guess was actually the most accurate answer. Bewildered, they turned to look at the tiny child sitting there, picking his ear. No way. Could all those holy arts have been performed by Isaac? Obviously, he must have some secret family technique, one reasoned. Or else he's like those martial arts masters who fall off a cliff and accidentally find a secret manual that lets them turn the world upside down. As for Isaac, it was indeed a secret technique. It was a mythical-grade artifact that allowed the owner to instantly master and use any skill. "I'm so glad I grabbed it from the treasury. It's weaker than when I was the skeleton demon king back in the day, but I can still use it," he mused like a true adult. While that was true, in this body, he just looked like a precocious old soul. Meanwhile, the elders continued to deliberate, offering other reasonable guesses. Could it be that Isaac's mother cast the holy art on him? The woman immediately countered, "His mother didn't even have the fire attribute. She possessed the exact opposite attribute. But the more I think about it, the harder it is to believe. This completely exceeds the concept of ordinary talent. It's like trying to write poetry without ever learning how to read." The woman added, "Even Saint Melissa, who is hailed as a genius, had to learn her letters before she could use holy arts." Isaac, sitting in the corner, acting obediently as a child while gathering intel, felt a pang of guilt. Huh? Is that so? Sounds pretty stressful, doesn't it? Suddenly, he realized, wait, elders, isn't the act of dispelling the Pope's blessing even more surprising? Their eyes widened. Right, you've got a sharp eye. He immediately ordered, "Bring the medal here, I need to verify it." "Yes, elder." Isaac obeyed, but when he turned around, the medal was nowhere to be found. On the table where the medal had been placed, there was only an empty box. Isaac hesitated, adding, "It's not here." "What?" The elder panicked, turning around to search for it. "Wait, it was definitely right there." At this moment, Isaac said dismissively, "I threw it away." That's when the elder remembered his own foolish mistake of telling him to just throw away that troublesome medal. Given how quickly events unfolded, Isaac argued, "But you elders were the ones who told me to throw it away." The elder said, "No, even so, you couldn't just do that." Then he immediately ordered, "Hey, get someone to find it and bring it back immediately." While everyone was scrambling around in a panic, Isaac desperately hid his facial expression, avoiding any sign of his own panic. The boy had melted the metal gifted by the Pope, which was supposed to be immune to any fire. This was something that absolutely could not reach the patriarch's ears. Therefore, contrary to his claim that he had thrown it away, as the elders suggested, it was actually hidden in plain sight. The metal was sitting smugly in his pocket. He chuckled, thinking that, without evidence, it was nothing more than a rumor. A few days later, in the western part of the duchy, robes fluttering in the wind, Joshua stood tall on a rock by the stream, carefully ordering, "The mansion is coming up soon. Everyone, focus until the very end." "Understood, Patriarch," they replied in unison. Suddenly, something in the distance caught his attention. It was at the mansion, where they were silently surrounding Isaac. "What's wrong? Why hasn't the body of the Demon King appeared yet?" There was no Demon King to be seen, but the gluttonous king was definitely Isaac. After a full meal, he rubbed his bulging belly, thinking, "Thanks. That really helped make my body feel more refreshed." Looking at this result, they collapsed to the ground in agony. "We've already gone through 300 bottles of laxatives. We even fed the kid 500 sylvan fruits from the Julius Kingdom." Isaac let out a loud belch. "Ah, that fruit was delicious. I heard it can even strengthen the bond with spirit beasts or something." Spirit beasts could be tools or companions in battle. Strengthening bonds with them never hurt. They are necessary if I want to crush the Pope and the gods in the end. Surely the Ilya Joshua family has a spirit beast too. Just as he was thinking that, he accidentally looked up at the sky. One look he would never forget. He was so horrified he nearly dislocated his jaw. And that, without a doubt, was the spirit beast of the Ilya Joshua Terran Brum family. Suddenly, there was unusual movement on the other side. Wait, maybe we should just go to the banquet first? Isaac glanced over foolishly. Just then, the door swung open with a bang, accompanied by a terrifying cry. "Patriarch." Everyone immediately bowed respectfully. "We greet the Patriarch. We greet the elders." Looking at the imposing man approaching, Isaac wondered, so he's the patriarch? Does that mean he's my grandfather? I have a good feeling about this, my survival instincts are shining. Seeing him getting closer and closer, Joshua quickly shielded Isaac. Father, please give us more time. Cutting Isaac open won't help anyway. Isaac, still oblivious, grinned cheekily. Uncle, don't worry. There's no way he's planning to cut me open. The man paused for about 2 seconds, then pointed at him and ordered, burn the boy, causing not only Isaac but everyone else to be terrified. No, father! Joshua tried to intervene. Meanwhile, Isaac finally knew what worry was, thinking, did my survival instinct break? Why do they want to burn me? Is this family crazy? Is my uncle the only one I can trust? Then, he heard his uncle explain in horror, the boy is still too young to be burned. This made Isaac think even more, becoming increasingly anxious. What the hell? Is he implying that one day he'll still burn me? Joshua pleaded, Father, please reconsider. Even his uncle scrambled over to add his voice. I agree. That reward is too much for the kid. Their terrible choice of words made Isaac furious. Why would burning him be a reward? Suddenly, he heard his uncle say, that's right. If we burn him, we can retrieve the skeleton demon king's body. The flame's blessing on the boy will be even stronger. In that long, winding mess of words, Isaac only caught one important word, blessing. Joshua was still pleading for him, but he was playing both sides. Please, give us more time. Instead, we could just cut the boy open. Finally, just when he thought there was someone to trust, Isaac was horrified to hear the last words from Joshua. Or rather, please, instead of burning, just drown Isaac in water. He cursed this stupid family, wishing they would just go extinct. Suddenly, the man retorted, no. The fire and water of the sanctuary are secret techniques of Elia Joshua, specifically used to nurture a saintess. We can't waste it on a completely useless brat. These grating words made Rai Joshua struggle to contain his fury. Useless? How can you say that? Meanwhile, he silently observed the chaos unfolding as they argued over his fate. Oh, if he's so dead set against it, then this is actually a good thing. He coldly mused. Suri was the one who deserved the blessing more. Actually, it was Suri who defeated the demon in the treasure vault. Rai Joshua retorted angrily. What are you even talking about? It was Isaac who defeated the demon. Even the holy dragon confirmed it. The brothers kept bickering back and forth. The dragon must have been mistaken. A child who can't even walk. How could he possibly defeat a demon? Rai Joshua couldn't accept his brother's logic. Don't be ridiculous. You're going way too far. Besides, Isaac melted the Pope's metal by channeling holy fire. Are you trying to deny that too? Obviously, we all saw it with our own eyes. Maybe you colluded with the elders and cast the holy fire on him yourself. Who knows? He listened silently as his two sons argued. When the other was about to keep pushing the point, claiming there was no evidence, he finally spoke up. Are you talking about the metal? Is this what you're talking about? He pulled out the very emblem they had been searching for. Everyone couldn't hide their shock. The only person linked to the celestial realm of the Pope and the blessed relic was the Holy King. Isaac thought to himself, even back when I was the Skeleton King, I couldn't melt this thing easily. How is this possible? He pondered. Could it be that this body was born more powerful? Rai asked in amazement. Father, how did you find it? Elia Joshua replied, I found it on the way here, at the bottom of Lake Eliseva. Rai continued, look, father, the boy possesses a flame so great that it could melt the Pope's own symbol. Isaac heard his comment and agreed inwardly. Exactly. This will prove that the Joshua clan is far superior to the Pope. Rai added, the boy can even resist the Skeleton King's flames. Bishop Barris agreed. That's right, Patriarch. The boy will become an excellent Skeleton King hunter. Rai chimed in. Many commoners have been hurt by the Skeleton King, who has been hiding until recently. Right? Barris replied. Indeed. If this is ignored, the era of the Skeleton King will rise again. Isaac was curious. Who is that? The creature beside him replied. Whether now or in the past, Master, it seems someone is posing as you and wandering about. Isaac folded his arms and thought, I wonder if that could be. But it doesn't matter. The more attention it draws, the better it is for me. The creature continued. That makes sense. Rai said loudly. Not just now. Think about what happened 10 years ago. The Skeleton King came to the Joshua house and cursed us. Isaac was surprised by this news. What? Rai grew even angrier, gritting his teeth as he recounted the past. He came for us, saying he wanted to wipe out the saint's bloodline. Just thinking about that curse makes my blood boil. The thing beside Isaac whispered. If that happened 70 years ago, it couldn't have been you. Master. My master died 150 years ago. Isaac pondered. A curse targeting this bloodline? Is that why they keep obsessing over the fact that we can't live long? He smirked. The curse of a mediocre demon is nothing but child's play. I just need to use dual mana to suppress it, and it won't have any effect. Isaac's train of thought was interrupted by the elder's words. Even if it doesn't kill us, it stunts our vitality by causing impotence or hindering our growth. An elder beside her added, there are plenty of people who live their whole lives without being able to grow a single hair. Isaac thought furiously. I'm going to kill that imposter. The thing beside him added, being bald might just be genetics. He retorted, don't you see that the patriarch and Rai Joshua both have full heads of hair? That bastard. The curse. Ilya Joshua looked at him and continued to stare into the boy's red eyes. It seemed the boy had been cursed as well. He added, fire and water won't be enough. Isaac wondered, what? Everyone is worrying me so much. I will grant the boy a Holy Spirit. Ilya Joshua and the elders were shocked. Forgive me. Isaac's jaw dropped. A Holy Spirit, those could only be received if bestowed. I really need this, to reach the transcendental level, where even the gods can't touch me. He couldn't hide his excitement. What an amazing gift. I'll rise up with the Holy Spirit and give those bastard gods a heavy punch. Go was the first to oppose Ilya Joshua's decision. A Holy Spirit? That's going too far, Father, he continued. That's something only granted to those who have brought great glory to our clan. What has that kid done for us? Even if he melted the emblem, that's just a blatant provocation against the Pope. Do you think they'll just let this go? Isaac and his companion were annoyed by this guy's nonsense. That fool is causing trouble again. Ilya Joshua glared at him. So, go, he continued. When they sent that so-called gift, what did you do? Go jumped in fright. Ilya Joshua continued to exert his authority. They dared to insult us right in our own home, and not only did you safely return them, now you're standing up to protect them? What have you done other than belittle your own nephew, and now you're trying to stop this, too? Even beasts protect their own kin, and the Joshua clan was built on the principle of protecting the weak. This little child, who should have been protected and cared for, is the one who helped us regain our honor. Isn't that clear proof of upholding the Joshua reputation? Go fell to the ground, trembling in fear before his father's words. Ilya Joshua ordered everyone to be summoned to the main building. I will bestow the blessing upon Isaac. A few days later, Rai spoke to Ilya Joshua. Are you not going to bestow it directly on the boy, father? What do you mean? He didn't look at him and replied curtly. Don't you understand yet? If we put the boy in fire or water to exorcise the skeleton king from him, the boy will suffer. The fire and water of the temple have resistance attributes that are too strong. The boy won't be able to learn exorcism rituals. Rai Joshua continued. Then the boy won't be able to become anything higher than a level 5 cleric. He concluded. The boy would be stuck at level 4 forever. Ilya Joshua took out 3 beads of different colors. I will let Isaac choose between fire, water, or the Holy Spirit. That's enough for a test. Go, on the side. Was secretly overjoyed. Just as I thought, he couldn't possibly give away the Holy Spirit that easily. Ilya Joshua placed the 3 items on the ground in front of Isaac. Choose. Isaac. Rai, Joshua, standing behind, silently worried for him. The energy of fire, water, and Holy Spirits. Isaac, please, pick the white gem. Isaac reached out to choose. Please, Isaac, pick the red one. The entire room went dead silent. Go mocked Rai Joshua. Don't be too disappointed. Even a 4th grade Rai Joshua will eventually bring fame to our name. The red gem gradually dissolved, transforming into a giant flame, catching everyone present by surprise. What? Is that not the temple's flame? The heat pressured them. Rai Joshua was stunned. That, a girl appearing from within the flames, it's a Holy Spirit, the elder shouted in astonishment. Go, confused, asked Ilya Joshua. What is going on, father? Why is there a Holy Spirit inside that gem? He replied to him, don't panic, Gael Joshua. I never said there was only one Holy Spirit. Crossing his arms, he continued. The roots of the Rai Joshua family come from water. But as for a child who can create fire hot enough to melt the Pope's gold, he looked at the Holy Spirit and explained, I set a trap right within this test, yet it still chose the correct answer. But this is truly unexpected. The Holy Spirit shrieked. Ilya Joshua, you must have lost your mind. How dare you summon a royal-class being like me to the mortal realm? She threatened them with her power, showing absolutely no intention of holding back. The elders scrambled backward to keep their distance, shouting at each other, use defensive magic. Go, exclaimed. Father, you summoned a royal-class entity? Do you intend to burn our entire territory to the ground? He pointed at Isaac. Correction. It wasn't me, it was this little one who did it. He laughed at the brat. He himself was astonished as Ilya Joshua remarked that this place could truly become the kid's grave. The Holy Spirit had no intention of controlling the flames. Isaac thought to himself, unbelieving. I clearly only poured a little bit of divine power to summon a mid-level entity, so how the hell did a royal class 1 appear? The thing beside him had the same thought. What on earth are you created from? Isaac thought. I wonder, if I go all out, what kind of monster will I summon next? Who? He observed the Holy Spirit. Holy fire of exorcism. That's definitely it. A flame that can convert mana into holy power. It will be incredibly useful to you, Master, it continued. He acknowledged. That is true. He thought, but how am I supposed to make that thing submit to me? It broke into a sweat. By doing it the right way? Isaac continued. Besides, royal class spirits are all linked to the heavenly realm. I still can't reach those damn gods yet. It agreed. That's true too. Every spirit is close to the gods, but a loud voice from the other side cut its words short. Oh my God, household head, hurry and send it back. The elders pleaded when they saw the terrifying nature of the Holy Spirit. It was a mad spirit that even the gods had abandoned. Ilya Joshua observed and spoke up. Well, if I were despised just because of my hair color, I'd probably cut ties with the gods too. It seems they don't trust anything with black hair. Could that be why this spirit was abandoned? The Holy Spirit roared. Shut up, you weak humans, she continued. What were you thinking, daring to summon me with a subjugation and ritual? Ilya Joshua replied calmly. I didn't call you. She kept shouting, how could that be? You must have used the authority of the household head to summon me. Ilya Joshua pointed at Isaac. It was that boy. The Holy Spirit froze, observed Isaac, and screamed, Are you insane? Did you sacrifice a child to summon me? Ilya Joshua answered curtly, I didn't do that. She continued to interrogate him. Even if your family collapses, this is too much. What on earth did you do to this infant? What in the world is this kid? She kept on yelling. He could only laugh. He was thinking as he observed the person in front of him, both capable and hostile toward the gods. I absolutely must claim this. I will use you as a mana filter for myself. The Holy Spirit gathered a fireball while speaking. Fine, I will test this myself. If this child is truly the one who summoned me with a subjugation ritual, he will survive this attack. No sooner had she finished speaking than she struck the fireball toward Isaac. Rai Joshua shouted, Yah! The Holy Spirit sneered. Well, I might as well grant him a peaceful end, but she hadn't finished bragging before she slapped herself. What? He's excited and coming closer to me? Ilya Joshua continued. Do you believe me now? This kid, still nursing, called you out here. So, choose. Sign a contract with this child, or refuse and face punishment. She gritted her teeth in annoyance but remained arrogant. Punishment? You think a spirit of my rank would care? This is even better. Since I'm already here, I'll burn the Rai Joshua family to ash and enjoy my freedom. She pointed at him. Watch, as your territory sinks into a sea of fire. You stupid whale. Isaac bit down on her, to the stunned gaze of the family members. The Holy Spirit screamed, You crazy brat! The members of the Rai Joshua family hurried over to him while warning, Yah, you can't eat that. They reminded him, Don't swallow it this time. The Holy Spirit was terrified. She continued, Are all of you out of your minds? How on earth are you raising this child? She struggled. Just you wait, you bastards. I'll retreat for today, but I will definitely settle this debt, he thought to himself while observing her movements. Oh ho, teleportation? She sneered. See you later, you jerks. But nothing happened, and she was astonished. Huh? What? The thing beside Isaac smirked. Oh, she muttered. Why can't I? She sensed something and struggled, shouting, Damn it, is this dark mana? Ilya Joshua gave a thumbs up to Isaac. The boy swallowed the Skeleton King's thumb. You know, the Holy Spirit screamed. What in the hell are you feeding this kid? He smirked. Holy spirits are the purest beings in the entire holy realm. They are practically living holy power and are very weak against dark mana. The Holy Spirit lamented. Damn it, I'm losing my strength. I'm breaking out in rashes. Oh, rise, kid, he laughed. Ilya scratched his ear and looked away. What a pity. The Skeleton King's power is too strong. We can't get close. She angrily scolded back. You guys go crazy and attack the moment you hear Skeleton King. Yet now you're pulling this trick? Ilya Joshua leaned down to make an offer. If you stay by my grandson's side and purify all the Skeleton King's dark mana, I'll send you back. The Holy Spirit roared. What the hell are you smoking? Do you know who I am? Ilya Joshua continued. Well, Feel free to stay and get eaten. She was annoyed. You crazy bunch, this is exactly why I hate all of you. If you weren't carrying the Saintess's bloodline, I would have cut ties with you a long time ago. Damn it. Since it's come to this, I'll use this brat to destroy that damn thing. What damn thing, you brat? What damn thing are you talking about? You little punk, she shrieked as Isaac teased her, eventually having no choice but to agree to a compromise. 4 days. Just let me stay with this child for 4 days. 4 days is more than enough for a measly little finger. Ilya Joshua thought to himself, just 4 days? How disappointing. He ordered the east gate to be opened, and the child along with the spirit to be taken inside, forbidding anyone from entering until the purification was complete. Rai Joshua and Gail Joshua both voiced their objections. Family head, father. Ilya Joshua cut them off. Enough! He glared at them with a warning. I don't want to hear another word. Isaac, the Holy Spirit, laughed to himself, thinking, the east gate is right next to the annex building where the mana cores are kept. An explosion echoed from the Joshua family's east gate. A servant below exclaimed, Whoa, another explosion? That's young Master Isaac, right? To be more precise, it's the Skeleton King and his magic. Looks like the family head has given up. They're saying the next successor will probably be Gail Joshua, the Pope's bloodline, or maybe his younger brother, right? Another person added, Young Master Isaac has been cursed, so he's not even on the list for succession anymore. A third person chimed in, But is he really cursed? I'm telling you, just yesterday, 4 servants who went to check on him ran away in a total panic. They said he looked like a bald old man, not a monster shedding skin or a skeleton. The maid continued. Come to think of it, he's been there with a Holy Spirit for 10 years now, right? At the Rai Joshua residence, a piercing scream echoed from the east gate. A maid ran past, shouting, and darted right by a blonde girl. Asili stood before Isaac's room, let out a sigh, grabbed the doorknob, and opened it while calling out, Young Master Isaac, it's me. She looked worried. Young Master, are you all right? Isaac looked at her, lollipop in hand. She went on, Just how strong is the Skeleton King's curse that you still haven't grown up yet? He chuckled to himself. What are you talking about? I'm suppressing it so I don't grow up. When you're an infant, your body absorbs power perfectly. There are innate abilities you can only acquire in infancy. The Holy Spirit lamented, Ah, my whole body aches. Asililar asked, Did you sleep well? Isaac shook his head. She cursed under her breath. Damn it, no matter what, I'm going to purify that hellish mana today. I'm sure I purified almost all of it yesterday. She pointed at Isaac and asked, Hey, what the hell? Why is the mana increasing again? Isaac just laughed. The Holy Spirit scolded him. Hey, you damn monster, exactly how much of the Skeleton King's body did you swallow? I've been purifying you for 10 years. So why is the mana not decreasing? Why does it keep going up every time I wake up? Isaac smiled deviously, thinking to himself, that's because I've been absorbing the mana cores from the annex every single night for the past 10 years. The creature beside him shared that same sly grin. I didn't expect there to be so many mana cores in the annex, it exclaimed. It's truly incredible. My lord, I thought it would take 40 years, but you finished it in just 10. Isaac agreed. The arduous mana-gathering process was finally over. He laughed. I'm self-taught, so my knowledge is a bit limited, but I've already trained up to the 6th stage of holy arts. Asili comforted him. It'll be okay, young master. The church will handle it. Isaac glared at her, pouting as he thought. The church? She kept smiling as she lifted him up. The Skeleton King's subordinates, the 14 magical beasts, will all be executed. She hugged him to her chest and continued. Now that we can completely purify the Skeleton King's mana, you don't have to worry anymore. Isaac screamed in horror. No. Are you crazy? I still have so many things to ask them, and you're executing them? She placed him in his cradle. So just eat your candy and get some rest. Young Master Isaac held his head in frustration. That damn fraud. I have to do something about him. Outside, a voice rang out. You did well, Suri. Isaac glanced over quickly. Outside were Gail, Joshua, and someone else. He was bragging. Not only did I skip grades, but I also became the youngest ordained priest. He added excitedly. I heard the princess will attend the ordination ceremony too. What a great honor. Top of the class, and I'll even become her guard. Suri wasn't modest at all. Naturally, since I am my father's son, this is nothing. Right? His father beamed, showering him with praise. Exactly. And so humble too. My son has become truly reliable. Just like me, he's genuinely brilliant. But when he turned to the side, the other person was gone. So he asked in confusion, Huh? Suri, well. That Suri was falling at that moment. He landed flat on his face, letting out a pained cry. Isaac spoke up. "Hey, Suri Joshua, do you want to die?" he asked, then continued. "Every time you open your mouth, you spew nothing but lies. Do you think your life ends right after graduating from the academy?" Suri looked at him, thinking, that freak is at it again. Isaac continued to scold him. "You only skipped grades and got high marks on the exam thanks to my tutoring, yet you dare to act all arrogant?" Suri Joshua defended himself. "I put in a lot of effort too, you know. Do you think being top of the class is easy?" Isaac retorted. "If it were just based on your skills, that would have been impossible." "You idiot," Suri admitted sheepishly. "Well, I guess that's true," he thought to himself. "Maybe I should start preparing for my priest ordination ceremony? Most holy arts require ordination before they can be used." He jumped to the ground and said, "Suri Joshua, you have to help me." Suri immediately asked, "Why me? What is it this time?" Isaac glared at him, and the guy's attitude changed instantly. "What do you need me to do?" Isaac smiled deviously and suggested, "Hand over everything you've got, the prize money from the quiz competition, and all the allowance you get from your father." Suri Joshua went pale, tears welling up in his eyes as he cursed inwardly. "You damn devil," Isaac continued. "I knew it. Did you say they're executing the Skeleton King's subordinates?" Suri replied, "Ah, that?" He explained that after the incident at the treasury, they stopped following orders and were just waiting to die, so the authorities decided to get rid of them. Isaac asked, "Really?" He continued, "There's no other way. I have to get it this year." Suri wondered. "Get what?" "Say that again." "The priest ordination ceremony." Suri laughed. "You haven't even entered the academy yet. And you're already talking about the ordination ceremony?" Isaac smacked him on the head. He muttered, "Are you laughing at me?" Suri quickly denied it. "Ah, no, young master," he continued. "There's a recommendation system, and academy professors are here too. If you get a letter of recommendation and pass the exam, you can be ordained." Wow, what a great system for people who use connections. You have to complete a great deed to prove your virtue. He added, "Like you have terrible virtue." After all, Isaac was annoyed by the guy's words, but the one next to him spoke up. "That bastard actually has an eye for talent, at least. You have to save a life to earn a recommendation. The higher their status, the better your chances of getting recommended. But what are the odds of some big shot just happening to be in danger for you to save them?" Isaac continued. "So, we've only got 1 month left?" he added. "The princess will be at the ordination ceremony, right?" Suri replied, "She will." But Isaac smirked. The princess was incredibly precious, wasn't she? "Head to the Rhoda Mansion training grounds," he continued. "Isaac won't be coming to the capital." The others tried to persuade him. "My Lord Duke, this year is different from the others, isn't it? You absolutely have to attend the founding festival this time. After all, this is the year the holy candidates are finally being ordained as priests." Isaac paused. For the last 10 years, while the other holy candidates had been performing miracles, young Master Isaac hadn't even shown his face. That's right, 10 years ago, he had shown incredible skill with artifacts. They couldn't stop praising him. I can't wait to see how much he's grown. As an academy teacher, it's been my lifelong dream to teach young Master Isaac. Plus, the ordination ceremony coincides with the princess's birthday, so the Pope himself will be presiding over the ritual. Ilya Joshua thought to himself. "The Pope," the other man continued, "will bestow the title of hero upon those who are ordained." Ilya Joshua calculated that receiving the title of hero would significantly expand their power base. It was a huge benefit, yet he still refused. He's not old enough to be ordained yet. If he has the talent, what does age matter? They looked at him with pleading eyes. He finally relented. "Fine, do as you please," Ilya Joshua added. "But you'll be the ones taking responsibility." Another explosion rocked the eastern city. The man observing it thought to himself, "So that's where it is. Even the Pope can only summon the Spirit King once. And yet, that kid was able to summon one through a subjugation ritual? On top of that, it's a holy spirit, the kind that exorcises. A fire spirit with black hair that's most likely a guardian of the heavenly realm. A holy spirit couldn't be a Spirit King because of their evil nature." He smirked. The Pope and his family were obsessed with collecting spirits. Once they saw this one, they'd lose their minds. If he succeeded in stealing this holy spirit and offering it to them, he'd definitely be rewarded handsomely. He had even prepared something to neutralize holy mana. If he could suppress that kid's holy mana, the dark mana of the Skeleton Demon King would surely go berserk, and then he could just sneak the holy spirit away in the chaos. "This way, Professor," the assistant said, leading the professor to Isaac. They were excited. At last, they would finally meet the young master. That's right. The professor entered and spoke. "Oh, young Master Isaac, just as they said, you look exactly the same as you did 10 years ago." Isaac looked at them with shimmering eyes, and he spoke. The people present were struck by his adorable expression. "My heart. I have to get him into the academy right now." The man approached Isaac and thought, "Does this little fox think he can charm people? I'll use my full power to make the Skeleton Demon King's dark mana go wild." He hugged the boy with ill intent. "Now, go crazy." But he waited for a moment, and nothing happened. Isaac kept looking at him with those innocent eyes, leaving him confused. "Why isn't anything happening? I released enough holy mana to make the dark mana lose control." The Holy Spirit above his head started scolding him. "Hey, you annoying brat, what are you waiting for? Just hurry up and kill that damn priest already. What do you think you're doing, releasing that much holy mana?" The man grinned when he saw her. "There it is, a royal-grade Holy Spirit. This is my chance." He took out a handkerchief and started wiping Isaac's face. "Ahem, it's quite hot today, isn't it?" Isaac looked at him, thinking to himself. "Huh? What is this smell?" He smiled craftily. "Look at this bastard." The Holy Spirit felt uncomfortable and let out a painful cry, causing those around them to worry. "Holy Spirit, what's wrong?" She changed, becoming tainted by dark energy. The man achieved his goal and opportunistically exclaimed, "Is the Skeleton Demon King's dark mana going berserk?" "It's dangerous, Professor." He smiled in satisfaction, thinking, "Good. Now I just need to spirit this crazy Holy Spirit away." He crushed the object in his hand. At that exact moment, a soul-reaping strike hit the Holy Spirit head-on, but his attack was reflected, burning the man himself. Isaac smirked. "Is that what you thought?" Rai Joshua and Asili Lar ran in. "Young Master Isaac," he thought. "Is this enough, I wonder?" Perfect. Now there are enough witnesses. He manipulated his mana, and everyone present focused on him. They exclaimed, "Is that young Master Isaac absorbing mana?" "That's right, he's calming the chaos." Isaac smiled. He snapped his fingers, thinking, "That takes care of the mana." He smirked and ordered, "You there, stop that." The out-of-control Holy Spirit was quickly brought under his command. Rai Joshua exclaimed, "Pure-colored holy power." Asili was also stunned. "Oh my God." The Holy Spirit slowly touched down and quickly regained her senses. Those present couldn't stop praising him. "This is incredible." He suppressed the Skeleton Demon King's dark mana, and he even calmed down a rampaging Holy Spirit, all with the pure-colored holy power of the Rai Joshua family. The Holy Spirit groaned. "What on earth is this?" They marveled. "This is truly a miracle." Rai Joshua approached him. "Young Master Isaac." They smiled. "I'm so glad you can finally speak. I'm so proud of you." Isaac thought wearily. "Seriously? Is that the only thing you care about?" They cheered. "Long live Isaac." The old man who had just been burned crawled back. What the hell just happened? The Holy Spirit was waiting for him, and she answered irritably, "I should be the one asking you that. You lackey of the yellow faith." She gritted out each word. "Who is behind this?" He hurriedly tried to justify himself. "You've misunderstood. I only came here to see young Master Isaac." The Holy Spirit didn't believe he was confused. "You're wearing fire-resistant gear from head to toe, and you call it a misunderstanding? From now on, no fire spirit will have any connection with priests of the Pope's family." She smirked. "Oh, and I'm only doing this because I'm grumpy, so don't get the wrong idea." He called out after her, "What? Please, wait a second. How can a Holy Spirit cut ties with priests, people linked to the gods, especially those from the Pope's family? How could a Holy Spirit have that kind of power?" She cut the old man off. "Get lost. I severed my ties with the gods a long time ago. I'm not bound by your laws anymore." Isaac chuckled, looking amused. "Get out of my sight," he mocked, repeating the words. The elder was stunned, stuttering in disbelief. The Holy Spirit turned to him. "And as for you, you saved me with your divine mana, and you even managed to control the Skeleton King's dark mana. Now that the dark mana has been purified, the pact between us is effectively over. However, I'll stay by your side to repay this debt of gratitude." Isaac grinned, satisfied. "That's what I'm talking about? You really are a divine entity, unlike those idiots who hate being in debt." The professors laughed. "We're heading back to the Holy See now to report everything. A kid this talented definitely deserves to be ordained." Isaac beamed. "Thanks for the recommendation letter, suckers." Rai Joshua reported the details to him. He read the incoming letter and spoke up. "The Holy See has approved Isaac's ordination as a priest. They want him to attend the ceremony in person." Rai Joshua asked, "So soon? Is it because he saved the people at the academy?" He shook his head. "No, he was nominated because he possesses a king-tier soul." Rai Joshua sighed with relief. "With that, no one can object. More importantly, Being ordained is equivalent to graduating from the academy. So, they evaluated Isaac's knowledge and academic standing. He held up the evaluation paper. He got a perfect score across all 1,600 categories. Rai Joshua was stunned, gasping out. A perfect score? Rai Joshua continued. And now, he has no more issues with his speech or mobility. Ilya Joshua chimed in. It's just a shame his attitude is so rotten. Now, we just need to verify his personality. Unless he's a serious criminal or a complete deviant, he should pass without any issues. Rai Joshua spoke up. Remember, this is the test where the sacred law ensures that even if you write lies, the truth will still be recorded, right? Let's take a look. What do you think of the family that raised you? I will conquer it. Everything will be mine, Rai Joshua commented. Oh, that's certainly bold, Ilya Joshua added. As ridiculous as it sounds, that kind of spirit is what I'd expect from someone like him. What will you do once you are ordained? Cut off the heads of the gods. They couldn't believe it. Reading every word carefully, the test asked, explain your dreams and ambitions as a priest of the Holy Empire of Helen. I will destroy this nation. Ilya Joshua whispered. Only you and I have seen these results. Rai Joshua was slumped over, clutching his head, trembling with shock while reading the paper. Ilya Joshua leaned in. If he becomes a priest and takes this test again, he'll be executed for heresy. Rai Joshua slammed his hand on the table. I'll be ordained in his place. Do not let Isaac leave the house for now. He stood up and declared, that kid needs a bit of education first. In Isaac's room, that creature spoke. Master, have you made up your mind? Isaac replied sharply. Obviously. He grabbed his bag, wearing a sinister smile. I'm running away to the capital's Roman Academy. At the Holy Arts Department, people were gossiping. I heard a 10-year-old kid is getting ordained. Are you crazy? What could a kid possibly have done to get ordained this early? This graduation ceremony is going to be hilarious. They laughed. A red-haired kid spoke up. A toddler? Ordained as a priest? That's a joke. Another added. And didn't you say he couldn't even walk? The kid continued. Like I said, that brat hasn't grown an inch in 10 years. He's cursed by the Skeleton King, so how could he grow, right? Suri and the others mocked Isaac. How could a brat like that get ordained? Maybe it's just an honorary title. Suri sighed to himself. What an annoying bastard. He tried to stay quiet, but the chatter started up again. Near Capet chimed in. But it must be nice being born into the saint's family. Even a kid with no qualifications gets ordained. Tisk, that's so pathetic. Suri slammed the table and stood up. How dare that bastard? Another student walked in and cut him off. Do you think the Holy See is a joke? Near Capet. She continued. Besides, you accepted Isaac's nomination, the son of your father, Duke Lonset. I don't think you're stupid enough to insult your own father. Near shouted back in anger. Shut up. You're not even a student at the academy. Why are you here? She replied. Can't help it. I was invited. I've been asked to guide the graduates as an advisor and professor of holy arts. Near and the others were shocked by her words. She continued, Suri, you worry me too. There's no way someone cursed like Isaac could ever become a priest. The Joshua family had better hold it together until you become the head. But if your family collapses, come see me. I'll give you a mediocre position at the Vatican. Her words made Suri feel sick. He gritted his teeth, his hands balled into fists, constantly reminding himself. No. Stay calm. Now is not the time. He spat out, I don't need your help. He walked away, leaving the group behind with a parting shot. Worry about yourself first. Back in the dormitory, Suri threw things in a rage. He screamed, those damn rats, why does this crap have to happen to me? My own family didn't even come to my ordination ceremony just because that bastard ran away. Why now? Of all times. You useless bastard. I hope all your hair falls out just like the Skeleton King. He said it without noticing a hand emerging from the ground. Isaac appeared, his expression menacing. What did you just say? My hair. Falling out? What was that? You want to die? Suri was flustered. How did you get out of there? Isaac crossed his arms and propped up his feet. Suri asked, how did you even get here? Isaac replied, the family head and my uncle kept trying to stop me from getting ordained, so I ran away. Isaac added while pulling items from his coat. Forget about you, Suri Joshua. Suri panicked when he saw Isaac pulling things out. What else? What is that? What? Isaac looked annoyed. You weak little brat. Isaac held it up with murderous intent in his eyes. You're going around, accepting positions from people in the Vatican? Suri tried to justify himself. No, it's not. Isaac cut him off. Shut up. He kept hitting him while scolding. Those trashy bastards dare to disrespect the name of Joshua? The Joshuas belong to me. Only I have the right to insult them. and only I have the right to lead them to the brink of destruction. Suri shouted back. What the hell are you talking about? Isaac grabbed him and whispered, Remember this, Suri Joshua. I am the one who will burn the Joshua family to the ground. Suri cried out, Oh God, please save me from this bastard. Isaac continued, Quit whining, and get up. Lead the way. Where do you think you're going? Isaac smiled wickedly. To deal with the people who messed with my property. The main hall is bustling with people coming and going. What's this? Who would bring a child here? Oh, this kid's hair is beautiful. I wonder who that is. Isaac, with a sly grin, slowly approaches while holding a rattle. Who would dare lay a finger on Rai Joshua? Oh, he quickly notices the red hair of a girl nearby. That red hair, could I have seen it in a treasure collection 10 years ago? Something smells fishy. Suri Joshua hurries along behind him. Wait, we have to stop this. If anything happens here, the Inquisitors will come swarming in. Survival tip. The Academy has a department for heresy Inquisitors. As for that girl, she's the sister of Nir Capet. Suri quickly speeds up. Just as he's about to reach Isaac, he's already slipped away. Isaac nimbly jumps onto the table in front of Naki. Hey Red, are you bullying Suri Joshua? Naki frowns and replies, I never bullied Suri Joshua. It's Nir Capet who bullies him. Isaac smirks. Good, so you admit to the bullying. I didn't say it was me. Nir Capet did it, are you even listening? A dark cloud hovering nearby whispers to him. But master, this girl looks kind of familiar. Yeah, she does feel familiar. That's the aura of one of the 5 great gods. She points at him and asks, Based on that, you must be the rumored Isaac. One child is cursed, the other is a descendant of the Pope. It seems the church really failed at selecting a new god this year, huh? Looks like the Joshua family is about to be wiped from the 5 great temples, too. Isaac pouts, thinking, With that attitude, you really are one of the 5 great god clans. Suri Joshua whispers anxiously, Isaac, stop messing with enemy families. Hurry back to your great clan. Isaac bluntly cuts him off. Shut it. I'm not going anywhere until I get my position. Naki stands up abruptly. You will never get that position. Nir Capet said he's going to file a complaint with the Holy See to have it cancelled. A nobody like you dares to dream of being ordained? Suri grinds his teeth in anger. That jerk Nir? Naki provokes him in a low voice. Well, looking at how you act, it'll probably be cancelled even without Nir having to do anything. Just then, a man in a hooded cloak approaches. My lady, should I call the Inquisitors, just in case? Suri Joshua hears this and panics. No, 70% of the Inquisitors are from enemy families. He frantically grabs Isaac. Isaac, I told you to get out of here. Suddenly, a loud scream cuts through the chaos. A beast with a massive body somehow charges in. Students are running for their lives in a panic. A magical beast. Run. In contrast, Isaac is extremely excited. You're here. My protector has arrived. Why is there a beast here? Did it escape from the training room? My lady, it's dangerous. Please step back. The man barely finishes his sentence when the beast lunges, knocking him aside. Naki is completely panicked. Since when did it appear? Just as the beast's claws are about to touch her, Isaac's laughter rings out. Wait, he takes the rattle and tosses it right at the beast. Ch! I called you so many times and you only show your face now. The beast stomps its feet and lets out a roar. Naki frowns deeply. That damn monster. Isaac gives it a sharp look. Get lost. The beast immediately loses its ferocity, shrinking back in fear. It whimpers once and then immediately runs off. The dark cloud chuckles. You're really something, master. You dragged a perfectly well-contained monster out here, beat it to a pulp, and then chased it away like you're putting on a show. Isaac smirks in response. Gotta make use of what you've got, right? Just then, the doors burst open. The Inquisitors rush in. Where's the monster? Stay away from it. I think it ran that way. Contact the monster hunting squad. One Inquisitor runs over to check on Naki. Are you all right? My lady. Suri Joshua flinches when he sees him. Inquisitors, we'll be going now. Suri picks up Isaac, but they are immediately blocked. Stop. You aren't leaving until the investigation is over. This is the end. We don't know anything. He smiles awkwardly and scratches his head. Naki finally speaks up. Don't bother. That kid saved me. Both Suri and Isaac are left stunned. What? She walks toward them. Isaac, right? I apologize for what I said, but don't think I'm specifically grateful to you or anything. Clear? Isaac's face darkens. What's wrong with this girl? The crowd nearby begins to whisper. The boy who received a recommendation letter after saving some people. Is that for real? A girl with striking blonde hair stands out in the crowd. That child. The one my brother mentioned. Princess Charlotte Alex Freck, of the Helen Holy Empire. Scene shift to the Joshua estate, inside the office of Elijah. Oh my, why do you keep refusing? Gelio Barris Lamb. Isn't it a good thing for your grandson to be ordained? Then just let him participate in the ordination ceremony. Elijah Joshua cuts him off bluntly. Shut your mouth. The voice continues to come from the magical orb. Ah, the Holy Father, the Pope will be furious. That's not my concern. My grandson will be taught in my estate until he comes of age. If you keep a child locked away like that, he's going to have serious problems later. He grinds his teeth, thinking, he already has problems. I don't know if you've heard, but there's a silver-haired kid wandering around the academy. Hearing this, Elijah Joshua jumps to his feet. Isaac, he calls out urgently. Yes, father? He hears the voice and rushes in. What is it? We're going to the imperial capital immediately. We have to be there before tomorrow. Elijah Joshua scrambles to prepare. Isaac is completely clueless about what's happening. Even by the fastest route, it takes at least a week. We only have 23 hours and 48 minutes left, and we're heading straight there. The next day, Suri Joshua is pounding on the door. Hey, Isaac, what are you doing? Are you trying to cram your tiny body into those priest robes? Get out here. Everyone's waiting. They're all going to laugh at you. Let's go, okay? Isaac's voice calls from inside. I'm done. Suri Joshua is in utter despair. Just give up and go home, please, I beg you. Then, he looks up, his jaw drops, and his eyes widen. You, just, go. Suri Joshua is stunned. The final night of the founding festival at the ordination banquet. Everyone is present. The atmosphere is vibrant and bustling. Everyone, please stand. The powerful and influential step in, including Gelio Barris, Isaac, and the heads of other families. Go along with everyone and clap to welcome them. He raises an eyebrow, thinking, you are the head of the 5 great clans, the successor to the Joshua family, and a cardinal of the Blue Church, none other than me. Right then, Rai rushes over. Are we late? Go, furrowed his brow when he saw Isaac. Why are you looking for Isaac here? He should be at the main house. And more importantly, don't tell me you ran all the way here? Vi was panting heavily, her clothes covered in dust, looking absolutely disheveled. Yeah, something like that. Do you know where Isaac is? I think he might be with the kid. I haven't seen them either. Just then, another voice rang out. The Pope has arrived. Show your respects. Pope Gelio Barris. Everyone bowed in unison. May the God's blessing always be with Isaac. May the God's blessing always be with Isaac. The chants continued repeatedly. Gelio slowly took his seat in the center. Distinguished guests, please, be seated. Isaac glanced around, but he couldn't see himself. The initiation ceremony will now begin. Those who are called, please step forward. Yeah, that's a relief then, he thought to himself. Isaac, are you here? Isaac took a casual sip of wine, thinking, why keep calling someone who isn't even here? They should have removed the names of those who were absent, right? He's not here, just continue. But right after that, his voice rang out. He couldn't help but spit out all the wine in his mouth. Go, gritted his teeth, looking around. That shameless brat, does he really dare to walk in here so openly? Then, before everyone's eyes, Isaac no longer looked like an infant. He now appeared as a boy his own age. What on earth? Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Step forward. Isaac looked toward Ilya Joshua over there. He was so moved that he shed tears. Isaac, since when did you grow up like this? And you're even wearing the priest robes I made for you. Observers broke out among the crowd. I heard he was still just a baby. Did he break the Skeleton King's curse? Does the Joshua family have a kid that strong? Damn, he's actually really handsome. Nir's jaw dropped in shock. What the hell is going on? Why did he grow up so fast? Isaac ignored them, smiling as he stepped forward. Ilya Joshua couldn't help but crush the armrest of his chair. Skeleton King, you bastard. What have you done to Isaac? That child wouldn't smile like that. Did you take over my grandson? Perhaps the Rosua family curse had finally ended. Kina gritted her teeth hearing this. If he isn't a saint, then who is? He doesn't look cursed at all. Pope Jalio spoke in a low voice. Isaac Rosua, he thought to himself. Is this the Pope? He looks over 70, but he radiates an aura like a predatory beast. Furthermore, I can see the shadows of every pope I've fought over the years in him. Should I just slit the old man's throat right here? The Rai family all shared the same worry. They remembered the letter from earlier. Do you have anything to say to the Pope? As a newly ordained priest, I should kneel down so it's easier to chop his head off. That's what Isaac had written back then. Must stop the kid. Immediately, Ilya Joshua slammed his hand on the table, making everything scatter. My hand slipped. R flicked the table straight up with his hand. You annoying brat. Go couldn't understand what was happening. Are they crazy? There's only one of him. He's as big as your head. The next Joshua stepped up. Isaac glared at them angrily. These bastards are trying to stop me. He grumpily scratched his head. The Pope watched the scene in silence, as if deep in thought. Next, those to be ordained shall express their reverence to the gods. Oh, time to choose which god will bless me. Yan and Ryan walked up from below. They kept a certain distance to observe. Perhaps it would be the holy protector of the Blue Church. Please let it be that. I mean, there's no way a heretical god would descend upon him, right? Yan said with a stern face. If that's the case, I'll destroy him. Isaac Ryan froze, sweat dripping down his back. The cup of holy water, what should I do? Isaac stepped forward. He used a needle to prick his finger slightly, then let his blood drip into the holy water. The drop fell with a splash, and immediately, a surge of power erupted from it. Go cheered excitedly. Just as expected from my son, the holy protector of the Blue Church has descended in person. Suri Joshua ran over to him happily. Then it was Isaac's turn. He thought to himself, so the God the Rai Joshua family serves is the God of light, that stingy God with the pure heart. Did he also prick his finger with a needle? I'm annoyed no matter who comes. As soon as Isaac's blood dripped down, the Pope's expression changed instantly. He furrowed his brows tightly. This blood, it just kept dripping into the holy water. Immediately, an incredibly massive source of power radiated out, forcing everyone to step back. The surge of power brought a strong gale with it. Ilya Joshua looked astonished. It was the Skeleton King. Ilya Joshua looked at Isaac with rage. It was the Skeleton King. He leaped, lunging toward one side like a whirlwind. Skeleton King? Isaac was startled to see him charging like a starving tiger. Ilya Joshua's fist gathered power, pouring all his strength into it to blow him away in one hit. His voice was filled with fury as he threw the punch. Die! The Skeleton King saw this, and used his chains to lift Isaac aside, dodging Ilya's powerful attack. Suddenly, a voice whispered in Isaac's ear, I've been waiting for this insolent bastard to show up for a long time. What? Isaac's eyes glowed red. Let's start by killing him. The words carried a hint of death. And then I'll wipe the Holy Empire off the map. Isaac, bound in chains, looked stunned and dazed. What is this? Watching the Skeleton King laughing to himself, he felt helpless. He looks exactly like me before. Suddenly, the little black fluff ball exploded in anger, shouting, What is this fake thing? It yelled in fury. My master doesn't look like a pathetic wretch. Hey, you bastard. While everyone was distracted, a hand was gradually gathering power. It shot straight toward Ilya, Joshua, and Isaac, blasting them apart in opposite directions. He was caught off guard by the attack and felt a bit angry. The people, seeing this, immediately ran in panic. Back away. Meanwhile, Ilya Joshua's eyes were full of killing intent, unleashing his power. He fired a vicious, swirling blast of energy like a tornado toward Isaac. The sight made Ilya Joshua stand frozen, looking at what he had created. Isaac was absolutely furious now. Ilya Joshua's body was ignited with flames, his fingers clawing in rage. Your power must have been sealed by the curse. Don't you think you should just shut up? His feet stood firm, his straight back responding to his words. I was holding back, just because I didn't want to get scolded for smashing this place up. Ilya Joshua's eyes narrowed, burning with a murderous, crimson glare. He lunged at the Skeleton King again. But you've said quite enough. A sudden idea sparked in Isaac's mind. He yanked the chain hard, pulling Isaac toward him, catching the boy off guard. You want to watch this kid die with your own eyes? Isaac's face twisted in sheer terror. This was exactly what he had been dreading. As the creature looming before him prepared to devour him, he cursed his luck in silent fear. Did he really dare to summon such a dangerous monster while his own grandson was being held hostage? Huh? Wait. Why is it opening its mouth? Ilya Joshua pointed right at him. A saint wouldn't die from a hit like that. You've lost your mind. The monster's jaws were already closing in, ready to swallow Isaac whole. I'm done for. Suddenly, a bolt of blue light tore through the wall, sending debris flying everywhere. The roar was so deafening that everyone nearby collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Even the Skeleton King was caught off guard by the sudden blast of power. As the smoke cleared, the blue light began to fade into the vast, open air. The crowd huddled together in terror. Is he really dead? Someone whispered. The Skeleton King has returned, but didn't he vanish 70 years ago after cursing Ilya Joshua? He's finally planning to make his move. After hoarding his power all this time, little Isaac slammed his hands down onto the ground. That's not it at all. Isaac's face contorted with rage. That bastard is just an imposter. He fell to his knees, and Ilya Joshua rushed over to him. "Isaac, are you okay?" The boy slowly sat up. Even if he was a member of the elite, could he really be fine after taking a hit like that? Hadn't the Skeleton King called him a saint? Maybe he really was a saint. Ilya hurried over to support his grandson. "The Skeleton King is dead, right?" "He's gone." "I think so," Isaac replied. Ilya Joshua had completely obliterated him with his whale attack. But Isaac looked up in disbelief. The creature couldn't be dead, that was just a phantom of the Skeleton King. Everyone who heard that gasped in shock. The little black cloud floating nearby started chattering again. "I think someone copied the darkness and unleashed it here. Master, something is strange." "So you noticed it too?" Isaac already knew what the creature had done to become that powerful. "He used my mana?" Doubts swirled in Isaac's mind. "Don't tell me my mana core ended up somewhere out there too." It wasn't an impossible thought, especially since a piece of his own skeleton was still tucked away in the royal treasury. Isaac's face took on a sinister look. If the imposter had it, that would actually be perfect. He would just have to capture him, beat him to a pulp, and take it back. Ilya Joshua stood up and walked over, planting a hand over his heart, speechless. Just a moment ago, he was. He remembered the moment he faced the Skeleton King. The Pope had suddenly made a move. If he hadn't attacked, the Pope would have killed Isaac along with the Skeleton King. His eyes glared with fury at the Pope's group sitting on the ground. The man wore a fake, comforting smile while talking to the child who was crying. But why? The Pope was filled with suspicion. He couldn't believe it. The primal god that the Golden Temple had craved for 1,000 years. Even the 5 great high gods were eclipsed by his presence. The Pope's teeth gritted in frustration. He stared at Isaac as if he wanted to tear him apart. Why did they choose a brat from Ilya Joshua? Ilya Joshua suddenly turned toward Isaac. He heard a voice and looked at the boy sitting to the side. "Isaac?" "Yes." Ilya Joshua's hand patted him gently. "Come on, let's go home." But his actions contradicted his soft expression. "It seems my grandson has grown up brilliantly. You've overcome the Skeleton King's curse." That look sent a chill down Isaac's spine. Even though he was smiling, why did he look so terrifying? Isaac flinched, feeling a tremor of fear. "I'll buy you some candy." Who wanted to follow him? He looked like one of those weirdos who lures kids with fried chicken, only to drag them straight to the hospital. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "Your Highness." She stepped in to block Ilya Joshua. "It seems Isaac isn't leaving just yet." Suddenly, a portal appeared amidst the rubble. Demons swarmed out, screaming to terrify the onlookers. Ilya stood up and glared at the advancing horde. "This isn't over yet." Ilya Joshua glanced down at his grandson, complaining. "Oh, good grief. I guess there's no helping it." Isaac's eyes lost their gloomy look. "I guess we can't go home just yet." Isaac stepped in front of the girl, standing his ground to protect her. She wondered to herself, "You arrogant little brat. You dare call yourself a saint just because you had a growth spurt?" Isaac thought to himself, "I don't know what you're planning, but I'm going to take advantage of this." Both of them stepped forward simultaneously. "I'll show you who the real saint is." Isaac's small hands formed an orb of energy crackling with powerful lightning. He held it high. "Purify." As the light washed over them, the monsters on the ground stopped screaming instantly. The people watched the scene in awe. What a magnificent purification spell. I don't think I've seen light that pure in over 100 years. Suddenly, the man in glasses standing behind them sneered with contempt. But why is he only using a purification spell? Something meant only for cleansing, instead of an offensive holy spell. His question was quickly answered, because it could also purify mana. Maybe he was trying to prevent the summoned beasts from being called back. Isaac remembered what he had been taught. Holy arts? You really want to learn from me? Purification spirit, there's nothing else for it. Isaac is the only one I can learn holy arts from. Suddenly, his gaze turned sinister. But once a purification spell reaches level 6, it deals damage over time across a wide area. Isaac smiled with the malice of a demon, and the monsters nearby immediately shrieked and collapsed under the purification. Most importantly, the reason the purification spell is necessary right now is, before he could finish his thought, she stepped forward and shoved him away. "Move aside. Your holy spell can't destroy them." She gestured behind her, her expression mocking. He could only use level 5 holy arts. Even so, that must be a once-in-a-century talent. A golden aura of spiritual power began to gather in her hands. With just that amount of talent, you're no match for me. Watch closely. They can only be destroyed by a powerful offensive holy spell, focusing attacks on multiple points at once. But suddenly, the energy vanished, and she stared blankly at her empty hands. Isaac laughed out loud from behind her. "Multiple points at once? Concentrated attacks? She turned back, furious. Don't you get what those monsters actually are yet? They have incredible regenerative abilities, so you have to land a powerful finishing blow. That remark made him laugh so hard, he nearly spit out his drink. Isaac Gale Joshwang walked along, arms crossed, chuckling to himself. You brat. You really don't know a thing. Maybe I should have just let Ilya Joshua take him. His expression was truly an eyesore. They're all just decoys. That single sentence left her looking blank. Decoys? He sighed, and started walking in the other direction. Is there core unit around here somewhere? She cast a detection spell, and the core quickly revealed itself. Found it. She stepped forward, grumbling. What's so scary about a tiny worm like this? He poked it hard with a stick, but it didn't seem to faze it at all. Suddenly, a portal ripped open in front of them, releasing a surge of energy. Isaac twirled his stick and smiled. It was slowly poisoning everyone. The people nearby went limp with terror. This was an incredibly dangerous toxin. People were dying without even realizing it as the poison seeped into their systems. What on earth is this? That skeleton said it wanted to wipe out the entire Holy Kingdom. She looked even more terrified, while a sinister look crossed his face. After all, the priests were the future of the Holy Kingdom. He quickly urged the others. Everyone, find where those worms are hiding. If anyone's been poisoned, move fast and get the antidote. Understood. Suddenly, Jack's eyes widened as he looked toward the horizon. Huh? Where did that come from? A pillar of light shot down, illuminating the dark room. He recoiled. Wait, if you kill them all at once like that. Before he could finish, a loud thud echoed through the entire room. Where did that little cloud come from? Master, this is our chance. If you purify the disciples who collapsed from the poison, you'll surely be recognized as a saint. Hey, you really are a genius. He jumped at the opportunity. His big moment had arrived. But out of nowhere, the Pope appeared and slammed his staff into the ground. A 9th-tier holy spell? With just that staff, he absorbed all the mana in the room. Isaac could only watch helplessly as he witnessed the mana being drained away for the first time. The Pope looked satisfied. You don't need to worry about being poisoned anymore. Deep down, he was absolutely furious. Those bastards from the Pope's family were never any help. Seriously. Suddenly, a clawed foot lunged at him. So, it's a monster? You dare stand against the Great King? I won't let you off. Even if it's the last thing I do, I'm taking you down with me. Suddenly, a red thread sprouted from Isaac's eyes. The monster lunged toward him, trying to devour him on the spot, roaring and baring its sharp fangs. This power. He didn't care. He just glanced back as if it were nothing. In the end, you're nothing at all. We've cleared them out. Bring the injured to the infirmary. He walked past everyone in silence. Suddenly, she realized something. Did he just drive away a monster with nothing but a glare? Realizing that, her hands began to tremble. No way. How could that be? She looked at Isaac, who was lazily yawning. That was a skill only someone on the Pope's level could perform. News reports kept popping up. The Skeleton Demon King has appeared at the inauguration ceremony. The entire empire is in chaos. The Skeleton Demon King has resurfaced. Wait, he lost and ran away again? Who is this saint the Skeleton Demon King mentioned? Inside the room, they were whispering. It seemed there was a problem with the holy water vessel. A phantom summoning matrix has been carved onto it. We're currently investigating the merchant who brought the vessel in, so please wait for more information. Two people at the desk turned to ask, So, is the cause an increase in outsiders? That is one of the reasons. He pointed to a notebook. What is the Holy Dragon doing? The barrier the Holy Dragon was protecting was the core of the problem. Under the blue sky and golden sun, sunlight streamed into the castle. He sat with his legs crossed, reading the newspaper. So, the demon invasion has weakened the Empire's barrier. And since the Holy Dragon is connected to the royal family, the Pope's family doesn't have to take any responsibility, right? After finishing the paper, he couldn't stop thinking. It was no surprise that the Pope's family was that cunning. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. My grandson is quite the reader, aren't you? Grandfather, where did you come from? Congratulations, grandson. That's wonderful. You've been ordained as a priest. How should I deal with this guy? I guess he's just forcing himself to act like this because of the old man. Rai, standing nearby, cheered. Our Isaac can even speak fluently now. Finally, we can make him read the Skeleton Demon King's curse letter. You really know how to get on people's nerves. Suddenly, Ilya Joshua slammed the door open and walked in. He didn't mince words and went straight to the tea table. It's good you're both here. Isaac, could you leave us to speak in private for a moment? Sure. The door closed. He left to give them their space. Ilya Joshua immediately used his power to ensure no one could overhear. 3rd tier holy spell. Absolute soundproofing. He blocked all energy from escaping the room. Joe, standing nearby, spoke up. What's so serious that you had to use a soundproofing spell, sir? I had to. Even in my own office. I can't be sure of anything. He looked grim. It's about Isaac. Their faces turned serious. During the last inauguration ceremony, I think Isaac, his voice was cold, was chosen by an evil god. Ilya Joshua sat down with a grave expression. It was clear the god who chose Isaac was no ordinary entity. I heard a holy seal that has never appeared in the history of the divine pantheon has manifested. Only the Pope Angelio Barris saw that seal. The Pope has been trying to eliminate Isaac. Rai couldn't believe his ears. What? The Pope? That can't be. He nodded slowly, sighing. Right. If it wasn't an evil god, there would be no reason for him to react like that. Go, sitting nearby, bit his nails. If it's not an evil god, then could it be the seal of the Golden Faith? They all fell into a dead silence. The Golden Faith? He explained. They're obsessed with purity. They hate anything impure, right? So if someone was chosen by a god worshipped by the Golden Faith, they wouldn't just overlook it. If the Pope reacted that strongly, then it's very likely that God is an entity that only forms covenants with the golden bloodline. Ilya Joshua listened in silence, lost in thought. Go continued. Maybe it's a god that has never been summoned before. Even Gelio Barris is capable of that. Anyone really could be. He asked from the side. Do you truly believe that kid managed to sign a standard divine contract? No way, right? Just then, he turned to look at Gale Joshua, wondering which god had made contact. Huh, me? Why me? If you do well, I'll grant Suri a precious holy artifact. R and Gale Joshua immediately exchanged competitive glares. From now until Isaac officially begins his apprenticeship, he will be under special supervision. His hands were a bit shaky. If Isaac gets the same results as last time in the upcoming faith assessment, then the boy's path will likely lead him to become a dark priest. The three of them looked panicked. Go cursed inwardly. If he truly becomes a dark priest, the entire family will be branded as traitors. They would hunt down the whole family for complicity, and even Suri would be expelled from the temple his own grandson. Ilya Joshua sat at the table, chin in hand, looking grim. No matter what, this must be stopped. After they finished discussing, the two of them walked out with Isaac. Soon, our grandkids will be starting their apprenticeships too. R smiled. Those damn seniors used to work us to the bone, but looking back, those are some good memories. But AC sat in his chair, fuming. Forget it, he thought. It feels like I'm re-enlisting disgusting, he continued. Throughout the apprenticeship, you will be working alongside your seniors. You will discover your talents and learn the true duties of a priest. Far beyond what the academy taught you, Suri, beside him, nodded eagerly. Your assignments and benefits will depend on your evaluations, so give it your all. After the apprenticeship, you will form a contract with a god. Before he could finish, Isaac raised his hand to stop him. Oh, that's right. R beamed, his cheeks flushed with excitement. When can I participate in the sacrificial festival? Are you interested in the sacrificial festival? He replied with a subtle, sinister smile. Extremely interested, especially regarding the execution of the skeletal demon king's subordinates. R was thrilled, beaming with satisfaction. Seeing our Isaac growing more faithful, I'm truly happy. Let me explain the sacrificial festival to you. He stood up, ready to hear the answer. R quickly explained. The sacrificial festival is when we offer gifts to the gods and many people gather to celebrate. Actually, a lot of people attend, but first and foremost, the festival is about your emotions and your faith in the gods, so it's a rather private matter. Wait, hold on. This brings us back to the basic question of whether we should actually gather for this ceremony at all. He was panting. But think about this for a moment. This festival is basically a kind of ritual we perform for our gods, and rituals are always a communal activity. The essence of this ritual is that all of us are serving the god together, and the proof of that becomes our individual faith in the gods. He was genuinely fascinated by this. What's with that look? That's a truly interesting point. So, does that mean prostrating yourself alone is a type of prayer, but prostrating in a group is a ritual? We can't just say that. Essentially, the most important thing is the purpose for which people gather and the mindset they bring. Anyway, I may have gone a bit off track, but I think you get the idea. So, the festival sounds like a party. And what's the first thing you think of when you hear the word festival? That's right. It's about having fun and enjoying things together. And isn't enjoyment already a part of faith? So, the gods bless the festival with great joy, and that's the perk of the sacrificial festival, right? A sinister plan formed in Isaac's mind. So you mean lower-tier gods and angels also participate in the ceremony? I hope we get to meet. I'm going to tear you all to pieces. R, after his long explanation, laughed happily. My little AC must be looking forward to executing those minions himself, right? Yeah, righteous hatred is necessary. Suddenly, Go spoke up grimly. The team with the highest score will have the honor of executing the skeletal Demon King's minions, so give it your all. Suri Joshua. Yes, father. His team helplessly facepalmed at the project. He stepped forward, sat down, and explained gently. I want both of you to get high scores so you can achieve your dreams. He replied, I understand, sir. There was no other way. AC was inwardly overjoyed. I'll just have to kill a few and rescue the rest. I'll do my best. Seeing that sinister look, he felt a bit of fear. Such an adorable child, he certainly can't become a dark priest. What a relief. But suddenly, Go, with a dark expression, bit his lip and trembled. But Isaac, during the ordination ceremony, which God chose you? That question made him turn to look at him with sharp eyes. I don't remember, but it was a disgusting mark, enough to make me nauseous. Look at that. Absolute destruction. The two of them were both surprised and panicked. An evil god? R quickly ran off. It's fine. Some gods just have ominous-looking marks. That's right. In the end, faith is what matters most. I don't really care. Oh, right. Geliobarus of the Golden Imperial wants to see you, Isaac replied irritably. That guy? Why? Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Isaac, the two of them jumped out of their skins when they saw who it was. Kina Barris marched in aggressively. I have something to tell you. He was startled and flustered. Why is she looking for Jack? Who knows? How could I guess what she's thinking? The two of them faced each other in silence. Do you think she was sent here to harm Isaac? Surely not from the Pope, right? It's possible. If this involves that evil god. Kina firmly placed her hand on Isaac's small hand. Isaac, she said with nonsense. I thought you were a loser. He was incredibly angry. I'm telling the truth. Is this girl crazy? Why would she say that? Kina spoke as if she were drunk. But I've realized now that the reason you haven't appeared in the world for 10 years is because you were training. You didn't want your skills to be polluted by idiots like those in the academy. I knew from the ordination ceremony that you were truly excellent, incomparable to those other fools. What a waste of time for someone like you to be stuck doing field training. Isaac looked at her with a terrified expression. She's a bit scary. The little cloud beside him giggled. I think she's a bit crazy too. Kina reached her hand out toward him again. Come train under him with me, and we'll plunge headfirst into the real battle. Her expression shifted the moment she heard that. Take my hand, Isaac. We will behead the Skeleton King and lead the holy nation together. Beside them, Suri thought to herself, is this some new form of bullying from the Pope? Wait, she actually looked serious. Isaac stepped forward and slapped her. The terms were absurdly good. Get lost. Kina was stunned by the slap. What? I said, get lost. I'm going to continue with my practical training. Suri felt relieved deep down. Yeah, he's always been a maniac. She couldn't bring herself to leave. You don't need to worry about that ridiculous priesthood status. I'm not just asking you to train. I'll give you 10 years' worth of experience, regardless of what you think. He pointed right at Suri. If you want someone, take him instead. Oh, she was absolutely furious at those words. You and that thing are completely different. You're not wrong about that. You bastards. Kina wouldn't give up, trying to pull him to her side. With your talent, just a single glance is enough to make the demons tremble and flee. The little cloud beside him was helpless. She must have seen him use his aura to scare the monster away. He looked up, clearly annoyed. That jerk. I bet she's only doing all this to learn that trick from me. That only made him want to refuse even more. He aggressively waved her off. I'll say it again, get lost. The thought of being taught by the Pope made him want to vomit. Her expression darkened instantly. Do you dare call him something that makes people want to puke? Out of nowhere, a masked man appeared. Naturally, he still wanted to take the old man's head. Before he could finish speaking, he was dragged away without mercy. It turned out to be Ilya Joshua, who had come to rescue his grandson. My grandson is busy. He covered Isaac's mouth, not letting him speak. I don't want you hanging around our grandson. Kina, hearing that, grew even more enraged. Even if you are the head of the A family, if you keep hanging out with that boy. His face turned threatening. He'll corrupt my grandson. That remark left her confused, not understanding what was happening. Isaac, still gagged, could only curse in his mind. Damn you scumbags. I'll really bring ruin upon all of you. The 5 senses, a test every priest in training must pass. White, blue, black. The exams are conducted in that order. Platinum, blue, black, and red. Each stage is overseen by a bishop of the corresponding faith. You must pass them all to become an official priest. He smiled, looking at the flag hanging in front of the room. My teammate, Elsa, has to be here too, right? They split into groups of 30, gathering those from families with close ties. Could they be inciting a civil war between the factions? He remembered Suri's words from earlier. It's fine, because every member in this group is someone close to me. It wasn't a waste of effort getting you enrolled early. Kim-Soo Isaac smiled and kicked the door open. I'll whip them into shape, pass the 5 senses, and then head out to rescue my subordinates immediately. For that reason, I have to make a great first impression. Immediately after, a voice echoed from inside the room. He's here. Tie that bastard up. Everyone inside was radiating killing intent as they looked at him. I heard you're the one who bullied Suri. We can't let that slide. As your seniors, we're going to teach you some manners. Just think of it as a little game. If you breathe a word of this to Suri, you're dead. Isaac sighed, exhausted. These guys were hopeless. He pulled out his rattle, and the group continued, smiling. Yeah, just think of it as a social mixer. After seeing the rattle in his hand, they laughed mockingly. Isn't that a baby rattle? I heard he's still basically an infant. I guess the rumors are true. Just hang him upside down. Before he could finish his sentence, Isaac smashed the rattle hard into his face. The guy fell flat on the floor, nosebleeds spraying everywhere. The rest of them stared in shock. What the hell? Are you crazy? You bastard. Isaac responded nonchalantly. Exactly. The important thing is that we get closer and work together to get better results. He flashed that terrifying grin again. Still an infant, huh? Well then, everyone, let's get a little closer together. The group was soon howling in pain as he tormented them. Scene change, Suri Joshua quickly ran over. Hey, I'm only asking because I don't understand. Did you really just call this a social mixer? Isaac was currently sitting on their backs, making them kneel in a stack. Suri, save us. He's your younger brother. Suri Joshua looked away, feeling guilty. Thanks for playing with my brother. I'm begging you, save us. He leaned in and whispered to her. When the first assessment criteria is cooperation. What the hell are you thinking? Cooperation? Isaac raised an eyebrow. Don't you see them stacked in a tower? Isn't that enough cooperation? Kim Shi thought to himself, they're only surrendering because of your strength, you crazy maniac. Look at this. What is this? This is a list of the people trying to bleed you dry. They've been leeching off you for 7 years under all sorts of pretexts. Even if the Ilya Joshua family doesn't ask for anything in return, they should know when to stop. The purple-haired guy said, trembling, Ilya Joshua doesn't need our help anyway. Even if we wanted to. My family has nothing to give you. Are you sure you have nothing? Isaac smiled. Like a demon. Your limbs are still intact, and your internal organs are still quite fresh. What I want from you losers isn't anything special. You brats. I just want a fair deal, equal exchange, give and take. So, you'd better cooperate. Work hard, be honest, and stay loyal. Got it? He smirked, looking like a harbinger of doom in their eyes. Where's your answer? Understood. Good. The social mixer is over. He hopped off their backs, causing the whole pile of people to collapse, one on top of the other. Suri Joshua quickly followed behind him. What if we fail the assessment? Don't worry about that. Just follow me. I have something I want to show you. He was extremely anxious. Just the lowest score on a single evaluation is enough to make us fail. And the first evaluation is about cooperation, of all things. Isaac kept his indifferent attitude. Don't worry, I've already got it all planned out. Now, just take a look at this. He opened another room, and inside was another boy tied up tightly. When Kim-Soo saw who it was, he was so terrified he got goosebumps. You're insane. What have you done? He's our teammate. He's our uncle's son. Have you forgotten him? That time we went to the treasury together. Isaac said nonchalantly. I know. The problem is he's on our team. He left a note saying he wanted to quit being a spy. Suri looked at the guy, bewildered, then untied the cloth covering his mouth. It's near, isn't it? I'm sorry. I had no other choice. There's a story behind this, Isaac replied with a smile. I don't care. And I want to hear what Near Capet told you to do. He told me to break up the EU team. He said to make unreasonable demands to divide us, because Suri would agree to most of them, he said, tears streaming down his face. It was also Near Capet who ordered us to ambush you as a welcome, because he wanted to personally deal with the Skeleton King's subordinate. Hearing this, Isaac thought, Near Capet, not only did you attack me, but you also dared to try and execute my subordinates yourself. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. A few days later, didn't you say you couldn't do this anymore? Near Capet shouted angrily. What's so hard about being a spy? Why are so many people quitting? I'm sorry. We have a social gathering. I can't do it. He gritted his teeth and wondered, what the hell is a social gathering anyway? Forget it. Get out of my sight. The others chimed in. Don't worry. 3 of Ilya Joshua's teammates are loyal to your family. If those 3 turn against us, their team is finished. Near Capet didn't answer, just thought, that brat is really ticking me off. I should have just finished him off when I had the chance. It's so frustrating that even my father is showing interest in him. Invite him to our house? Don't be ridiculous. Whatever. Everything ends today. Because those bastards from Ilya Joshua are finally going to get kicked out. Scene change to the main hall. Welcome to the Pentagon of Unity. Bai Xin can create miracles with his voice and record them, but here at No, our teamwork emphasizes harmony and trust. That's why the first criterion for the Pentagon will be judged by a vote. Isaac yawned repeatedly. Nier stood behind him, smirking and thinking, as long as one person votes against keeping the team together, the whole team fails, and the dissenting voter can transfer to another team. Those members could still be saved even after betraying them. Plus, with spies already infiltrated in their ranks, they were bound to fail. In the main hall, the host's voice rang out. I will announce the results now. He picked up a paper and started reading. The blue team has unanimously agreed to stay together. The moment he heard that, Nier froze. He looked up at where Isaac was, resting his head on his hands. The host continued. You have passed the Pentagon of Unity. The next second, Isaac turned his head and flashed a triumphant smile. A moment later, outside, a hurried voice called out, Isaac! Isaac! Wait for me! Suri chased after him, asking, how did you do it? How did you get a unanimous vote? Isaac didn't hold back. He asked back, remember how Jelio Barris Kim kept calling me a few days ago? Suri stammered, of course, you were crazy enough to refuse to be the successor to a cardinal. Hearing that, Isaac got a bit annoyed. Do you want to die? Suri quickly realized he'd slipped up. I'm sorry, Isaac continued. Anyway, I told him if he wanted to meet me, he had to offer up a golden pill first. The news stunned Suri. He gasped, thinking to himself, the golden pill is only for the direct descendants of the Kim sect, right? That rare item? There's no way he'd give that to you. Isaac, hands behind his head, walked along casually as he explained. But he actually gave it to me, so I used it to bargain with those guys. Suri was even more shocked and couldn't help but blurt out, what? So he really gave it to you? He stammered. So you promised to give them the golden pill after the vote? Isaac said, no, I gave it to them before the vote. Hearing this, Suri immediately shrieked, what? What if they betrayed you? Isaac reached for the door handle, glanced back with a cunning smile. It's fine. I trust my team. Right? Then he turned away, laughing deviously as if he'd just swindled some money. Suri stood there, stunned, thinking, what is going on? Is he slowly turning into a real priest? That's not comforting at all. Just as he finished that thought, Suri was startled. Before his eyes, there were people lying all over the floor, moaning. Ah, please. A white-haired guy among them wailed pitifully. Hey, I did what you said. He reached his hand toward Isaac. Give me the antidote now. But Isaac just stuck his tongue out and gave a mocking laugh, while Suri beside him was already terrified. What antidote? The others groaned. My stomach is killing me. Isaac turned around and gave Suri a thumbs up, his tone full of confidence. See, I told you. They wouldn't betray me. Suri's face went as pale as a ghost, his mind so shocked he was speechless. What the hell did you do? Suri pointed straight at Isaac, gritting his teeth in suspicion. Don't tell me you called it a golden pill and actually gave that to them? Sure enough, Isaac gave a very impressive answer. I gave them the golden pill. His eyes flashed with mischief. Isaac began to break it down. Near Capetity 3% flour, 5% Skeleton King mana essence, 1% laxative, 0.5% extract of fluff, and 0.001% real golden pill. Suri yelled in outrage. Even dish soap is stronger than that. Isaac stood with his hands on his hips, smiling brightly at the group. They've been mooching off Suri Joshua for long enough. It's time for them to pay the price. Finally, they were all crying and begging for mercy. Please, I can't take it anymore. We already passed the Pentagon of Unity. Please, give us the antidote. It seemed like their conscience had kicked in. Isaac started rummaging through a cabinet. Well, a promise is a promise. Let's see. Where did I put the antidote? A moment later, he held up a diaper. Oh, found it. Suri behind him watched Isaac holding the diaper, smiling like a total villain, and mentally cursed him 100 times as a lunatic. That's your dirty diaper. Who keeps an antidote in a diaper? Isaac held it up high, and the others fought to get it, teasing him. So, who wants to take a chance? Suddenly, a voice cut in. Near Capet strode in imposingly, shouting, Give my subordinates back, you bastard. His voice boomed. I don't know what you bribed them with to make them follow you. Isaac glanced over with annoyance and clicked his tongue, putting the diaper away, an action that made the others turn even paler. Near Capet tried to continue. I won't let you. However, the group jumped at him. Right after, a miserable, ear-piercing scream echoed through the hall. The others shouted at Near. Don't you dare touch Isaac. Not wanting to admit defeat, Near asked. Why would you suddenly show up to protect him? Isaac walked up to him, causing Near to flinch and step back. Isaac said, You told the kids, right? You thought that in a life-or-death moment, people would seek overwhelming power? He's wrong. The first thing they do is look out for their own necks. Isaac's eyes widened, his face twisting into a chilling, eerie smile. Nobody can stand tall in the face of death. Near Capet panicked, his face turning pale. No way, he thought. He stared into those terrifying crimson eyes, which seemed to flicker with an unnatural, slanted gaze, as if something else were lurking within Isaac. His heart raced with unease. Were those even human eyes? Inside the Pope's office, Gelio Barris was busy working. He answered the knock at the door. Come in. He looked at the young man stepping through the door and thought, how disgraceful. It took 7 days just to summon one pathetic apprentice? The young man said cautiously, Please, forgive me. But Isaac said he wouldn't come. Gelio Barris froze, then quickly asked, He already took the golden pill and still refuses to come? The young man scratched his head. Reporting. Sir, that's exactly what he said. Seeing Gelio Barris's face darken, the young man stammered. And he asked me to deliver a message. Gelio Barris asked, What is it? The young man's voice trembled. Next time, please send a large gold bar. Upon hearing this, Gelio Barris snapped his fountain pen in half. Watching the scene, the young man forced himself to finish the message. Gelio Barris's expression grew grim as he ordered, Bring that brat to me, now. Out in the hallway, Near Capet walked along, thinking, Damn it, that kid. He recalled the events that had unfolded in the past, thinking, well, it wasn't a total failure. His subordinate had reported that there was something they absolutely couldn't let the Inquisitors see. As he walked, he mused, If we dig deeper, we'll find out. I'll expose the truth myself. Suddenly, he saw a group of people standing outside the door. Near called out loudly to the people standing in front of the dormitory. Who are you? He marched toward them, fuming. Why are you skulking around the dormitory? One of them spoke up. We're just here to visit the young master. They cursed their bad luck silently. Damn it. Why does it have to be a noble from the Red House, the mortal enemy of our Gold House? His expression showed his true feelings. Inside, he seethed with disgust. Get lost and get out of my sight, you Red House scum. If it gets out that the young master is calling on people from the Blue House, it's going to be a huge headache. Near Capet's face looked ferocious as he drew near, but suddenly, the door swung open. What took you so long? Isaac leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed. I told you to hurry. There are so many things to prepare for afternoon tea, the group thought. Looks like he's helping us. Well, he owes us, so he has to do it. Rai Joshua really is easy to manipulate. They started closing in. Yes. We brought some gifts for you, young master. As requested. Are the items ready? Isaac asked. Right. Every bonding event needs snacks. Bring them in today. The group immediately replied. Yes. Understood. Near Capet gnashed his teeth in anger, cursing silently. A bonding event? Is that what he calls brainwashing my subordinates? He wore a sinister smile, his hands already channeling power, as he stared at the bustling crowd. Well, we'll be taking our leave now. Suddenly, several fireballs streaked through the air, slamming into their backs and making them howl in pain. Near stood arrogantly before Isaac. I told my subordinates to go and rest. I'm here because I have something to discuss with you. He pulled an object from his chest, his face twisted. Want to try a little test of faith? Suri, standing behind the door, panicked. No way. If I take that, I'll definitely be burned at the stake. Even the slightest mistake, and they'll use it as an excuse to wipe out my entire family. Near held the red paper in his hand, trying to lure him. There's a device that reacts to just a simple touch. Come on, try it. Suddenly, a deep, cold voice cut through the air. Arua. Gelio Barris stood behind Near, his face like a demon from hell. Don't tell me you ignored my summons because you were busy playing around. He sneered. Do I amuse you that much? Gelio Barris crossed his arms, confronting Isaac. Do you take me for a fool? I don't believe you'd miss my summons just because you were playing around. This time, Near Capet was scared out of his wits, his mind in total chaos. See Cardinal Barris. He shot a glance over, and Gelio Barris mocked him. I never expected you to be so close with the Red House. His words were a pointed warning to Nier. I can't believe someone from the Red House would dare lay a hand on my subordinate. Nier Capet panicked, cursing inwardly. Damn it, he came with Barris? Suddenly, Isaac spoke up. I'm sorry. Cardinal Gelio Barris. His face now looked completely innocent, eyes glistening, his tone like a manipulative green tea character. But you see, little Nier Capet here told me not to associate with the Gold House crowd, so I couldn't respond in time. Gelio Barris glanced at Nier, who jumped when his name was called. Both of them were filled with confusion. Nier shouted, indignant. When did I ever say that? You jerk! He rushed to counterattack. Besides, what do you mean Cardinal Gelio Barris summoned you? I thought no one was allowed to contact the disciples during their training period. Could it be Gelio Barris? Suddenly, Gelio Barris spoke up. Oh, is that so? Isaac covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. Wow, this is getting interesting. Gelio Barris said in a cold tone. Third young master of the Red House. I've given you time to get acquainted with the group, but it seems you have too much free time on your hands. I've let it slide because I know your father. It looked like Nier was in deep trouble now, he stammered, unable to find the right words. No, wait, that's not it, Gelio Barris continued. But from now on, I'll be assigning your team much more work from the Holy See. Nier's face turned deathly pale. Damn it, are you serious? Ignoring Nier Capet, who was holding his head in despair nearby, Gelio Barris stepped in front of Isaac and said, Now, come to my office. But it seemed he was a step too late. Isaac scratched his head. I'm sorry, Cardinal Gelio Barris of the Gold House. But I think I have to meet the Cardinal of the Red House first, because he called for me too. Nier Capet, hearing this, looked back in shock. Isaac crossed his arms, looking helpless. What can I do? I just happen to have something come up right now. If the conditions are better, I'll meet you later. Gelio Barris asked the Cardinal of the Red House. You just summoned him? Isaac smiled brightly. Yes, the Cardinal of the Red House just called for me. Watching the scene unfold, Nier froze. He suspected himself he never told Isaac that he was summoned, so how did he know? Nier calculated. If it goes on like this, the Cardinal will be unhappy with me, and I'll get a terrible evaluation. I need to get out of here. He quickly jumped over and grabbed Isaac's shoulder, smiling artificially. Right. I came here to summon Isaac, so I'll be taking him with me. Gelio Barris looked confused. This is messy. Is this not okay? He stammered. Yes, Cardinal Gelio Barris. Suddenly, he cut him off. Fine then, suit yourself. Gelio Barris turned and walked away. If you already have an appointment, then just go. Nier Capet breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, even Gelio Barris doesn't want to cause trouble with my family. Suddenly, Gelio Barris added, but you have caused trouble for the Gold House. He ordered, so starting tomorrow, I'm giving you a lot more work. Nier Capet felt like he was falling into an abyss, and cursed, damn it. He thought to himself, all right, if I bring this kid to father, the cleaning duty will just. Suddenly, Nier Capet realized he had vanished. Huh? He gritted his teeth in anger. Where did that little bastard go? Hey, Suri pointed behind him. He went to sleep. He said he needed to sleep early to grow. Nier Capet fumed, it's only 2 in the afternoon, you little brat. A moment later, inside the bedroom, Nier Capet was grunting in frustration. Hey, wake up, please, just wake up, I'm begging you. But the only reply was the sound of Isaac snoring in his sleep. Fine. Sleep through the heat then. The people in the room were furious. Get this little brat Nier Capet out of here. 3 days later, Nier Capet was scrubbing the floor with a mop, gritting his teeth and cursing. Isaac Rai, Joshua, I'm going to kill you. He threw the mop down and cried, clutching his head. Working 18 hours a day just to clean, is this what they call fairness? Remembering the past, when Nier Capet contacted his relatives, he was met with nothing but criticism. You're so incompetent that you couldn't even bring one brat to me, and yet you dare to beg for my help? Nier now complained. My subordinates are complaining because my grades are dropping. My father won't even help me anymore. Back in the present, Nier Capet glared, thinking he needed to bring that kid to his father to get his help, so he had to find him first. At the chapel, Nier Capet sat with his chin in his hand, thinking he would ambush him in the prayer room. 6 hours later, Nier Capet was completely exhausted, gasping for air. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open. What the hell are you doing? We still have work to do. They grabbed Nier Capet's arms and dragged him away as he remained limp. If our grades drop any further, I'm actually going to kill you. But Near Caput still wheezed. Wait, I need to see Isaac. Not yet. Suddenly, he saw Isaac standing at the door, smiling happily and waving at Near. At that moment, he knew he'd been played. He struggled to break free from the two people dragging him by the arms. Ah, let go. Suri stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall, watching the scene and saying, "You really are cruel, aren't you? You got here just in time to ruin his day, didn't you?" Isaac laughed with amusement. That was hilarious, Suri advised. But meeting Cardinal Geliobaris would be more beneficial for us. Isaac asked. Why is that? Suri replied. Because Geliobaris would never give us the king card. Isaac turned back and asked, What? Suri shot him a look. Give me a break. At least know the hierarchy. But Isaac argued back. You should have told me that sooner. Then Suri began to explain. The king is an irreplaceable talent. The queen is a talent that can save an entire nation. The bishop is a perfect model student. The knight is a student with good talent, and the dry bone is a student with absolutely no potential. After hearing that, Isaac cursed. Damn it. Suri Joshua sat down on a chair and warned, if a cardinal gets angry and gives us the dry bone rank, we'll be expelled from the academy, and Cardinal Barris probably wants to kill you too. But Isaac didn't believe it. You're talking nonsense. A 10-year-old kid, what kind of grudge could he have against him? He even gave me a golden elixir. Suddenly, Suri dropped information that left Isaac stunned. Your mother was engaged to Geliobaris, Suri continued. But your father stole her away from him. The previous engagement was annulled, because your father turned it into a blood feud between both families. After hearing that, Isaac could only wipe away cold sweat, thinking to himself, he wants to kill me. He's going to tear me into 100 pieces. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared from behind, followed by a paper basket, startling Isaac. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. Suri continued to ramble on, eyes closed. You can keep Geliobaris at bay if you make friends with the Gold family. And the Gold family kids also need to pass the Gold family's 5 senses formation. So, just promise that they won't receive the dry bone rank in the Gold family's 5 senses formation, and that'll be enough. While no one was paying attention, a magic circle appeared. While Isaac was still muttering a reply, a hand suddenly crept up. Yeah, that's enough. Maybe I can meet him. Then, in the next second, Isaac was hugged by 2 arms and his mouth was covered. Suri turned her head and looked. What are you doing? In the prayer room, there was no one but Suri. She spoke up. Over there, Geliobaris was standing and reading a book. He suddenly said, Come in. Instantly, a flash of light appeared, and dust flew everywhere. Behind Geliobaris, a voice rang out, Hey, how's the kidnapping going, my lord? Isaac gave a forced smile, though he was actually annoyed. Acting like a polite gentleman, yet you order your subordinates to kidnap me? Geliobaris closed his book and turned his head. You little brat. He walked closer to Isaac. I have something to say to you. Isaac shrugged, responding naturally. Oh, sure, of course. Didn't you call me out here just now because I've been neglecting you lately? Geliobaris spoke in a deep voice. Isaac felt goosebumps. He reached his hand out in front of Isaac and said solemnly, I want to adopt you into the Gold family. He seriously offered the proposal, become the adopted son of the Gold family. Hearing that, Isaac stood there stunned for a moment. His whole body felt like it was floating, and many thoughts raced through his head. What did he just say? Adopted son of the Gold family? He wants me to join the Gold family? Isaac gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with anger. What is this? Is the old man playing with me? Or is this a conspiracy to drive a wedge between me and the Rossi family? Barris, guessing his thoughts, explained, There's no trickery here. I'm offering you a position in the Gold family as an adopted son, so leave the Rossi family. Isaac continued to be skeptical. This only made him more suspicious. Why does he want me? He glared, speculating. Is it because that fake Bone King guy called me a saint? Whatever the intention is, it doesn't matter. Finally, Isaac spoke up. Isaac shared his thoughts bluntly. What do I get out of becoming your adopted son? He held out his hand to emphasize his point. If you want me to come here to make a deal, you must have prepared something, right? Barris saw his expression and smirked, appraising him. This brat is just a kid, but he already wants to negotiate with me? Finally, he replied, I will give you everything the Rossi family cannot give you, things that will compensate for what the Blue family cannot provide. Isaac calmly retorted, The Rossi family is not lacking anything at all. Barris rested his hand on his chin and said, I heard the Rossi family is planning to imprison you in their mansion, and the teachers at the Blue family will also hold you back. In the future, you will face many restrictions. Barris was extremely confident, but Isaac said, I won't stop you from doing anything. and I'm ready to support the path you choose to pursue. Isaac's face glowed with cunning. Those conditions sound promising. But unless you make me the head of the Gold family, I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to accept this offer. He was silent for a while, before finally continuing. They say you're aiming for the position of the saint's successor. It seems you're also worth considering for the position of pope. Barris gave his opinion seriously. If you really want that papal seat, switching to the Kim clan would be much better. Isaac looked at him and replied instantly. Even so, I am still a man of the Lamb clan, as if he couldn't care less. Do you think I'd actually care about that? You'll have land and territory under your own name, along with a treasury overflowing with gold, and a loyal private force at your command, tax exemptions, and a mansion even grander than the clan's main estate. There are villas scattered all over the continent, and you'll have authority equal to a direct bloodline member. Isaac thought it over and said, I'll think about it. With that, Gelio Barris turned toward the desk to organize his things and continue the conversation. I'd be very happy if you agreed. I'll announce it to the Kim clan then. Suddenly remembering something, he blurted out, Oh, and don't tell the Do Shu family about this. He nodded. Sure, I won't say a word. Isaac smirked, barely uttering a sound. Right after he finished, a loud noise erupted from outside the door. Catching Isaac's attention, he moved like lightning, quickly poking his head out to check the situation, which made Suri Joshua jump in surprise. He stumbled backward, panting as if he had a guilty conscience. Suri Joshua scrambled away as fast as he could, shouting, I didn't hear anything. He watched the boys retreating back, his brow furrowing with annoyance. He walked back into the room and shared nonchalantly, It doesn't matter. It's mostly up to your decision anyway. What good would it do if the Doshu family knew? Isaac crossed his arms and let out a cold laugh. My apologies. But, as if he wasn't done, he continued, I said I'd think about it. I never said I agreed. The next thing Isaac said made Giulio's face go stiff. I wouldn't join the Kim clan even if I died, he asked. Even if you died? Without a hint of fear, he replied, That's right. Gelio, hearing this, angrily crumpled the paper on the table and growled, How dare you? He advanced toward Isaac, radiating killing intent. Both his expression and his words were equally intimidating. Gelio stopped and continued, With one word from me, you'll be expelled from here. You'll never become a priest, and don't even dream of becoming pope or anything else. He leaned in close to Isaac, his tone heavy with threats. I can use the clan's authority to permanently ban you from ever stepping foot in the Holy Kingdom again. Do you even realize what you're saying? He stared straight at him and retorted, Then I'll just create my own nation. In that place, priests or popes won't be necessary at all. Gelio was stunned, listening as he continued. Why the hell does a nation need so many people in charge anyway? Right? I'll build my own nation. He broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. What the hell? Suddenly, Isaac did a 180-degree turn, scratching his head with an embarrassed look. At the very least, your courage has to be at this level to even dream of defeating the Bone King, right? Before leaving, Isaac dropped one last line. I'll pretend I never heard that offer. That would be better for you, Sir Gelio Barris. Isaac poked at the crumpled paper on the table. Regardless, thank you. And I'm quite curious, too. With that, he happily walked away. Who knows what will happen at the inauguration ceremony? Gelio was so livid his face turned pale. He couldn't even fire back a retort. Perhaps you'd also like to adopt the Kim clan's arch-rival as your own child? He covered his mouth and whispered in conclusion, I bet people in this empire are also very curious about that. At the Du Shu estate, Elia Joshua asked, That kid passed the 5 senses test? He angrily gripped the copper bowl in his hand. That kid? How could he pass that test? That brat shouldn't have even been eligible in the first place. Elia Joshua grumbled irritably. Damn it. My composure is slipping again. Having said that, he knelt down on the cold stone floor. Elia raised his hands and shouted, Oh my God, my Holy Spirit, may the power from the heavens descend upon that miserable grandson of mine. Benner Moore, who was standing behind observing the scene, spoke up. Elia, what happened to our family while I was out? The second son of the Doshu clan. Benner Moore Dushu hurried over to Elia and exclaimed, Since when did the Lamb clan's faith turn to cursing someone? Benner Moore pressed. Which grandchild caused trouble again? Ilya quickly waved his hand to explain. Trouble? Brother, what are you talking about? The kid is kind, smart, polite, and cute, you know. He glanced sideways at Ilya Joshua and continued, Then why is father acting like this? In front of him, he was still muttering prayers. Descend upon him. Ilya offered his opinion. Maybe father is just worried about his grandson, right? After all, the 5 senses test of the Kim and Sich clans is too dangerous. Bennermore placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. I'm the second son, and I can't inherit the clan. So a talented child like that appearing is a good thing. It's just that for some reason, I feel uneasy. As soon as he finished, Ilya, Joshua's figure, approached. He rubbed his head. Strange. Anyone who is blessed so sincerely usually falls asleep for 3 days after a while. How come it doesn't work on that kid? He thought, stunned. Doesn't this look like he's cursing someone? Honestly, it would be much better if it didn't work. While everyone was discussing it, a familiar voice cut in. Even so, you could say you love him very much, grandfather. Leah calmly entered and greeted everyone. Greetings, clan head and uncle. The Saintess candidate, Leah Do-shu, responded cheerfully from the other side. Oh Leah, you're back? She smiled and asked. I hope everyone is doing well. Ilya Joshua said bluntly. Hardly. I'm about to die because of that kid. That brat isn't the type to get along with others. Saying that, he placed a hand over his mouth and thought, the Kim clan seems to be showing quite a lot of interest in Isaac. If the papal position is Isaac's goal, he should hurry up and finish it, then come home. However, remembering Isaac's appearance, Ilya Joshua also felt a bit of pride, passing the test that quickly. In just 2 years, he might actually achieve it. He's too outstanding to delay his knighthood. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room turned gloomy, simply because of him. His gaze caught something, and he wondered, who sent this letter? Father. A letter looking this fancy. Isn't something we usually use in our Doshu clan. Ilya heard this and let out a long sigh. The next words he uttered left both of them stunned. It's from the fourth one. Leah Do-shu exclaimed in shock. Noel? She sent a letter? Ilya Joshua opened the letter and read aloud. When will you yield the position of clan head? You're about to die anyway. Why don't you pass it on right now? That's what it says in the letter. He angrily tore it to shreds, saying, that is why we need to teach manners. There's no way your sister would say that. Leah nodded. Yes. Right after, he pointed a finger and uttered a sentence that left him stunned. If you think Isaac isn't capable enough, then wait for your own clan leader. Leah. While Ilya Joshua was rambling on, a bird-shaped spirit beast flew in. But if he passes the ritual, there is still hope. As the words faded, a piercing scream cut him off. Stop them. A burst of burning magical energy erupted. A figure slowly began to emerge. Ilya Joshua looked up, confused. What's going on? Huh? She pointed a finger right at his face, angrily tattling. That little brat beat up the other kids. He didn't even wait for an answer. Haha chimed in. That lunatic even used healing magic on them just so he could beat them up even more. He covered his mouth, nodding as he realized who it was. Observing the scene, Bennermore Do-shu was a bit surprised. He paused there, then added, he even poisoned and threatened his own teammates just to pass the trial. Hearing this, Yi's face darkened. Good grief. Finally, he concluded, it doesn't matter, as long as the masters don't find out. Over there, Suri Joshua kicked the door open, shouting in a panic, Sir, we've got a problem. He looked pale as he reported, the cardinal. He wants to adopt him. Ya gripped his hands tightly, asking, what did he say? Lai stammered, trying to diffuse the tension. Sir, he's a member of the family. There's no way he would betray our family. Just when things seemed calm, Suri Joshua spoke up. He said it was amazing. Angry and losing his cool, he lunged forward, grabbing the kid by the collar. What do you mean by that? Suri Joshua. What did he use to trick I? The boy trembled as he recounted. There was just too much gold and treasure for anyone to refuse. Gael Joshua swore angrily. That bastard. The silence was broken by whispering that caught their attention. Doing it for money? Yeah, that actually makes sense. Ilya Joshua clenched her fists until she was trembling, growling. That bastard. As long as this man is still breathing, don't even think about taking my family away. The scene shifted to reveal a mountain of gold and jewels before them. The onlookers gasped, and the crowd began to whisper, this is all the Ba clan's gold. It's clearly all Isaac's, one guy remarked. So, the rumor about Isaac being close to the cardinal is true. Beside him, Isaac laughed with delight. This is compensation, and also to keep my mouth shut. He glanced elsewhere, calculating. The gold was one thing, but right in front of him stood Suri Joshua, holding a flag, a token from Isaac, the spirit of the Lamb clan. Isaac stood there, face blank, not understanding. What is this? Why do all this? Seeing the boy come over to deliver a letter, he thought to himself, the clan leader sent this guy? What a miser. Isaac pursed his lips and slowly opened it. An image of Ilya Joshua forming a heart appeared in his mind. You are our family. Isaac squeezed his hand. What's the point of this? Right after, he tore the letter into 100 pieces. Suri Joshua, standing nearby, noticed something. "Why is that person here?" he shouted, causing Isaac to freeze. His face turned pale as he listened to what followed. "The clan leader's wife is here too?" Isaac asked anxiously. "What?" Amidst all the eyes in the room, Mo slowly stepped in. "They are the holy maidens of the Josu house. Look, that's Melissa." Isaac looked at her, feeling a bit annoyed. "Damn it, it's Melissa. Why did she come here? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to avoid meeting her?" True to his word, he ran over to hide behind Suri Joshua. "I've got to find a place to hide." Seeing Isaac's expression, the guy spoke up, sounding serious. "That image came through a communication orb, right?" Isaac puffed out his cheeks. "What?" He jumped up, slammed his knee into the guy's back, and barked, "You bastard! Are you trying to scare me?" Isaac frowned, telling Suri Joshua, who was curled up, "Get it together. You had me thinking she was actually here," the guy groaned. "I didn't even do anything." Suddenly, a voice cut in, interrupting them both. "You must be Isaac." Melissa walked over slowly, continuing the conversation. "I heard you developed very quickly. So, the rumors were true." She touched her chin, looking a bit excited. "So, you really defeated the Skeleton King's curse? That's truly impressive." Isaac stood there like he had turned to stone. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. Since we're meeting through the communication orb and not in person, she probably doesn't know I'm the Skeleton King." Right after, Melissa's face turned cold as she recalled, "I heard you were kidnapped by his subordinates. That trip must have been very difficult for waiting," and not hearing a reply, she called out loudly, "Isaac?" Isaac's jaw dropped in panic. "No way. She can still sense it even while talking through the orb?" Melissa stepped closer, sounding like an interrogator. "Why do I feel the Skeleton King's power on you?" He thought anxiously, "This is bad. If I get found out, I'm a dead man." She continued to press him. What happened? Finally, he had to grit his teeth and shout, "It's because I ate one of the Skeleton King's fingers 10 years ago." As the words fell, the atmosphere fell silent. Melissa clapped excitedly. "Right, I heard about that through Yi. There's no way the Skeleton King could be here." Isaac breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank God I ate that finger in front of Melissa before." She shared her thoughts. "If he were really here, I'd skin him alive and hang his limbs up." Isaac gritted his teeth and countered in his mind. "Dried bones don't have skin to peel." In the distance, two people gathered to gossip. Did those people come here just to meet a novice priest? Near Capet asked with some confusion. "I heard the holy maidens don't get involved in family business." "Then, why are they here?" Liadoshu heard their conversation and turned back to explain. "It's because I'm interested in this kid, the third son of the Shishta clan." Getting the answer, he jumped in surprise. "Me?" She gave a gentle smile, continuing, "I heard you are the one who will lead the clan in the future, but you lost all your subordinates during the ritual." In the next second, Liadoshu used all her strength to kick Near Capet hard in the stomach. "And you are stupid enough to understand why your teammates were reprimanded." Unable to take it, Near Capet officially passed out. People nearby ran over anxiously, asking, "Near Capet, wake up." The guy beside him blurted out, "Damn it, his mental state is unstable." On this side, Mo was still continuing his story. "Anyway, Isaac, I've prepared something special as a reward for everything you've been through." Isaac heard this, and his face turned red with excitement. "Is the reward money?" She spread her arms, sharing excitedly. "This gift is my ultimate skill, a holy attribute attack skill, the kind that can even kill the Skeleton King." He gritted his teeth in frustration. "What would I need that for?" Suri Joshua, standing outside listening, covered his mouth and gasped. "Oh my God," he blurted out. "The Holy Maiden's ultimate skill. Money can't even buy that. It's basically the epitome of holy power," someone urged. "Near Capet. At this rate, the Lamb clan will get ahead of us." Near Capet gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, if he has that, that bastard will just get more and more arrogant." Suddenly, Mo spoke up to object. "That won't do." As he finished, he collapsed to his knees, thinking, "Do you think the Holy Maiden would accept you poisoning your own teammates?" Melissa decided, "I'm going to tell them, and if I do, you'll lose your right to study here. I mean it." Melissa put on a pitiful face and reported, "Saintess, there's something I need to tell you. It's about Isaac, the eldest son of a fallen count. A spy for Ni," he said coldly. "Isaac poisoned us just to pass the ritual." Hearing this, Melissa was stunned, freezing in place. He tearfully continued, "The saint candidate is using poison." Melissa looked up, trembling, and pleaded in a low voice, "Can you even believe it?" Saintess Melissa exclaimed, "Why would you use poison of all things?" On the other side, Rex clenched his fists, excited as if victory were already his. Well done, Melissa. You've finally proven useful. Deal with him, and I'll recruit you into the team. Then she turned abruptly to call for Isaac. Melissa frowned and shouted, "Do you think using poison is enough?" She pointed at Isaac, lecturing him seriously, leaving Melissa bewildered. "Using poison is the most ineffective way to train your will. You've done terrible things to your classmates," he shouted. "What? Me?" Melissa rushed to explain. "That's not what I meant, Saintess. Anyone else would have beaten us. Beaten us until we were dead and buried," she yelled. "What was that?" Melissa continued to lecture him. "Listen closely. Just hitting your own body won't help your training. From now on, make sure that when you strike, you break some bones. That's the only way to help everyone get stronger." Melissa flashed a sharp gaze toward Melissa. She rolled up her sleeves and made a decision to compensate. "I'll do it myself." He was so panicked he started stuttering. "No, Saintess. If you do it, the students won't survive." Leodoshu reached out and covered Melissa's face. "Want me to help the Saintess?" she said coldly and nonchalantly. "I can break it in just one hit." Isaac saw that things had gone too far and stepped in to clear the air. "Leave it to me, sis. I can handle these things myself." Leodoshu wondered, "Really?" She grabbed his trembling body and whispered, "See? I warned you, didn't I? You should have just listened." Isaac wore a smile, giving Melissa no chance to resist. "From now on, you'll be my punching bag and my lab rat for testing the poison." He looked at him and muttered, "Is everyone in this family crazy?" The warm sun shone down on the ancient castle. Inside the room, Isaac was losing his patience. "Hey kid, do you want to become the head of the family?" He scratched his ear and replied, "Of course." Leodoshu sat opposite him and asked, "So what will you do if you become the head of the family?" After pondering for a moment, Isaac bluntly replied, "The first thing I'll do is get rid of all the saintesses." Suri Joshua, in the back, shouted, "You lunatic!" Hearing that, she was a bit curious. "Why?" Without thinking, Isaac replied, "Because the saintess isn't really necessary." Suri Joshua helplessly covered her face. "Please, stop." He let out a sigh. "And the Bone King? I'll take care of him for everyone too." Isaac looked straight at Melissa for her opinion. "Why don't you just give up the position of saintess?" Melissa also turned her eyes toward him, silently waiting for an answer. She smiled bitterly and replied, "I can't do that, because I've committed an unforgivable sin." Melissa recounted the past. "Back then, I had a chance to kill the Bone King." She reached her hand forward. It was a perfect opportunity to destroy him completely. Melissa stroked Leodoshu's head and continued, "But I couldn't do it." She asked, "Why not?" Melissa shook her head. "I don't know, but maybe God won't forgive my sins." Isaac was stunned by her next words. "The reason the Dohwa family is cursed is all my fault. To break the curse, we have to defeat the Bone King, and that won't be easy." He was curious and spoke up. "A sin that you shouldn't have committed, huh?" Melissa just smiled and didn't answer. Leodoshu, standing next to them, glanced over, guessing there must be some reason she didn't kill the Bone King. Suddenly, she spoke, breaking the silence. "That is the reason I wanted to see you today." Seeing the object Leodoshu took out, Suri Joshua shouted in surprise, "Is that the Saintess's necklace?" Inside the box was a necklace with a mysterious blue stone. Isaac looked at it closely, realizing this was the symbol of the Saintess. There was only one in the world, and its value was immeasurable. He felt a bit nervous, sweat running down his face. Isaac looked at Melissa with suspicion. "Why would Saintess Melissa want to give this to him?" She said, seriously, "I heard your holy power is quite weak, so I've channeled my own holy power into this necklace, so you can use divine skills however you like." Melissa winked. "Since the five senses trial can't be purified alone, you can use this to do it." Before leaving, Melissa left him with a final word. "Soon, I'll stop by Ha. I'll show you how to purify the Bone King. See you then." Isaac gritted his teeth and thought, "Get lost. Don't ever come back." After she vanished, Leodoshu stood up and said, "All right, I'm heading out too." She stared at Isaac for a moment. Leodoshu reached out as if to do something. "Hey you?" She pointed straight at him and asked, "You have the Mon core, right?" Isaac pursed his lips, his face turning pale with panic. Did she see the Mon core I created? Even Melissa couldn't tell, so how did she know? He began calculating whether he should just kill her right here. Opposite him, Leodoshu rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. "Gelio Barris, right?" She looked at the energy mark on his shirt, puzzled. "That thing on your cloak, that might be the Mon core from Ark, right?" Isaac breathed a sigh of relief and admitted, "Ah, right, the Mon core, that's exactly what it is." He touched the energy mark and thought, "All right, this thing is sealed, so I can't absorb it. I thought I could break the seal, but I haven't succeeded even once. Finally, Isaac sighed. What the hell? Nothing is going my way. In front of him, Leah Doshu was unclasping the necklace. She said, "That seal. You might be able to use this necklace to break it." Isaac was stunned and shouted, "What?" He didn't hesitate to reach out and take it, his face filled with danger. "She's crazy. She knows about the Mon core, and now she's giving me a necklace to break its seal?" I hit the jackpot. Leah Doshu had no idea what Isaac was thinking. She instructed him seriously, "I don't know if this necklace will work, but you can try to revive the secret techniques of our family." He stared at the necklace in his hand, wondering, could the secret technique be related to interdimensional travel or something? Leah Doshu suddenly asked, "After you get rid of all the saintesses, what will you do then?" Isaac's eyes lit up as he replied immediately, "Become rich." She chuckled at his response. "Before I leave, Leah Doshu didn't forget to say goodbye. We'll definitely see each other again after the training session." Watching Leah Doshu's figure fade away, Isaac's heart sank. She wasn't doing well either. Outside, while standing at attention, there was a noise from the side. Leah Doshu walked toward the carriage and ordered, "Let's head back to Etet." Watching her, they called out, "My lady." Leah Doshu looked at him, puzzled as to why the young miss would reveal the secret technique on the family heirloom like that. She stepped into the carriage calmly, lowered her eyes, and replied, "I know." She shared her thoughts seriously, explaining that it was an ancestral treasure. It was passed down directly to the one who would become the family head, so the other descendants would surely try to snatch it. Leah Doshu propped his hand against the doorframe, answering without a hint of worry. If someone managed to steal it, then that would be as far as the youngest would go. He let out a breath. But what if he manages to protect it? The youngest would become the next family head. She smiled. "We can't let the boy be taken away by the high priests." An image of Isaac picking his ear popped into his mind. "I'll get rid of the saintess first," he said, frowning with a mature air, "and then I'll help everyone deal with the Bone King." Thinking through those events, Leah Doshu couldn't help but chuckle. She looked outside and affirmed, for sure, the youngest would be able to do it. Contrary to Leah Doshu's thoughts, right now, Isaac had eyes only for money, staring intently at the necklace she had just given him. Outside, it was pouring rain, and footsteps echoed through the hall. "Lord Orr, it's been a long time since we last met," Orr asked. "Is everything still going well?" She nodded in reply. "About the same. How is the Zhou family doing?" He brushed off his shoulder, answering nonchalantly, "What do you think?" "It's still the same old hypocrites," she agreed with Orr. The Zhou family really was full of nothing but hypocrites. He sneered and continued, "Right, to be honest, I'm actually scared of having to deal with those people." At this point, the thought crossed Orr's mind that something must have happened during the inauguration day. A pitch-black, gloomy mist spread. The person responsible for overseeing the inauguration for Yek had found a corpse in the monster forest. Orr began to speculate. What could be so bad that they would even kill an official? And now the Kim clan wanted to adopt Yek. There was no way they would do that unless they had all gone insane. He gritted his teeth in anger. There were just too many strange things happening here. Damn it, even though my mother is one of them, if I dig too deep, my life might be in danger. After a while, he commanded, "I want to rest. No one is to enter until I call." She replied softly, "Yes, my lord." A large shadow loomed on the floor. Orr pondered. "Get involved? I'm the one who handed the Zhou family over to Lord Gelio Barris. So, what does it have to do with me?" He walked slowly down the corridor. Sometimes he thought he had become too close to the Shu family. He clenched his fist and concluded, what could anyone possibly feel in that hellhole of a house? Inside the Barris family mansion's archive office, Orr searched through the bookshelves for the inauguration ceremony records. "Isaac," he muttered. After a while, he pointed to a book. "There it is. This is the mark of the god that this Isaac chose." Orr's face was filled with tension, sweat pouring down. He clutched the book tightly in his hand and gritted his teeth. "Everything is in my hands now." The great saint instantly slammed the book shut, as if he finally understood that was the reason the high priest did all of this. He rushed out of the room, his mind already calculating his next move. This wasn't about Saya. This was about the very survival of the Barris family. Orr stated it firmly. It's not about the survival of the entire empire. Scene change. Piles of clothes were scattered all over the floor. The observer spirit offered his opinion excitedly. "Couldn't you use this money to find a weapon to destroy that binding orb?" Isaac, sitting beside him, looked at his massive fortune with a similar expression and replied, "I don't know. Maybe it's just enough." He put a hand to his chin, deep in thought. "The main problem is the anti-magic stone. The observer spirit let out a disappointed sigh. It doesn't just destroy mana. It's immune to mana and divine power. This is a headache. He cursed aloud. Should I turn this binding orb into my subordinate, and then put it into the anti-magic stone? Those bastards. It shared its opinion. That's the only way to defeat the demon with the 9 magic circles. It was Isaac's turn to sigh. Whatever. Let's try to remove the binding on the mana core first. Watching the energy erupt, the observer shouted, "It finally absorbed it!" Isaac sat on the bed, holding the stone with a bit of excitement. According to what Lyadoshu said, this thing can break the binding, right? I've never seen anything like it before. As he spoke, he brought the necklace close to the energy radiating from the stone. Then, the pendant began to change. Isaac opened his eyes wide, observing, "It's opening!" The moment he finished, the stone transformed everything into a dark, crimson mist that made him freeze for a second. Isaac wore a wicked smile, impatiently urging, "Eat it quickly, it listens to you now." Following orders, the observer spirit opened its mouth wide, ready to absorb the stone immediately. Seeing the black mass swirling before him, Isaac concluded, "The amount of mana is beyond my expectations. This is enough for us to level up our magic." He reached his hand into the mist and exclaimed, "Now I can cast high-level spells continuously." Isaac was so excited he laughed like a madman. Beside him, the observer spirit was still chomping away at the stone. He raised his hand high in satisfaction. But then the echoing laughter gradually died out. Isaac looked down. His hand was nothing but bones, completely devoid of skin. He was stunned, his eyes popping out as he screamed, "What is this?" The room sank into a terrifying silence. Isaac sat dejectedly in a corner, radiating a murderous aura. He looked at his bony, veiny hand in confusion. How did it become a skeleton? Isaac gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing, "Damn it, this must be because of that curse." Finally, Isaac concluded that it was this curse that had helped the Bone King become the strongest demon king, reversing the order of life and death. The observer spirit asked, "Then will that curse take over your body?" He frowned and explained, "This body has a ton of blessing spells on it. It won't be easy for the curse to absorb it." Isaac continued, "The curse only got stronger because my mana levels increased suddenly." It followed up, "So, it's because the balance was upset." Isaac turned to share, "I developed holy power to suppress the curse, but it looks like I need to pray a lot more now." The observer spirit asked, "Your body automatically converts mana into holy power, so why not just sit and wait?" He glared and shouted, "Do you know how long that would take, huh?" It hovered and suggested, "Then what if you absorbed a little holy power from the Joe family?" Isaac disagreed. "That would be a waste, no matter what." He wouldn't agree to it. The observer spirit grumbled, "By the time we get found out, we'll only be lying on the stake." Isaac's next words stunned it. "There's no other way, so I'll use the Pentagon trial to my advantage," he explained calmly. "If I use the Red Chain trial against heresy, my holy power will also become stronger." Isaac cupped his face and wore a savage smile. "I just need to hide my arm until then, and that'll be enough." While lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out. Suri Joshua stepped into the room and asked, "What are you doing in here?" Isaac felt tense the moment he saw him. "Crap." Isaac waved his hand awkwardly. "Why are you here?" Suri Joshua didn't bother beating around the bush. "Why are you standing there smiling all by yourself? It's creeping me out." Seeing Isaac acting so secretive, Suri Joshua got curious. "What are you hiding in your hand? Are you hurt?" Isaac refused to meet Suri Joshua's gaze as he answered, "Hurt? Me? No way." Suri Joshua quickly snatched Isaac's hand and demanded, "Nothing? Let me see. How bad is the wound?" Seeing his bony arm, Suri Joshua recoiled in shock. "What is that? A bone? What's with that skeletal hand?" The phantom observer leaned in close and whispered, "Master, use the memory erasure spell, quickly." Isaac went pale and refused. "No, I'll get caught if I use it on someone else." Suri Joshua pointed a trembling finger at him and remarked, "I thought your morals were twisted, but your actual body is falling apart too? Is your personality so messed up because your body is rotting away?" Isaac asked what he meant. Suri Joshua shared his thoughts seriously. "If something like this happened to a person, you should have told everyone about it. People will think you're a demon just because of this." Hearing that, Isaac seemed to realize something. The curse bestowed upon all members of the clan was that they were either born without talent, or if they did have talent, their bodies would suffer from physical defects. Suri Joshua sighed and explained, "Some of our ancestors faced cases like this." He covered his mouth and muttered, "But it's weird that you're rotting both physically and mentally." Isaac suppressed his urge to kill the guy. Suri Joshua rushed forward, advising, We have to report this to the elders. They'll find a way to treat you. Your lifespan will be shortened, but I'm sure you can find a way to extend it. Isaac felt a bit anxious. If they knew, they'd find out he was the Skeleton King. Isaac put a hand on his shoulder and warned, "Don't tell the elders or the uncle about this." His voice dropped low. "I don't want my family to worry because of this." Isaac lowered his eyes, sighing with heartache. Besides, the upcoming pentagram exam is very important. He had once shared his thoughts. "Before I die, I want to take down the Skeleton King's minions." Suri Joshua listened, covering his mouth in emotion. Isaac turned his back on him to reassure him. "Don't worry, I won't die that easily. There's still a way to get through this." Suri Joshua hurriedly ran back. "There's a way? Tell me. I'll help you reach your goal." Isaac smirked a victor smile and requested, "I need you to deliver something to the Red Clan." 20 days later, insults echoed through the air. "You crafty, twisted bastard." The atmosphere at the dining table was incredibly gloomy. One guy held his head, complaining, "That monster actually rigged the latrine with a bomb." Across from him, another added, "He put poison gas in my pillow." The guy next to him chimed in, "Yesterday, he even spiked our food with laxatives." On the side, Isaac was calmly eating his meal. "Don't you guys like the personalized training?" Everyone gritted their teeth and shouted in unison, "You call this training? This is clearly assassination." Han held up a piece of paper and interrogated him. "And what the hell is this? 1. Fall off a cliff and die. 2. Get killed by demons. 3. Get killed by demons. 4. Basically, die somehow." Isaac replied nonchalantly, "What else?" "Those are the study goals." Han shouted, "What?" Isaac suddenly spoke up. "Once you're done eating, take these inside first." Bin looked at the pile of stuff, confused. "What is this?" Hun, standing nearby, guessed, "Sandbags?" He jumped back in shock. "You're making us sweat and do physical labor? We're priests, not holy knights." Isaac squatted down to inspect the gear. "The pentagram exam is coming up, so we need to prepare. The next challenge requires physical strength." Bin asked, confused. "What are you talking about?" "The next one is the gold exam, isn't it?" Isaac picked up an item and continued, "The gold exam is a mental test. I've changed the order of the exams." He wrapped the item around his wrist, then shared happily, "The next pentagram exam will be the red one, the physical test." Han didn't quite believe it and pointed, asking, "You really changed the order of the exams?" Isaac nodded, admitting, "Yeah, I changed the content of the tests too." Bin wanted to say something else, like, "That's not allowed." Before he could finish, Isaac cut him off. "Everyone, take your sandbags and move. Quickly. It's just a light, 5-0, lap run around the training field." Han gritted his teeth in fury and scolded, "Are you crazy? How could you change the exam order on your own?" Bin had a similar expression, adding, 50 laps? Do you think we're your pet dogs?" Seeing the situation getting tense, Isaac quickly spoke up. "Ah, my mistake." He had misspoken. He flashed a challenging smile and concluded, "It should be 100 laps." Isaac threatened them with a cold face. If they didn't come in first, they'd all die together. Right after that, he let out a thunderous roar. "Run, you bastards." The wrist weights were thrown to the ground, followed by heavy groans. "I can't take it anymore. I quit. We don't need to suffer this much." Han panted, expressing his opinion. "We only need 2 king rankings to pass the pentagram exam. We already have one. We just need to get the other from the Blue Clan." Isaac leaned in close behind him, his voice cold. "Are you kidding me? You need all 5 to be treated like real human beings." Han turned to stone in that instant. 5 of them. Bin hugged him, trying to defend them. "The red and gold clans would never let us get the king rank." Everyone agreed with him. The next exam was supposed to be gold, so why are we training for physical strength? The pentagram order is a sacred tradition of the Holy Empire. Who are you to overturn it? Suddenly, a figure rushed in and shouted, "Everyone, it's an emergency!" Near Capet gasped, informing everyone in the room. "The next challenge is the red exam." The red cardinal of the red clan talked to the gold clan's cardinal, and they swapped the order. Everyone had the same expression. They were cursing the bastard in their hearts. Bin clutched his hair and cried, "Wait, the pentagram is direct combat." Han added fuel to the fire. "Worse yet, if we lose, we fail the exam completely." A voice sounded, making everyone freeze. "Now the next pentagram order has been set." Isaac flashed a sinister smile. "Shall we start the full-scale physical training?" A few days later, at the Imperial training ground, the group lined up and walked toward the arena. Near Capet gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "Damn it, I can't believe the father accepted that bastard's request." He remembered what Leah Dosun had said, that he would put on an interesting show. "You kids are allowed to attack him. force him to reveal his strength. Besides, this wasn't even a one-on-one duel. It had been changed into a team battle. Ni stuffed his mouth full with confidence, thinking, whatever, with Hu leading the team, this is a piece of cake. He reminded himself that he only needed to watch out for Isaac. The rest of them weren't worth worrying about. It was a 30 versus 30 matchup between the red team and the blue team, led by captains Nir Kapit and Suri Joshua, respectively. He concluded that since his red team was the strongest in combat, there was no way they could lose. Ni regained his confidence and called out to his team. "Let's go, guys," his team shouted in unison. "Let's go," he declared firmly. "I'll give it my all right alongside you people." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression did a complete 180. Right in front of him was Lia Dosun, and standing next to him was Hie. Lia Dosun caught his gaze, and then Nir Kapay turned around and said, "From the Red Clan Jelio Barris, Lia Dosun, get ready." Over on the other side, the Isaac group started stepping out one by one. Someone suddenly shouted, "Wait!" The boy suddenly covered his mouth and cried out, "Oh my God, the food I ate this morning must have been poisoned." He pointed behind him and announced, "So I brought someone else to replace them. She's just an intern, but it should be fine, right?" Niju heard the shocking news and dropped his jaw. Observers started rippling through the stands. Why was Kina Barris Bate on the blue team? She had basically already reached the level of a high-ranking priest, hadn't she? Lia Dosun narrowed his eyes, clearly puzzled. She belongs to the Kim faction. This doesn't seem right. He turned to see Hia, whose jaw had hit the floor in shock. Bringing Kina Barris over to the blue side? Even you didn't know. Kina Barris didn't pay any mind to the chatter. She turned and whispered to Isaac. "If I take care of the small fry, you'll actually teach me those moves while we study together, right?" He smiled and replied, "Yeah, of course." Kina Barris nodded. "All right, deal." Nai's eyes rolled back in his head, unable to process what was happening. A moment later, a scream echoed across the arena. "This is cheating!" he shouted furiously. "She's not even an intern. A high-ranking priest crashing a competition for interns? This should be declared invalid." Kina Barris interrupted calmly. "No," she shared, seriously. "I have already renounced my title as a high-ranking priest," Kina Barris stated bluntly before the crowd. "I will forfeit all the privileges I was granted." Isaac glanced sideways as she continued. "And I will live as an intern priest, just like Isaac." As she spoke, the stands erupted into chaos once more. A figure walked over leisurely. Kina Barris turned and asked, "How does the referee rule on this?" He adjusted his glasses and delivered the verdict. Kina Barris is now officially classified as a primary priest. And since she hasn't taken the 5 cents examination yet, the next words left me stunned. "According to the rules, there is no issue here." He clenched his fists and yelled, "That's ridiculous." Ni gritted his teeth, full of anxiety. "Damn it. Even if we all rush her at once, I'm afraid we won't be able to beat Kina Barris. And if anyone else joins forces with her, we're the ones who will get wiped out." He shifted his gaze toward the battle and continued, "But if we handle the captain's duel with Suri Joshua, well, there's still a chance." Isaac silently observed the head of the team beside him. He walked over and nudged him, asking, "What's wrong? Do you need to use the bathroom? See? I told you to go earlier." Suri Joshua didn't mind the teasing and wondered, "Your hands will feel better if you practice fighting, right?" Isaac looked down at his own hands and replied, "Yeah, I guess so. If my divine power increases," he whispered his thoughts. "You really should be the captain." He shared his true feelings. "The fact that we've made it this far is all thanks to you." Chui bowed his head and clenched his fists, recounting, "Being the class representative, skipping grades, and even topping the priest exams," he muttered. "Even passing the harmony test, none of it was because of my own strength. It was all thanks to you." Isaac leaned in close and asked, "What are you talking about?" He pointed and taught him seriously. "What I mean is, my teaching isn't half bad, but few can actually keep up. You, on the other hand, fully grasped everything I taught," Isaac remarked bluntly. "However, there are still certain concerns, but that guy over there isn't someone to be underestimated," Isaac hissed. "Just do as I say. When you fight that cocky redhead, something interesting is going to happen." After listening to Isaac for a while, Suri Joshua finally understood. At least he interrupted him. Furthermore, Isaac leaned in, his face cold as stone, threatening, "If you lose, I'll kill you with my own hands, you jerk," he growled. "Got it?" Over the loudspeakers, a booming voice announced, "The match will begin in 5 minutes. Both teams, prepare for combat." I stood to the side, her face showing clear worry. "Mr. Isaac?" She then whispered to Gia beside her, "Even though she's on their team." He was silent for a moment before speaking. "This situation is disadvantageous for both I and Suri Joshua. Doshu seriously assessed the battlefield. Those bastards from the Crimson Clan dare to use holy magic to wreak havoc on the kids? Before them, the crowd's eyes were bloodshot, seemingly having lost their minds, growling like wild beasts. Opposite them, Isaac wasn't afraid. He pulled the chains and playfully reminded them, now, now, not yet. Don't be in such a hurry. Heli seemed to discover something, and shared her thoughts. That looks more like the holy magic of the Azure clan, doesn't it? She looked away, a bit embarrassed, and said, Mister, Isaac asked me to teach him that, the Spirit Awakening holy magic. Ya commented helplessly. That's supposed to be Spirit Awakening holy magic? I was taken aback and replied, I think so. I seemed to remember something and shared, but it's only supposed to lift people's spirits so they aren't afraid of the enemy anymore. Ni gasped in surprise. Then why do they look like wild beasts? Isaac pulled the chains frantically, thinking, this is the secret I've never revealed. Spirit Awakening combined with stimulating herbs creates this phenomenon. He concluded, beastification. Isaac was full of excitement. I've already prepared their physiques for beastification. Now is the time to make full use of it. Above them, many magic circles suddenly appeared. Isaac looked at them and guessed, has it begun? From there, a powerful stream of energy shone straight down. Suddenly, the ancient trees twisted as if they were screaming. People wearing armor were also stunned by the sheer power of it. From the stands, everyone gasped. In an instant, from the broken ground, a silhouette flew into the air in front of everyone's eyes. The guardian god of the Crimson Clan. That is the god of justice. Suri Joshua quickly knelt and reminded everyone, hurry and pray. Whoever has stronger faith will be blessed by the Crimson Clan's god. We'll have the advantage. He said it and did it. He clasped his hands together and prayed that they would definitely win. Isaac didn't say a word and punched with all his might. Immediately, all the rubble shattered and flew into the air. He glanced at the mess he had just caused and thought, I didn't mean to do that. The head fell to the ground with a loud thud. Suri Joshua lost his cool, ran over, grabbed him by the collar, and yelled, Isaac, you still haven't broken that habit? Isaac laughed calmly to reassure him. Don't make such a big deal out of it. On the other side, Ni dropped his jaw and shouted, Isaac, from Suri Joshua's team, just destroyed the statue of the Crimson Clan's god? The guy next to him continued, terrified. Isaac just beheaded the god statue. Facing the controversy, Kina Barris looked cold as she called out to Isaac from Suri Joshua's team. She lunged at Isaac and asked, you just destroyed a statue of a god? How on earth did you do that? Kina Barris grabbed him by the collar and demanded, it was some kind of magic technique, wasn't it? Can you teach me? Suri Joshua immediately cut in. Why on earth would you want to learn that? Furthermore, after smashing the statue's head, she turned around sharply to add, so what? Besides the god of the Yellow family, all other gods mean nothing to me. Suri Joshua didn't offer an opinion, just clasped her hands and lowered her eyes in prayer. May the gods have mercy on this guy too. Saying that, Suri Joshua walked over and draped an arm over Isaac, shouting, Isaac, you jerk, you're just testing the floor's durability, aren't you, right? That's just insane. He scanned the reactions of those around them and whispered, you should apologize. Who, me? He blurted out reluctantly. Fine, I'm sorry. Are you happy now? Up above, he and Lia Dosun were both staring in that direction. The old man said with a cold face, that brat is a real wild card. Breaking him would be quite interesting. Seeing Lia Dosun's expression, Suri Joshua felt anxious deep down. Damn it, are they planning to interrogate Isaac? Beside him, he spoke up. If we're talking about the problem here, didn't the Red family let the statue be destroyed in the first place? He sneered and continued. The family head here actually allowed an apprentice priest to use magic to destroy the statue, so perhaps we should re-examine the Red family's faith. He determined, I won't let you touch Isaac. He and Lia Doshun locked eyes, sparks seemingly flying between them as they glared at each other. The old man judged the venomous snake in his mind. Lia Doshun spoke up. An inquisition just because of a few apprentice priests? Isn't that a bit extreme? Let's continue with the 5-color test. Suri Joshua, hearing this, immediately brightened up. Seeing that Nir Kapit was still dazed, the old man reminded him once more. This is an order, Nir Kapit. He gathered his senses and looked up at Lia Dosun. The old man shot a piercing glare at Nir Kapit, instructing him to turn Isaac into a cripple. After a while, the referee standing in the middle made an announcement. The rules for the red test were very simple. He explained them seriously one by one. Find the real necklace among the fakes. The team that finds the real one first wins. The necklace holder will be chosen by the captain of each team, and once chosen, the holder cannot be changed. Kui had his own calculations. In that case, choosing the holder is crucial. Near Capet was full of excitement. The referee continued. There are 3 ways to find the real necklace. First, capture the opposing captain and interrogate them. Second, use deduction to guess who is holding the real one. The opposing side began stretching their muscles. And finally, defeat the entire opposing team and collect all the necklaces. Finally, the referee asked both captains to distribute the necklaces. Near Capet, fired up, reached out and shouted, "Everyone, gather round." He seriously instructed his teammates, "Don't worry, they're just the weak blue family." Over here, he walked up to the referee to make a decision. "I want to resign as captain." The referee asked, confused, "What, right now?" Isaac gritted his teeth, pulled his collar, and shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and distribute the necklaces." Suri Joshua struggled and yelled, "Wait!" Red Near Capet watched the scene in front of him and sneered, concluding that the guy named Suri Joshua was truly weak. Isaac was such an idiot. He should have stepped up to be captain himself. Getting his chance, he was even more excited. What was there to worry about when fighting those blue guys? As long as they kept an eye on Kina Barris, everything else would be fine. Near Capet focused on discussing tactics with the team. She knows how to hunt monsters, but does she know how to handle humans? They're all just a bunch of blockheads. After a while, the referee raised his hand to signal the start of the match. Near Capet drew his sword, brimming with confidence. There was no reason to fear those weak blue guys. The referee's voice rang out, but before anyone could act, everyone stood frozen in shock. Before them, Isaac lunged forward like a wild beast, followed immediately by a curse. What the hell is this? He didn't care about others' stares, calculating in his mind. A legal test where I can give those annoying priests a proper beating? I have to make the most of this. Suri Joshua gasped, thinking, is that even a human face anymore? On the other side, someone shouted, "So the blue team plans to intimidate us with that face?" Watching Isaac circling high above, everyone started to panic, trying to reassure themselves. Don't be afraid, they won't dare to strike because of their honor code. They can only defend. Isaac shoved his hands into his cloak and said in a cold voice, "Now, you apprentice priests." He tightened his chains and aimed straight at the group of priests. Isaac swung his arms and shouted, "Hand over your captain." The chains smashed down, creating a loud noise, with debris and stone shards flying everywhere. Bin was thrown back by the sheer force, landing flat on his back. Hun was so surprised he stammered, "Is that really the blue team? What the hell? I thought they had to uphold their honor." On the other side, Isaac stepped closer. "If you want to live, hand over your captain immediately." His shout echoed throughout the space. "Bring out your leader right now." Near Capet reached out and ordered, "One of you, provide cover." He stood in a corner, aggressively directing everyone to hold the formation. "Don't step back." Kina Barris bent one knee to gain momentum and charged forward instantly. The crowd was stunned by her speed. "Stop her." Near Capet stood frozen, only to be reminded that it was a feint. "Near Capet, watch out." He watched that hand reach out and commented, "As expected, you're impressive." Near Capet sneered with confidence. "But your tactics are too superficial." She was suddenly startled. Near Capet concluded, "I see through your entire plan." Kina Barris glanced back quickly, suspecting a shadow clone. He was still enthusiastically directing. "Catch them." Everyone obeyed and rushed to attack. Near Capet's team surrounded Kina Barris in the middle. 5-star painful penance shackles. She felt a bit flustered in the current situation. A flash of light streaked by, and Kina Barris nimbly punched the ground, creating a massive tremor. He ordered his teammates to capture them all. As soon as he finished, both sides charged at each other. Suri Joshua took the opportunity to make his move. That beast transformation trick again? Just a bunch of disorganized chaos. All they have is brute strength. His eyes caught Kiwi standing alone and panicked. "Found you." Suri Joshua. Near Capet reached out to summon his power, his mind made up. "I'm going to take a few of your limbs." Outside, Aheli shouted in shock. "Leah Do Shu!" That skill. At that very moment, Suri Joshua could only stand there, unable to react. She concluded, "It's too dangerous." He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" Suri Joshua remembered Isaac's advice. "Don't worry, Suri Joshua. Just follow what I say and we'll win." While he was still lost in thought, Isaac continued, "He wants to settle this one-on-one." Suri Joshua slowly regained his confidence, reaching his hand forward. "He's underestimating you, brother." He steadied himself, his eyes filled with grim determination, ready to fight back. Near Capet excitedly threw a wind-splitting punch and shouted, "You're done for, you idiot!" He opened his eyes wide, and a blue light flashed from his pupils. Boom! A fierce burst of power exploded right between the two figures, shaking the entire arena. Near Capet gasped in shock. No way. Isaac watched the scene unfold, looking very satisfied. He wore a cold smirk and muttered, "That's right. Show him that you're not just some ordinary underling." Suri Joshua grabbed Nay's hand tightly and hissed, "You stupid moron." Immediately after, he nimbly grabbed the guy by the collar to everyone's surprise. With minimal effort, Suri Joshua slammed Knee to the ground in a single move. Under the sheer force, he couldn't even attempt a counterattack. Knee's entire body crashed onto the floor, sending a cloud of dust billowing everywhere. He stared with wide, shocked eyes, while in front of him, Suri Joshua, radiating intense pressure, was still overpowering him. A familiar voice echoed, "Hey brother, do you know why they don't let ordinary people use Blue Clan skills? Isn't it because they only work on demons?" After a moment, he sat there panting to catch his breath, and Suri Joshua wiped the sweat from his face. No. He stood up, looking down at Knee, and concluded that it was because ordinary people couldn't handle the strain. The crowd around the arena started buzzing with rumors. He clenched his jaw, holding his position without moving an inch. Asili Lar and Laya Doshu cheered happily as he spoke up, never stopping. Suri Joshua gripped his hand and shouted, "Don't underestimate the Blue Clan." The team on Isaac's side cheered along with him, all of them stunned and amazed. Near Capet bit her lip, thinking to herself that there was no way Suri Joshua could have created that kind of power on his own. There was a subtle, divine skill effect enhancing his body. Right before their eyes, a faint energy was radiating from him. Near Capet spun around and saw Isaac grinning from ear to ear. She concluded, "Just as I expected. It was that jerk's doing, wasn't it?" He called out, reminding Suri Joshua, "Time to finish this." And he replied in a low voice, "All right, I'll take the necklace." Isaac suddenly stepped in. "Hey." She made a slashing motion like a warning. "Thinking of doing a half-hearted job? I told you to do it properly." Suri Joshua muttered, "Fine, I'll handle it." While Knee was still struggling, he called out to Near Capet, grabbed him, and squeezed his collar, demanding, "Talk! Where is the necklace?" Knee acted dumb, as if he didn't understand. A moment later, he laughed sarcastically. "Do you think someone destined to lead the Red Clan would confess under such a cheap interrogation?" Suri Joshua covered his face, muttering, "Just spill it, please. It's the only way you'll survive. Please." Knee saw him react that way, and thought to himself, "Is this lunatic crazy?" He shouted at Suri Joshua, "Shut up, you maniac. I've mastered every form of torture as the heir to the Red Clan. And you." Without a word, Suri Joshua raised a foot toward Knee. Before he could even finish his sentence, seeing Suri Joshua about to strike, he hurriedly blocked. Wait, hold on." Immediately, his face turned deathly pale. The crowd in the stands was just as shaken. That terrifying sound it couldn't be. Why would the Blue Clan do something so horrifying? Suri Joshua closed his eyes, ignoring the gossip, terrified. Contrary to everyone else, Isaac crossed her arms and flashed a winning smile. The whole arena was in an uproar. Knee broke into a cold sweat, his face contorted, unable to utter a word. Suri Joshua calmly looked at him and said, "I told you to just confess." Behind them, Knee's teammates rushed forward angrily. "Suri Joshua, that jerk!" The person beside him nervously called out. "Near Capet, don't go near him." Her feet were covered in a glowing golden energy, a 6th-level wide-range technique of the Red Church. The area was paralyzed. In a split second, a fierce surge of power exploded throughout the arena. Near Capet was trembling with rage, muttering, "Those bastards. They faked getting caught. They must have hidden the real necklace somewhere else beforehand. Then why would they do that?" Near Capet recalled the moment Suri Joshua was discussing the plan. "All right, I'll take the necklace." Shortly after, he turned his gaze toward Isaac, suspecting, "Don't tell me this whole thing was his plan." He sensed the gaze, turned to look straight at Knee, and flashed a smile. A guy lying on the ground suddenly spoke up, just to force Knee to confess, but no matter what. The person beside him added, trembling, "Knee will never talk." Isaac glanced at the two of them, puzzled. "What are you two babbling about?" He bluntly blurted out, "Don't you guys know where it's hidden already?" Isaac raised her hand. Then, the special ability to absorb divine power. A guy turned pale and hurriedly stopped her. Wait a second." The guy behind him cut in fearfully. "I'll talk. I'll tell you where the necklace is." Isaac waved her hand, her face revealing a cruel expression as she asked, "Shall we begin?" A while later, he held the recovered necklace up high. The referee announced that the winner of the Pentagram Red Church competition was the blue team. Suri Joshua stood silently in a corner, not celebrating, while the crowd cheered for the glory of the blue team. So, the rumors about the Blue Clan's revival were true. Look at that clever move, he thought. bringing the Pope's grandson into the fray. Near Capet clenched his fists, thinking, "Well done, Suri Joshua." Suddenly, a voice from behind made him jump. It was the youngest priest representing the Empire, a truly remarkable prodigy. Sopley stepped forward leisurely. The military sends worthy rewards to those who bring honor to the imperial arena. The crown prince of the Holy Empire of Hela. Leodoshu bowed respectfully before him. "We humbly greet the second son of Hela." "Your Highness," he replied with a greeting. "Your Highness has raised such wonderful grandchildren." He then asked curiously, "I would like to have vestments tailored for the Blue Clan trainees. Would that be possible?" He smiled and replied, "Of course, Your Highness. They will shine even brighter when they go abroad to participate in the pentagram gold. If they are crafted by the royal family, they are treasures in their own right." Sopley asked excitedly, "So, when the tailor is sent, may I drop by?" Leodosu, surprised that he was so friendly, replied shyly, "I apologize. Your Highness must be too busy. There's no need to go to such trouble." Char explained, I want to meet your grandson." He went silent, a bit confused. "You want to meet an apprentice? Why? What for?" Without waiting for an answer, Sopley made a decision on the spot. "All right, I'll share some intelligence with the Blue Clan." As he brushed past Leodoshu, he stopped and whispered, "Perhaps you should make your little grandson give up on participating in the pentagram kin." The next words Sopley uttered left Da stunned. "The Pope is planning to assassinate the kid." "I see. Be careful." Hearing this, he turned sharply to look below. Near Capet, A looked at Isaac standing prominently in the center, his heart filled with worry. "I see," he replied in a low voice. "Thank you for the warning, Your Highness." However, Leodoshu felt a bit confident. If it were IC, he believed the kid would be just fine. Back in the room, after hearing everything, they were all excited. "Did you hear? His Highness is going to have clothes custom made for us? Seriously? I can't believe it." One of the guys chimed in, "We even snatched the royal level title." Bai nodded in agreement. Honestly, the results were better than we expected. Isaac, resting his chin on his hand, called out, "Hey you, look over here," he asked while sipping his tea. "Aren't you going home?" He was itching to get rid of her, adding, "The Hong Sek's exams are over. There's no reason for you to stay here anymore." One of the guards stepped forward, agreeing. "Exactly. Young master, it's time to return. The clan leader is anxious to see you." The girl flatly refused. "I'm not going back." Brushing that aside, she asked, "Have you really become a priest of the Blue Sect?" Everyone present gasped in shock. Isaac looked puzzled. "When did I ever say that?" She reminded him about the other night. He gritted his teeth. "Stop making things up. I only said you'd do that because of the pentagonal exam. Who told you to actually go and become a Blue Sect priest?" Hearing that, the guard let out a sigh of relief. She doesn't really care. Then, Isaac shared his decision. "I don't know, but that's not important right now. You said I had to become a Blue Sect priest, so I agreed, and I'll live as an intern with you." His guard stiffened. "Young master," she glanced at the guard, looking annoyed. "I have no intention of returning for a while," she said, cutting him off. But her own guard pointed and urged, "Hurry up and leave." The guy stayed silent, his mind racing with thoughts. That guy clearly used a holy technique yesterday. What kind of power is that? Watching the indifferent Isaac before her, she realized that even the crown prince was personally commissioning robes for the Blue Sect. Giving out official robes is a way to show dominance. Speculation started to arise. All 5 sects belonged to the pontiff's house. So, is the royal family dreaming of taking something from the pontiff? She pressed both hands on the table and stood up slowly. "Anyway, I need to collect my reward for helping the Hong sect, but you seem busy, so I'll just tag along for now." The 2 guards standing nearby exclaimed in panic, "Oh God, young master, if Gelio Barris finds out, our whole house will be in chaos." The next sentence she blurted out turned them pale. "If I want to, I'll crush the gold, blue, and black sects. I'll defeat the gold sect priests and send the blue sect to the 146th execution. That's how it's done." Isaac didn't look at her, waving his hand to shoo her away. "Forget it, just go." She asked, "Why? Teach me. I'm not leaving until we study together." Saying that, she laid down on the floor, challenging him. "Try and drag me out then." He cursed, frustrated. "Are you that stupid? Can't you see I'm using you? Just go home." She struggled and protested. "I don't care what you say. The contract is fulfilled. If you don't pay me, I'm suing for compensation." Isaac replied helplessly. Fine. I'll do it later. I'm busy, so get out of here before I cancel the contract." She suddenly sat up. "Cancel the contract? You mean you actually can?" She knew he was a man of his word. She cleared her throat and conceded, "All right, I'll wait." Just as he finished, Isaac spun around. "Actually, never mind. I give up." He smirked. "I've already got a better student than you." She jumped up, curious. "Who is this student better than me?" Isaac pointed in a direction. "Who else?" He introduced confidently. "Obviously, our very own Suri Joshua." She froze for a few seconds. "That guy?" Isaac nodded. "Yeah, him." She stepped forward, her voice cold. "You say he's better than me?" She made an offer. "What if I prove I'm better than him? Will you teach me then?" Suri Joshua panicked inwardly. "Why am I being dragged into this?" Isaac smiled. "Maybe. Depends on your performance." With that, she glared straight at Suri Joshua. He could only bite his lip and take it. At the pontiff's banquet, one of the guys exclaimed, "What is that?" Someone across from him marveled. "The blue sect's seating is crazy, isn't it?" The group chatted noisily. "They get completely different food than us. Even their dorms got an upgrade. Looks like winning first place in the pentagonal exam really changes things." Nearby, Naya calmly picked up his wine glass, lost in thought. He didn't expect them to give first place to IC's group. What criteria were they even using to judge? Suddenly, a voice cut in. "First place feels pretty good, right?" Naya glanced over as Leah Doshun approached to greet them. "Hey, Jelio Barris, you're still healthy, aren't you?" The old man nodded. "Long time no see, Naya." Leah Dosun smirked. "I heard you're about to reach the 9th rank, huh?" The old man commented. "At your age, that's impressive." Leah Dosun put a hand on Naya's shoulder and continued, "But the head of the blue sect must be very worried." He leaned in close, his tone slightly threatening. "I heard your only successor, Gila, is deathly ill and won't make it." Leah Doshun smirked. "Oh, sorry. Even if he wasn't sick, it'd be hard for him to be the clan leader, wouldn't it?" The old man said it bluntly, "Since you can't have children. But with such good nephews, your clan must be at ease, right?" Naya's jaw tightened, clearly displeased. Jelio Barris turned to leave, casually tossing out a final line. "Just consider it a bit of teasing. After all, your third child, your heir, was beaten to a pulp in front of the royals and nobility, wasn't he?" Naya frowned, thinking, he can read people's minds. He must have noticed my curse. He slowly lifted his wine glass, telling himself, "Whatever, he's not wrong, and I don't intend to be the clan leader anyway." He concluded, "As long as IC isn't harmed, it's fine." Over there, Leah Doshun had walked over to Isaac to strike up a conversation. "IC," beside him, whispered in panic. "Hey, IC, he's calling you." He muttered a curse. "Damn it. Can't even eat in peace." Isaac, not even bothering to wipe the food off his face, turned around to greet him. "Yes, Jelio Barris." The old man laughed at the sight. Leah Doshun spoke with a touch of sarcasm. "So, what about that fun show you promised to show us?" The old man said casually. "I don't think I've seen it yet." Isaac was surprised by that response. "You didn't see it?" Without caring about the eyes on him, he laughed out loud. "Your son, getting his face stepped on and eating a face full of dirt?" He pointed his chicken leg at Leah Dosun and asked, "How about it? Was it fun?" Suri Joshua turned pale with fear and whispered, "Why are you poking the bear?" Isaac replied casually, "Why wouldn't I?" He quickly covered Isaac's mouth, reminding him, "They're obsessed because they're spying for the Bone King. Don't you care?" Hearing their conversation, the old man remembered something. "Oh, I'm looking forward to the blue sect's side of things too. Looks like they just picked up something strange." A moment later, Leah Doshun said with a serious face, "Strange. I can feel a trace of magic." Isaac gave an awkward smile. "Is he using a magic detection skill?" Then he spoke up. "Seems Jelio Barris forgot about the time I ate the Bone King's bones." As if just chatting, Isaac proposed, "If watching your son get beaten wasn't enough fun for you, how about I perform it live at the pentagonal banquet for you?" The girl, who was eating, glanced over, full of curiosity. "What? He's going to beat up Jelio Barris's son right here? Why don't I put on a show right here at the Pentagon for you to see? Look, everyone eating over there is already peeking over, full of curiosity." "What? Are you planning to lay a hand on the son of Lord Jelio Barris Kin?" she wondered. "Why not?" Shu gradually felt exhausted. Leah Dosun wore a smile and spoke up. "I want to ask what you want in exchange for this." Isaac replied immediately. "Nothing much." He rested his chin on his hand and made his request. "I want to meet the 14 demon generals, but the ones who served the Bone King." The next words Isaac uttered made the old man sink back. "Just give me the key to the prison where they're held." Leah Doshun turned his back to leave, throwing a remark over his shoulder. "I'll give it to you if you come back alive. But is that even possible?" Leah Dosun seemed very confident in his assertion. After all, he figured the boy would just vanish within the pentagram anyway. Everyone present was stunned, except for Isaac, who commented nonchalantly, "What the hell? What is he babbling about?" Suddenly, a shout echoed, shattering the atmosphere. The pentagram's mission had just been issued. Shu jumped and asked immediately, "What? What kind of mission?" They replied it was a deployment mission. Hearing this, Liadosun suddenly stopped in his tracks. The pentagram was sending teams to retrieve artifacts of the Hella Empire from various locations. Do you want to know where the blue team is going? Everyone was shocked a second time after hearing him mention the territory of the Cain mages. Suri Joshua slammed the table and stood up, thinking, the national mages are the mortal enemies of the Hella Empire. Does he want us to go to a country where they kill priests on sight? Bin nodded. That's right. It's right next to the demon territory. The person beside him exclaimed, "This is insane. Is that really a mission deployment point?" Isaac didn't offer an opinion. He had been silently listening to their discussion from the beginning. Just recently, knights and rookies were kidnapped in that area. The culprit is said to be a high-level demon that killed priests within the pentagram 14 years ago. That place is still under investigation and is off-limits. Lia Do-soon returned to the boy to reassure him. "Oh, come on. What's there to be afraid of? I can use my authority to change the mission location." Ku grabbed his chance and pulled on his hand, pleading, "Please, just this once, I beg you." On the other side, Bin also ran over, gritting his teeth. "Please, do it." Isaac's expression did a 180-degree turn, and he turned to the old man to ask, "Will you really change the location for us?" At the religious mansion, Lia Do-shu received the news and shouted in astonishment, "Brother, this is a huge problem. I can't believe it. The mission location is the territory of the mages." The brother was extremely panicked, continuing to recount everything, and saying we would have to rescue the knights who were kidnapped. "This is a suicide mission. Do they want us to walk into our deaths?" Lia Do-shu gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and declared, "If they don't cancel this mission immediately, I'm going to go and destroy the Vatican." Oe frowned and reminded her, "Wait, Father already went there to say the exact same thing. He's causing a scene right now." He meant their father had already gone to the Vatican to protest. He rested his chin on his hand and cursed under his breath. The Vatican crowd clearly wanted their deaths. A while later, Oe voiced his confusion, but with the current situation, the mission would surely be adjusted. There's no way they would assign a mission that could cause a diplomatic crisis, right? He reassured Lai. They just want to scare us so we won't dare to act up. Recalling the face of Isaac holding his sword with a smile, Oeu shared, "I don't want Shu to die in a place like that either. Don't worry, if there's any humanity left in them." Before he could finish his sentence, a panicked voice interrupted. "Young Master." A guard ran in to report. "There is urgent news, young master." Isaac was on this side. Lia Do-shun was proposing. "That's right, Isaac. Just say one word to ask for my help." Before hearing the rest, Isaac refused immediately. "No way. I don't want to." The hand covering his face revealed a cold smile. He tilted his head and stuck out his tongue provokingly. "Why would I want to change it?" Finishing his thought, the guard shouted to the two of them, "He has already accepted the mission to that place." Oeu and Lia Do-shu froze. "What?" Deep inside a shabby cave in the Black Domain demon territory, At sat in the center with a low voice. "Now," she frowned in dissatisfaction, "you say you failed to kill the saint?" The subordinate knelt and took the blame. "My subordinate, I sincerely apologize, my lady." At hissed coldly, "I don't care. Our goal was to create chaos." She stuck out her long tongue and confidently shared, "Just confirming the Great King's power was already a huge advantage. We even managed to smuggle a magical artifact through the barrier that was supposed to be impenetrable by the Holy Empire." Below her, the man trembled from the killing intent At was radiating, trying to listen to her finish. Just as predicted, the Great King's power is truly terrifying. She wore an excited smile. Who would have thought that even a small fragment would be enough to do so much? The subordinate suddenly offered an opinion. "But, my lady At, I sensed the flow of his power during the investiture ceremony." At heard this and was a bit puzzled. "Him?" The man trembled as he uttered, "The Bone King." She leaned off her chair and shouted, "What?" Remembering Isaac's appearance, At asked, "Are you telling me that's the crazy kid who ate the Great King's remains?" The subordinate nodded to confirm. "Yes, he was granted a title and is now training like a real priest." At shouted, unable to believe it. She crossed her arms and began to mutter to herself. He was hiding in the territory all this time, and now he's showing himself. Remembering something, At shared, "That's right. He's about to participate in the Thim and Lam challenge." She lowered a leg to continue the story about the festival where young priests and demons hunt each other. What a wonderful opportunity. At reached up to cup her face with arrogance. With just a tiny speck of magic, he was already that strong. Just imagine how much we would strengthen if we ate him. She hugged her own neck and smirked. I'm curious what a blue clan priest would taste like. I can't stand it anymore. On this side, everyone was in an uproar. Have you heard about the mission the blue team accepted? Everyone was whispering in small groups. The mission has to go to the Mage Kingdom and rescue the captured holy knights, right? Suri Joshua stood to one side, clenching his fists as he listened to them discuss. The Gold Clan really wants to kill all the Blue Clan members. The priests who gather will surely be beheaded by mages in an instant. He swore, damn it. Shu felt frustrated, thinking, everyone is sure we're going to die. No one believes we will complete this mission. He suddenly glanced in one direction. But the worst thing is, Su dejectedly offered his assessment. The Holy Knights have completely abandoned our team, which means we will be in danger as soon as we leave the Empire. Obviously, the demons will attack as soon as we cross the border. Maybe there will even be bandits ambushing us for ransom. We're all going to die. Isaac appeared, though no one knew when, and spoke up, you idiots. He looked at Shu, wondering why no one wanted to join their team. He pointed directly at Isaac's face and shouted, because of you, you fool. Shu lashed out. This isn't a hard mission, it's a death sentence. Don't you see? The members are already writing their resignation letters. Isaac stayed silent, picking his ear, lazily listening to his complaints. Do you know what happened 14 years ago? During the Pentagram Challenge, the blue team of Baklia Doshu La was massacred by demons. He remembered the one named He and felt a bit unhappy. That damn cardinal is always playing dirty. If we refuse the mission, they will destroy the blue team from the roots. And if we accept it, they're sending us to our deaths. Think whatever you want, but you still wore that provocative smirk. Who cares? If we pull this off, no one will ever look down on the blue squad again. If the kingdom really has a high-level demon, that means there must be a magic crystal mine. Suri Joshua hurried to grab his shoulder, adding, but we're still allowed to choose our holy knights. There's still hope if we pick the first squad. The Imperial Knights have to be the first squad. The Count cut him off mid-sentence. What a shame. The old man stepped in and bluntly declared, the first squad has already been assigned to the Gold Squad. The Count continued, pressing the point. My son and his friends will be moving to the Gold Squad as well. He gritted his teeth, looking truly regretful. I shouldn't have sent them to a dying blue squad that just clings to its past glory. Isaac didn't react at all. That Count clearly has no clue, he thought. If we succeed, he's going to be humiliated. Suri Joshua grabbed his shoulder, trembling as he reminded him, hey, Isaac, if it's not the first squad, we'll have to choose between the second or third squad. As long as it's not the fourth, we're good. Isaac fell silent, deep in thought. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up as he looked in one direction and exclaimed, where did all these hot guys come from? Isaac skipped forward excitedly, with Suri Joshua following and cheering him on. That's it. Keep going. Sign the contract with the second squad. Beside him, Isaac was standing face to face with the referee. He looked around, searching for a familiar face. Isaac raised a finger and flashed a reassuring smile. Suri Joshua raised his hand in response. Beside them, Bin let out a sigh. Will the blue squad actually succeed? The next thing Isaac said left everyone stunned. We've decided to go with the fourth squad. He cheered enthusiastically. This is perfect. We've already made a deal with the strongest ones. Suri Joshua lashed out, calling him a madman. The fourth squad, the Knights, known as the Pack Mules. They had no place to settle in the capital and were treated like nothing more than errand boys. But in terms of raw power, they outclassed even the Imperial Knights. They were the holy knights who loathed priests. Ilya Joshua stood before him, sternly questioning. Explain yourself. What were you thinking when you did that? Isaac laughed awkwardly to himself. He looks genuinely furious, the observer's ghost added. He didn't even look like this when his mansion was smashed to pieces. He smirked, having made up his mind. Then I should give him the answer he wants to hear most. Isaac spoke up. If I ask to change the mission, the honor of the blue squad will be tarnished. I don't want that. The man's entire body radiated killing intent as he growled. You dare talk to me about the honor of the blue squad? He felt a bit anxious. The old man didn't trust him. Beside him, the ghost agreed. Of course he doesn't. Ilya Joshua bluntly exposed him. What kind of scheme is this? Someone who uses demonic power talking about the honor of the blue squad? What a load of lies. Seeing Isaac didn't respond, he continued. Why the long face? Do you think I don't know? He said coldly. You've been a thorn in my side, so I've always kept an eye on you. I can't trust you anymore. You're just someone who knows how to spout pretty words. Isaac let his arms drop and blurted out, I hate the Bone King. His eyes were full of determination. I hate him so much that I just want to kill him. The observer's ghost commented, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Ilya Joshua stared blankly, completely confused. "It's because of that bastard Bone King that I lost my parents. Was cursed, and the Blue Squad is looked down upon because we failed to catch the Bone King." Isaac's eyes widened as he spoke. "It's so humiliating that I can't sleep at night." Looking into his eyes, the old man scanned him, thinking, "I know he's not lying." Isaac's eyes ignited with a spark of fire as he declared, "I will destroy that fake Bone King. I'm only using the real Bone King's power to investigate the fake one." Isaac rambled on, "I will kill that imposter with my own hands. I'll do whatever it takes to make that happen." The observer's ghost thought to himself, "You've officially lost it." The more he heard, the deeper Ilya Joshua sank into his thoughts. "You have to protect the place you were ordered to devour. If we throw away our honor and just live like cowards, the Blue Squad will carry that shame and eventually vanish." After a long silence, he finally exhaled. "I came here to say that you don't have to sacrifice your life for honor," Ilya Joshua reaffirmed, "but you are a true member of the Blue Squad." Ilya Joshua turned his back to Isaac and reminded him, "You can fail the mission as long as you come back with your team." The observer's ghost guessed, "Did that actually work?" He bowed low. Ilya Joshua continued, "If you return safely," he smirked as he announced, "I will recognize you as my official successor." Isaac grinned from ear to ear and replied, "Yes, thank you, sir." A few days later, on the outskirts of the capital, he led the group, full of excitement. "We'll meet the knights at the next village." The guys were weeping, breathing heavily as they scrambled to keep up. He told himself, "Damn it, I've come this far, I'm going to survive at any cost." The observer's ghost flew over to report, "Master, I've looked into the demon from 14 years ago." Isaac wondered, "Did you find out who it was?" The ghost replied, "Seriously, they say it's a demon under the command of the Western Legion. It's not one of the 14 demon generals, but it could be someone you've encountered before, a brutal one. It devours young priests in a gruesome way." He gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, "Those bastards dare to break the laws I've set?" Isaac bluntly decided, "Then I'll tear them to pieces." The observer's ghost reminded him, "But please, be careful. You haven't fully recovered your strength yet." The group walked forward, one after another, completely unaware of what was coming. At a nearby tree, an entity flicked its long tongue and whispered, "Found you." She wore a sinister smile as she concluded, "The kid from the Imperial Palace, the Crown Prince's mansion." Sopley asked with disbelief, "Is that true?" he asked seriously. Young Master Isaac chose the pack mule Holy Knights right in front of everyone. The guard reported solemnly, "I heard that from the start. He wasn't interested in the knights you sent at all." He listened silently as the man continued, "Perhaps young Master Isaac isn't very good at making judgments." Eventually, Sopley shared his thoughts. "Or maybe choosing the pack mule Holy Knights is actually some kind of sharp intuition." The guard blurted out, "What?" He rested his chin on his hand and smiled, explaining, "The knight commander I sent is a half-elf, very susceptible to demon attacks." The guard started to tremble upon hearing this. "Is Sir Zo a half-spirit? Did you send me to test Isaac?" Sopley shook his head, denying it. "No. Although he's a half-breed, his power is still very useful. That's why I sent him," he explained with a cold smile. "But Isaac choosing the pack mule Holy Knights is certainly interesting. The entire pack mule squad is full of half-demons." On the table were papers containing information on Diek. He continued the story. "But those pack mules can't be controlled. They're the ones who throw priests into the demon's lair." The guard brought his hand to his chin, deep in thought. At that moment, someone who was perhaps at the rendezvous point for Diek's squad slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Why aren't they here yet?" He growled in frustration. "It's been over 5 hours. Don't tell me he's having a stare-down with the pack mule squad." One of the team members chimed in, "Could it be that he's keeping us waiting on purpose just because of our reputation?" Deitch spoke up next. "If someone from the Lamb clan, who are always so punctual, is running this late, it's not impossible." Deitch gritted his teeth and cursed. "Those damn priests. He's calling the shots, but we can't let them push us around." Just as he finished, Isaac approached them to greet them. "A pleasure to meet you, Commander Deitch." The cavalry squad flinched and stepped back, and he laughed awkwardly before continuing. "We seem to be a bit late." He spoke in a reproachful tone. "I heard the Lamb clan was strictly punctual." "So, is this what you call on time?" Isaac exhaled and shared. "We were ambushed by a group of bandits. I broke my arm. That's why we're late." He leaned in closer, offering a guess. "Looks like someone hired them, but I still had to rush over. Being any later would have been disrespectful." Deitch wasn't entirely convinced and retorted, "Even so, you should still be on time." Isaac didn't hesitate to ask directly, "Are you uncomfortable working with us?" Deitch was a bit surprised. "What did you say?" Isaac wasn't afraid and threatened him coldly, "Are you looking to die? Don't you want our protection anymore?" Deitch stood up, ready to leave. "We've got nothing to lose. If you want, just head back." Right as he was about to leave, Isaac exposed him. "Nothing to lose. Yet you've been waiting here for 5 hours?" He calmly shared what he had observed. "If you didn't need us, you would have left already. So why are you still standing here?" "You're way overgeared for a simple escort mission," Isaac said coldly. "You want to use us as bait to rescue your comrades, don't you?" He didn't beat around the bush. "If you're that pissed off, then let's just go our separate ways right here." Deitch, his hidden agenda exposed, shouted in frustration, "Shut your mouth. Did that knight, Halai or whatever, tell you that? That bastard dragged me into this to ruin our mission, didn't he?" Suri Joshua, standing off to the side, was stunned. "Halai?" He recognized the name, thinking to himself, "That's fourth uncle's alias. Don't tell me he's involved in this too." Deitch gripped his sword tightly. "Without you lot, we can't get into Kahan." So, he swung his sword toward Isaac, declaring, "I'll lead you there, but I'll have to cut your legs off first." Isaac didn't show a single emotion and spoke coldly. "Hey," Isaac glared at him, "sheath your sword." Under the pressure radiating from him, Dyke froze for a split second, a demonic presence flashing through his mind. Dyke was stunned, unable to react. He was trembling with rage, thinking, "I'm not allowed to defy you? Me? Am I really going to lose to a brat like you?" On the side, the Shadow Observer remarked, "He's stubborn, but he carries the blood of a demon." Isaac replied, "Submission to the strong is a demon's instinct. That's also why I chose you." Right after, he calmly sheathed his sword. Seeing that everything was settled, he turned to remind the group, "All right, let's move out." Suri Joshua wasn't satisfied and wanted to object. "After all this, how can we possibly trust each other?" Isaac flicked his ear and replied, "Our interests are the same, so they'll have to follow along, regardless of any other issues." The next words he uttered left everyone present stunned. "We're going to hunt down the demons from 14 years ago and save every single person they kidnapped. That is our goal." He smirked as he concluded, "Whether your comrades are among them or not, doesn't even matter." Deitch asked curiously, "Wait, did you choose us because you knew our comrades were kidnapped?" Isaac looked confused. "What are you talking about?" "I had no idea." Before he could finish his sentence, the opposite side interrupted. "Commander Deitch? We will follow you." He lowered his eyes. "Of course I knew." Hun, standing behind Isaac, asked, "So, what's your plan?" "You have a plan, right?" He answered briefly. "What plan?" On the other side, A looked down at his hands. "They can't hide the demon blood. They'll betray us." Hun continued, "Do you know why they only get assigned grunt work?" Suddenly, Liang's hand sprouted sharp claws. He transformed into a beast and lunged at Isaac, who was busy chatting. Isaac didn't say a word, and grabbed Han by the collar. One team member raised his guard and shouted, "Damn it, I knew this would happen. I told you we couldn't trust them." Following that was a sharp, piercing scream. Isaac looked a bit worried and smacked the guy on the head hard. "Wake up!" Reverted to his human form with a huge lump on his head. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You idiot. You lost control again." A explained foolishly, "Sorry, I usually don't transform that quickly." It felt like something was pressing down on my head, then my eyes turned red. One person stepped forward to suggest, "Is it because we're near the Magic Kingdom's territory and being affected by the mana?" The person opposite nodded in agreement. "I also feel like my body is acting really strange." Ganong happily recounted, "But I've never returned to human form that fast before. Just one hit, and I'm back to normal." "That's amazing." Isaac covered his mouth to hide a laugh. He glanced at the people behind him, full of malice, and admitted, "That's because I was the one who did it." Isaac reminded them, "Since you're all calm now, let's get moving." Suddenly, his gaze caught a sparrow that looked weak and ready to drop dead. He exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" After observing for a moment, Isaac realized, "Oh, playing dead?" The shadow observer beside him agreed. This bastard gritted his teeth, playing dead. He picked up an object as if to smash it, threatening, "Should I help you actually die?" The sparrow swore, "Damn it." It cried out in grievance, "Lord Bloodpearl is too cruel. Why send me to deal with a wild priest like this?" Hearing that name, he looked a bit blank. Bloodpearl? It seemed Isaac had realized something, so he questioned, "Are you a subordinate of one of the 14 demon generals?" Deep in the desolate forest, A circle of energy appeared. The shadow observer announced that the seal was set. Master. Isaac didn't answer, lost in silent thought. If it's Blood Pearl, he's one of my subordinates who was locked in the Holy Seas dungeon. It looks like he heard news about me and found a way to reach out, he deduced. It seems he also hid the fact that I'm the Bone King from this idiot. Afterward, Isaac tightened his grip on the sparrow to interrogate it. What information are you carrying? It didn't resist anymore. I have nothing to say to a lowly priest. He tightened his grip even more. The sparrow was terrified and complied. I'll tell you, it said slowly. The demon you are about to face is the one who sabotaged the ordination ceremony. Isaac inferred. The one who confronted the Bone King's clone. It confirmed, that's right. He poured energy into the artifact and is the very bastard who ordered the Saintess's assassination. He's so powerful that after absorbing the Bone King's strength, he can pierce the Holy Empire's barrier. Lord Bloodpearl said that even being executed would be fine, as long as he didn't have to face that bastard. Isaac pursed his lips in deep thought. That Bloodpearl, the observer ghost asked again. Damn it. Why would he give such crucial info about demons to a priest? Seeing you swinging your hands around, trying to play it cool, it panicked and started rattling off words like armor. Lord Bloodpearl suspects the current Bone King is a fake. The sparrow drooped and said, he keeps rambling about the Bone King being a fake, going against the system, and then getting captured by humans. He must be absolutely desperate. It asserted a fact. Anyway, it was you were the one who ate the Bone King's remains, right? Is definitely setting an ambush. If you want to live, you'd better turn back. Isaac let the sparrow go. Before it vanished, you reminded it to tell him that you would personally take care of this. The sparrow warned back, just don't die, okay? Lord Bloodpearl would be sad. As soon as the conversation ended, Chewie came running over in a panic. Hey, where did you go? We've been looking for you everywhere. He signaled with his fingers, trying to express something. Still, good job. Did you order food from the village shop for us? Isaac looked confused. Food? Ott walked right up behind Chewie and chimed in. I wanted to host a feast for the apprentice priests for completing their mission. Are you just going to stand there looking dumb? Eat up, everyone. Right after, Isaac smirked. He said that person would set an ambush. Standing right in front of him was Ott, looking adorable, holding a food basket. Isaac was getting excited. She had walked right into their trap. The sky began to turn to twilight, and a voice rang out. Hey, what's up with Chew? Ho leaned in and shared. Isn't she being a bit too much? He didn't bother to respond. Just ignore her. Over there, Isaac spoke up irritably. Hey, you guys, he demanded while sitting in one spot, looking cranky. There's dust in the soup. Bring me a fresh one. I don't want a square plate. Swap them all. The food is cold, isn't it, Ott? Forced to work constantly. Ott replied fearfully. Yes. Isaac pointed his finger, complaining. You're too clumsy. Your breathing is annoying. Stop breathing. Ah, she replied, obediently. Yes. Derek spoke up, reminding him. Didn't he say to swap it? Someone next to him added, why do you guys keep making her repeat herself? Ott thought in frustration. What's wrong with these knights? Why are they defending a priest? She swallowed her anger and let out a sigh. I'm sorry, Ott said, picking up the soup tray. Let me deal with these annoying bastards first. She spoke up. Knights, please eat first. You need your strength. Derek waved his hand, refusing. We're just hired help. We don't touch the workers' food. Ott wanted to say more, but she gently persuaded them. We need the Holy Knights to keep the magical energy level stable. I brought this personally. Don't feel pressured. Please, enjoy the meal. She said that, but in her heart, it was the exact opposite. I said, eat it. Isaac suddenly cut in from behind. Then you eat it first. You said it vaguely, with a hidden meaning. Who knows, if you put poison in it? She frowned, wondering, what can a brat like him even do? The gang, who knows where they popped up from, ran over to help her. Hey, that's enough. I'll eat what she gives us and I'm fine. Satisfied? Hone grumbled at Isaac. Why are you always picking on her? Immediately after, they snatched the soup bowl from Ott's hands and said, don't bully someone so kind-hearted. The whole group started stuffing their faces, confidently declaring, we'll prove she's innocent. Right after, a gloomy aura emanated from their bodies, and they all swayed as if they were about to collapse. Chui turned pale and shouted, hey, you kids. Isaac smirked and stood up. Too easy. I was actually planning on knocking them out myself. Beside him, the observer ghost asked for instructions. Master, should I summon a spirit to neutralize the poison? You flexed your limbs and replied, leave them. They have to feel a little pain to know what it means to be woke. It seemed to notice something. The observer ghost shared, Master, this type of poison turns holy power into magical energy. Isaac's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he asked back, thrilled, Are you sure? Turning holy power into demonic energy? It confirmed firmly, positive. This is parasite venom. Isaac began calculating, filled with greed. With this poison, we can build a magical energy farm right inside the Holy Empire. Opposite him, Ott couldn't hold back anymore and laughed out loud. Around her was a pitch-black, gloomy aura. She said sarcastically, Just as I thought, you're truly useless. Brat, you said, lifting your hand to wipe away the saliva at the corner of your mouth. Why should I bother? Whoever has holy power is just a meal for me anyway. Ott revealed her true form and confidently demanded, If you want to save them, come follow me alone, brat, and I'll give you the antidote. Witnessing the scene, Derich gritted his teeth and cursed, You bastard! Facing the blinding light erupting, she taunted, Then come follow me. Right after, Ott's whole body stiffened like stone. Nobody knew when Isaac had grabbed his weapon and leaped up to attack. You didn't hesitate and struck down hard. Luckily, she was agile and dodged backward. Ott jumped deep into the forest, provoking him. Follow me, kid. Derich was fired up and suggested, We will go with you, sir. You stopped them. No, I'll go alone. You put on an emotional expression and shared, I won't leave those poisoned behind. They need holy power to maintain their stability. Hearing that, he was moved and exclaimed, As expected of Lord Ott, Lord Isaac, we will keep the priests alive. Immediately, Isaac darted away. I'm counting on you guys, you said, speeding forward excitedly. This way, I'll have more magical energy to eat. Night had fallen, and a full moon shone brightly against the night sky. After a long chase, you finally reached Ott's location. She spoke with disdain, such a brave fool, chasing after me without any guards. She rested her chin on her hand, staring intently at Isaac. You gritted your teeth and retorted, Yeah, you're the real fool. Isaac shouted, You don't even recognize who I am, yet you keep rambling about eating this person or that person. Ott was stunned. What? Isaac growled an order. Kneel. She stiffened for a moment. She didn't know what kind of power forced her to feel fear, and slowly dropped to her knees. It seemed like a figure from the past was flickering before her eyes in the form of Isaac. What is this power? Many thoughts swirled in Ott's mind. How can a brat like this have the king's magical energy? Finally realizing, she gritted her teeth and concluded, Damn it, it's because he ate a piece of his remains. Ott dug her nails into the stone floor. The king's remains. Right after, she quickly reached out and flew toward Isaac's position. Please wait for me a moment, my king. I will rip his stomach open. You stood still, expressionless, not moving an inch, Ott declared, and set you free. In the void of nothingness, a fierce, glowing red aura pierced through the deep blue threads of spiritual energy. She started biting her lip in fear. Glowing red eyes glared straight down at Ott's position. Immediately, a loud noise echoed throughout the space. Isaac growled, You fool! You stood in the middle of a sea of fire and asserted, Let me show you who your real king is. Outside, night had fallen, and the destroyer ghost asked playfully, That's amazing, master. It was only a low-tier spell, but the destructive power was no different from a seventh circle spell. He paced around, buzzing with excitement. Honestly, combining holy power and demonic energy was a genius move. He held his head, feeling helpless, yet realized he'd reached a whole new level. Maybe this is why the gods never wanted to make me human. Suddenly, a noise drew both their attention. Att dropped to his knees, trembling as he called out, My king, the ghost of the observer helplessly asked, What should we do with her? What did you do to her? Isaac whispered. Was I too heavy-handed? Just then, he walked over and slapped her hard across the face. Att bowed his head to the ground, shouting, My king, your servant has committed a grave sin. Please, let me offer you the antidote. Isaac's response left her frozen. No need. He leaned in low, making a demand. Bring the holy knights you kidnapped here. You have 1 minute. And most importantly, I need proof to get a perfect score in the pentathlon. Just bringing the missing holy knights wasn't enough. Att, face pale as a sheet, stammered, Proof? Isaac smiled, declaring, Proof that I've taken down a demon. 2 days later, Sue sat at the table, completely bored. Damn it, Eich. What on earth happened to you? The bastard Deich sat beside her, trying to reassure her. We planted a tracker on him, so don't worry too much. Sir H isn't the type to go down easily. He gritted his teeth, sharing, Something must have happened. The mages have been searching repeatedly, and they've been very serious about it. Fui glanced over at him, continuing, "You guys should know better than I do, right? They never usually care this much, do they?" Deitch frowned slightly, recounting, "There were bloodstains where we thought he passed by, but that doesn't mean he's dead." As he finished speaking, Isaac walked in through the door, greeting them emotionlessly. "I'm back." Fui, not seeming to notice, replied casually, "Welcome back." As if realizing it, he spun around and shouted, "You bastard!" Deitch also jumped up from his chair to check on him. "Are you all right, sir?" Isaac set the blood-stained bag down. "The antidote?" he wondered. "What is this?" He didn't explain, just warned them. "Hey, it's important. Handle it with care." Sue, curious, reached out to grab it. "Why is it so heavy?" Immediately after, she screamed, "What is this?" Isaac was stretching his arms, turning around nonchalantly. "Oh, that? It's just the kidnapper's head. The proof to help us get a perfect score in the pentathlon." Deitch rushed over, asking, "The Holy Knights, what about our missing comrades?" Isaac stretched again and sighed. "Oh, those Holy Knights? They were too heavy. I left them hidden out there. Go pick them up yourselves." No sooner had he finished speaking than Va rushed in to report, "Captain, our missing comrades have returned." Someone else behind him also shouted, "Sun and the others too. Everyone is back." Sue stared at him, wide-eyed. "So, you..." Deitch also understood it was the kidnapper's head. Isaac sat down, crossing his legs and nodding in acknowledgement. "Yeah, I went in there personally and brought back the kidnapper's head." He was stunned. "You stormed into the mage's territory all by yourself?" he exclaimed, finding it hard to believe. "How is that possible? That's way too reckless." Isaac smirked, thinking to himself, "Gotta tell this right." He began his story. Isaac recounted everything, dead serious. "It seems they heard we were about to go on a mission, so they planned to kidnap us to bargain with the Holy Empire, pretending they'd rescued us from demons." "Yeah, that's right. She drugged us mages. It seems she wanted to sedate us and sell us to the Magic Empire. They wanted to traffic people because we're very valuable. Think about it. How could someone do that to their own kind? As soon as I said I'd report it to the Holy See, she backed down immediately." Sue and Deitch listened, dumbfounded. Backing down to a kid like me. I guess the Pope really is terrifying. Huh. Anyway, I asked her where the Holy Knights were being held. And obviously, that was just basic info. She even knew secret paths only mages know. Luckily, the Holy Knights were still being kept like livestock, not yet eaten. So, I brought them back. A demon was guarding them. I took him out while he was sleeping. Isaac lifted his weapon to show off. "What? You don't believe me? Want me to show you how I did it?" he asked excitedly. But then, who cares what happened anyway? He nodded. "I believe you, sir." Although the reason was sound, Sue didn't forget to scold him. "But that's too reckless. Going in there alone is just too dangerous." Isaac's eyes sparkled as he shared, "I didn't have any other choice. It's better than fighting the mages." He expressed his personal view. "If we fought, there would be many casualties, and I'm a man of faith. I couldn't let that happen." Deitch cried from emotion. "You are truly a real man, overflowing with faith." Sue quickly warned him, "Don't say such nonsense, watch your mouth." He replied quietly, "Yes." She held her face and sighed. "At least you came back safely. The mages searching for you seemed genuinely worried you'd been kidnapped." Isaac cursed irritably. "Bullshit. Those guys worrying about a priest?" As he finished, a voice rang out from the door, grabbing his attention. "You're being too harsh." John and Mac were standing outside. He started, "We came because we were afraid you'd been captured by a demon. Not to be insulted like that by you." He didn't answer, crossing his arms and commenting, "Total bullshit. Those thick-skinned guys only showed up because they sniffed out the monocore." John smirked, making an offer. "Please cooperate with our investigation. There have been reports of a demon's appearance." He replied casually, "I didn't see anything." He didn't believe it, sharing, "But we sense a monocore nearby." He sighed, countering, "No way, it's probably one of yours." Isaac said irritably, "Say something that makes sense. Is a demon that easy to deal with? Do you really think an apprentice like me could defeat a demon?" John turned to whisper to Mac, "That's true. There's no way an apprentice could survive against a demon," he whispered. "But Ha specifically said there was a demon here." When he heard that name, Fui felt a bit tense, thinking, "Ha, it sounds like he's talking about his fourth uncle." He reassured himself, or maybe not. That name is pretty common. Isaac lost his patience, pushed himself up from the table, and waved his hand. Before leaving, he dropped one last line. "Anyway, I'm going to get some rest. Clean everything up." Fui shouted angrily. Hey, we aren't done talking. Hey, you bastard. Answer properly. Warm sunlight shone down through the green canopy. Isaac walked slowly toward the house, gently placing his hand on the wooden door. Isaac excitedly threw the door wide open, then immediately wore a cold, chilling smile. Now then, seeing At trembling on the floor, Isaac made a decision. Time to clean this place up. 2 days ago, a voice echoed through the desolate forest. Proof that I have destroyed the demon. The demon prostrated before Isaac, guessing. Proof that you have destroyed the demon. Could it be? You blurted out. The one who devoured the acolytes of the Blue Clan 14 years ago. Your next words left her stunned. You're the one who did it, aren't you? Isaac sneered, his expression dripping with sarcasm. A weakling like you? How could you have pulled that off? Even 14 years ago, there's no way you were the one who defeated H. The more she heard, the more At trembled. You continued calmly. Even if I were to take your head, they'd still suspect you weren't the real culprit. Then go and bring me some solid proof, Isaac said with a chilling smile. I need the head of a demon to present to the Holy See. You sat on a nearby wooden crate and mused. I never expected you'd actually bring back the head of the real culprit. Isaac decided with interest. It seems you aren't a complete idiot. Your face pale. At asked. You knew who the culprit was from the very beginning, didn't you? Isaac replied. A woman and a beast she kept by her side. You growled. Did you really think I didn't know at least that much? She panicked and rushed to explain. No, my lord. I just suddenly remembered. Isaac asked. Then why did my spies point specifically to you as the demon from 14 years ago? She bowed her head and confessed. The truth is, the culprit from 14 years ago was my subordinate's sister. She used her beast to hunt down the acolytes and devour them like snacks. Isaac exhaled, deep in thought. Since you share the same bloodline, the timing and details matched up. It's easy to see why they were mistaken. Regardless, you have brought back the one who devoured the comrades of the Holy Knights. You laid out your demand. I need information on the current hierarchy of the demons. At stuttered as she reported, a Bone King is currently controlling the near-Kapith rank demons. The true demons, for they lost their power when they fought the gods. He ordered them to kill the saint and recover the Bone King's power. Isaac frowned slightly and asked, And what are the gods doing? She replied in a low voice. I'm not sure, my lord, but perhaps the divine realm suffered heavy losses, which is why they've been silent for so long. Isaac shot a side glance, muttering, Surprising. The impact of the self-destruction must have been greater than I thought. Given their personalities, there's no reason for them to have stayed quiet for 150 years. They should have scoured the entire world to find their souls. They couldn't possibly not know that the thing which sealed them is now empty inside because the high-level holy spell failed? Impossible. Even if they lost their souls, not realizing the seal was empty inside is even more absurd. Suddenly, Isaac smirked. He excitedly concluded, So, someone else's soul is inside the seal instead of mine? A whirlwind of theories raced through his mind. A high-level entity inside? A great catastrophe with a name similar to the Bone King, or perhaps even a god? Just thinking about it was exciting. I'll have to check it out myself later, Isaac asked. You're At, right? She trembled. Yes, my lord. You propped your chin on your hand and commanded, Go to the demons and become my eyes and ears. At shouted, expressing her loyalty. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Hey, Isaac, you saved my life. I won't be able to repay this debt in this lifetime. Outside, the commoners were kneeling at Isaac's feet, moved. They never expected he would personally defeat the monster and rescue each and every one of them by hand. You shrugged. Don't worry about it. It's all part of our mission. Everyone was grateful to Isaac, praising him. As expected of the Blue Clan. Derek crossed his arms, staying silent, and offering no opinion. The air was buzzing with noise. They didn't know how to repay this favor. He even saved our comrades, he exclaimed in shock. Warhorse? The answer is already clear, isn't it? Derek called out. My lord! The whole squad dropped to one knee. He declared clearly, As a 7th-rank knight, I, Derek, along with all the warhorses, swear to follow your orders, Lord Isaac, and ride wherever you wish. Facing this scene, Isaac couldn't help but react, thinking he never expected a turn of events like this. He was pleased internally. So, I even got a bunch of elite soldiers for free, huh? They were spread across the continent, skilled at gathering information and moving fast. Isaac concluded that saving those people had more than paid off. His gaze suddenly landed on the figure of Heinous standing in the corner. Isaac recalled, Wasn't that brat among this group? Why does he look so tense? Derek noticed his gaze and spoke up quickly. Just as I thought. You don't know who that brat is, do you? You're going to be surprised. The boy stepped forward to greet him. Greetings, Isaac. I am Hidi, the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. Thank you so much for saving me. Isaac's jaw dropped, unable to believe his ears. What? He recalled the images of John and Mark standing outside the door and concluded, so that's why the mages built a camp there. The prince was kidnapped. I hit the jackpot. Hidi's cheeks were flushed, looking at Isaac with admiration. I thought everyone from the Holy Empire was useless, but I never expected to meet someone like you. Big brother, you saved my life. You turned away, not offering an opinion. In front of the boy, who was still rambling on, holy knights get kidnapped, and they just keep sending acolytes to rescue them. You are completely different from that trash from the Holy See. Big brother, you placed a hand on your chin. This kid is all right. His eyes sparkling. He made a request. Compared to them, you are a person of true faith. Please give me a chance to repay this kindness. Upon hearing this, Isaac said with interest, Is that so? You leaned down and proposed. Then, can you help me with something, kid? On the other side, a subordinate reported, Lord Lan Noi has entered Khan Enha. The mages are blocking the entrance to the Empire, so we couldn't follow them, but they have definitely entered the mission area. Hia wrote, as he calmly shared. I thought they wouldn't be able to get there because the warhorses were in the way, but they still made it through? He continued the conversation, but upon hearing that Dijuo had entered the mission area alone, he exclaimed in shock. Alone? Hia sneered. So he couldn't subdue the warhorses either, huh? Even we had to give up, so it's understandable that he failed. It's hard for him to complete the mission, and even harder for him to return alive. The subordinate agreed. Yes, we arranged it, so he would have no way back to Hela from the start. Finishing his sentence, Hia fell into deep thought. The fourth son of the Dijuo family said he would entertain his cute little nephews if they entered his mission area. If it were him, he'd use the mages to get rid of them. The subordinate remembered something and asked, But can't the royal family help him? They seem very concerned about that guy. He shook his head and denied it. No. The royal family doesn't have the strength to spare for that now. Kananha is a disputed area between the Holy Empire and the Magic Empire. If an incident happens there that the magic side can exploit, it would be a political catastrophe. Even if by some chance he succeeds, we must ensure he never returns. He bowed his head and replied, As you command, Your Grace. Kale Henatus felt an indescribable thrill. He could already picture the Blue Blood clan being ridiculed by everyone. On the other side, Kim Rock-soo guessed their entire intention that must be exactly what they were thinking. In that case, we'll crush them. He excitedly introduced, Let me present our secret weapon to humiliate the Holy Empire's youngest prince. The whole group froze in shock. Kale Henatus asked with a hint of curiosity, What? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Choi Han widened his eyes and shouted, Are you crazy? What on earth are you doing? Who introduces an enemy empire's prince like he's the neighbor's kid? Eruhaban scratched his head, trying to cover for him. So, that's why you had to hide his identity. You've certainly shocked the esteemed officials. My apologies. He frowned and asked, You didn't kidnap this kid, did you? The boy happily added, Kidnapped? What are you talking about? Rosalind, standing nearby, secretly confirmed that he was, in fact, kidnapped. You idiot. Kale Henatus stuck his tongue out at Choi Han. As for this, the Holy Empire is finished. We're not just rescuing the Holy Knight. We're doing much more than that. Choi Han asked with some concern. We're not the ones getting into trouble, are we? Kale's next words left the whole team stunned. The basic principle of politics is turning your opponent into someone who owes you a favor. Just saving the prince is enough to make the Magic Empire indebted to us. He secretly cursed at Kale Henatus. How could this guy say such things right in front of the prince? The crazy kid, completely oblivious, turned to compliment him. Just as expected. Big brother, you're a strategic genius. Choi Han stared blankly, thinking, Has this guy lost his mind too? He helplessly clutched his head, sharing the sentiment. So, you intend to announce that you've rescued the Magic Empire's prince and return all proud of yourself? Kale Henatus raised a hand to caution him. Hold on, don't tell anyone yet. That's why I've gathered all of you here. He stated the reason. The Indomitable Alliance had clearly set a trap to sabotage their mission, right? Kale Henatus asked confidently. What would happen if we led the Prince of the Magic Empire straight into that trap? He just heard this, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, Just as planned. Big brother, if you want it, I'll charge into the flames myself. Kale Henatus rubbed his hands together, deciding, Let's give that Indomitable Alliance a resounding slap in the face. Everyone huddled together to discuss. If it were just us falling into the trap, it wouldn't be much of a story. But even the youngest prince of the Magic Empire is being dragged into this. Kale Henatus, sitting opposite, nodded in confirmation. Of course, both the Whipper Kingdom and the Magic Empire will launch a full-scale investigation to find the culprit behind it all. He exhaled calmly. Then, the arm, those who set this trap, how panicked will they be? Choi Han frowned slightly and gave his opinion. I can imagine your plan, but the arm isn't the type to surrender themselves as the culprit. Kale Henatus shook his head. No problem, because they have an accomplice. He gasped and blurted out, an accomplice? As if suddenly realizing something, Choi Han shouted, Don't tell me you intend to use those mages. He calmly stood up and denied it. They're a nuisance. I just want to disrupt their plan a little. But a direct confrontation might become a diplomatic issue. He asked out of curiosity. Then what are you planning to do? Kale Henatus grinned, baring his teeth. He raised both arms and declared, It's a feint. Attack the void, then strike for real. Choi Han looked at him, completely lost, while Henatus chimed in nearby. Feint? What do you mean, sir? Big Brother is absolutely right. Henatus saw the previous reaction and was confused. What the hell? Another person had the same thought. Has he lost his mind? Just as the thought ended, a loud noise startled everyone. Everyone rushed toward the door to investigate. What's going on? From the direction of the forest, a thick cloud of black smoke was rising. Someone guessed. Something must have happened at the mage's camp. While everyone was panicking, a familiar voice cut through the air. Strike first to gain the advantage. You damn mages, Kale Henatus shouted, daring to target my mana core? Saying that, he grabbed his weapon and leaped out the door, yelling, Die, all of you. Choi Han hurriedly called out to stop him. That crazy bastard. The situation there was tense. Everyone was discussing. Someone attacked. All the mana cores stored in the warehouse were destroyed, and the summoning formation tools are shattered too. John, standing in the dust and smoke, speculated. Could it be that the disciples of the whales discovered the ambush plan and struck first? He ordered, Charge in and kill the monks. Everyone responded in unison. Before they could act, Kale Henatus ran up. Wait, he said in a cold tone. From now on, Kale Henatus pushed Henatus to the front and declared, I leave him to you to handle. Your Highness, the boy shouted tensely. You bastards. Henatus tried to project authority, questioning the crowd. You dare attack us? After observing for a moment, they realized the little boy was the youngest prince. John stepped forward with curiosity. Why are you with these monks? Please come here, Your Highness. We will escort you. Kale Henatus didn't let him finish, and quickly interrupted. You bastards, if you want to keep this little kid alive. He held a sharp sword to Henatus's neck. Throw everything you've taken down here for me. The boy wasn't even afraid and added, Didn't you hear him? Kale Henatus lost his patience and hissed, Hand it all over. Throw it all down here, you bastards. Choi Han was hiding behind a nearby tree, terrified. Heaven, please take this madman away. The whales represented the whales' faith. Among the 5 great faiths, they and the Church of the Sun God were the most righteous, hating injustice and abiding by treaties. The heir to that faith, the one who never drew his sword, was now holding that very sword to the throat of the Magic Empire's prince, starting a hostage situation. Seeing them not reacting, he continued to press them. Are you saying it's okay if this kid's head is chopped off? After he finished, Henatus chimed in. What the hell are you guys talking about? John was worried and didn't dare to act rashly, his heart full of anxiety. What the hell is that? Why is His Highness held captive over there? He felt confused. A small child who could take down many adults like that was somehow. John signaled with his eyes to the mage. There must be something fishy going on. We must help His Highness. Right after, he shouted to reassure them. You disciples of the whales, calm down first. He proposed to Kale Henatus. We will resolve this through dialogue. He was completely unaware that someone was closing in behind him, swearing under his breath. Dialogue, my foot. Didn't you hear me say hand everything over? The mage reached out, whispering, Your Highness, over here. Henatus turned to see him getting closer and closer. Take my hand, I'll save you. The boy frowned and shouted, You idiots, why haven't you saved me yet? Henatus swore right to the mage's face. And you call yourselves mages of the Empire? The mage reached out, wanting to grab the boy. Over here, Your Highness. However, just as he was about to touch him, Henatus leaped to another position. Useless fools. The mage's eyes widened, and he hurriedly explained, Oh God, no, we're here to save you. After a while of torment, the boy stood with his arms crossed and calmly said, That's enough. In the name of the youngest prince of the Magic Empire, I command you. Henatus declared that they should hand everything over and retreat. Isaac laughed and repeated, Did you hear that? Retreat. The bastards knelt on one knee, gritting their teeth in frustration. He is the future of our empire. I don't know what's going on, but we have no choice but to follow the prince's orders. He and the others dropped their loot one by one. John said in a low voice, "We'll do as you say. We'll hand everything over. Just please let the prince go." Seeing what they left behind, Isaac couldn't hide his greed. The Monocore spirit, the observer, chimed in. "Master, please, keep your emotions in check." After the robbery was complete, he made a decision. "All right, because of your sincerity, I'll let it slide this time before I leave. I'll inform the Kim family, but I'm also going to report to the Empire that you guys ambushed us." John tried to explain. "You must be mistaken. We were just out hunting demons." Isaac smirked meaningfully. If they were hunting demons, why were they carrying weapons used to capture monks? Seeing their hesitation, Isaac threatened them again. "Not happy about it? Then feel free to take the prince's corpse home with you." He was trembling with rage, cursing under his breath. "You bastard!" Isaac lost his patience and chased them off. "What are you doing? Haven't you left yet?" Hayu added. "Get lost." By the end of the long day, night had fallen. A pile of monocores was dumped onto the bed. Isaac lay on top of them, bursting with excitement. The monocore spirit next to him was just as thrilled. Just as expected. Big Brother really is brilliant. The monocores of the Magic Empire are on a completely different level than that scrap metal from the Holy Kingdom. Look at the color, the scent, the texture. Everything is different. It's perfection. I thought the Holy Kingdom was full of losers who couldn't even keep hold of their monocores. But to think someone like this exists within the Blue Clan, it's truly a sincere and noble belief, unmatched by anyone. On the bed opposite them, Suyo remarked, "Great, we've got another lunatic on our hands." After a while, H.L. suggested, "Big Brother, you only need to say the word, and when we return to the capital, I will personally recommend a grand reward for the Blue Clan." Isaac propped himself up, nodding along. "That sounds sweet." Seeing it wasn't enough, the kid continued, "Big Brother, have you ever thought about defecting to the Magic Empire? We would treat you so well." Suyo stood to the side, cursing mindlessly. "That's enough, you maniacs," he interrupted. "I have something to tell you." Isaac turned to him, but was reminded, "Wipe your drool first." Then he spoke. Suyo asked seriously, "Are you really planning to report the fourth uncle to the head of the house for using mages?" He admitted, "Of course. I have to eliminate a rival for the position of househead, right? If you're wrong about this, you're going to be in deep trouble." He sat down on the bed next to him and explained, "You've never met the fourth uncle, so you don't know his personality. He's not someone you want to mess with. If you accuse the wrong person without evidence, you'll..." Isaac jumped up. "Accuse an innocent person?" He recalled the expressions of the main family members. "Calm down." Isaac smirked confidently. "Just a moment ago, those guys even called us the direct line of the Werner family. That mage clearly knew our identity and was targeting us from the start." Suyo lowered his eyes and offered an opinion. "Maybe it's because the looks of the people from the Empire are just too distinctive, and that's how we were discovered." Isaac was displeased and retorted, "What the hell are you talking about? You look like a ghost. Your hair looks like crap. Who would look at you and think you're from the Empire?" After delivering that crushing blow, Isaac concluded, "I told you. They knew from the very beginning." Suyo turned away, bitter. "Shut up, you jerk." Suyo Joshua thought for a while before presenting his argument. "It's clear that the fourth uncle of the X.W. family was the one pulling the strings. There's no way they could have known that a direct descendant of the X.W. family was mixed in with those trainee monks." Isaac grabbed his shoulder and exposed the truth. "Calm down. Kim Suri, Joshua, the man you call uncle, tried to plot your murder. Do you think your father is just going to sit there? He must be absolutely furious." Suyo exhaled. "Maybe he doesn't know yet, but surely by now the whole capital." Before he could finish his sentence, his whole body stiffened. A thought flashed through his mind. "Don't tell me that bastard has already caused an uproar." Isaac changed his expression and said nonchalantly, "The Blue Clan, the Kim clan, the Imperial family, even the Holy See, everyone must be in chaos right now, don't you think?" "The Holy See?" After hearing the report, a panicked voice rang out. "What did you just say?" He stepped out, confused. "The Blue Clan's trainee team returned safely?" The person in front of him nodded. "Yes. They are on their way to the capital now, and upon inspection, the number of members in the Blue team has actually increased. They even rescued the survivors of the recent kidnappings." He snapped irritably. What on earth were the mages doing? Hai didn't speak, thinking angrily. What on earth did that fourth kid of the family and those mages do to let that brat come back alive? He finally spoke. "Actually, word is that they didn't dare to take action." He was stunned. "What?" He calmly explained further. Among the people, rescued by the blue team, there was a prince from the Magic Empire. He shouted, "You said who?" He read out the name of the youngest prince of Jitan. "It is Ditani." He bowed his head and continued the story. He is actively demanding an investigation into the person behind the mages. He has to find out who tried to assassinate the prince. He gritted his teeth, as if he couldn't believe his own ears. That brat dared to go this far? Hai began to calculate. Once a prince is involved, the situation will change. The investigation will be carried out thoroughly. Not only are we unable to act, but we could even be framed for the attempted assassination of royalty. He clenched his hands until they shook, muttering, "Like father, like son, both of them are bastards." Before he could even recover, someone rushed in, panicked. "Master Gelio Barris." "We're in big trouble," the man standing in front of the door reported nervously. "The head of the Blue Clan has stormed directly into the B.X. territory and is tearing the place apart. They are demanding to see the fourth child of the Dushu family immediately." A series of terrible news hit him, making him furious. Now his grandfather is coming too? What kind of twisted family is this? The capital of the Holy Kingdom of Hela. Ilya Joshua clutched the letter Isaac had sent. "Grandfather, I almost died. The fourth uncle used mages to try and murder us." He cursed loudly. "That crazy bastard." On the other side, he held his head and confided, "That's my grandfather for you. Grandfather isn't some ordinary person like the others. I didn't expect him to actually storm straight into the Pope's Holy See." E spoke up, cutting him off. "Young master." She knelt on one knee before Isaac. Syl expressed herself seriously. "Thank you so much for avenging my brother. He was killed 14 years ago." He looked confused. "I had absolutely no idea." "Nevertheless," Isaac replied, "it's nothing. It's no big deal." He changed the subject. "How are the other members of the family doing?" She shared happily. "They're just like the head of the house." I recounted. "Even so, young master, the head is furious about something quite strange." O pointed a finger and shouted, "That crazy older brother isn't trying to kill Y. See, he's trying to kill his own grandchild." Gael Joshua replied with an expressionless face, "He's also a grandchild, sir." He cursed in frustration, adding, "Different hair color, but still the same stupid head," and continued, "His face is completely different, too." Ashley couldn't take it anymore and demanded they shut up. Just then, something caught his attention. Ale continued, reporting that the son of the head of finance had burned down the entire estate of the fourth young master. Isaac acted while venting his rage. "This bastard doesn't deserve an inheritance. It should all be returned to society." Isaac sighed with regret. If he was going to do that, he should have just given it to me instead. Finally, she shared her thoughts. "During the new year, all direct descendants of the J family will gather in the main hall. Honestly, I'm worried." Ashley speculated. "It seems the fourth young master is planning to assassinate the young master. He's so obsessed with becoming the family head that he wants to eliminate Isaac beforehand." He calmly reassured her, "Don't worry, I don't intend to die." Isaac remarked casually but strangely, "It should be chaotic somewhere else, but it's strangely quiet." While they were rambling, a piece of paper fluttered into view. "Shouldn't they be here by now?" He tore the paper excitedly and laughed. "Just as I predicted. I knew it." No sooner had he finished speaking than a magic circle appeared before them. She stared at it in astonishment, thinking it was a divine summoning formation. Isaac spoke up as if greeting them. "You all seem to be in quite a hurry, using a summoning spell just to get here." He walked step by step toward Lia Doshun. Lia Dosun grabbed him by the collar and demanded, "You said you'd show me something interesting?" Isaac replied with an unchanging expression. "It seems the little prince of the Magic Empire is still doing well, huh? I thought you'd be happy." Lia Doshun gritted his teeth in anger, his jaw tightening. A moment later, Lia Doshun loosened his grip on Isaac's shirt. Lia Doshun gathered his thoughts and asked, "Why bring the prince of the Magic Empire here?" He feigned ignorance and replied, "What do you mean?" "I brought him here to help you, Cardinal." The old man blurted out, "Help?" Old memories surfaced. He remembered that, of course, he was happy at first because the chance to target the mages was precious. Lia Dosun gripped the letter Isaac had given him. "The mages may have targeted the prince. Please conduct a full investigation with the church's interrogation experts." Lia Dochun was a bit confused. Wasn't the mastermind too obvious? Clearly, the papal court was colluding with the fourth son of the Do family to sabotage Isaac. Ultimately, Lia Dosun concluded that Isaac of the Su family should thank this kid. "We can simultaneously eliminate both the Kim clan and the Lam clan, the two most noble families." Lia Doshun looked coldly at the letter, concluding, "That alone is worth the price of facing the 14 devils, maybe even more." The scene shifted to who said something that made the old man freeze. Is this how the Holy Empire interrogates people? The boy sat with his arms crossed and asked, I'm asking you an empire, and yet this barbaric? Afterward, the boy lay back on the bed, struggling and retorting, What? You dare ask for my name? That's a human rights violation. Are all of you clerics like this? How dare you ask about the family of an Aniki? Don't you clerics know what ethics are? Scum like you dare to question a descendant of the Lamb clan? You lowlifes aren't even close to understanding an Aniki's taste. One man, enraged, stepped forward. Brother, let me go. I just need to kill him, and I'll be fine going to heaven. The person behind him hurriedly held him back. Calm down. Leodosun lowered his eyes, unimpressed. You arrogant brat? So you asked for an investigation just to threaten the Kim clan? He reconsidered everything. Because the Lamb clan didn't want to take the hit from that fourth son, they handed this uncooperative prince to us. Doing that only leaves the Kim clan to suffer. The more he thought, the angrier Leodosun became. That bastard. He dared to use us as tools. Finally, he spoke to Isaac. Isaac, do you think I'll let this slide? The feeling of my subordinates being tortured isn't fun, and it's quite annoying. He smiled and shared. What are you saying? You don't look annoyed at all. The very next sentence from Isaac made him pause. You're the type of person who enjoys the suffering of your own subordinates, aren't you? Leodosun glanced down, his tone turning cold. Strange. Leodosun gave a wicked smile and admitted, No one has ever known that until now. Witnessing this, Ashley stood frozen, unable to react. Immediately, she knelt at Leodosun's feet, growling. He turned to interrogate her. Did the head of the Lamb clan tell you? He sneered and pressed further. What's the big deal about killing one apprentice? Who on earth told you? Before she could answer, Isaac interrupted. If you're happy now, pay up. He frowned slightly. Cardinal, pay up. Leodosun exhaled and reached toward Isaac. He radiated a dark, murderous aura and growled. So the head of the Lamb clan only teaches children how to throw away their lives? Only then did Ashley snap out of it. She screamed, Young master, run! Isaac didn't care, and reached out to grab it. Leodosun smiled at him and replied, Thank you. Jelio berries. Isaac held up the gold bar and shared, This is enough for the fee. Ashley's face went white. Her pupils dilated as she looked at the scene in horror. Isaac confidently held up the golden rose-shaped card. She nearly collapsed when she heard Leodosun speak. By the way, Isaac, I'm suddenly curious. He wore a smug smile. Did you really defeat that monster yourself? Leodosun didn't hesitate to assert. An intern couldn't possibly have done that. He leaned back into his chair comfortably. That's a family secret, Mr. Jalio Barris. Leodosun froze when Isaac continued. Unlike your clan, your family is pathetic at hunting low-level demons, so I'm not surprised you guys don't know. Isaac gave a smug smile. That's why your son got beaten to a pulp. Despite the sarcasm, Leodosun didn't care and nodded with a smile. He turned to walk away, muttering to himself, What an insolent brat. He happily waved. Have a safe trip, Mr. Jelio Barris. Ashley rushed over, worriedly asking, Young master, are you all right? She gritted her teeth. Why is everyone in the enemy family so unpleasant? Isaac sighed. The heads of that family have always been psychopaths. Ashley noticed the card in his hand. What is that? Isaac's expression became serious. An entry pass to the Holy Court's dungeon. He rubbed the pattern on the card, thinking, With this, I can finally meet my subordinates. A few days later, at the Kim Pentagram Assessment Council, everyone was buzzing, wondering which team would receive the ace in this pentagram. Of course, it's the Kim team. There's never been a case where the Kim team didn't get the ace. Lang forced a smile and squeezed his wineglass tightly when he heard someone among them say, even their leader was snatched away by the Lamb team. The buzz in the hall became even more excited. Which team are those interns coming back from? Everyone was surprised to see Isaac confidently in the lead. The faith of the Lamb clan is Isaac of the Sioux family. Han stood behind, tiredly cursing. Damn it. Isaac of the Sioux family. How many times have I almost died because of that kid? He turned his head and gave an order that made everyone's expression change immediately. I can see all of you. You bastards. Why aren't you smiling? Suddenly, the auditorium erupted in noise. Over there. Look. Over there. People's voices filled with excitement. It's the gold team members. The group looked smug, thinking, those idiots in the blue team don't know a thing. Now that we're here, we've brought back the sacred relic of the Hela ancestors that the enemy nation stole. This is what truly benefits the Holy Kingdom. What's the point of the Farsha territory? Thinking that saving a few survivors would change everything? Pathetic. The announcer, a bumbling fool, cleared his throat, and began, "Trainees and esteemed guests, thank you for attending the Golden Pentagram evaluation. Please, rise." The emperor and his son stepped out as the crowd stood. The results of this Golden Pentagram would be announced by the emperor himself. People looked at each other, confused, whispering amongst themselves. The emperor himself attending the pentagram ceremony? That's incredibly rare. This proved just how important this year's pentagram was, and the fact that he would announce the results personally. The gold team leader chuckled to himself. That's it. Here it comes. Since we recovered the lost imperial treasure, the emperor is going to reward us personally. The crowd grew rowdy when the announcer said, "Now, we proceed to the Golden Pentagram evaluation." Suri Joshua swallowed hard, nervous. The treasure the white team brought back was just a set of scattered ancient books. The treasure the red team brought back was a sword forged by the genius blacksmith, 300 years ago. People nodded in praise. Not bad. A blacksmith's work, huh? His pieces still fetch high prices even today. These trainees are actually pretty impressive this year. Last year, they were pathetic. The announcer continued, and when it came to the gold team, it was truly shocking. They had recovered the royal Hela treasure stolen a century ago. The crowd went wild. It was the royal lineage's heirloom. The necklace that was stolen by those savages, the one everyone talked about? He gasped, thinking, the imperial treasure. No wonder the emperor came in person. A lender held the box containing the necklace, exclaiming, "This is extraordinary. A treasure passed down through royal weddings, stolen during my grandfather's time." The gold team captain jumped for joy as the emperor praised them. "I thought I'd never see this again." "Yet you found it. The capability of the gold team is truly marvelous." They sneered internally, thinking, "This is a completely different level from those useless blue team losers. If anyone can do something greater than this, let them step forward." Suri Joshua looked away, annoyed. What a bunch of pains. The announcer smiled, holding a piece of paper. And finally, the blue team. The auditorium went silent for a moment before they started whispering. They saved people from the Farshia territory? Just those trainees? Even returning alive is a miracle. Nie sighed with disdain. Saving a few people doesn't prove anything, but the gold team froze when the announcer continued. They also destroyed the beast that killed our priests 14 years ago. He wept with joy they had handled the monster that even the mages had failed to stop, and rescued all the survivors. The suffering of Hela for the last 14 years had finally been soothed. The gold team tried to bolster their own confidence. That's fine. I didn't think those kids would actually kill that beast. But even so, the royal treasure is still more valuable. The announcer continued. But the blue team isn't finished yet. They rescued the prince of the magic empire, Hidif, from Jitan. Everyone's jaw dropped. They rescued who? The gold team captain threw his script down in frustration. Our holy kingdom of Hela has demanded that Prince Hidif of the magic empire repay us for saving his life. He shouted until his voice cracked. The magic empire has agreed to return one of the treasures they stole from us and withdraw those absurd fees in the contested zone. The crowd erupted in applause as the announcer finished. They accepted our demands. A lender stood up. A merit so great, I don't know how to praise it enough. What these trainees brought back today doesn't just elevate the reputation of Hela, which has suffered so much, it also brings practical benefits to our people. The royal treasure and legendary spoils of war are all things that enhance the glory of the empire. But to me, the lives of the empire's citizens are even more precious. The blue team didn't just save the lives of the holy knights, they saved countless citizens of the empire, and even the prince of an enemy nation. A single life is worth more than the entire universe. Saving even one person is the very reason for the existence of the holy kingdom of Hela. Resolving the trade issues that affect our daily lives is also a way of saving countless people. The emperor smiled. And I believe the judging committee for this golden pentagram. A lender looked at the people next to him. Will think just as I do. They pretended to be calm, clearing their throats quietly. The emperor stated firmly, the royal treasure the gold team brought back is very impressive, but what the blue team achieved is truly magnificent. This is something a mere trainee shouldn't be able to do. More importantly, the blue team reminded us of the true purpose of a priest. Exactly. Protecting the weak and serving the people is the core of our practice. In contrast, the other teams only brought back things intended to restore old honor. Whether intentional or not, the blue team has performed a great service for Hela. B angrily frowned. If it wasn't intentional, how could he go and negotiate with the magic empire? She looked at him laughing smugly. Because they saved the citizens, the gold team has no choice but to concede the win to the blue team. Everything had gone exactly as he planned. A lender spoke in a deep voice. Then, I shall announce the final result. He smiled proudly. This year, the trainees have shown exceptional talent, especially the teams that didn't give up despite encountering many dangers and saved their comrades. Their achievements will become an example, not only for their peers but for their seniors as well. He waved his sleeve. Therefore, this year's golden pentagram goes to, a lender announced amidst the cheers. The winning team was the blue team. A few days later, at the blue team dorm, Isa strolled slowly down the sunlit hallway. He rubbed his nose, thinking proudly, I only told them to come back safely. They truly exceeded my expectations. Perhaps they really can become a saint and bring much glory to the blue tribe. Their personalities have some issues, but with the right training. He grandly pushed open the classroom door. Yes, maybe, it's possible. As soon as he opened the door, a voice hit him like a hammer. The successor? That's nothing. You just have to know how to suck up a little. Sa was sitting in his chair, gesturing wildly. Talk about brotherhood, recite a few sacred verses. He laughed confidently. That's all it takes. And the old man back home will definitely be hooked. Sa was too busy bragging to notice the strange, heavy silence in the room. Don't worry about the king's reward at the blue pentagram. Grandpa will definitely give it to us. Is this what it feels like to be invincible? This is great. He laughed as he turned his head and froze. Why was everyone so quiet? The grandfather stood behind him, radiating killing intent. Gritting his teeth, the old man said angrily, It seems it's still too early for me to talk about my successor. It appears that just training isn't enough. Isa broke into a cold sweat, cursing silently. Damn it, if he shows up here, what are those bastards supposed to say? A moment later, a cracked scream echoed through the ring. He just threw his pillow and panted. How absurd, Isaac complained irritably. All those brutal training sessions are aimed at me, using treasures to bribe me into failing, forcing me to copy 100 pages of that insanely difficult book, he said in pain. What did I do wrong? The ghost of the observer explained. Listen to it saying those horrible things right to his face. It pointed a finger to explain logic. You have no choice either. He said he'd give you the lowest grade if you didn't finish. Do you want to fail? You brought this on yourself. Isaac pouted. Damn it, he's coming up with ideas again. There's a way. Isaac ran to find him. Uncle, he cheered inwardly. He came with Grandpa. Isaac snuggled into his arms. Uncle Riley hesitated and called out to Isaac. He sobbed and looked up. Uncle. He felt like he'd been struck by lightning, angrily saying, Whoever made you cry, I'll chop their head off. The scent of his father was everywhere as Isaac spoke up. I think Grandpa hates me. Maybe I should leave this house. Riley hurriedly knelt on one knee to coax him. What's wrong? What happened? He wiped his tears, choking back sobs. The thing is, he began to make up a story. Grandpa said I have to move out of the dorm and back to the main house. I asked for wine, but he said I'm too young and don't deserve it. Riley frowned. Wondering why his father would do that, was he trying to train his spirit? He narrowed his eyes. His older brother and sister-in-law could be considered his parents. His world seemed to collapse when he lost them 10 years ago. He tried to hammer that into his head. That's why he was so happy to know his nephew was still alive. For this child, he would do anything, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. The ghost of the observer asked skeptically, What is he doing? Isaac pretended to be pathetic. He only wanted to pass the blue pentagram to become a true priest and defeat the Bone King and his uncle. Riley called out to Isaac, heartbroken. He wept like rain. Now Isaac can't smash the Bone King's head anymore. He froze, while the ghost thought, has the kid lost his mind? Why are you talking like a stranger? Riley hurriedly stood up to assure him. Don't worry, Isaac. Uncle will take care of everything. He hesitated. Really? He immediately affirmed, Yeah, forget the pentagram. Uncle will make sure you pass it like a piece of cake. Nothing is difficult for me. Riley quickly ran out. Don't worry, Isaac. The ghost of the observer asked uncertainly. The blue pentagram is tomorrow. Can Riley handle it? Isaac adjusted his collar and smiled. I'm sure he can handle it. He wore a wicked grin. Besides, there was a more urgent matter. Isaac thought to himself, I need to see my subordinates before they are executed. The next day, at the prison, the guard helplessly handed the card back to him. I have verified this is the Cardinal's pass. You can see them in 14 days. Isaac smiled cunningly and exclaimed, The feeling of power is great. He was just bored. The execution is happening in less than a month. Are you planning to let me see them after they've been beheaded? He ordered to reduce it to 1 week, but they blocked him. That's impossible. The two broke out in a sweat over the brat. We need at least 10 days for security checks. You should count yourself lucky you even get to see them. He reduced it to 5 days, but they still tried to persuade him. No, if there's any oversight. They were left speechless, as Isaac gently reduced it by another 2 days. 3 days. He walked to the cell door. Since when? I'm going in right now. The guard hurriedly stopped him. Tomorrow, not a moment sooner. Isaac smiled and patted their shoulders as he walked out. Good. That works. They were confused. Why did our patriarch give his card to this brat? It wondered, aren't you here to see them? He walked away with his hands behind his back. There isn't anything more valuable in the blue pentagram. Today, I'll go meet them tomorrow. The blue pentagram, huh? Riley said he would do anything for the nephew he loved. The ghost of the observer repeated in a tone of disgust. The beloved nephew. Isaac smiled and shut it up. He felt triumphant. I wonder how easy the test will be. It laughed along. After all, it's definitely something even a child could do. Sometime later, at the Blue Pentagram Council, the MC enthusiastically greeted everyone. The interns participating in the Blue Pentagram and honorary guests have arrived to witness this. Welcome, everyone, he officially announced. The final mission of the Blue Pentagram is to destroy a few monsters. The skeletons danced with joy. The king has come to save us. The ghost of the observer was almost speechless. So, you're handling our own people? Isaac was sweating bullets, his face filled with anxiety. He almost screamed inwardly. Damn it, Riley. Just hearing the name skeletons makes me want to cry, as weak as dry grass, as stupid as rocks, easily dragged around and used for useful things. They were basically untouchable beings in the demon world, used as experiments for priests and teaching materials for nobles, even summoned at children's festivals just to be destroyed. And if they died because of corpse conversion, they would immediately go to hell. When they die, they restart everything. When that happens, they resurrect at level 1. Isaac was furious and cursed in his heart. You damn priests, how dare you summon these miserable souls in front of me? A bone king. The skeletons looked at each other, confused. Hey, where are we? I don't know, but our king is here. That's the king, 2 companions excitedly reminded him. Isaac used the holy corpse conversion spell. This time, it would destroy them immediately. Yeah, no corpse can resist that spell. It's easy. Isaac tore at his hair and repeated in his heart. Corpse conversion. The ghost beside him advised. Corpse conversion is the most basic spell for beginners. You should use it. He refused point blank. I've died hundreds of millions of times because of that filthy corpse conversion spell. And you're telling me to use that spell on these kids? Are you guys crazy? Riley, that bastard. The skeletons rushed toward Isaac like they'd seen gold, making him panic and yell. Wow, he came to see us. We're so happy. Isaac Joshua was startled and panicked as he called out to Isaac. They excitedly piled onto him. Why didn't we see you? Why didn't we see you? Finally, you called for us. Isaac's face fell as he muttered. I understand you're happy, but you're too heavy. You idiots. He couldn't help but wonder, wait, is he really being attacked? The person next to him said incredulously, are they trying to squeeze him to death? He concluded, looks like they're pushing him out of joy. He looked at the white skeletons surrounding him and quickly calculated, damn it, if this goes wrong, my identity will be exposed. I just need to extract their monocores, then they'll be powerless. The MC's voice rang out. The test begins. Isaac came up with a plan. If I put their monocores back, they'll be healthy. Then, Riley added a rule to the test. You must not touch the monocores. You must use corpse conversion and destroy them. He was so angry his cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish. You damn priests. A knight standing on the stage happily gave a thumbs up. He puffed up his cheeks like a pufferfish, furious at those wretched priests. A knight standing on the platform gave him a cheerful thumbs up. Isaac, I made this requirement easy enough for you, so make sure you take first place. Isaac seethed inwardly. If I don't, they'll wipe out my entire family. 2 people sat in the viewing gallery, gossiping. It only takes a point to perform undead conversion. This is the easiest test in the Ghost Watcher's manual. The person next to him replied, exactly. Usually, undead conversion is too powerful against skeletons. If they really wanted to make it harder, they should have made us extract monocores. Even a newborn could pass this. Isaac heard this and swung his fist, knocking away the skeletons piling up on him. Those bastards, they didn't think about me at all. Isaac gathered mana in his hand. I never used that cursed undead conversion spell. I only hit them with holy arts. Damn it. Sorry guys. Holy arts are still a critical hit against the undead, but that's better than sending you all to hell. The skeletons, oblivious, excitedly cheered. Wow, the king is watching us. Master, what should we do now? Wow, just seeing Master makes us so happy. A heavy thudding sound echoed. Isaac knelt, looking exhausted, and muttered, I can't do it. Everyone asked in surprise. What was that? Isaac pulled at his hair, frustrated. Even a kid could defeat these skeletons. Why can't you do it? Isaac painfully refused. I won't do it. They rushed toward him. Master, why aren't you moving? Is Master out of mana? A skeleton suggested. If you're out of mana, should we throw you into the dragon fire? I'm not a skeleton anymore, Isaac shouted aloud. I'm a human. Getting thrown into fire hurts, you know. The people in the gallery were stunned. What did he say? He's not a skeleton? He's a human? The person next to him gasped. Don't tell me he considers the undead to be human. Isaac caught that comment and looked up. Humph. The person in the gallery speculated. Were the skeletons once human, and he doesn't want to attack beings that were once people? The other added, maybe he's trying to save humans who turned into monsters. Isaac scratched his cheek as they misunderstood him. Just as expected, the Blue Clan's faith protects everyone from demons. The Saintess's son is truly different. His soul is so noble. Meanwhile, Isaac rubbed his temples, exhausted, thinking, you guys are insane. There's no way that jerk thinks about anything that noble. A guy stepped forward. Move aside, Isaac. If you won't do it, I will. The guy started chanting, Undead Converse before he could finish. Isaac punched him. Stop! Isaac gasped, gritting his teeth and glancing around, seething internally. If anyone uses undead conversion here, they're definitely going to hell. I can't let that happen. Isaac gathered a deep blue flow of mana in his palm and slammed his hand onto the floor. Undead conversion. Thick blue smoke billowed violently. His goal was to avoid hitting the kids. In the hall, a blinding explosion erupted from the orb. The people in the gallery stared in disbelief. Is that undead conversion? I've never seen one that big. And the skeletons are stupidly trying to touch the orb. What is that shiny thing? I don't know, but it looks beautiful. Isaac seriously summoned his subordinate, a shadow, and ordered, Shadow, secretly hide all the kids inside your darkness. It replied, As you wish, master. The ground shook violently, but the skeletons were confused. The spectators were stunned, some even stood up. Isaac smiled, having achieved his goal when he heard the unbelievable sounds. What the hell? The skeleton in front of him was gone, not a single one left. They had all vanished. Don't tell me he wiped them all out with one hit. The Blue Clan members cheered joyfully. Amazing. At this level, he's not a trainee anymore. He must be at least a bishop level. Truly the start of a saint. Isaac cursed internally. You rotten priests. I'm going to wipe you all out at the root. Elsewhere, a refined man's voice rang out. Gelio Barris was determined to capture Isaac. He believed that Isaac was going to summon a demon god during the ritual. Another man said anxiously, even a mid-tier god would be enough. The person next to him said uneasily, if they heard which god chose Isaac, they wouldn't just faint. He asked in surprise. So, it's not just a simple demon god? He continued, as the other was left speechless. How could it be a normal demon? The room fell into a heavy silence. The man clutched his head in despair. Damn it. Which god of destruction is coming here? He added fuel to the fire. Don't tell me it's some great catastrophe. He sighed. That's why bringing Isaac in and re-educating the kid is the top priority. I've sent a messenger to him, so news should arrive soon. A soldier stood at the door, stammering. Clan leader, I've returned from visiting Isaac. He dropped another bombshell. Isaac is currently heading to the Holy Seas prison. The man stood up, furious. Why is he going there? That's my territory. He shouldn't be allowed in. The messenger replied. The cardinal supposedly gave him permission. Veins bulged on the back of his hand from rage. That bastard. He gritted his teeth. Is that jerk trying to kidnap the kid with some cheap candy? The man stammered. Father. He was so angry his voice trembled. Do you think I don't know about the candy scheme? What? We are going to the Holy Seas prison right now. At the same time, at the Holy Seas prison, Isaac clutched his head in agony. How embarrassing. Just thinking about the fact that I used that dirty undead conversion trick. The ghost comforted him. But it worked out in the end, didn't it? What's the problem? It asked. Did you bring the reward you got from the squad? Isaac felt his pocket, resentful. Of course I did. That's the only reason I did it. Seeing the object in his hand, the ghost couldn't help but wonder. It's just a string, right? Isaac explained. It's a demonic energy nullifying string, a precious item that helps release one from demonic energy's corruption. For me, it's also a camouflage tool to hide my mana. He grinned. So, you're going to use it to hide your mana when entering the prison? Isaac looked around. Before going in, is there anyone around? The ghost nodded. In the range of your subordinates, there's no one. Isaac snapped his fingers leisurely. Then come out. The skeletons were liberated and cheered. Oh, Master, Master, we thought we'd never see you again. Master, we're so happy. They sobbed when Isaac ordered the shadow to take them all home. The skeletons wept and begged. Master, What did we do wrong? We'll do whatever you command. Don't abandon us. Can't we stay by your side? Isaac explained. If you stay here, you'll be purified. Don't be stupid. Do you think I want to do this? Isaac threatened. Let them go safely and return. It agreed. Yes, master. Isaac turned around, ready to go inside. He jumped, realizing a tiny skeleton had been clinging to his waist the whole time. He couldn't believe it and shouted out loud, "When did you sneak in here?" The shadow explained, "If we miss our chance with him this time, we'll never get another." The shadow sighed. "They're so weak, I can't even feel their mana." A guard stepped forward. "It's time for the inspection of the remains." He darkened his expression. "Why are people here to welcome me so quickly?" The remains trembled with anger as it watched the monster acting coy. "Do you have any idea how hard I've tried to keep you bones alive? If you get caught, you'll be destroyed." He ordered them to hold on tight. "You absolutely must not come out." The guards opened the door. "Please, go on inside." 50 years ago, the Holy Kingdom captured a rank 9 demon. A stone demon had infiltrated the Holy Kingdom alone to retrieve the Bone King's remains. But the priests had used the Bone King's body as bait, and in the end, Demon 46 knelt down to protect its master's remains. The shadow read the book in its hand, noting that a pure-blooded demon from the beginning of time being captured had shocked the entire continent, or at least, that's what was recorded. He furrowed his brows. "Cardinal Sabi? So, it was you?" He held up binoculars and continued, but before the shadow could finish, he yelled over it. "You call this an inspection? These lunatics." He couldn't help but exclaim, "You can even see the pea-sized child from here." Oh, his subordinate couldn't even see him through the telescope. The guard smiled and said, "You should be grateful we're even letting you see this much." He waved his pass. Yeah, keep being sarcastic." The other guy gritted his teeth. "Damn it." The person next to him finally spoke up. "We have to perform a body search. Something here is quite suspicious. Please, understand." As they reached for his collar, he suddenly spoke up. With an icy, murderous aura, he said, "If you touch my body, you're going to die." The two guards jumped back in fear. They watched as he exuded a powerful magical force. "Oh, what is that? Damn it, we can't move." He started spewing nonsense without care. "Suspecting me? Suspecting me? The direct heir of the Blue Clan? If you touch me, I'll consider it an act of war against the Duso clan." He acted out. "What are you trying to do to a child's body? I'll bite my tongue and end it." "I'm serious, I'll really bite it." The guard hurriedly waved his hands. "Sir, if you keep saying things that get people the wrong idea." He immediately interjected. "Do you think my uncle will sit idly by?" He crossed his arms, threatening them. He's the type to start a war without a second thought. Do you remember how he bragged when his nephew first used the potty? They looked at each other, flustered. "But the family head told us to find out the motive for this visit." The other guard said helplessly, "Just let him pass for now." The pass was issued by the family head anyway. One cleared his throat. "Understood. Follow me." He sighed with disdain. Someone should have done that sooner. They walked together to the dark, cold cell. The guard said solemnly, "This is it." He touched a large door. Behind it was the solitary confinement cell of Demon 46. They sighed in warning. "I've warned you clearly. Demon 46 can induce a heart attack and kill you." He showed no interest. "Just be quiet and open it." The door groaned open, and a massive wave of mana rushed out, causing the group to frown. The demon opened its eyes, saw them, blanked for a second, and then immediately began to roar in rage. They looked at each other, uneasy and confused. "Why is that thing acting like that? It used to be so calm." The demon roared louder, its mana growing stronger. They trembled in fear. "Do you see that? That is the power of Demon 46. Please, let's go back now." He rubbed his nose, looking excited. "That thing, it's not dead yet." The two were stunned, their faces turning pale. This guy is still smiling and ignoring the demon's mana like that? What kind of lunatic is this? He smirked to himself. "That thing must think I've been captured by the priests," the shadow muttered. "That thing has completely lost its mind." He explained, "I wasn't captured. I came here by threatening them." Sana only heard the last two words. Threatening? The guard was so scared he wanted to cry, and he quickly corrected himself. Things were becoming more dangerous. "Ah," he misunderstood. "That's not it." The shadow spoke like adding fuel to the fire. "Its master is going to bite his tongue and end it." Fortunately, things ended with them bowing their heads. Sana Na misunderstood the focus again. "These guys dare to make my master bow? This is infuriating." "How dare you make my master say things like that?" a soldier asked in a panic. "Why is he so angry?" The shadow tried to explain again. They were the ones who deceived the master. The two guards looked at each other. Quick! Call for backup. Don't let him die before the execution. He calculated in his mind. This was his chance. But the guards were still watching him. He needed more time. A massive wave of magic surged from the cuffs on Chap's wrists, causing him pain. He was anxious. Damn it, the Pope's power has been activated. He'll die before I can save him. He prepared to use magic to grab their attention, just as planned. He looked down at the dry bones on his waist. But if he used them now, he would surely be discovered. The shadow said excitedly, "Master, I will transfer it for you." He exclaimed, "Oh, this guy is pretty good." He immediately ordered, "Go. With your size, you can crawl through the bars and give him that stone so he can break the shackles." The shadow pursed its lips. Those bones had so little mana they wouldn't be detected. He took a deep breath. "Be careful, Bones." He suddenly spoke up. "How wonderful." He feigned admiration. "The rival clan is truly admirable." The two guards were terrified. Someone from the Blue Clan was actually praising them, and it didn't sound like sarcasm at all. The shadow was confused. "Are you crazy?" He ignored it. He had to keep stalling for time. He looked up, feigning weakness. "The rival clan is number 1. He praised them without reservation. I was so scared I nearly peed my pants when I saw Demon 46, yet you two handled it so calmly." The soldier hesitated. "Did you just laugh?" He quickly brushed it off. "I was just laughing out of reflex because I was so scared." He continued the flattery. "I didn't expect the Red Clan to use people like this as jailers. Truly a formidable clan. At that level, in our Blue Clan, you'd be captain of the Knights already." The two guards got goosebumps. What kind of nonsense is this? He continued to make things up. "Listen, brothers. Actually, this is a secret. But the reason I came here is..." He blurted out more nonsense. "It's an order from the family head." The two guards were stunned, frowning, and spoke in unison. "Huh?" One of them stepped closer to ask again. "An order from the family head?" He sighed, tiredly. "It's a clan mission. Actually, I'm participating in the successor selection exam. My mission was to get close to Demon 46 and come back." They exclaimed, "Wow, that's ruthless. They're planning to let you die during the selection exam?" He nodded without hesitation. "Exactly." The two guards swallowed hard and shook their heads. "This isn't just some standard challenge. It's a basic requirement for selecting a new cardinal. Who in their right mind would assign a kid to make contact with Devil 46? They were gossiping excitedly, not realizing that Drybone had already successfully delivered the stone to Isaac. It makes sense, given this is the Saintus' family line. But still, giving this task to a child? Drybone quickly ran back. As the other person continued talking, "The Blue Faith is known for these kinds of crazy antics." Isaac kept changing the subject. "By the way, didn't you two want to join the Blue Faith?" The other party was startled and stammered. "We want to join the Blue Faith?" They acted excited. Was that an invitation? Isaac was about to continue, but Drybone had already returned. Isaac started acting dizzy and pained. "Ugh, it seems Devil 46 was just too much for me." The two were worried. "Sir, are you okay? Why on earth did you ask to meet Devil 46? We'll escort you out of here." Isaac leaned his head tiredly against the prison door frame and muttered his thanks. It called him the Demon King of the Gods. As they helped Isaac out, they comforted him. "It's not much further now. Please, try to hang in there a little longer." Isaac was trembling as he walked, but just as he thanked the two, a line of people blocked their path. "Hold on." "Nee," the leader said with contempt. "Before you leave, you have to do one thing. I'm going to inspect the pass you're carrying." He looked at it with disdain. "Is this card really something Bishop Geliobaris issued?" He smiled and explained, "That card is also a tool to measure a person's faith. You didn't think the family head gives them out for free, did you? The lower the faith, the darker the card's color. Let's see what color yours turns." The ghost stood behind, watching. It changed colors, and he froze for a moment before speaking. "Whoa!" The ghost said something that made Isaac turn pale. It was pitch black. Nee reached out. "Hand that card over." Isaac gripped his pocket tightly. "I'm not giving it to you," Nee asked sarcastically. "What? Are you afraid it's deep red?" "Deep red what?" the ghost scolded. "You should say it's as black as your master's conscience." Isaac reached into his pocket, gripped the card, and said in a calm tone, "Get lost. I'm not handing it over." He tried to provoke him, acting as if he had something to hide. Isaac suddenly accused, "Are you planning to steal it and then spread rumors that the Blue Faith lost the pass?" Nee's jaw dropped. "What are you talking about?" Isaac was really showing off his talent for putting words into people's mouths. "You guys were planning to steal it, run away, and then force the Blue Faith to pay for damages, right? The followers behind him were surprised, thinking, why does he think we're like some cheap thugs? Isaac breathed a sigh of relief. This is your territory. Everyone here is your person. As long as you all get your stories straight, you can make me look like a fool. So, how am I supposed to find you later? Nee snapped. You lunatic. How dare you insult my family? He clenched his fists. Fine. I don't even need the card anymore. Nee waved his hand up high, his face full of murderous intent, and slammed a heavy punch into the ground, causing it to crack. He smiled insanely, because I have something even better. They were startled, and the ghost said in horror, Master, that's. A faint, shadowy black figure appeared in everyone's eyes, and then the image of a statue emerged amidst its screams. Isn't that the god's altar of judgment? The Blood Saint Chain clan uses blood judgment. Isaac looked up in surprise at the altar of judgment. It was the statue that would expose demons disguised as humans or those with no faith. Isaac's pupils constricted in shock. Is this guy crazy? He dares to use this statue on a noble? Nee smiled eagerly, explaining, if they have faith, the goddess will shed tears of repentance. If they are a heretic, the goddess will open her eyes in anger for being defiled. Isaac screamed internally, if you aren't absolutely sure that person has no faith, you'll be hit with the backlash. The two guards behind Isaac encouraged him. Don't worry. With your courage and responsibility, you'll be fine. Use this opportunity to prove your innocence and force them to pay for their insolence. While Isaac was terrified, he knew for a fact that if he stepped up, the statue would open its eyes. Nee confidently pointed at Isaac. If you're a candidate for the saint, step up with pride. He tried to pretend to be calm. Why should I listen to you? Nee reminded him. If you don't want to be erased from the history of the Blue Faith, then hurry up. Isaac thought suspiciously. Erased from the history of the Blue Faith? Isaac whipped around. Shut your mouth. Do you think the Blue Faith would just sit idly by? He had only said half of it before he was grabbed by the waist and lifted up. Stop talking nonsense. Isaac looked back in horror when he realized he had been moved. He shouted in a panic. Hey, what are you doing? He set Isaac down in front of the goddess statue, accompanied by empty comfort. Don't worry, it'll be over in a second. Isaac wanted to run, but couldn't. I can't move. I can't run. Nee grinned broadly. Now, goddess statue, please open your eyes. He thought confidently. With this, I will wipe out Isaac's reputation and the Blue Faith. But as a result, the goddess statue shed 2 streams of blood-red tears. The followers there were stunned. The goddess statue is shedding tears of blood? Isn't that something only Bishop Gelio Barris could do? His eyes bulged out. No way. How could that guy have any faith? Isaac himself was just as surprised, so the ghost had to remind him. What's wrong? Why is it crying? Why are there blood tears here? Master, please keep a serious face. It suddenly noticed something, and broke into a cold sweat. The ghost snickered as it looked at his waist. Looks like Little Bone Soldier's faith was just measured. That's right. Someone like the Demon King deserves to be worshipped. It seems Little Bone Soldier's faith in its master has been measured, and it's nothing but pure loyalty. Isaac happily praised, truly my loyal subordinate. The followers were confused and whispered, did Lord Nee initiate the judgment altar without being sure of the result? Even the young master couldn't make the statue shed blood tears. If the Blue Faith boasts about this everywhere, this will turn into a huge deal. Isaac looked at him with contempt. What gave you the confidence to pull this stunt, huh? Drybone noticed something behind Isaac while he was running his mouth. Just you wait. I'm going to file a formal protest. The goddess statue opened its eyes and glared angrily at Isaac the moment he finished speaking. Understand? The ghost urgently urged him. Turn around. Fast. Hurry up. Isaac quickly turned around at rocket speed. This caused the goddess to close her eyes once again. He patted his chest and gasped for air. Think. What's going on? Why was she staring at me like that? The ghost said helplessly. I told you. You should have turned your head when walking out and let the bone soldier go last. Nee smiled smugly, boldly pointing his finger at Isaac's face. Ha, I knew it. Everyone saw it clearly, didn't they? He continued angrily. The goddess statue's eyes opened. Nee insisted the judgment statue had opened its eyes, but the people around him didn't see it, so they confusingly advised him. What are you talking about? It's clearly still closing its eyes. What's wrong with you? He looked like he was about to go crazy. It just opened its eyes. I saw it very clearly. Isaac breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped a close call. That scared the hell out of me. I was almost done for. The ghost nodded. It seems only he saw it. The murmuring grew louder and louder. Isaac let out a sigh of relief after narrowly escaping disaster that was way too close for comfort. The ghost nodded, though it seemed only he could see it. and the whispering around them grew louder and louder. You saw it clearly, didn't you? The judgment statue shed tears of blood. My God, how are we supposed to deal with this mess? Ni tried to convince them. I swear it opened its eyes. I saw it, the priests argued back. This family isn't cursed. How could the results just change halfway through? He was just casually watching the show. Isn't that just perfect? The priests were outraged. Are you saying the family's trial altar changed the verdict on its own? If results change mid-trial, how are we supposed to conduct heresy trials in the future? You'd better watch your tongue, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Ni turned and ordered him. I really saw it. Go check again, you idiot, he sneered. What? Trying to cheat? Are you jealous because you'll never reach that level in your entire life? He patted the dry bone inside his coat and praised it. Well done, kid. Isat didn't hesitate to mock them. How humiliating. He was shaking with rage. If this bastard tells me to step up, I will. Ni tried to throw a punch but was caught. He jumped in surprise when he saw him standing behind him. I suspected something like this would happen, so I came. And I was right, he asked angrily. Where did that courage of yours go? Descendant of the rival family? Lia Dosiu stammered, trying to talk him down. If you attack a descendant, this will escalate. Father, let's just go back and file a formal protest. But then he dove into his arms. Uncle, Ni is trying to hit me. He was so angry his eyes were burning. That bastard has to die, the man grumbled, frustrated. I need to have a serious talk with Gelio Barris. El wiped his hands in disgust. I'll draft a formal letter. Su forced himself to jump in and stop him. Stop it, uncle. He's actually going to die. Watching the kid lying on the ground throwing a tantrum, he scoffed, crying after just a few light hits. Kids these days are so weak, he sighed, secretly cursing the guy behind him. Why the hell did you crawl in here, you stupid idiot? You're clearly about to be tried for heresy, aren't you? Go home. Staying here will just cause more trouble. Exak asked, confused. What heresy trial? Shu frowned, wanting to explain. The heresy trial, but he cut him off. Didn't that already end? Sa asked, acting innocent. Ni brought out that scary statue and made me get on the judgment altar, he asked. Wait, he brought out what? He muttered. So, am I the one getting burned at the stake now? Isat wanted to laugh out of anger. You want to die? Gia put pressure on his fingertips. I won't let this slide. Luckily, the priests stopped them. Listen, H. The interrogation is over, and the results were excellent. I'm telling you, Lord Isaac passed spectacularly. They flattered him. I've never seen tears of blood look so beautiful. He stood there stunned, thinking to himself, tears of blood? Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed. I came because I heard there was a troublemaker in the dungeon. Lia Doshun walked in calmly. The head of the Blue Faith was also present. Yiga was so angry, the veins on his forehead were popping. You bastard. You sure know how to pick your moments. The kid could already manifest the 46th demon, and yet you drag out this pointless test of faith? The old man smiled and replied, just hearing that someone came to meet a subordinate of the Bone King is suspicious enough, and the fact that this was requested by someone from the Blue Faith. I thought this level of strictness was necessary, don't you agree? He growled. Your third son used the judgment altar on Isaac. Lia Doshun froze. What? Etha threatened. It sounds like you people want to start a war. Lia Doshun kept his face calm. Good heavens. I didn't know he brought the statue, so I apologize. We will provide compensation so you don't hold a grudge. Then can you return the card we lent you? He agreed immediately. Of course, unlucky things must be disposed of at once. He turned and walked away. Giving the card to Isa was ridiculous. Lia Doshun explained. The card was requested by the kid himself. He bit his lip, thinking, these people are truly vicious. Even if the kid is a little crazy, you don't need to drag out the judgment altar. But making the goddess statue shed tears of blood, that's something only Bishop Gelio Barris could do. I apologize for doubting your faith. You truly have a wonderful soul. Yiga smiled brightly, taking the card. Isa, hand over the card. He thought, if the tears were real, the card would be bright and pure. But the card, which was supposed to be bright yellow, turned pitch black, leaving him completely stunned. Yiga immediately imagined his nephew tied to the stake in the abyss. Lia Dosun couldn't wait any longer and asked, You've confirmed it, right? The old man held out his hand, wanting it back. Then please, return it. Seeing the card shattered, Lia Doshun's radiant face cracked. He fell to his knees in agony. What are you doing? How dare you break the card of faith gifted by the first pope? It's broken? He stood up, gasping for air. This isn't just cold sweat from the fear I felt earlier. I have nothing left to give you, you wicked bastard. The next day, the temple was in chaos, the center of the rival family's faith. La asked in surprise. Not only does that guy have unshakable faith, but the goddess of judgment even shed tears of blood? The old man rubbed his forehead. It seems that kid has been certified as a top-tier candidate for saint. And yet, you foolishly shouted to slap your father without thinking? Nan slammed the table in anger. Did you do that just to be publicly humiliated by the enemy's priests? You should have been the one to become the family head, instead of letting the eldest and second brothers swallow everything. How can you not even handle something so small? Don't you understand that you have to become pope to have a chance at surviving? You not only have to be the saint, but you also have to become pope so the rival family will agree to talk about unifying the world. Lia Dosiu, that's enough. The old man sighed, covering his face. This is so annoying. The faith testing card is gone now. Damn it. Anyway, this was just for fun. It's not like there's no way. The upcoming consecration ceremony will be our chance. When the messengers of the gods descend, any child with a problem will be exposed immediately. So from now on, just stay quiet. He was trembling with frustration. No, I saw it clearly. He jumped up, questioning. Father, has the attendee list for the consecration ceremony been finalized? The old man was blank for a few seconds before asking back. The consecration ceremony? Lang tapped the table in thought. Most are from the Blue Faith, and even Isat is there because of Shu. Since I won first place in the 5-point star test earlier, there shouldn't be a problem with putting me on the list. Ni said with determination. No, please put me down as his servant. Please list me as Isaac's attendant. Everyone participating in the ceremony is assigned a servant anyway. Neon shouted in anger. Are you crazy? Why would the heir to the rival family take such a lowly position? Don't you know this is a position for commoners? He countered. Even so, we have to do it. Ni gritted his teeth. If we don't have proof, we have to find it ourselves. The old man didn't hesitate to refuse quickly. Not allowed. Ni tried to convince him. Father, even if it's a lowly position, I can still perform well. The old man calmly said, someone has already claimed that position. That person will become his servant. He paused, rubbing his aching head. Had Kalis really been chosen to be Isaac's servant? Nir's eyes suddenly widened as he muttered, What? What are you talking about? He jumped up, shouting in disbelief. Kalis is going to be Isaac's servant? Meanwhile, at the mansion, So-Yita rested her chin on her hand, whispering to herself. It was perfectly silent. Gui understood now. So, that's why father smashed it? Liado Shui tilted her head, asking, But I heard the statue shed tears of blood, he said helplessly. I just wanted to run one more test of faith to be sure. Not long ago, Isaac met Mur. That must be why the statue cried. That test statue was stolen from the Red Clan, so it has to be accurate, Liado Shui agreed. Ah, it must be. But for now, let's focus on another issue. Is the Red Clan chief a thief? He rubbed his forehead, sighing. At least we don't have to worry about the devil choosing that kid, since he's no different from a devil himself. He looked worried. But isn't that dangerous? The ones with the highest scores in the 5 senses will summon gods during the sacrifice ritual, he said urgently. The Red Clan's cardinal is definitely waiting for that moment. Yita added wearily. It doesn't end there. Do you remember the letter that was sent the other day? I'm lazy, so the Black Clan's 5 senses will grade them based on which god they manage to summon. Giulio Baris, the Black Clan's bishop, had a trembling voice. That cursed Giulio Baris, the Black Clan bishop, is also jumping in to witness our downfall. He ordered Oyi to tell Suri Joshua that he would be Isaac's servant. We can't let Isaac summon a god. Time flew by, and the day of the sacrifice ritual arrived at the arena. A thunderous sound echoed through the waiting room. Hey, aren't you listening to me? The other side mocked. Ugh, why do you keep spitting out such nonsense? Nir and BX were arguing. Shut it. I'm the one who's supposed to be his servant. I'm the right one. You jerk. I already registered. Suri Joshua sighed, praying. Dear Lord, please save me from these idiots. Isaac, sucking on a piece of candy, whispered, I should just crack their heads open so I can stop getting a headache, he thought to himself. Just the fact that so many sycophants were appearing here was exhausting enough. The ghost asked curiously. Sycophants at a sacrifice ritual? Isaac thought to himself. The offerings are transported by the god's minions. But since the offering in this ritual is a great demon, there were bound to be sycophants this time. The two guys were still arguing loudly. I'm the servant. No, I am. He got angry. Do you really want me to use force? Sin ran over to stop them. Hey, today is a good day. Calm down. Isaac looked bored. A good day, huh? I guess so. Today is the day my servant gets their freedom. He felt miserable inside. The elders of the clan had made it very clear to him. We will be annihilated if people see Isaac's true nature. It was also true that this guy really was a demonic god. Just then, Isaac asked, "What's going on over there? Why is everyone fighting to be my servant?" Suri Joshua explained, "Because according to the ritual, the priest must serve those of the lowest status." He finished with a single word, "Nonsense." Near grabbed her collar, trying to look calm. "I have an obligation to be Isaac's servant," Bai replied calmly. "Well, regardless, I have to be his servant. Isaac said he would train me if I stayed by his side." Isaac clapped his hands, signaling them to shut up. "Stop arguing. I don't need any of you." They turned in shock, speaking in unison. "What?" He pointed his finger at Near. You're the horse. You, the maid." He pointed at the others, giving his orders. "You, the coat rack." Ui grumbled to himself. Damn it. Time moved on, and the crowd gathered in the hall, cheering and discussing noisily. "I'm really looking forward to this year's ritual. Whatever anyone says, they say the new saint will be one of these kids. Seeing them in person is even more fascinating than a devil's execution." The trainees filed in steadily. "They're coming in!" The fans were blushing with excitement. "That's Lord Kalis. It's my first time seeing him in real life. He's definitely a candidate for the saint position." The person behind Lia Doshun looked unconvinced. "Saint candidate?" The two started arguing on the spot. "Haven't you heard the prophecy that the new saint will appear in the Red Clan? What kind of dark prophecy is that? Do you know how rare the holy mark on Kalis is? Everyone has holy marks now, so what?" Mac suddenly spoke up. "Oh, the priests are here." Isaac walked out slowly with an imposing aura. Bikun stood with a look of existential doubt. Near looked like he had nothing left to live for, and someone else was covering their mouth. The four of them appeared together, looking quite unique. Suri Joshua's face was pale, thinking, "This jerk will definitely choose one of the most brutal demonic gods. He must be a demonic god himself." The cardinals sitting up high were also frozen in place. Everyone in the hall was buzzing with gossip. "What's that? Isn't that guy posing as a horse from the Red Clan? Why is Kalis there? What is this? What's going on?" Coup was smiling, but Yi Ai reminded her, "Stop smiling." She laughed until her voice trembled. "How can I not laugh? Was this prearranged? I didn't expect Near and Kalis to act like this." He was helpless. "What are you thinking?" She laughed it off. "You don't seem worried, do you? Gelio Barris, Bishop of the Gold Clan. I heard you're very strict with your children." He seriously recalled the past from a few days ago. B stood in front of he and said, "Becoming a servant is the most important first step toward reaching the Pope, and I won't yield that position to him." He turned pale, closed his eyes, and played dumb. "As long as it's like that, it's fine. Isaac is strong enough to summon the strongest gods, so keeping Kalis by his side fits my plan." Coup was curious, trying to get the scoop. "Why are you so quiet? What is the Gold Clan planning?" But Hiei was indifferent. "Nothing, other than turning Kalis into the Pope," he thought to himself. "Anyway, Isaac isn't supposed to choose a god today." Then Lia Dosun spoke up. "Ah, that's right. Isaac wasn't on the summoning list in the second part of the ritual. I thought Lord Gelio Barris of the Gold Clan had forgotten, so I added Isaac's name back in." Hai and Y were shocked. "What?" The old man smiled cunningly. "I'm looking forward to seeing which demonic god that kid will summon." The other two were sweating buckets. "You madman!" MC made an announcement that startled him. The execution ritual began. A pillar of fire descended onto the open field, the ground tore apart, and everything shook violently. The great demon was tied up, kneeling in the middle of the field. Everyone cheered for the great demon. Its eyes were full of despair and resentment. It released an extremely powerful wave of energy, leaving everyone shaken. They exclaimed in surprise, "Is that a great demon? It's that strong even while bound? Just how strong must the Demon King be to have something like that as a subordinate? This power is ridiculous. It must be sealed and bound even more tightly than it was in prison." It stood there firmly with a look of defiance in the face of death. Isaac tightened his grip on the reins. With a gaze full of determination, he whispered, "I will save you." Isaac looked at the great demon standing in the distance and thought, "What have you done to that child? Damn priests. I'm going to tear you all to shreds." He gritted his teeth, thinking, how dare they stick those torture devices into him until he lost his mind. Izoth's eyes were filled with pure hatred. "I loathe them. I loathe every single one of those priests." The crowd in the stands started whispering. It was obvious the boy's expression had changed the moment he saw a demon. To think he'd dare show a look like that in front of a near Capeth rank high demon. Typical for someone from the Blue Faith, Lia Doshun thought with a smirk. It was surprising. He hadn't expected the boy to be so full of hatred. If he had truly been corrupted, he should have been happy to see a demon. He tried to calm himself. "Stay calm. It's okay. Just get him out of there." Issa looked up again, his expression serious. There were 5 seals on Sana. I already gave him the tool to break them, so I don't need to worry about those complicated shackles. He grinned triumphantly. The rest shouldn't be an issue. I even placed a spell on the priests performing the ritual to nullify their effects. When the ritual starts, they'll unknowingly lift the seals. Perfect. Good thing I held on to that bastard. Thanks to him, I won't even be on the suspect list. All right, looks like the ritual is starting. Izath tugged the reins in his hand. Hey, what are you doing? Move it. Nee cursed under his breath. The insolent brat, he was playing dumb on the surface. Huh? Shouldn't you be the one getting off? He scoffed. Since when did the horse talk back to its master? Don't want to be a servant anymore? Fine. If you don't like it, you can quit. Nee gritted his teeth, holding back. Just wait until there's proof. Izath grabbed his hair and yanked his head up. Not answering me? Nee groaned in pain, cursing. Damn it, the MC officially announced. We are beginning the execution now. The mages in each corner began chanting. He smiled in satisfaction. The magical device is active. Now, once I unlock the shackles, you can escape in 5 seconds. Then Sana spoke up. My master, even if I die right here, I have no regrets. He continued, Long live my king. Izath was so furious he pulled Sana's hair hard enough to distort his face. What the hell are you saying? Sana gasped his final words. To have witnessed the heirs of the faith kneeling and trembling before you, I have no regrets left. He broke into a sweat, urging him, Run. If you don't, you'll die. This is your only chance. Sana was crying tears of emotion. Oh, my king. You've regained your strength. Just knowing you wanted to save this lowly servant is a grace I could never repay. Izath pulled his hair hard again. What kind of nonsense are you mumbling? You idiot, he screamed in pain. I didn't say anything, you bastard. Izath thought to himself. What is wrong with him? The phantom was unsure. Maybe there's a reason. He panicked. There seemed to be another seal appearing on Sana's chest. He jumped, looking closer. A new seal? Was it placed there when he left the cell? Is that why you gave up on running away? Sana advised him. My lord, you've regained a chance to live again. You don't need to risk yourself for a subordinate. The Pope and the Cardinals are not to be trifled with. Please, just leave me behind and take the faith's conviction. Izath snapped. Shut up. You think I'd let you be lost just because of some pathetic seal? It's not even a high-level seal. I can break it, but I can't remove it. What should I do if I can't get close? Even if it's risky, I have to cause a distraction. Someone stepped forward to announce that Izath would be switching places with the execution assistant, an order from Gelio Barris, who wanted to give the first-class student of the pentagram a chance. People around them whispered in disbelief. Sending a trainee that close to a Class 46 demon? Something is definitely going to happen. They couldn't kill him in the golden pentagram, so now they're trying to shift the worry. Izath muttered, Bone King, as if the Bone King's subordinate would just stand there and do nothing. Izath let out a twisted, joyful laugh. Sweet. He cursed silently. The Cardinal of the Gold Clan is quite the sly fox. You practically pushed me right to him yourself. He stomped on Nee to jump out, making him groan in pain. He ran toward the other person. Izath thought, how pathetic. Driven mad by fear. Izath approached him. Now I can touch the seal directly. Game over. Breaking a low-level seal like this? Piece of cake. He gasped, eyes widening. Before he could even finish his thought, he looked closely at the subordinate's body. On his chest was a bright golden mark, a holy seal of the heavens. He clutched his head, sweating profusely. What kind of bastard put this here? It'll take a whole month to remove this. The phantom retreated. It looks like I need the blood of a high-rank heavenly spirit beast, or the Pope's blood, to break it. Where am I supposed to get that now? Izath's mind was in chaos. Damn it. What do I do? If he couldn't break it in time, the execution would happen right there. The Pope. That bastard isn't here today, is he? Then, the MC spoke again. Everyone, rise. The messenger of God is descending. He looked up at the magic on the ceiling. A blinding light flashed, followed by a gentle, magnetic voice. A foul stench spread through the air. A dirty servant of the Bone King sat in the stands, shocked stiff. An angel, the messenger of the god of punishment. He stared in surprise at the beautiful man in front of him. The angel smiled gently. I shall personally handle this matter with the utmost severity. The phantom panicked. So, this is why Sana gave up on running. If the executioner is an angel, survival is almost impossible. My master. Izath laughed, losing his humanity. The key to breaking the seal. Walking right up to me? He cursed. Are you insane? Sana stared blankly ahead. This thing looks so familiar. He gathered magic in his palm, preparing to strike. He remembered a horrifying memory from his childhood. He had definitely seen this somewhere before. Izath shivered, his eyes vacant. He quickly tried to stop him when Izath attacked. Izath! A loud explosion rang out, mixed with a scream. That lunatic! Everyone look! What? What happened? An attack? Izath panicked, clutching his head. He cried and cursed. Is that bastard possessed? Does he only aim for people's heads? Why is it always like this? You madman, are you satisfied now? Satisfied? The angel smiled gently, speaking in a tolerant tone. Well done, young priest. He is still intact, not a scratch on him. Even the angel recognized the demon lurking there. Others exclaimed, a demon? That Blue Clan kid? He took it down? Izath wondered. Did you aim for the demon from the start? Izath gritted his teeth in anger. This guy. He left a trace of holy power. The angel looked at him calmly as the knights rushed to kill the monster. Izath calculated. It seems the rumors were spread quite well from the start. A day like today is the perfect opportunity to absorb magic from the corpse of a high-level demon. Besides, they think they can even eat the young priests. Just a corpse of a Tier 6 demon was enough to make them go wild. Let alone this, a public execution of a Tier 9 demon. Dozens of demons will be blinded by greed and swarm in. He looked at the dead demon. Thanks to that guy, the attention is diverted. That's even better for me. Those who believe that nonsense and come running weren't my subordinates to begin with. But he dodged it? He actually dared to dodge my attack? I pretended to aim at the demon to deal with him, yet he still managed to evade. Isaac gathered magic again. Let's see if you can dodge this one, he shouted in a panic. Hey, you brat! Hey! Isaac channeled his strength to strike at the angel again. Before the attack could even touch him, the angel redirected it to wipe out a nearby monster. Again, he pursed his lips and summoned dozens of fireballs, attacking the angel with them. But the result was the same. The fireballs veered off and hit the monsters instead. The benevolent angel smiled. Still, just a rookie, so your aim is pretty sloppy. Gelio Barris, are you trying to use me to target the demons? Keep throwing them. I'll adjust the trajectory for you. You need practice to improve. Isaac thought to himself, if that's what he thinks, good. He immediately agreed, just as I planned. He yelled, are you trying to attack me openly or what? Many eyes were watching, but the result remained unchanged. The monsters in the stands were thinning out. Isaac clenched his fists. Damn it, is it because we have the same attribute? It's not dodging. He's changing the trajectory of my attacks. If I don't increase the power, it'll be like this forever. Otherwise, the only way is to borrow the power of a god higher than this angel to take him down. No, that's not right. You need a contract with a god to borrow their power. Something I can use right now. He remembered the necklace, the holy relic of Mlisor. Isaac grabbed it, ready for anything. Die, you damn angel. A herd of monsters rushed from behind, wiping them all out. They swarmed toward Isaac. Suri Joshua called out in worry. Isaac's knight rushed forward to shield them just in time. Everyone draw your swords and protect the VIPs. Demons are here to disrupt the execution. But in the center of the monster horde, there was no sign of him. The angel said gently, how dangerous. Oh, young servant of the god. Are you hurt anywhere? Such a talented servant of the god. Isaac seized the opportunity and punched him straight in the face. Suri Joshua saw him about to fall and ran over. Isaac landed calmly and safely on the ground. The angel was still smiling as always. You startled me. This child. I know your aim is still amateurish, but the target isn't over here, it's over there. Child, not this way. Isaac angrily kept attacking. Damn it. Why is it so hard to hit him? The angel hesitated. I told you, that's not it. The angel grumbled inwardly. Why is a servant of the god attacking me? He looks like a devout believer, doesn't he? Isaac threw orbs tirelessly. You bastard. Do I have to break your wings first? The angel was startled and exclaimed, good heavens. It must be because he hasn't been properly trained. To a child's eyes, this must look like a monster suddenly appearing. He started making things up. That bastard is a demon in disguise. I've seen it. The demons don't attack only that bastard. He's a minion of that filthy Bone King. The angel, angered, gritted his teeth. He's here to steal the demon for the execution. What kind of priests is this country training? Calling an angel a minion of the Bone King? There's no choice. Although the god told me to care for and protect the holy child candidates, perhaps I need to teach him a proper lesson, without causing actual injury. Isaac tried to provoke him. Look, he's definitely a demon minion. The monsters are swarming in, and he doesn't even care. We have to deal with him right now. The angel pursed his lips and thought, the divine realm cannot directly interfere in the affairs of mortals. This child, are kids these days not even taught these basic things? Wait, maybe this is for the best. The god of the enemy family ordered me to spare only their child and wipe out all other candidates. I'll take this chance to label him a heretic and get rid of him. After a fireball hit the angel in the face, he grinned eagerly. That's it. Suri Joshua grabbed her head, cursing him for being a madman. The angel angrily looked at his blood-stained hand. Isaac pointed at the angel's face, challenging him. If you aren't a demon minion, then prove it. The angel wiped his bloody nose, demanding proof from a messenger of a god? Ridiculous. Isaac poured oil on the fire. No proof, right? He channeled his power into his palm again, a blinding light splashing across the angel's face. Huh? Suri Joshua watched this, her heart pounding in fear and panic. A giant orb appeared above Isaac's head. He grinned like a madman. If you don't have proof, then take this, you bastard. Suri Joshua was shocked. What is that big thing? If that falls, this arena is toast. Is he really going to throw that? She spoke up, trying to stop him, but it was too late. Isaac chuckled darkly. Die, all of you. He flicked his hand and hurled the orb to the ground. A massive explosion rang through the hall. Everyone in the stands covered their eyes. Ah, I can't see anything. They were caught in the dust, clinging on tightly. Isaac smiled smugly, thinking, that's it. The angel looked at him through the dust. The power of a saintess. So he must be the child of the saint. Letting a child use such power so recklessly. These useless people can't even catch the Bone King, and can't even teach their own child. Bone King. Bone King? What exactly is that thing? I just came to execute a subordinate, and I run into this? He stepped closer. First, I have to clear up the misunderstanding with the child, then finish the mission quickly and go back to rest. Suddenly, a deep, raspy voice echoed. Don't move. The angel's face turned pale with fear as he looked ahead. Isaac threatened, move and you're dead. The angel stood still, like a statue. His body couldn't move, as if he were standing before a transcendent being. Isaac wore a wicked, demonic smile and rushed forward, swinging his fist straight into the angel's face. The angel stumbled back in pain. Clutching his face, Isaac mocked him. So, you're just an ordinary angel after all. The angel broke into a sweat, covering his face, his heart pounding with fear. Before he could regain his composure, another punch landed. Isaac knocked the angel down to the ground with one strike. The angel spat blood, thinking, at this rate, I'll be taken down. The angel angrily summoned magic. You're just a human, he smirked triumphantly. You fell for it. Dark clouds gathered, and lightning struck Isaac. As the black clouds and dust cleared, Suri Joshua rushed over. Isaac! She called out in pain. The angel explained, don't be surprised, I only removed the saintess's power. The people in the stands became restless. What was that? How could you do such a horrible thing? He stared blankly at Isaac, moaning hoarsely. Suri Joshua angrily questioned, how can a messenger of a god? She pulled the bleeding Isaac into her arms. Attempt to kill a servant of the god? Suri Joshua tried to shake him awake. Isaac, kid, wake up. Izod, the angel, looked on in stunned confusion for the first time. Impossible, he thought. The divine punishment spell I used only paralyzes the opponent. There's no way he could be covered in blood like that. Izod, breathing heavily and exhausted, opened his eyes and managed to choke out, You bastard. He was overjoyed that Izod had finally woken up. Izod managed a bitter smile and said, It's my fault. I mistook the god's noble messenger for a demon, and that's why I was punished. I brought this on myself, so don't be angry. Suri Joshua looked at Izod with concern. Hia rushed over. It's all right, we can still save him. You have to live so you can keep learning from me, you hear? She looked up, her expression shifting to pure rage. This makes no sense. A messenger of God should never use execution arts on a priest, trampling on the weak like this. Isn't that going too far? The angel gaped in shock. The weak? What are you talking about? I was almost taken out. That brat could have killed me. Hia stood up to confront him. This is impossible. Execution arts are only meant to be used on demons. The angel denied it. No, I never used any execution arts. Suri Joshua shouted back. Then why is he in this state? Everyone clearly saw you use it on Isud. The angel tried to justify himself. I'm the one who should be asking. Why is he so badly hurt? Someone cursed him out. You piece of trash. You shameless, thick-skinned scumbag. Hia started analyzing the situation. The more she thought, the stranger it felt. Why would a messenger of God, someone who wasn't even part of the plan, suddenly interfere with the execution? The angel looked blank. She continued. Izod already said it, didn't he? The demons didn't attack that specific angel. He hesitated. How would I know why? Izad smiled inwardly. That was my doing. I diverted the demonic energy, so you wouldn't get hit. Wait a second. Just wait a second, he screamed. Isn't all of this because that brat went crazy? If we just investigate him, we'll find the truth. Hand over that brat immediately, so I can take him to my master for questioning. Izad wore a smug smile, tilted his head, and said, All right then. A wave of overwhelming pressure forced the angel to his knees. The knights hesitated. This was an angel. Suddenly, he was startled. This is bad. The seal of the 14th lust demon has been broken. Since when was Sana standing behind him? The angel panicked and turned around. What? How was it broken? Wasn't it held by the divine realm's restraint loop? She grabbed his head. The bastard Sana laughed. Thanks. Your plan is exactly what helped me escape safely, Izad thought smugly. Hana's acting skills have gotten pretty good since she started playing spy, huh? That stubborn fool finally learned to use his brain. He figured she would move to the next step and flee. Sana raised her voice. Now, I'm going to devour your demonic core to recover my strength. Izad chuckled. Oh ho, you're quite the deceiver yourself, aren't you? The angel grabbed Sana's wrist. You demon, he shouted, throwing her hand off. Stop talking nonsense. He began gathering his mana, determined to destroy her before she could recover. Hana transformed her arm into a sharp blade. The angel only had time to think. I will offer this arrogant creature as a sacrifice to the gods, before she pierced straight through his chest. The angel groaned in agony, clutching his wound, trying to keep his head clear. No, if I keep this up, I'll be defeated. The angel was stunned when she pierced his throat. Hana sneered. Even now, we're still allies, aren't we? He fell to his knees, spitting blood in pain. The angel clutched his throat as she waved her hand and backed away. I've got the demonic core I needed. I'm out of here. The angel cursed under his breath. Since when did I even have a demonic core? Sana called out. I'm counting on you, fellow kind. The crowd in the stands was baffled. Fellow kind? He screamed in agony. What nonsense are you spouting? The ignorant crowd whispered among themselves. What did he just say? He called a demon fellow kind, and he even used execution arts on a priest. The angel glared at Izad with pure hatred. Damn it, this is all because of that annoying brat. From the start, he couldn't possibly be a saint child. I won't let this go. Suddenly, he was attacked from behind. The angel, already severely wounded, grew even weaker, using all his strength just to stay on his feet. The angel glared behind him. What is this now? You dare! A blue sword appeared, followed by dozens more circling him. He asked furiously, You touch my grandson? The angel was forced to deflect a barrage of powerful attacks. He tried to dodge, wondering, why is he attacking a fellow angel? Hia stood nearby with her arms crossed, asking, What do you think you're doing, child? Lee asked, Grandpa, you ordered not to cut his head off, but to kill him through pure pain, right? He cursed inwardly. Another lunatic. The knights ran over to intervene. You dare attack the messenger of God? What kind of game are you playing? Have the Blue Clan completely lost their minds? He glared, his eyes burning with rage. Who do you think you are, using execution arts on the gods chosen? My grandson is covered in blood like this. That is what you call execution arts. Anything else is just child's play. A knight shouted, He's just acting. Think about what that thing did at the enemy's 5 senses. That kid is clearly a devilish piece of trash. Hia tilted her head. A devilish piece of trash? You dare call my sweet angel-like grandson a devilish piece of trash? 2 knights, overestimating themselves, shouted, Back off. We're taking that thing to the heretic pyre right now. Hia smiled contemptuously. You think I'll just stand here and watch? Shall we go? A loud table slam echoed through the room with a challenge. Is this really the time to be fighting? Hia stepped out and said, We've got bigger problems. Laya Do-sung turned and ordered, The whole army, hunt down the 14th lust demon who just escaped. Everyone nodded. Yes, sir. On the other side, Phi also ordered his followers to do the same. He frowned, thinking, We let the 14th lust demon get away. But this isn't bad either. With injuries like that, he won't be able to pray anymore. Hia turned and gave her orders. The 14th lust demon has escaped. All high-level holy knights, pursue the demon. They answered in unison. Yes. Lee rushed over to check on him. Izad, are you okay? Damn it. I should have been by your side. He ordered, You, take care of Izad. Lee turned away in a fit of rage. I'll go after the 14th lust demon myself. I'll catch that creature with my own hands and prove my grandson's innocence. Izad panicked, thinking, If Grandpa leaves, it breaks the rules. If even Grandpa joins the hunt, He'll definitely get caught. I worked so hard to help her escape. Damn it, what else can I do? He spoke weakly, acting spoiled toward his grandfather. Grandpa, don't go. Isad hurts. The two men looked as if they'd been struck by lightning, freezing in place before simultaneously dropping to their knees beside Isad. All right, I won't go. We don't need to join. Let's just focus on your treatment first. The grandson smiled triumphantly. Perfect, everything is going according to plan. Moving to the infirmary, Sana smiled, but seeing all these people crowding the room, she felt a bit cramped. What are you doing in the infirmary? Lily asked, irritated. Get out of here. Why are you causing a scene in someone else's infirmary? A knight argued back. Why would the Pope's infirmary belong to the likes of you? And why are you bringing that devilish piece of trash into the infirmary anyway? Hia asked back. Devil? He's a piece of trash? The bishop, Geliobaris, asked. Bishop, what are you doing here? Why are you blocking the investigation? He ordered, Lee, have everyone from the Blue Clan cut off all trade with the enemy and call a total strike on all papal duties. The atmosphere grew heavy. They hurriedly tried to calm him down. Oh no, Bishop Geliobaris, it's not like that. Why are you acting this way? I just mean we should handle this gracefully. The Lamb tribe is diligent and honest. They don't cause trouble and often take responsibility for tasks others despise, tasks that are actually necessary. Hearing this, Etha became even angrier. Handle it gracefully? A divine messenger suddenly appeared right before the execution and attacked my nephew. And you think that can be handled gracefully? Besides, didn't the 14th sin call the divine messenger a kindred spirit already? The knight tried to counter. That could just be a lie from the 14th sin, Etha questioned. A lie? And that lie was enough to unlock the shackles? The knight fell silent. No, the wound was bandaged so tightly that we couldn't judge it. Let us examine the wound, please. Etha refused. What about my nephew's wound? The important thing is, who unlocked the shackles for the 14th sin? The black-clad executioner is investigating, so we'll have results soon. The knight could only silently agree, thinking, right, as long as we find the prisoner's tracks there, it's over. There will definitely be traces of his, and then we can just drag him away. A messenger rushed in, shouting, Bishop Geliobaris, there's a big problem. Everyone in the room turned toward the door in curiosity. The masked man panted heavily and stuttered. The evidence. The evidence has disappeared. Isaac lay on his hospital bed, smiling smugly. The masked man hurriedly raised both hands, frantically trying to explain. We were just about to start the investigation when the handcuffs suddenly exploded. The boy in the bed laughed even louder. Isaac thought to himself, as expected, he's incredibly careful, our dear uncle. He kept talking incessantly. Furthermore, before the explosion, the red-haired knight sensed something wrong, so he quickly covered the messenger's mouth and shouted, Quiet. Isaac caught the main point of the story, then drew a hand across his throat as a threat. Heard that? If the investigation is done, then get out. Isaac coughed a few times, looking at him with feigned appreciation. He has personally guaranteed it, so the situation is over. Nee stood outside, gently knocking on the door a few times, asking in a low voice, May I come in? Isaac tilted his head, confused. The moment he caught his gaze, Nee gave a shy, awkward smile and waved. Isaac was bewildered. What's up with him? Nee gathered all his courage before opening his mouth. Isaac, a guy who just ran over to check on him, asked, Are you okay? Isaac looked at him with a face full of disgust, thinking, Just looking at his face makes me feel unwell. It makes me want to vomit. The guy took out a medicine bottle and whispered, I brought the enemy's secret remedy so you can recover quickly. But in his mind, he recalled the conversation with Leodosun that day. The old man had smugly asked, So, you're so badly injured that you can't participate in the divine selection? It was the look that made them wildly happy. Leodosun turned around, speaking sinisterly, I can't stand that sight. Give him the enemy's secret remedy, and make him recover at all costs. Isaac didn't hesitate to take it and gulp it down, mouth-watering as he praised. Wait, this is delicious. Nee clenched his hands, crying inside. Why give the family's secret medicine to this despicable guy? To this guy? Do you know how expensive that is? Watching the medicine being poured down Isaac's throat, he clutched his head in frustration. Just one drop was enough. Why are you drinking it all, you maniac? After finishing, Isaac wiped his mouth with his hand, his body gradually recovering. He marveled to himself. I thought he mixed poison in it, but this is actually a secret remedy. I can feel my strength returning. It even tastes like wine. Thinking that, he raised the bottle to drink more. The ghost watching him said dejectedly, It seems it even has restorative effects for the filthy. That will be useful for the divine selection. Nee hurriedly raised a hand to stop him. No, I didn't tell you to drink it all. Isaac gritted his teeth and snapped back. What's that? You bastard. Nee immediately explained. Father, the family head said, if you come to the main house, he will give you more. Isaac frowned, thinking, just this little bit was already generous enough. If I go to the main house, he'll give more? Plus, hearing it from that viper's mouth, there's definitely something fishy. Isaac pretended to clutch his leg and complained, I really want to go, but my leg hasn't fully healed yet. Nee quickly brought him shoes to curry favor. Then I'll give you my equipment. These are shoes that help with movement. Wear them and come to the main house. Isaac lay there, thinking helplessly. He really was determined from the moment he arrived. The ghost added, he's just as black-hearted as his master. Isaac put on the shoes and said softly, then you wait for me outside. I need to change my clothes. Nee replied happily, I understand. As soon as he turned away, Nee's expression changed completely. He thought triumphantly, I didn't expect him to be so easily fooled. When you come to the main house, you'll be finished. I'll definitely drag you to the interrogation platform. Isaac, at this moment, had already opened the window to escape, but didn't forget to mock him. Thanks a lot, you fool. Nee slammed his hand on the table, shouting loudly, those accursed enemies. Why did you bring the secret remedy all the way to that hospital room? They already reserved a private room to hold him, and they even put a blessing spell on the medicine? He threw things around in a rage and screamed. Even if it's just a summoning, you have to make it fail. From the lowly to the enemies. Have they all gone crazy? No matter what it takes, you must stop him. He is not allowed to participate in the divine selection. Isaac spoke up sinisterly, making Uncle Yu a chill down his spine. My dear uncle, I have something to ask you. Uncle Yu hurriedly turned to flee, thinking, his eyes are glowing again. Then he stammered, I'm very busy, come find me later. Immediately, the door next to him exploded. He screamed in panic and backed away. Isaac spoke with a meaningful tone. I think you would know this, uncle. He asked, confused. What are you talking about? Isaac immediately followed up. Which god do you think I will choose? Uncle Yu broke into a sweat, worrying. That poisonous viper. Do you know that I have access to the Pope's information? So you dare to act recklessly? If I tell this guy and it leaks out, the main family won't be able to stand against the Pope. He tried to convince himself, but if this guy actually chooses the supreme god, everything will be different. Then, no one would dare look down on us anymore. Isaac interrupted his train of thought. I will give up on the divine selection. Uncle Yu shouted, asking, what did you say? Isaac pouted and replied, because you're afraid I'll choose an evil god, so you didn't tell me, right? He continued, and what if an evil god actually appears? Uncle Yu clutched his head in panic. Are you crazy? Why are you giving up? Evil god? What are you talking about? The god with the highest level. Isaac realized the focal point. He stepped forward and repeated, the god with the highest level. Uncle Yu realized he had slipped up and hurriedly tried to hide it. Come on, you misheard. Isaac knelt down, hugging his leg tightly, asking incessantly, my dear uncle, please say it again. What did you say? Pick which god? Oh, Iwu shrieked in a panic. Let go of me, he continued frantically. I'm telling you I love you, uncle. Are you kidding me right now? What do you want? Uncle. Oh, Iwu felt increasingly panicked inside. Oh no. This guy's eyes were glowing intensely again. He kicked his legs wildly and shouted, let me go, I have to leave because the head of the family called. Isaac kept clinging on without letting go. Oh, Iwu immediately played his trump card. The near Kapith rank 14 temptation demon is hiding in the market district. He was surprised to hear that. Sana in the market district? At the market, Leah Doshun coldly ordered his soldiers, the near Kapith rank 14 temptation demon is hiding nearby. Don't let your guard down, everyone spread out and search. Oh, Iwu approached the old man and spoke up. Have you returned, uncle? Here is the complete map of the underground water veins nearby. Joshua furrowed his brows in confusion. Why is my dear nephew clinging to you like that? Oh, Iwu replied helplessly. The thing is, he just won't let go. The old man turned his back and refused. It's too dangerous. Go back now. Isaac immediately shouted. No way! He let go of the man's leg and explained. I still have a debt to settle with him. He's the one who ruined the purification ritual and put everyone in danger. So, I will personally find the near Kapith rank 14 temptation demon and pay this debt. The ghost said angrily. Why does it have to be like this? Honestly. Ilya sighed, then replied, fine, do as you wish. Isaac looked delighted, clenching his fists and thinking to himself, awesome. The knights are still struggling to find it. As soon as Isaac appeared, the whole group whispered and gossiped. Is that brat the young master of the Blue Clan? We thought he was on strike so no one would show up, but to think they'd actually send someone from the direct line? One of the guys in the group immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then we'll find it soon. When it comes to tracking demons, the Blue Clan is the best. Isaac stretched a few times, while the knights looked on curiously. Has it started yet? But the very next second, Isaac turned around and smirked. Typical minions of the Bone King. So annoying. Finding it won't be easy. This will probably take quite a while, the knights complained. Young Master Isaac, are you actually searching properly? He lay back on the chair, enjoying himself, and replied nonchalantly, as expected of the 14 temptation demon, it's pretty good at hiding. I could clearly feel it right there. That guy raised his voice and argued back. Are you messing with me? Both of them turned to complain. Lord Gilio Barris, isn't this going too far? We've been on strike all day long. At this rate, we can't help but doubt your nephew's abilities. Hearing this, Ilya crushed the glass in his hand, and an aura of pressure erupted, forcing them to go silent. He stood up and asked in a cold voice, Are you saying that my judgment of people is wrong? The knight quickly waved his hands in denial. No, that's not what we meant. Ilya turned to call Isaac, who replied gleefully, Yes, uncle. He pointed straight at his face and warned, Try harder. Immediately, he jumped up, pointed in one direction, and yelled, There's the aura of the 14 temptation demon over there. The two knights quickly ran off, muttering, Damn it. Leah Dosun asked in a low voice, You said you were on strike and wouldn't accept the commission. What is this situation? Can I consider this an act of intentionally covering up the crimes of your nephew? Ilya gritted his teeth and replied, What are you talking about? The old man continued, saying that if the Blue Clan keeps acting like this, the suspicion surrounding young Isaac will only grow. Ilya irritably retorted, Is there any evidence showing that our boy released the 14 temptation demon? Leah Doshun replied smugly, It will be cleared up soon. He thought to himself, I didn't expect to find the Pope's power in the binding object, but I can't just name the Pope as the culprit. Finding evidence with traces of Isaac is the ideal outcome. The old man licked his lips with a triumphant expression. As long as I can do that, I'll be able to witness the fall of the arrogant Blue Clan. Leah Doshun turned away, leaving behind a warning. We will show you respect during the god selection ceremony, so I hope you will cooperate. At least we will hide the image of your nephew being handcuffed by the chains. Oh, Iwu hurriedly whispered. Don't bother. We're only doing this because we've been cornered. Ilya replied calmly. I won't concern myself with such trivial matters. He gritted his teeth and said, I might have to tell Isaac to work as hard as a dog. Oh, Iwu helplessly retorted. It's obvious that you're very concerned, aren't you? He glanced back and asked, Did you hear that? Isaac, investigate more thoroughly. But the boy's figure was no longer on the chair. Oh, Iwu yelled angrily. Where did that brat go again? Isaac reached out to touch the writing on the wall, analyzing it silently. It seems this was left by Sana. It's been a long time since I've seen this code. Then he blurted out, So, that's how it is. The ghost asked in a loud voice. I never expected those lowly demons to dare take the master's place. He replied calmly, If it's them, they would definitely dare to do it, because they think that serving a skeleton is an insult to their noble bloodline. Isaac cupped his chin and thought, Since it's hard to break the restrictions I placed, they built a fake Bone King to control the demon race. Doing that doesn't break the restrictions, it just temporarily changes the orders. The ghost added hesitantly, But this is a bit strange. The binding object, the Pope, the Crown Prince. Isaac quietly reached a conclusion. It means the power of the Pope, and the Crown Prince still exists on the binding object. The Pope, I can understand. But the Crown Prince? Why would the Crown Prince care about the 14 temptation demon? He furrowed his brows and interrupted. More importantly, Master, do you intend to keep pretending you don't know? He turned around, thinking, What? Those guys? Looking at dozens of figures hiding on the ceiling, Isaac said in a cold voice, I didn't expect assassins to be following us. The whole group panicked immediately. He found us? Priests are supposed to be very slow at sensing aura, but a wave of power quickly engulfed them. Isaac kept raising his holy power high. The whole group quickly jumped down, wondering, What is this? I couldn't even sense the signs of him using holy magic. Isaac showed disgust and disdain, and they're users of low-level magic too. The leader immediately ordered them not to underestimate him, since priests are weak against magic anyway. Isaac angrily rolled up his sleeves, muttering, Do I look that pathetic that you'd only use this stuff on me? You're actually using that third-rate garbage magic? You bastards! I'll wipe you all out. A small needle suddenly pierced the back of his neck. Isaac turned around. The kidnappers spoke triumphantly. Caught in the trap, you priest. This is the holy poison that your kind fears. Isaac calmly pulled the needle out and rubbed his neck, thinking, This holy poison has pretty good quality, doesn't it? If I absorb all the magic power, I'll definitely be stuffed. The group panicked. He's fine? One of the guys asked in a low voice. With this dosage, he should have collapsed immediately, right? Could it be that he already drank the antidote? Isaac covered his face and pretended to scream. Oh my god, but with just this much, I can't collapse. I am a man of the prestigious Blue Clan, the ghost said listlessly. What kind of pathetic acting is this again? One of the thugs shouted a command. So he really is from the Blue Clan? One more round. The guy next to me. Blow the needles. Isaac calmly took a few more needles to the neck, then sneered. God, just 2 needles won't be enough. You bastards, do you think the Blue Clan will submit just because of this? The leader shouted angrily. Your mouth is still running. Fire everything you've got at him. Dozens of needles were fired, piercing straight into Isaac's body. He looked at the kidnappers, panting as he continued. The Blue Clan won't fall for something like this, but his mind began to blur, and he started to ramble. But if I get hit by another 50, who knows? The whole group was bewildered. What? That's terrifying? Poison needles? We've used up all the poison needles. Isaac clicked his tongue, thinking, what a shame, I've absorbed all the mana. Time to sneak away quietly. Then he collapsed. One of the thugs asked, all right, is he finished? The whole group immediately said triumphantly, serves him right. Isaac's gaze rested on one man, silently realizing the guy was Count Mollet. The old man gritted his teeth, cursing silently. You damned Isaac. Because of you, our family is in ruins. I came here with revenge in mind. He looked at Isaac, lying motionless on the ground, then asked, is he definitely dead? The kidnappers' voices trembled as they spoke. Did we shoot too much? Who told him not to collapse? Should we just dispose of him? Mollet ordered sternly, leave no traces. Make it look like the 14 demon cult did it. Isaac lay on the ground thinking, what should I do now? If I get up unscathed, they'll definitely be suspicious. The ghost immediately cheered him on. It's fine. You've already dropped a few stone statues. What's this? Since when did you start role-playing? Before it could finish, Isaac grabbed it, threatening, is this guy tired of living? The kidnappers immediately discovered that the bastard was still moving. They quickly pulled out their weapons and shouted, hold him down. We have to hack him to pieces to make it look like the work of the 14 demon cult. I'll take his head. Isaac glared, cursing internally. Hey, you bastard, I haven't finished absorbing the mana yet. The group lunged forward crazily. Serafina immediately drew her sword. She swiftly took down 2 of them. The light and pressure forced the kidnappers back. Mollet raised his hands in defense, shouting, what is this? He recognized it immediately. Mollet looked at Serafina approaching with her sword, stammering, a sword master? Isaac turned and ran, wondering, why is a sword master here? Serafina coldly pointed her sword, unleashing power toward him. Mollet stumbled back in panic. Isaac quickly sat up, watching curiously. Is that magic? The ghost next to him chimed in. Compared to the master, it's still quite amateur, but the strength is decent. Mollet lay on the ground, coughing, shouting threats. You bastard, do you know who I am? Daring to attack a noble? Realizing the cold gaze wasn't wavering, Mollet scrambled to get up and flee, muttering, damn it. He rushed toward the door, thinking that the Black Party hadn't mentioned anything about this. What exactly is going on? Just as the door opened, she appeared immediately. Mollet acted as if he had found a savior, constantly shouting, my lady, please save me, my lady, details later. Before he could finish, a golden light enveloped him. She said coldly, threatening Count Mollet. Take one more step, and you're done for. She gritted her teeth, cursing. I told you Isaac had to train with me. Why do you keep causing trouble? The old man begged in panic. What are you doing? Get a grip. I'm here to help you. If that guy summons a god, the Pope will be at a disadvantage. She cut him off coldly. I don't care about any of that. She stepped closer, releasing pressure that made her opponent panic, then growled. Who ordered the Black Party? Mollet stammered, unable to speak. That. I don't mean. Isaac suddenly interrupted. My Lord Count seems to know which god I will summon, doesn't he? He smiled, offering a guess. If it's disadvantageous to the Pope, perhaps it's the Gold Clan. Isaac leaned closer and continued. Is it the god of wealth? Mollet shouted in panic. He hurriedly dodged. I don't know. Stay back. Isaac knew he had guessed right, so he tightened his grip to interrogate him. It seems you do know. You definitely know. God of wealth, god of money, or... The Gold Clan woman looked at Serafina standing there and spoke up. I see you're traveling incognito, so I won't perform a formal greeting, she boldly guessed. Your servant must be troubled by their master. Serafina walked past coldly, responding calmly. The top priority now is to take the injured young master to the royal palace. She immediately blocked her. Not the royal palace. We are going to the Pope's temple. Yila shouted, cutting her off. No! He stomped on the floor, stepping forward aggressively as he continued. We are going to the Blue Clan. Yila walked straight up to Millet, questioning him. Which bastard dared to lay a hand on my grandson? The old man was already panicked, and now he was even worse, she said quietly. He said he's going home. Serafina smiled stiffly and added, Home is the best. That's right, Yen said coldly, reminding them, Please don't concern yourselves further, Crown Prince. Serafina frowned and asked back, What? He explained seriously. A person already under suspicion like you intentionally coming to the scene to see the Demon Clan's script. I didn't expect you to be so lacking in basic knowledge. He looked at his opponent and asked back, Did you think at all when you ordered Count Mullet to send assassins to take down young Master Isaac? Yen replied quickly, That's because His Highness wants to be close to Isaac. Serafina frowned, speaking in an angry tone. What did you say? He still spoke without hesitation. If you save him from the assassins, he'll have goodwill. And for an Isaac who would rather bow his head than be indebted, wouldn't he willingly pledge loyalty to the royal family? Serafina laughed contemptuously, thinking, How ridiculous. Is this the way the Black Party thinks? Those northern crows who stop at nothing, cold-blooded to the point of using even the corpses of the Demon Clan to eliminate the Demon Clan. She sat down on a chair, calmly asking further, And now you say you've lost interest? Even so, as a scholar, you were interested in young Master Isaac's answer, weren't you? I mean the method to destroy the Bone King. Yen laughed lightly, replying, If he really wrote that himself, then yes. Anyway, don't worry about that kid anymore. After the Black Pentagon event, the heretic trial will begin. Unless there's a way to prove his innocence during the god summoning ceremony. If things continue like this, the Blue Clan will be wiped out. At the Isaac residence in the capital, Ngi shouted indignantly, How can this be heard of? Even if Isaac summoned an evil god, how could he stage a kidnapping? No matter how rotten the boy's reputation is, he couldn't do such a thing. I didn't expect Gelio Barris, the Dark Bishop, to go this far, Yila declared with a headache. Isaac will not participate in tomorrow's god summoning ceremony. Hearing this, both Leah Doshu and Suri Joshua were taken aback, speaking in unison. Wait, why? The kid has to participate. Why replied calmly. Is it really necessary to cause all this trouble just for something so useless? Leah Doshu was also gradually being convinced, whispering, That's true, but OU is just pulling at his hair in frustration, thinking, How annoying. He slammed his hand onto the table, shouting, No, he absolutely must participate. Ilya Joshua gritted his teeth, scolding, Are you crazy? Didn't you say Isaac is weak and needs protecting? Do you mean to let the whole world know the kid summons an evil god? OU immediately retorted, It's not an evil god, it's the Supreme Being. The kid is going to summon the Supreme Being. I don't care about the rumors or anything else, just let the kid go. Seeing the shock on their faces, OU covered his face, fuming with rage, thinking to himself, So annoying. I shouldn't have said anything, but it's still better than dying of frustration, right? Ngi Lai finally reacted, stuttering. The Supreme Being? He shouted. Exactly. Why still didn't understand and asked again. Who? OU, getting annoyed, emphasized. Isaac. Who else could it be? During the consecration ceremony, the kid was chosen by the Supreme Being, so he must be the one to summon the god. Waila closed her eyes, looking annoyed, her voice turning cold. If you're drunk, go inside and sleep. Stop causing a scene. OU argued back angrily. It's the truth, he continued. I saw it at the mansion. Hearing this, the teacup Y was bringing to his lips, paused in midair. OU jumped to his feet, trying to convince them. Why do you think they wanted to adopt the kid? Because he refused. They tried to eliminate him at the pentagram. Now that they've failed, they're desperate to stop the god-summoning ceremony. Don't you see why the mansion folks are doing this? Lia Doshu asked Han worriedly. Big brother, if you write a novel like that, you'll get roasted. If you're not feeling well, go inside and rest. He was so angry he could barely breathe, his whole body trembling. OU couldn't take it anymore, turned away, and snapped. If you don't want to believe it, then don't. You finally got something on the Pope, just let it go. If you want, I'll take Isaac away from this house. At this point, Gile was bewildered, thinking to himself, could it really be true? Waila spoke up, saying that everything just said was the truth. OU turned back and shouted, I told you so. He set his teacup down and continued. The Supreme Being is a pervert. He clutched his head in despair. How did you even arrive at that conclusion? He furrowed his brows, worried internally. Isaac is in danger in a completely different way now, because an entity like the Supreme Being is impossible to deal with, but at least this might help him avoid the heresy trial. Belief is meaningless because the one who chose the kid is an entity, even above the main gods. No one can defy the will of the Supreme Being. A knight burst in from outside, shouting, "Master, we have a major problem. The followers of the enemy sect have demanded a heresy trial for young Master Isaac." On the day of the Dark Pentagram exam, the priests were gathered, and a booming voice began explaining the rules. The second phase of the sacrificial ceremony will now begin. The God-choosing ceremony will proceed before the presence of our esteemed guests to ensure no mistakes are made. Suri Joshua bit her nails nervously, thinking, "This is madness." The Inquisitors were standing right there. She was trembling uncontrollably, her mind in a panic. "Isaac, what kind of mess did you get into to be interrogated by those scumbags from the enemy sect?" A few days ago, in the holding cell, the Inquisitors had constantly threatened him. "Confess, are you a worshipper of the Bone King?" Your name appeared in the code left behind by the near-Capith rank temptation demon. Isaac still replied with a cocky grin. "What kind of nonsense are you babbling about?" They continued. Even though the Bone King knelt and repented before the gods, that great achievement. Hearing this, he immediately interrupted, repeating over and over, "Kneeling? Kneeling?" Isaac flipped the table over and argued back, "You bastards! None of that is written in there, is it? I want to sleep." The Inquisitors were instantly excited. He actually read the demon code? "You brat, we've caught you red-handed now." He looked at the two of them and sighed. "We're doomed." One guy made a throat-slitting gesture to threaten him. "Just wait for the Dark Pentagram." Suri Joshua remembered this scene and got a headache, inwardly cursing, "How did even a child get caught up in this trap? Why not arrest him now instead of waiting for the Dark Pentagram? Don't they just want to catch him in the act of summoning an evil god? The Scarlet God, the punisher of evil gods, surely Isaac will summon that one." He was planning to summon it immediately after pulling it to deal with Isaac and frame the Blue Clan as heretics. What on earth is that guy thinking? Isaac was currently mesmerized by money, muttering to himself, "If it's the gold god, that's literally a god of wealth. Gold and gemstones." Nia stood behind him, smirking, feeling smug. "Laugh while you can. I don't know how you got past the interrogation, but I will crush you in front of everyone. Because here, I will summon the Scarlet God. If you pull an evil god, you will face divine punishment." The surrounding priests were whispering amongst themselves. "Is it true the Blue Clan has been corrupted? They said they'd provide proof today." Nie looked at them, feeling satisfied. "That's right. Compared to a regular heresy trial, this method will definitely send him straight to hell." A voice suddenly rang out. "Then, the God-choosing ceremony may begin. Channel your holy power into the provided orb to call your god." Suri Joshua grabbed the orb, praying anxiously. "Oh, main god of the Blue Clan, I leave everything to you. If that guy pulls an evil god, the Blue Clan will be wiped out." Isaac beside her kept muttering, "God of money, God of wealth, God of prosperity." Suri Joshua prayed desperately, "Please, please, please help Isaac not pull an evil god." The orb glowed with a brilliant golden light. Isaac looked at the orb, his heart filled with joy. "Yellow, it really is the gold god. Speaking of gold, that means gold coins, that means money. Come quickly, God of wealth." "Oh, it's amazing, it's coming out." The God of wealth appeared. Suddenly, the orb shifted to a gray color. Isaac gasped, and the ghost beside him smirked. He grabbed the orb, fell to his knees, and screamed, "No, this can't be happening. This isn't it." Nia was beaming, thinking, "As I thought, he pulled an evil god. Now I'll trample him in front of everyone." At that moment, Isaac screamed, "No, this isn't it," and threw the orb away. Nia and Suri Joshua watched in panic as he shouted, "You bastard." Nia rushed after the orb, shouting, "You idiot, you think you can just throw it away and get away with it?" He thought to himself. "Even better, now the brat Isaac can't pull any tricks. I'll expose his evil god with my own hands." He then shouted orders to bring it here. The Inquisitors stepped forward, calling for young Master Isaac. "Just wait. We're recovering the orb. We have to verify which god you pulled. If you pulled an evil god, you will be forcibly taken to the interrogation table." Isaac, furious, lay down on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "I won't. Let me pull again. This one is invalid. I want to do it again." An official stepped forward to report. Found the gem. Isaac immediately reached out to grab it. "Hand it over, fast," he shouted triumphantly. "You're done for. Open your eyes wide, and look at the god you just pulled." The heretical officials gasped, stuttering. That is the symbol of the Supreme God. The symbol of the Supreme God. Near Capet was deathly pale by now. The stands erupted in chaos. No one has ever pulled that before. But I thought the Blue Clan was degenerate? It makes no sense for a degenerate to pull a supreme god. Hia slammed his hand on the table, wondering to himself, what on earth? He rushed over to probe. You didn't actually know you pulled a supreme god and threw the gem away, did you? Isaac made a regretful face and replied, if the supreme god doesn't make me any money, what the hell is the point of having him? He sighed, lamenting, Lord, please save this pathetic bastard. Another voice rang out, making Isaac jump immediately. The god of wealth is appearing. As he happily held the orb, feeling the killing intent behind him, he panicked and yelled, what's wrong? Near Capet threatened him in a cold voice. Hand it over, you bastard. Swap with me right now before I deal with you. He frantically grabbed Isaac's hair to intimidate him. Hey, you're not handing it over? Near Capet stood there, shaking with anger, cursing, that hateful brat. Everyone sat down together to discuss. The conversation shifted to Phi Nian first. So, the family. Before he could finish, Ilya Joshua burst out laughing. She said softly, my lord, you seem to be in a good mood. Ilya Joshua's body was trembling from holding back laughter. Alzender spoke bluntly. Lord Su must be very happy about his grandson pulling a supreme god. He stroked his hair proudly and replied, yes, adding, who knows? This might be a sign of good luck coming to the empire. Facing this happy scene was the resentment of Hia, who sat opposite them. Ilya Joshua replied calmly, that only matters if he can actually summon it. Hia cut him off coldly. Doesn't everyone have the ability to summon? You have to summon and form a contract for it to have any meaning. Ilya Joshua retorted with a challenging tone. If anyone can do it, why has the Gold Clan never pulled one? Seeing this clash of titans, Alzender immediately spoke up to mediate. Just pulling it is significant enough in itself. It's been a long time since we've had good news, so I'm excited. But this opportunity, Hia gritted his teeth, head bowed, thinking, I intended to use the god that brat pulled to boost my power, but everything turned into a mess. The god of wealth is favoring him, so I put all my effort into supporting him. But if it's a supreme god, there's nothing I can do. Fine. He was only chosen because he has talent, but he doesn't have the capability to actually summon it. At all costs, I must prevent the contract from being formed, even if I have to use the holy restraining seal on the supreme god. On Isaac's side, he was still crazily kneeling, praying for the god of wealth to arrive. Isaac kept shouting, cancel the selection, please. Suri Joshua stood by and remarked, you say you hate it, but you're working pretty hard to study, huh? He loudly retorted, I have to study, don't I? Isaac frantically flipped through the book, muttering non-stop. Why is there no way to cancel the selection? Suri Joshua sighed, cursing in his heart. What a madman. He placed his drink on the table and wondered, I don't understand why you hate it so much. Being chosen by a supreme god is a joyous occasion. It means you're incredibly strong. Even if you can't sleep in anymore, that's just how this job is. Isn't that great? Isaac turned with a stone-cold face and asked, do you want to know? Suri Joshua waved his hands in panic. Oh, no, don't tell me. He scratched his head and added, you've already received a gift from the supreme god, haven't you? Doesn't that mean you've been chosen? Isaac replied calmly. I threw it away. Suri Joshua immediately shouted, why would you throw it away? If you just had that, summoning the supreme god wouldn't be a problem at all. He replied despondently, I already told you I don't need it. Suri Joshua advised him helplessly. I respect your opinion, but even if you hate it, you should at least summon a high-level god. He pouted and asked, why? Suri Joshua patiently explained, because enemies are lurking. They intend to summon their own god to capture you. If the enemy's god confirms your faith, judgment will strike you down immediately. If you aren't protected by a supreme god, you're toast. Isaac responded with sparkling eyes. Then bring out the main god of the Blue Clan that you summoned. Even if it's not a supreme god, it's the same rank, so it should be able to protect me, right? If it's a god of light, it's probably shiny, so it must be good at finding gold, right? He couldn't take it anymore and snapped. The god of light isn't like that. Isaac fell into deep thought. Is there any high-level god who knows how to listen to me? The shadow read his thoughts and replied, how could there be? Prepare Plan B. A week later, at the summoning ceremony, the priests whispered, are we really going to see a supreme god? Are you joking? Being chosen and summoning are two different things. How can anyone summon a supreme god? Yeah, right. Haven't you heard the rumors about Isaac's faith? If the enemy's main god is summoned, he'll be executed, right? Near Capet muttered with a smug face. I don't know what trick he used, but it won't work anymore, because the enemy gods have decreed they will destroy you. He pointed and declared, Isaac, Today you will be judged by the enemy's gods. Isaac just frowned and mocked him in his head. He's acting like a clown again. Hia approached from behind and whispered, "He's not wrong. Your body isn't strong enough to summon a supreme god." Isaac gritted his teeth, cursing internally. Why are there so many people looking for trouble today? Hia continued coldly, "I will help you summon the supreme god. In return, after the summoning, hand him over to the Gold Clan." Gael Joshua immediately stepped in to block Hia. "Even if you offer that condition, it's useless." He didn't care, and added, "Oh, right. I'll swap it for the god of wealth for you." Isaac agreed quickly. "Small matter, I'll trade." Lia Doshu immediately reached out and covered his mouth. Isaac couldn't utter a word because of it. While Nagia Lai thought seriously, the offer isn't bad. The god of wealth is also a high-level god, so he could block an enemy's attack. More importantly, without the Gold Clan's help, Isaac might die while summoning the supreme god. "I absolutely cannot let this adorable child fall," he called out. "Isaac, just do whatever you want." Isaac stopped biting immediately, then gave 2 thumbs up, saying loudly, "Deal." Hia replied happily, "A wise choice." A knight rushed in from outside and shouted, "My lord, Bishop Gelio Barris, we're in trouble. The order of the summoning ceremony has been changed. Master Near Capet will go before Master Isaac." Isaac asked in surprise, "What?" Ilya Joshua's face darkened as she guessed. It seems the enemy side has bribed the Black Bishop. Gia turned around, startled, and blurted out, "Father," he warned with a stern face, "I will handle this." The priests around them kept asking, "Master Near Capet will summon a god before Master Isaac? That means they want to destroy Master Isaac, right? Is Bishop Gelio Barris going to complain to the Dark Bishop Gelio Barris? The problem is, his opponent is an enemy. How is the noble-minded Lamb clan supposed to deal with this?" The moment the chest was opened, the gold inside flashed brilliantly. Ilya Joshua announced loudly, "Here's the money, change the order." Leah Doshu and Suri Joshua shouted, "Master!" Everyone was just as shocked. Murmurs broke out everywhere. A cardinal of the Lamb clan is actually offering a bribe? How could anyone accept something so blatant? Yen calmly replied, "With this much, it's worth considering. It's quite a generous bribe indeed." Sak suddenly shouted, "What? You can't do that." He ran up to stop him. "Grandpa, the Lamb clan shouldn't be doing this. Grandpa, Master, please stop." The priests nearby looked satisfied. He's truly worthy of being a saint candidate, a future pope indeed. The next sentence hit them all like a slap in the face. "If there's this much money, just give it to me." A brown-haired priest stepped forward, sneering, "I never expected Lamb to act like this. The head of the Lamb clan is breaking the clan's own principles?" Ilya Joshua replied calmly, "The Lamb's faith is to protect the small and the weak." He held up a gold bar proudly and continued, "I am protecting the smallest and weakest in my clan, so I am perfectly following our teachings, aren't I?" He was stunned, thinking to himself, "You can actually justify it like that?" Yen said coldly, "The look on your face, Bishop Gelio Barris, is quite a sight. But I've already accepted the offer from the enemy." Ilya Joshua gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard! Don't you know what will happen if that brat from the enemy side summons a god?" The priest smiled back. "Who knows? Even you, Bishop Gelio Barris, find the Red Clan suspicious, don't you?" He touched his chin and added, "Stop it. Bishop Gelio Barris of the Lamb clan, what is decided cannot be changed." Yen nodded in agreement. "True. What is decided cannot be changed." He offered his suggestion, "So, let them summon them at the same time." The priest was surprised and argued, "Bishop Gelio Barris, there is no such rule, especially after taking so much money." Yen cut him off directly. "If the enemy summons their god first, that's fine, right?" He threatened coldly. "Are you too scared to do it?" The priest cried internally, "Damn it, there's no gain in fighting him, and the order is decided by Bishop Gelio Barris anyway." He clenched his fists and decided, "Fine, but mark my words, they will regret this." Sak called out to Ilya Joshua worriedly, and he placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry, even if we can't summon one, it doesn't matter. No matter which god the enemy summons, the Lamb clan will protect you." Sak said softly, touched, "Grandpa." Sak looked flustered, pointed in another direction, and said, "That's not what I meant." Ilya Joshua looked over happily and replied, "It's not?" Sak stared at the 3 boxes on the ground and continued, "I meant the backup bribes from yesterday. Give me those, and if you can, all the others too." As soon as he finished, bumps appeared on his head. Suri Joshua shouted angrily, "What on earth are you trying to do?" Nie is summoning the god of law, the patron god of the enemy sect. He replied nonchalantly, that makes it even better, doesn't it? I was originally going to make a deal with the Kim clan and slip away from this summoning ceremony. Suri Joshua asked in surprise. What? Sak explained seriously. The items the Kim clan brought are definitely cursed. My plan was to act like I was hit by the activation and blame it all on them. Suri Joshua mused. You knew that, and you still accepted it? He thought to himself, if a higher god is summoned, they will see through my soul. I planned to fake an illness, to be carried out before the others could summon a higher god. Even though I could use the Supreme God to suppress it, I can't predict what the Supreme God is thinking. But Nie is summoning the God of Law? That changes everything. If it's that old man, it's fine. But with this chance, I will. Pull out the weeds by the roots, so the Red Clan can never cause trouble again. He turned to look at Nie and smirked. As long as I summon a god, that guy is finished. Both of them stepped into the center. A voice rang out to signal them. Begin. Nie raised his hand and said loudly, I'll go first. Red light radiated from his hand, a flash blinding the entire audience. Everyone around whispered in praise. It's the enemy's patron god, the god of law. Nie gloated. All right. Success. Beside him, Sak immediately placed his hand on his chest, and a stream of golden light quickly enveloped his body. He slowly opened his eyes, and the powerful golden light slammed into the center, the dazzling light making everyone around murmur in surprise. What on earth is that? Did he really summon a supreme god? Nie panicked inside, thinking, just summoning isn't enough. The contract must be signed to complete it. I just need to form the contract first. Thinking that, he clasped his hands and began to pray. Oh God, please examine the soul of that child and destroy him. He is one who goes against the law. A voice rang out. Very well. Which child dares to call himself a saint? The shadow panicked, dancing around, stuttering. He actually appeared. We're going to be destroyed. Sak quickly reassured him. I told you it was fine, he shouted. Hurry up and sign the contract, the blonde priest said in surprise. That kid really did summon a supreme god. The brown-haired priest next to him immediately added, it's fine. Young Master Nia's faster. Just form the contract first and it's over. A red-haired, muscular god appeared. Nie looked up at the sky at him. The red god asked coldly, is that the kid who swallowed the king's bones? Nie quickly accused him. Yes, his faith is heretical. Please examine him. The red god immediately cut him off. No need to examine him. That boy has no faith at all, and he even reeks of the evil aura of that vermin bone king. No, he's actually using that power. Nie whispered, confused. What? The red god continued. How disappointing. You dare let someone like that enter the sanctuary of the gods? No need to call the god of law. You will be destroyed immediately. Nie rushed forward, thinking, no, his true faith is exposed. If that's the case, I have to defeat Sak. If I can just knock him out to break the connection with the god, that'll do it. The brown-haired priest stepped forward to block his path and warned coldly, have you forgotten the Pope's orders? Aside from the summoner, no one is allowed to approach the stage. Everything happens for a reason. If that child is destroyed, there must be a valid cause. The shadow screamed in panic. I picked the wrong annoying master. Now we're really going to be destroyed. Sak replied nonchalantly. I told you it was fine. Sit still and watch. It looked at the blazing red light and freaked out. What do you mean it's fine? Sak immediately channeled power into his hand and comforted him. Trust me, kid. A bolt of blazing red lightning struck his position. Liadoshu immediately screamed. The dust and smoke slowly faded. The red god looked down at the ground. He let out a gasp of surprise. The corpse was still standing firm, completely unscathed. The red god wondered to himself, how did he just swat that away? The boy wore an eerie smile, then held up a finger, thinking, let's end this right here. A bizarre wave of energy quickly flooded the area, and everyone immediately raised their hands to shield their faces, shouting, the magic knights around us have realized it's magic. That guy is using magic. He really did take over the Bone King's body like the rumors said. The Blue Clan controlling the Bone King's power is heresy. Lila Doshu anxiously stepped forward to call out, but Sia immediately grabbed her to hold her back. Stay there, or we'll be branded as heretics too, Lila yelled. I don't care. You want me to just stand here and watch him die? Magic continued to erupt, pushing everything back. The priests felt smug this time. There was no denying it. The Bone King's magic had been exposed, and the gods would surely rain down judgment. As soon as the god attacked, the corpse would have to be dragged away immediately. The brown-haired priest said gleefully, as soon as he attacks, the guy next to him will chime in. Right, Just wait for him to attack. Do it. Attack. Yes. Attack. Both of them kept chanting. Attack. Attack. Near Capet looked up, surprised, wondering, why isn't he attacking? Did Ni's summoning fail? The red god looked down, bewildered, and muttered, that's impossible. That shouldn't be happening. Isaac watched his changing expression with interest, then opened his mouth. That's it. Exactly that look. I'm going to ruin your life. It's so good to see you again. His friend, the red god, stared at Isaac in shock, repeating in his head, impossible. There's no way that could be true. The red god ventured a guess. Could it be a barrier? Isaac stood steadily beneath the crimson barrier. The knights hurriedly drew their swords, but they were confused. A barrier? How are we supposed to capture him now? The red god launched another attack, but it didn't seem to make a dent in the sturdy barrier. Isaac said with a playful smirk, this guy hasn't changed a bit, has he? He just has to check for himself to feel satisfied, right? The red god lunged forward, shouting, soul of 3 corpses. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. The more Isaac closed the distance, the more chaotic the red god became. What is this? A weird skeleton appeared before him, and Isaac's voice rang out. Long time no see, executioner. The god jumped back, but didn't stop chanting spells. Soul of 3 corpses. Soul of 3 corpses. Soul of 3 corpses. 3 corpses. Stop it, okay? That's enough. The red god thought in surprise. Why is someone who was supposed to be sealed inside the worm here? Has the seal been broken? That's impossible. He reassured himself that it was just a clone, a normal clone. Did he use a subordinate to send a clone here? Isaac looked bored and cursed under his breath. Are you stupid? He pointed at the god. The red god jabbed a finger at him and shouted, get out of that human child's body. I'll return this vessel to its rightful owner. Isaac held up 4 potion bottles and retorted mockingly, you can't take me down now, you small-time god. Dare to defy the supreme god? Don't you see this divine medicine from the supreme god? The red god scrambled back in a panic, thinking, the supreme god chose him? The Bone King? What the hell is going on? He quickly shouted, this is out of my hands. I have to report this to my superiors. Isaac stepped closer and asked, superiors? He pointed at himself and asked, hey, I really am the Bone King, you know? The red god nodded in agreement. Isaac continued, so that means the sealing attempt failed, right? The god hesitated for a moment before answering, that's right. Isaac pressed on, that seal was made by your son, wasn't it? The red god finally remembered. He hesitated before replying, yes, that's right. Isaac brushed off his hands and added, go ahead and report it to your superiors. But you guys have a law about shared responsibility, don't you? The red god's face turned dark, because this meant he would be dragged down too. Isaac wore a provocative, triumphant smile. If this reaches the ears of your superiors, it's going to be a fun show. Our executioner is trying to get promoted to a chief god, right? What now? Are you going to be disqualified for causing trouble? Or if the other chief gods find out, will you be erased from existence? The red god seethed with rage inside. Damn it. He lowered his voice. Let's leave this place first. What do you want? Isaac answered quickly. Nothing too big. The priests nearby watched the conversation inside the barrier, but couldn't hear a single thing. Isaac raised his voice to lay out the condition. Form a pact with me. The red god nodded, following along. All right, fine. As soon as he realized what he agreed to, he shut his mouth. The red god stared at him and yelled, what? He thought in a panic, a demon king wants to form a pact with a god? Why? Oh, wait. I'm just a human monk now. Right. A monk, damn it. A demon king as a monk. The red god stepped forward, grabbed Isaac by the shoulders, and demanded, what is your current name? He answered concisely, Isaac. He asked for his full name. Isaac replied, and the red god frowned in recognition. Good lord. Oh my god. Are you one of the 5 great families? Isaac thought happily. You're done for. You can't destroy me. You can't go back and report. And now that you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, you might as well obediently form a pact with me, the red god asked. What is your scheme? He replied nonchalantly, I just want to live a normal life now. The god looked at him with skepticism. You expect me to believe that? Isaac explained calmly. I've suffered my whole life because of that curse, and only now do I have a living body. Do you think I'd throw away a body I worked so hard to get? He suddenly lifted his head and added, you say you can't form a pact because you lack reverence? I'm actually very grateful. Thanks to you clowns, pulling those stunts at such a crucial moment, I was shoved into this body. I am incredibly grateful. So, you have reverence now, right? Let's form the pact. The Red God fought an internal battle. Should I just destroy Giliobaris's? Isaac kept rambling. I can't live without this body now. I know a human body is nothing to a god. Do you really think I'd go running around shouting, "The Bone King is here"? From now on, I'll just live quietly as a human. The ghost beside him pouted and replied, "Look at him talking big." Isaac retorted, "I'm not talking big. Secretly assassinate the gods one by one, scrape up everything I can, and then quietly reach transcendence. Once I reach transcendence, I'll crush everything. And to do that, I need an insider to leak information from the god realm to me." The ghost asked, "What about the supreme god?" Isaac quickly explained, "That guy is also a card I can use to threaten the other gods, so naturally, I have to keep him." The red god silently pondered. Now that he remembered, the Bone King had always longed for a living body. Was that why he was so attached to this one? He answered calmly, "Regardless, it's impossible. The red god can only form pacts with those of the red clan. It's not happening." He replied calmly, but no matter what, it was impossible. The Scarlet God can only form a covenant with those of the Scarlet bloodline. It's just not going to work. Is that so? Ash narrowed his eyes, his tone dark. He lifted his chin with a threatening look. "Think carefully, Suri Joshua. You know exactly what happens when I lose my mind, don't you? Do you want me to self-destruct again?" The Red God gritted his teeth, fuming. Unbelievable. Is he actually using self-destruction to blackmail me? I'm still busy cleaning up the mess from last time. Rather than making things worse, it's better to just give in and get him to shut up. But why does it have to be through Joshua? "Are you sure you'll behave?" he asked suspiciously. I reached out, offering a promise. "I'll do my best." The Red God frowned, still uncertain. As the barrier slowly faded, the priests began to stir in a frenzy. "The deity has manifested. Did he strip the Bone King of his power just to make it easier for us to capture him?" The knights charged forward, shouting, "Seize the heretic!" Ash shouted, and the heretic stopped in his tracks, causing the whole mob to freeze. He raised his hands in a bizarre pose, then shimmied his way toward the knights. He held up the back of his hand, showing it off, and announced loudly, "I'm taking your god with me. If you've got a problem with that, go take a nap." The surrounding priests buzzed with rumors. The god of punishment signed a contract with a member of the Blue Clan? Wasn't he supposed to summon the supreme deity? The brown-haired priest thought in a panic. Why skip the supreme deity and sign with our god instead? Is he planning to hoard the Red Clan's god first, only to sign with the supreme deity later? The knights yelled, furious. Is he trying to squeeze every bit of benefit out of us before switching to the supreme deity? He's probably just using this, returning the god excuse to extort us. What a lunatic. Ash replied with a sly smirk. That's not it at all. Even though that's not a bad idea, the priests around them continued to argue. The Red Clan's god chose a child of the Blue Clan over the Red Clan's own heir? If the Red Clan's god, who always hunts down heretics, was willing to sign a contract, then his faith must be perfectly fine. Despite the anger visible on their faces, the whispers didn't stop. Does he really value a child from another family more than the current heir? And they called Ash a heretic. Could the Red Clan have misjudged him? Come to think of it, if there were an issue, he would have punished him instead of signing a contract. It's just the Red Clan's poor eye for people. Ash smirked to himself. That's exactly it. Leah Dosun spoke in a deep, brooding tone. Oh ho. With a threatening expression, he added, daring to act as a god? The faith of the Blue Clan aligning with the god of the Red Clan? There must be some mistake. Cancel the contract immediately. Ilya Joshua cut in, questioning him right back. Why should we do that? He smiled thinly. The requirement to become pope is the ability to harmonize all 5 major faiths. My gifted grandson has already picked up a red one, hasn't he? Leah Dosun's veins pulsed as he cursed silently. That annoying bastard. The priests protested, saying this was a violation, stealing someone else's god without any professional ethics. Another priest joined in, agreeing. Exactly. Do you think it's reasonable for Joshua to take Seth's god? Leah Dosun turned away coldly. Let's go, clan head. No need to listen anymore. They won't stop complaining. It's so ridiculous. Just give it back. Leah cut them off coldly. Everything happens for a reason. He smirked and replied, Isn't that exactly what you told me? Back at the Joshua mansion in the royal capital, Joshua loudly interrogated him. What on earth did you do? Don't you see all those Red Clan priests staring daggers at you? The Blue Clan is already short on people. Why do you keep making more enemies? He frowned at Ash's indifference, frustrated. You really are. Ash rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. That guy. After a moment of silence, the Red God rubbed his temples and warned in a low voice, Be careful. If the higher-ups find out, it'll be absolute chaos. Ash replied indifferently, I suppose so. The red god sighed lightly, continuing his warning. And don't get cocky just because you have the ultimate body. It may be the most heavily invested body, but that's also why its lifespan is so short. There's a reason why there are so many saint candidates, he smiled, shifting into a persuasive tone. If you want, I can move you to another body. How about one of the Red family kids? Signing a contract with me might actually be better over there. Ash saw right through his intentions and replied confidently, This body is actually better than I thought, isn't it? He added smugly, If this body were trash, why would you be trying so hard to get me to switch? The red god felt guilty, cursing inwardly at the clever brat. He cleared his throat to change the subject. Everything I said is true, though. Ash crossed his arms and replied firmly, I know that the stronger the vessel, the more problems arise. And those other saint candidates are strong enough to be substitutes. Right? The red god held up his hands in defeat. Well, you've already caused a scene, so let me give you one piece of advice. Don't get too emotionally attached to Joshua. Huh. The flashback ended. Ash frowned, thinking, why would he say something so ominous? Who knows? Beside him, Joshua was still grumbling and questioning him. Are you even listening? Was it because you lacked enough holy power to summon the supreme deity, so you had to sign with the Red Clan's god instead? Ash tilted his head back lethargically. That's not it. Hia suddenly appeared. So that's where you were. He offered a warm, gentle smile. My sincerest congratulations to our fellow first-place tied priests at the Black Pentagon. A tie isn't exactly thrilling, but since it's the Blue Clan, I suppose it's fine. Ash shivered at that strange smile, thinking, I'm going crazy. This is giving me goosebumps. Joshua also shuddered, thinking, can that guy really make his voice sound like that? Hia reminded him, You haven't forgotten our deal, have you? He smiled. I'll pay much more than we agreed, just yield the supreme deity to me. Hearing this, Joshua's mind was filled with questions. It's not anyone else, it's Ash. There's no way he'd give up the supreme deity. Contrary to this worry, Ash answered cheerfully and obediently. Sure, I'll give it to you right away. Joshua screamed in surprise. You maniac! Ash flashed a grin like a greedy merchant, stepping forward. I'll give it, but show me the payment first. He reminded him of their previous deal. You said you'd pay me with the god of wealth, right? Joshua looked disgusted. Thinking back, it's that god of wealth. Hia replied calmly, when signing contracts with gods, everyone has a limit. Someone like the Pope can sign with many, but for you, it's difficult. He held out a sparkling stone and continued, That's why I'll give you this summoning stone for the god of wealth, so you can use his power without a formal contract. Ash shouted with joy. Amazing! Joshua gasped in shock. That's the foundation stone of the Gold Clan. She shivered, thinking, if it's the foundation stone, it contains even more holy power than ordinary temples. Is he planning to give away the very stone that can bestow great blessings upon an entire territory? Ash immediately snatched the stone, turned toward Hia, and said warmly, So, I just need to summon the supreme god. Right? My apologies, esteemed guest, he cried out in his mind, feeling utterly helpless. But summoning the supreme god is strictly forbidden. The phantom spoke up, asking, Do you truly intend to hand over the supreme god? Isaac kept a smile plastered on his face, but inwardly, he was thinking, I need to figure out what the supreme god's true goal is first, don't I? Anyone suspicious needs to be taken care of immediately. Hia nodded solemnly and replied, I've already handed over the clan protection stone. Now, pass the supreme god over to me. He fell silent after that. A deity appeared behind Isaac, her hand reaching out to touch his, and a surge of energy radiated outward. Seeing this, Shuhai shouted in shock, A seal? Is that the supreme god's pact seal? The knights and priests panicked, crying out, That's clearly the supreme god's family crest. Wait a second. A double pact with a high-level god? Isaac was also completely blindsided. How is this even possible? His face turned pale as he thought to himself, What on earth is happening? Why did it suddenly form a pact? Shu Hui's attitude shifted instantly. His face lit up with delight as he loudly praised him. As expected, you had this planned all along. You were trying to secretly sign with the supreme god, weren't you? It's just like you, so cunning, devious, and underhanded. I actually believed you for a second there. You jerk! Isaac's face grew even paler, and he was too paralyzed to speak. That's not it, you idiot. Hearing this, the priests gritted their teeth in envy. They just got the god of wealth, and they're already signing a pact with the supreme god? Do these people have no morals at all? Those despicable Blue Clan members. Not only are they clashing with the Red Clan, but they're daring to challenge the Gold Clan from the very start. I won't let this slide. Suddenly, Isaac collapsed onto the floor, clutching his arm where the seal was, and wailed in tears. Break the pact. This is illegal. It's a pact violation. The priests were utterly confused. Isaac kept crying and shouting, Cardinal Bishop, please, tell me how to break this pact. Hia, looking completely helpless, sighed and said, I know you didn't mean for this to happen. Give me your hand. I'll break the pact for you. He grabbed Isaac's hand and whispered, breaking a divine covenant isn't something you can just force. As long as you are truly determined to break it, it will be dissolved immediately. Isaac replied with an earnest look, I am absolutely desperate to get rid of it. Hia solemnly began the incantation to sever the bond. A moment later, he spoke, The ritual to dissolve the covenant has been set. The proof of the pact is already fading away. Hia warned him with a cold face. Stop thinking about nonsense. Focus. Pour all your mental energy into breaking the covenant. Isaac replied, sounding frantic. I am focusing. He started chanting again, severing the bond. While in Isaac's head, he kept repeating, I don't need the supreme god. Get lost. The god of wealth is number one. Break it. Break the covenant. Don't stand in my way. Just get out of here. You annoying supreme god. Move aside. Please, just go away. Break it already. After that, he opened his eyes, feeling like his soul had just left his body. The seal was still perfectly intact on his hand. Hia grabbed his wrist and interrogated him. Do you dare to mock me? Isaac shouted back angrily. I didn't. The phantom beside him couldn't take it anymore and tried to reason with him. Just give it up already. Besides, this is actually good for you, master. Isaac frowned, struggling with his thoughts. That's true, but I like the god of wealth better. Why does this feel so off? Hia demanded, his voice cold. If it really was an accident, hand over the clan protection stone. That's only fair. Shuhai nodded in agreement. All right, it's a shame, but that's only fair. Isaac thought for a moment, and realizing he had reached a breaking point, he spoke up. My respects to you, Lord Gelio Barris, Bishop of the Gold Clan. Isaac sprinted toward the door, thinking, eat and run, that's the plan. Then he yelled out a thank you. Hey, wait, I won't forget this. The knight stared after him in disbelief, muttering, what the hell is that guy talking about? Ton Hui? Hia was equally bewildered. I told you to hand over the clan protection stone. Not Isaac, bolted toward the window and jumped straight out. The knights suddenly shouted, Bishop! He stole it and ran away. His face was blacker than the depths of the ocean. In the banquet hall, the priests were buzzing with gossip. Hey, did you hear about the double pact? Is it even possible to form a pact with two gods? Even if one forms a pact with twin gods, it's still counted as one deity. But to form a pact with two completely different gods of different faiths? And one of them is the supreme god, too? A loud voice cut through the room. Order! Everyone, quiet down. An announcement is coming. He stepped up to the high platform to read the statement. After careful deliberation, the number one position at the Black Clan's Pentagon is Isaac. The crowd was stunned into silence, then suddenly erupted into cheering and dancing. The masked man continued reading. Isaac, once finished, report to the office of Bishop Gelio Barris to receive your reward. Hun gripped Isaac's shoulders, shaking with excitement. With this result, this might be the first time the Blue Clan has ever won at the Pentagon. He was still in a daze, muttering to himself, Am I dreaming, or is this real? Hun excitedly asked. Where is Isaac? Isaac scratched his head and stammered, I don't know, Hun added happily. Where does that guy run off to every day? If he knew the Blue Clan could actually win, he'd probably be thrilled. The masked man cleared his throat a few times and announced, And so, the evaluation period at the Pentagon for this year has come to an end. You will now take the foundational knowledge you've learned and step out into the world. The graduation ceremony for all interns will be held at the New Year's banquet. I'll see you all again in 3 months. Oh, and before graduation, make sure to mingle with your seniors and build some good relationships with them. As soon as he finished, 3 priests appeared. They spoke with worried tones. Look at that, trying to throw their weight around again. And the person behind them chimed in, I heard the debut ceremony is going to be intense. Isn't that senior the general manager of the second-tier priests? Why is he here? This must be proof that he's interested in Isaac. Shu Hui breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, maybe it's better that Isaac isn't here. Getting targeted by the general manager would be a total headache. I need to remind him not to do anything unnecessary. Isaac slammed the door open and marched in. Hia's knights immediately shouted, Seize him, hand over the clan protection stone. The general manager of the priests looked over with a curious gaze. Is that kid the famous Isaac? He frowned as he sized him up. Just like the rumors say, not a shred of dignity. He's like a wild horse that's broken its reins. Before he could finish his thought, Isaac was already looming right in front of him, planting a foot square on his face. Isaac used holy magic to make a quick escape, and the whole crowd panicked. The general manager was just as frazzled, snapping, "You lunatic!" Isaac loudly retorted, "People are busy. Why are you blocking my way?" Other seniors rushed over to check on him. "Are you all right?" Someone next to him pointed and yelled, "Has he lost his mind?" The general manager, with a thick mark on his face, replied calmly, "Don't panic. He's the one we need to keep under control. I'll handle this personally." Before he could finish, a shower of flowers fell onto his face. The battle between Isaac and the knights showed no signs of stopping. He kept throwing things everywhere, yelling, "Damn it! How long are you going to keep chasing me?" The knights frantically raised their hands to defend themselves, grumbling, "What on earth is this guy throwing?" Looking toward the tribe's guardian stone, Shu felt utterly helpless, thinking to himself, "We're doomed." A senior priest shouted, "What the hell is that brat? A trainee actually using someone's face as a stepping stone? No. He crushed it? My God. How can he just do something like that and walk away as if nothing happened? Ever since everyone started hailing him as a saint candidate, he's lost his mind." The chief administrator clenched his fists, his voice turning cold. "Don't overreact. He's just a 10-year-old child. He doesn't know any better. We just need to discipline and manage him strictly." The surrounding priests were all thinking the same thing. "We're finished." The man stood up and continued, "Anyway, for the remaining time, the trainees will head to the Imperial Palace to receive a commission from the Empress. They'll be handling a mission related to the Bone King, and their final graduation scores will be calculated from that. So, their final rankings aren't set in stone yet. Do you really think a wild stallion like him can achieve a good result without our help? We need to give him the lowest score possible so he wakes up. He's become spoiled by all the praise he gets, and as his seniors, shouldn't we guide him back to the right path?" Shu covered his face, thinking, "We're screwed. He's completely trapped now." The chief administrator added, "Failure is also an experience." Suddenly, a familiar foot made physical contact with his face. A enraged Sabor shouted, "What are you idiots mumbling about?" The knights immediately gave chase, screaming, "There! Why does this guy keep helping people? Are you in on it with him?" He leaped high into the air, sighed, and said, "Forget it." As people around him wore expressions of shock, he turned around with a cheerful smile to wave goodbye. "See you all at the graduation ceremony." Outside, the sky was bright, filled with fresh breezes blowing from all directions. Kim Isaac's dissatisfied voice slowly echoed through the air. "Hey, you little brat, this was all you're doing, wasn't it?" Saber was asked point blank, but he didn't dare say a word, kneeling obediently to reflect. Sabor couldn't hide his anger, screaming in his heart. "That's right. While my master was cunningly seizing the god of law, he snatched away the deity that should have belonged to the imperial family. On top of that, he swallowed the imperial family's pillar stone and disappeared without a trace, leaving the priests to fend for themselves." A hasty narrative quickly brought the three back to that chaotic event. The sacred space suddenly descended into madness as key figures were taken down in an instant. In just a split second, screams of agony erupted everywhere. It was pure terror. Someone was targeting the core priests of the Pope. This massive problem made Kim Isaac sigh deeply. Even though they tried to frame it as a holy magic accident, one look was enough to see the truth. Sabor knew he had messed up, so he could only bow his head and mutter, "I am truly sorry, my lord, but I couldn't just sit and watch. Those pieces of trash dared to plot against you and attack you." Sabor's sincerity made Kim Isaac sigh and grumble. "Ah, I suspected as much." Surprisingly, Sabor didn't stop there, continuing to express his unwavering loyalty. "It's all right, my lord. Besides, this is my final act of service." His desperate plea made Kim Isaac step back. Stepping aside, he had been struck by the cardinals. It was a fatal wound. The stream of thought was suddenly cut off when Sabor spoke his heart, sounding embarrassed. "My beloved lord, it is shameful to let you see me in such a pathetic state. I wish to show you one last thing to speak my true intentions." The glistening item, offered by the other party, made Kim Isaac blankly stare. A memory magic stone? As if sensing his confusion, Sabor hurriedly revealed his feelings. "This contains every secret of the Empire that I have collected throughout the decades I spent as a slave. I am sure it will help your journey. Being able to repay your kindness in this way, I am truly grateful beyond words. Since I cannot escape this place, I have chosen death. If you call the priests here, you could eliminate one of the 14 retainers." Before he could say another word, Kim Isaac quickly stepped forward. "Wait. Hold on a second. He slowly raised his hand and spoke into the magic device in his palm. "Hey, God of Law, get over here, right now." The God of Law, summoned out of nowhere, appeared irritably. "What is it now?" Little did he know. His display of power was cut short by Kim Asak immediately. "Before I spill the beans about you being the one behind the failed sealing incident, change this kid's attribute for me. That's a piece of cake for you, isn't it?" The deity, still confused, stuttered. "What did you say?" Kim Isak flashed a chilling smile before speaking firmly. "I told you to turn an undead into a human. Are you out of your mind?" The God of Law couldn't help but ask. "Turning him into a human? Have you lost your sanity?" The deity's shock didn't blur Kim Asak's resolve in the slightest. "I know for a fact you can do it, so get on with it. Doesn't the God of Law have the power to bend the laws of nature, as long as it serves the purpose of delivering punishment? For instance, turning a diamond-hard body soft, or paralyzing legs so the target can't escape." The God of Law, caught in his own trap, stammered, "That is true, but..." Before he could finish, Kim Isak silenced him with a cold glare. "If you turn an undead who knows no pain into a human, won't he have to endure the most agonizing punishments possible? Turning him into a weak human so he can suffer the punishment called pain." These arguments made the God of Law break into a cold sweat, thinking, "Even though it's within my power, he is the Skeleton King's closest butler and a silent assassin. The number of God's servants who have died at his hands is countless. He is a formidable demon, and I could only deal with him because he was an undead. But now you're asking me to turn him into a human? I cannot aid one of the 14 retainers in escaping." With that thought, the God of Law immediately screamed to assert his authority. "Never. I absolutely will not do it." Even when Kim Isak pulled his usual threat, "Do you want to see yourself locked in a dungeon?" the deity remained defiant, yelling, "You'll die with me. You only know how to run your mouth. Do you think I'm that easily manipulated?" Seeing the other's stubbornness, Kim Isak just whispered gently, "Is that so? Then I guess I'll have to go have a little chat with the Pope." That vague, elder-like aura left the God of Law looking utterly bewildered. "What do you mean, what?" At this very moment, Isaac finally let his wild, manic joy show on his face. "Come on, let's head to the grave together for some fun." School, after thinking for ages, finally understood what the other was planning and screamed in panic. "You're dragging everyone to their deaths with this." He didn't care about that at all and just replied calmly, "If you can't even save a trusted subordinate, then what's the point of living?" School was backed into a corner, sweating and thinking of all sorts of things. This crazy guy really means what he says. Seriously, there's nothing scarier than a lunatic. If this continues, I, Sutung, am done for. That realization forced him to sourly surrender to the old fox, Isaac. All right. I get it. Just turn him into a human. Is that it?" Once he got what he wanted, he immediately lowered his voice and softened his tone. Wouldn't it have been better to cooperate from the start? Skull didn't know what else to say, so he just sighed and slipped back into his original space. Touch him, and Alsaintes Huatu, who had been watching the conversation from the start, couldn't help but mutter, "Ugh, gross. Where is this filthy divine power coming from?" Isaac didn't care about that comment at all and excitedly reached his hand forward. The moment his small hand touched School's shoulder, School was forced to speak on Isaac's behalf. "By divine punishment, I transform you. From now on, you shall experience pain in the form of a human." The conditions for maintaining human form were whispered, so only School could hear them as a sudden gust of wind swirled around him. Isaac was blown backward, unable to hide his excitement as he grinned like a fool. Perfect. With this, I can finally shake off those cardinals. Looks like I've got myself a super capable personal butler now. Having someone reliable like this by his side, suddenly, an unexpected image appeared before them, leaving both him and Skull completely stunned. "Huh?" Isaac shouted in confusion. "School? You're a girl?" The last part was said in absolute, bewildered distress. A moment later, School hesitantly looked at her own pale hands and replied, "It would appear so, Master." This awkward confirmation left Isaac unable to process the truth just yet. "I didn't account for this. Everything about your build and your voice was so masculine. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" School still hadn't snapped out of her daze and replied like a programmed machine. The sensation of having these senses is quite strange. However, when she heard the serious warning from Isaac, "In any case, absolutely do not let your identity slip. Especially not to my grandfather or those Joshua house bastards who are determined to crush the Skeleton King's skull," she immediately made her stance clear. Understood. Gelio Barris possessed power on par with the Pope. Isaac was still a bit worried and cautioned her further, "Be careful. Be extra careful. But before he could say much more, Suji's loud voice rang out from a distance, drowning him out. Isaac, what hole have you been hiding in all this time, huh? Isaac replied casually and nonchalantly. Well, I've been busy protecting the monolith, so I've been running for my life. The two of them kept going back and forth, completely ignoring school, standing off to the side. Good grief. Because of that terrorist incident, everything is in total chaos right now. Terrorist incident? From the yellow-robed priests to the very people you just betrayed, everyone has been attacked. They're frantically hunting for the culprit's identity. After shouting for a while, Suji just tapped her head tiredly. Either way, you've already made it onto the Class 2 hit list. This time, we received a commission from the royal family, and everyone is supposed to split into teams of 2. But they told me you have to work alone, and they even warned me not to give you any mission notifications. As soon as he heard that, Isaac coldly spoke up. Then why don't I just team up with you? That question made Suji mumble awkwardly. I'm already in a team, so I can't. This mission can't be done solo. It's a mission to track down the Skeleton King's spy. Isaac raised an eyebrow and muttered, The Skeleton King's spy? Huh. Skull couldn't help but let out a sarcastic, bubbling laugh. What kind of crazy game is this now? Suji showed a shred of pity and revealed a few things she knew. I heard someone is performing a ritual to summon the Skeleton King right in the middle of the palace. Isaac looked at Skull, shook his head, and replied, Summon who? Why go through all that trouble for nothing? Suji didn't care about that comment at all, and continued her gossip report. They say they've found someone who looks like the culprit, but the level 6 group got wiped out, and even a level 7 royal knight was defeated miserably. Isaac gritted his teeth in frustration. Have they lost their minds? Sending first-year apprentices to collar someone like that? Only then did he hear the other person's pretentious explanation that it was a difficult mission, which is why they were forced to go in pairs. If you really want to beg, this brother here might reconsider, he said, nonchalantly dismissing the arrogance. Forget it. Even without you, I have someone else to team up with. Suddenly, Suji noticed a stranger standing right behind Isaac, and was so startled she screamed, Holy crap, you scared me. Who is this beauty standing with you? Seeing her blushing face, Isaac crossed his arms and growled, Wanna die? I just saved her when she was attacked by demons. Hearing the question from Suji, demons? He quickly made up a heroic story about the beauty in an instant, while he was chasing the 14 followers. I saw someone caught in the crossfire. The guy probably just attacked her while he was at it. After I saved her, she said she wanted to repay the favor, so she's been following me around ever since. Suji stood there, stunned, listening to the fairy tale, and couldn't help but shout, Since when does someone with your personality know how to save people? She kept staring at Skull, her mind in a complete whirl. Even if she is a beauty, having a woman of unknown origins following him around like this just feels off. Does Giulio Barris know he belongs to the Joshua family, so she's approaching him with the intent to kidnap and extort him? Skull slowly spoke with great formality. Please do not worry. I am here to become the master's servant. Suji went into panic mode and fired back. Master? Where did you come from? Spill your identity right now. Seeing how she was protecting Isaac, Skull immediately lowered her voice and expressed herself seriously. My apologies. I am not a servant, but a slave to my master. This bizarre title obviously left Suji so shocked she nearly lost her soul. Slave? A slave? Her ears had just heard Skull's confession. I vow to serve my master in the capacity of a slave, day and night. Suji couldn't help but shriek as her mind wandered into weird places. Isaac, you shameless bastard. You're a priest. What kind of depraved game are you playing here? A slave? Did his ears just hear that confession from Sabo? I pledge to serve you as your slave, day and night. Suji couldn't hold back and shrieked as her mind wandered into some wild territory. Isaac, you shameless bastard. You're a priest. What kind of lewd games are you playing here? The bizarre scene left Isaac feeling completely fed up. What kind of nonsense is this? He muttered, while echoes of someone screaming kept bouncing through the cool, spacious room. Don't even dream of it. Isaac is direct royalty, for heaven's sake. He's about to have a fiancée any day now. It'll be a massive disaster if something happens, so get out of my sight. Upon hearing this, Saber innocently responded with sincere devotion. I wouldn't dare covet the position of the young master's fiancée. I simply wish to soothe his soul. Because his image is already deeply etched into my mind, I couldn't bear to leave his side even if I wanted to. Please, allow me to stay by his side. Isaac grew irritated and gritted his teeth. What on earth is wrong with this person? Did they short-circuit or something? Receiving no explanation from him, Irene was so frustrated she was on the verge of tears. Moments later, Her screams echoed throughout the entire space. Grandfather, where did this guy learn all these lewd, degenerate habits from? Elsewhere, Ilya Joshua was working when she suddenly froze and muttered to herself, "Why did I just get goosebumps out of nowhere?" Time passed, and back at the Joshua mansion, Iron couldn't hide her anger as she roared, "Isaac is barely a kid, and you're already talking about a girlfriend? That's 100 years too early." Isaac, being shaken back and forth, felt his face go dark, thinking, what kind of nonsense is this old uncle babbling about? When he heard Iron's trembling words and the fact that the girl was a slave, along with the absurd accusations from Arla, he was stunned. Young Master Isaac, how could we possibly do that? The sheer onslaught of nonsense made Isaac's blood boil in silence. Damn it, why is she pulling out a knife? You're dead meat, Joshua. However, just as Iron's screaming reached its peak, he thought, who has time for romance right now? And you're actually planning to bring someone of unknown origin into our family? I strongly object to this union. Isaac couldn't help but sigh. What a senile old man, he thought, gently pulling his hand out of the other's grasp. It's not what you think, uncle. His calm demeanor left the man stunned. What? Under the confused gazes of the two people in the room, Isaac calmly opened his mouth. Was that report prepared in my head this whole time? The internship is over now. After graduation, won't I have to go off on distant campaigns frequently? I'll surely have to dive into dangerous places for missions or training. I just wanted to hire her as my bodyguard because she's clearly capable of protecting me. Receiving a silent nod from Isaac, Saber quickly bowed and said, "Just call me Saber." Unfortunately, the entire scene did nothing to make Iron and the others feel any more reassured. In short, she's still a girlfriend, isn't she? Saber added, seriously doubling down with a sincere declaration. You two don't need to worry at all. I will devote myself to serving the young master from his physical body to the very depths of his soul. While she spoke innocently, Iron and the others were already internally face-palming, their minds spiraling into dark misunderstandings. Physical body. Isaac went cold, watching the two of them looking shocked, while Saber continued to dig her own grave. As for the matter of serving him, I have more than enough confidence. I intend to soothe the young master's soul day and night. Until he feels fully satisfied, I will serve him wholeheartedly, using arcane techniques those stuffy clerics couldn't even dream of. The ambiguous nature of those words left Iron and the others gasping for air. Good heavens, Isaac screamed in his mind. Cut it out with this crazy stuff. But on the outside, he could only explain himself in desperate, frustrated tones. This is too much. It really isn't what you guys think. If you won't let me hire her as my bodyguard, I swear I'll run away from home. As soon as those words left his mouth, Iron scolded him so hard he almost flew back. I will never allow someone like that to be your personal attendant. You absolutely cannot bring someone of unknown background into our house. Suddenly, a new voice echoed, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Why not? What's wrong with it? Benjamin, who had apparently been listening, offered a much more level-headed opinion than the rest. Even the heir of his enemy was someone he dared to recruit, so the bodyguard he brought back must have some serious skills. Is that you, Isaac? You look cuter than I expected. Having his head patted by a stranger, Isaac was left stunned. Who is this gloomy-looking guy, and why is he spouting such nonsense the moment we meet? Just as he was about to snap, Arl stepped in to enlighten him. Young Master Isaac, you've probably never met him before, have you? This is Mr. Benjamin, the one who holds the purse strings of our family's finances. One simple sentence made Isaac's expression change almost instantly. The god of wealth who holds the Joshua family's wallet. He quickly bowed deeply, showing ultimate respect to this human-shaped ATM. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Please forgive my lack of manners for not greeting you sooner. I look forward to your guidance and support. I am truly, truly honored and delighted to meet you. His sudden shift in attitude left Benjamin responding only with awkward, fragmented words. Well, since you're here, we might as well test your strength. Let's go. The family head is summoning everyone to an audience. Hearing that, Isaac couldn't help but get goosebumps. Grandfather. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Leah Do-soon spoke, and his words made Nier stiffen. I am so disappointed in you. It seems you have forgotten what the dignity of the god of law is. Nier hurriedly tried to explain. It's not like that, father. Leah Do-soon gently tapped his hand to cut him off. If it's not like that, then how could that brat Isaac convince the very deity you summoned to form a contract with him? Hearing that, his pent-up frustration finally exploded. How could I just give up? They disappeared together in a flash, and that deity turned around and formed a contract with that jerk as if he wouldn't choose anyone else. Nier's impulsive comment left Leah Do-soon deep in thought. If the god of law reacted that way, it must be a matter of his soul. Could that brat actually be a saint? If that's true, perhaps we should consider forming an alliance instead of picking a fight with the Joshua family? Even though the sight of that kid's face made him sick, that wasn't the urgent issue. Leah Dosun slowly stood up and sighed. If we lost the god of law, the plan is as good as ruined. Don't even dream of finding that treasure. Now the relic, even the Pope is dying to get his hands on. We absolutely cannot let the Joshua family get a head start. The final words left Nee pale as a sheet. He hurried forward, pleading with his father. I will find him and drag that divine being back here, no matter what. Leah Doshun didn't even hesitate before agreeing. They had to act fast. The eldest son, the true owner of the divine law, was about to return. The series of schemes Nee had been forming in his mind suddenly collapsed, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, if that detestable genius came back, both he and Isaac would be finished. Leah Dosun swallowed his resentment, wore a cold mask, and gave his son an order. Better to try and get close to Isaac before the eldest son returns. The divine law is deeply attached to your kin, so he will never forgive us if he finds out the divine law is lost. You must bring it back at all costs. Pretend to bond with Isaac while digging for information about the divine law. This sudden pressure from his father left Nee completely stunned. Bond with him? If his father had ordered it, he would have to do it, even if it meant being his errand boy. The heavy burden made him weep internally. Damn it all to hell. Back at the Joshua estate, Elijah was still fuming. Where on earth did this brat pick up such bad habits? Did you teach him this, Jalai? Isaac didn't even blink as he spoke bluntly. He's my personal guard, grandfather. Doesn't the completion of my internship grant me the right to recruit a level 3 personal attendant? Since that's the case, I want to choose the one I like best. His confident demeanor made Elijah grind his teeth in anger. This brat is still wet behind the ears, and he wants to recruit someone? Isaac caught the keywords, blinked, and asked, What do you mean? Elijah Joshua didn't bother overthinking it and asked straight out, You think just because you dragged someone here, they automatically become a guard of this house? Unfortunately for him, the one who answered was Spur. Don't worry, my lord. Regarding strength, I have more than enough confidence. I definitely won't lose to anyone present here. That one sentence immediately triggered the assassin mode in both Ashley and Rai Joshua. Family head, let me test her skills. No. Let me. A split second later, Elijah Joshua suppressed his anger and spoke the final word on the matter. Since it's someone Isaac personally brought back, her ability surely isn't mediocre. If she passes my test, I will officially accept her into the family and grant her the status of a first-class knight. As soon as he heard that, Benjamin was the first to react aggressively. What? First-class knight status requires at least 10 years of service before one even has a chance to touch it. But before Elijah Joshua could lazily find an excuse to justify it, he brushed it off as a reward for bringing glory to the Joshua house at the sacrificial ceremony and for giving the Shelley family a real headache. His calm reaction left everyone unable to comprehend his motives. Isn't it too much to reward a 10-year-old kid like that? Elijah sighed, stayed the course, and dragged Jalai into it. Worst case, I'll just strip Jalai's title and give it to her instead. Easy. That argument, flowing as gently as a stream, left everyone speechless and shell-shocked. Father! The sudden turn of events made Isaac happier than ever. Grandfather really is something else. He's so accommodating. Everything is going smoothly. And I even get to be a first-class knight. This is awesome. Now I'm on the same level as Jalai. He was so excited that he blurted out a question. What about the test? Before he could finish, Ashley and Jalai rushed to interrupt and speak to the family head. Let me handle this test. Unexpectedly, Elijah Joshua stomped his foot hard on the ground. No. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. I will handle it myself. The horrifying aura emanating from him made Isaac's jaw drop in panic. That's cheating. Even Spare couldn't hide her fear and hid behind him. Grandfather's skill level is on par with the Pope himself, isn't it? As Isaac frantically tried to save his own skin. Grandfather, let's just settle for a third-class knight. Maybe it would be more reasonable for the uncle to conduct the test? Elijah Joshua quickly threw out a reason no one could argue with. If she can't even withstand a cardinal, what right does she have to protect my grandson? That left everyone in the Joshua clan visibly panicked. What was that? Despite this, Spur spoke to Isaac quite calmly. Don't worry. As soon as she finished speaking, she clearly felt Elijah Joshua's killing intent shift behind her. He lunged forward with power beyond that of a normal man. Isaac, not even knowing the outcome, grabbed his head in despair. Spur! Unexpectedly, when the gray smoke cleared, Elijah Joshua frowned and let out an, "Oh?" Seeing that Spur hadn't crumbled under his blow, he muttered in genuine surprise, "You blocked it?" Spur, having just countered that powerful attack, said nothing. and just silently stared back. Under the watchful eyes of the key Joshua clan members, Rai Joshua and Spur quickly turned the large room into a fiery arena. Things were moving so fast that Elijah Joshua was secretly breaking into a sweat. I can't believe she neutralized my attack that easily. What kind of guard did you bring back, Isaac? Meanwhile, Elijah Joshua stared intently at Spur, evaluating her in his mind. Why would someone of that caliber choose to serve Isaac? To waste someone like that on my grandson? What a pity. I haven't used my full strength yet, but neither has she. Even though I held back, those strikes were aimed straight at lethal points. Yet she deflected them like it was nothing? A dark thought flashed through Elijah Joshua's mind, making him freeze. Could she be a demon? The thought made him grit his teeth fiercely. Elijah Joshua clenched his hand, channeling a powerful internal force. Without a word, he rushed toward Spare. While Jalai was panicking and shouting, "Is that the holy cleansing spell?" Spur quickly backpedaled and raised her hands to block the incoming attack. "I can't use dark mana. I absolutely cannot let any suspicion fall upon my master." Meanwhile, Spare was screaming in terror. "Master! At this rate, she's going to lose her life." At that very moment, Elijah Joshua's fist swung straight at Spur. The powerful collision created an unexpected shockwave. When the smoke cleared, Jalai immediately shrieked, "Father! Why would you suddenly use the holy cleansing spell?" As Elijah Joshua slowly hissed the words to drive out this demon, his two sons turned pale. The end. Elijah Joshua continued to vent his dissatisfaction. "You're all way too naive. Not even the slightest bit suspicious of her. We need to investigate." Before he could finish his sentence, Saper had already lunged, throwing a punch at him. A thunderous blast echoed through the room from the impact, leaving Delai panicked and shouting. Saper's father, unable to see what was going on, looked on, confused, and began questioning Isaac. What just happened?" Isaac didn't bother answering. He just flashed a light, knowing smile. "It's crystal clear now, isn't it? She's a human." Isaac watched Saper's confident, aggressive stance and celebrated silently to himself. After that bizarre, brief pause, Ilya, Joshua, and Saper jumped right back into their duel. Just as she swung her fist toward Ilya Joshua, he immediately seized the moment, channeling his inner energy outward. Looking like he was about to end her, he forced Saper to grit her teeth and channel her own magic into her attacking hand. The two powerful forces collided head-on, creating an earth-shattering shockwave that forced the onlookers to brace themselves instantly. "Family head, father." After the attack, Ilya pulled back, muttering, "That's strange. How are you still completely unharmed?" As if they had just been waiting for that break, Delai and Benjamin hurried to vent their frustrations. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's obvious she's a human. How could you use holy purification magic on a normal person like that? If this happened in any other noble family, it would have already sparked a blood feud. This is something you shouldn't do, even to your sworn enemy." Benjamin stepped forward, adding his own thoughts. Delai chimed in, "He's right, father. This isn't something you can just apologize for and call it a day." But he didn't forget to lower his voice and steer the conversation toward finances the moment he looked at the wreckage surrounding the room. "But father, what are you going to do now that you've turned our mansion into a pile of rubble? Do you have any idea how expensive the repairs are going to be? I'm cutting your entire allowance for the next 6 months." The cold-hearted remark left Ilya Joshua speechless, with nothing to do but let out a grunt. A while later, Benjamin sat in the study, reporting to Ilya Joshua after the incident had blown over. "Saper is. I still haven't found any irregularities after the investigation. Are you really planning on giving her a 1-star certification?" Ilya Joshua scanned the documents in his hands. "Yes. I gave my word, after all." Once they had some privacy, Benjamin quickly brought up the question he had left hanging earlier. "Why did you use holy purification magic? I'm sure you must have had a reason. Is she actually from the demon clan?" Hearing the topic brought up again, Ilya Joshua couldn't help but sigh. "I don't know. I didn't sense even a trace of dark magic from her. She is human, but at the same time, she doesn't feel like one. My instincts are telling me that much. And honestly, I'm certain that even if a god were to look into her soul, they would see nothing but a human." That cryptic explanation made Benjamin turn pale. As one of the greatest cardinals in history, his father's intuition had never been wrong. Is she really a demon targeting Isaac? That thought made him immediately ask for his father's advice. "So, should we kick her out?" Ilya Joshua seemed to have already considered this question, answering almost immediately. "No. It's better to keep her close so we can keep an eye on her. We'll uncover whatever scheme she's plotting soon enough. Besides, the fact that Isaac brought this woman here is a significant detail in itself." Being name-dropped out of the blue caught Benjamin off guard. "Wait, Isaac? Ilya Joshua ignored the other man's confusion and voiced his heavy thoughts. Being able to command someone from the demon clan isn't necessarily a bad thing for those of us in the holy sect. On the contrary, it will be clear proof of Isaac's true strength. Even though we've done enough to keep the Joshua family strong, there are still things that have been forgotten as time has passed. That last sentence made Benjamin jump. Are you talking about the forbidden arts? For some unknown reason, Ilya Joshua suddenly dropped a comment that was both gentle and heavy. Benjamin, I believe it's time to choose the successor at this year's meeting of the direct bloodline. Benjamin's mind spun at the statement. Finally, he had made a decision. But on the surface, he had to put on a happy face. This was definitely going to be a massive, shocking topic. Ilya Joshua read his son's duplicity clearly and replied slowly. I know. I'm not even sure if the Joshua family in its current state is truly ready to choose an heir. However, if it's that child, perhaps he is the only one who can break the curse of the Joshua family. Just then, that child was busy eating with two of the most prestigious guests in the empire, and under Suji's worried gaze, Isaac let his savage side run wild. You still haven't given me an answer, so should I ask again? I'm curious. How much will the bounty be if I catch the skeleton demon king's spy? That attitude of not giving a damn made Suji want to cry. This lunatic. He's already supposed to be under house arrest, yet he has the nerve to demand compensation right to their faces? This isn't a commission. This is a royal order. He leaned over, whispering quickly into Isaac's ear. Hey, are you crazy? Can't you read the room? But Isaac still ignored him and spoke his mind loudly in the middle of the crowd. Why? Don't you see? No matter how dangerous it is, they're just trying to take advantage of me. They want me to handle this on my own. Even if I risk my life on this mission, I believe the royal family will pay proper compensation, right? I really misjudged you, Geliobaris. Isaac then calmly continued to act like the mature one, analyzing the situation for the two guests. I believe the skeleton demon king's spy is right here in the royal palace, though I'm not sure who it is yet. They've already taken down level 6 and even level 7 knights, so this difficulty rating is at least high tier. Isn't it obvious that I should get hazard pay when I'm gambling my life? If you expected otherwise, that would be against common sense and morality. Upon hearing this, the Empress burst into a laugh. So, you must be that famous, youngest priest of the Joshua family. Isaac glanced at her, then looked at the Crown Prince, making a dismissive remark. Even though she's the Empress, the Crown Prince doesn't look like her at all. Still, Isaac explained things relatively casually to her, because he knew she wasn't his biological mother. Suddenly receiving such shocking information, the Crown Prince just froze, while Isaac happily dropped the bomb. You mean the son of a consort has become the Crown Prince? Pfft, if I were her, I'd want to get rid of him to settle the score too. As for Geliobaris, we should just butter up the Empress and take care of that prince for her. We'll handle that prince for her, no problem. She seems quite interested in you, Master. As Isaac calmly laid out the facts, not many people know the Empress is aligned with the Pope, but when Uyghur found out, he immediately flipped out. So, why haven't they taken her out yet? Suddenly, the Empress smiled and started chatting with him, as if there had been a slight mistake, even though we've sent a formal request to the Holy See. Well, considering the danger, that compensation is hardly fair, is it? I will ensure you are compensated appropriately. Is this enough to satisfy you? The youngest priest of the Joshua house. Isaac couldn't ask for more, so he replied quite sensibly and cheerfully. Oh my, I would be honored to accept this task, Your Majesty the Empress. Once he left, he remembered Saber's reminder. It seems that now that you've formed a pact with the great god, the Empress has taken a special interest in you. The Master and his companion celebrated happily. Sapper's intelligence reports were certainly useful. Besides, she has been locked up for a long time anyway. Isaac eagerly eyed the woman in front of him, secretly mocking her in his head. But isn't she being a little too obvious? It was clear she was trying to use him to bring down the Crown Prince, and Uyghur chimed in to add to the obvious truth. It seems this woman has her own agenda to strip the prince of his position. Isaac rolled his eyes, admitting the greed. Naturally, while the Empress is on the Pope's side, once the prince ascends to the throne, he will definitely purge all of her lackeys. He subconsciously looked toward the prince, who was sitting as still as a statue, then muttered, if he hadn't reached the level of a swordmaster, she probably would have acted sooner. Just then, Chap suddenly spoke up, joining the conversation. Dragging an apprentice priest into a vortex of conspiracies like this is truly cruel. This is not something a member of the clergy should be involved in. The Empress nonchalantly lifted her teacup as if in deep thought, while mocking thoughts couldn't help but pop into her head. So mature for his age. I bet he's just annoyed that I summoned Isaac. but the words that came out of the Empress's mouth remained quite calm. Even so, the fact that the minions of the Skeleton Demon King are targeting the royal family is an undeniable truth. They could even directly threaten your life. The prince, the subordinate standing behind the Empress, immediately understood the cue and followed along. There are certainly minions of the Skeleton Demon King hiding right inside the palace. In the vicinity of the royal palace, we have discovered cursed artifacts of the Skeleton Demon King along with a series of summoning items. The Empress waited for him to finish before adding a dramatic conclusion that left Isaac stunned. It seems the Skeleton Demon King wants to wipe out Hela Palace, the heart of the Holy Land. Internally, he wanted to scream right in her face. What? I have absolutely no interest in that at all. I just want to loot everything and enjoy a relaxing life. The Empress couldn't read Isaac's mind, so she kept on rambling. In any case, even the Skeleton Demon King could never break through the Holy Dragon's barrier. He cursed internally. I told you. It's not me. I don't care about it. It's just that dealing with those dragons is too troublesome. Just as he felt more wronged than a bean curd, Uyir chimed in with something else. True, getting rid of the royalty would be an effective way to destroy the Holy Dragon's barrier. Suddenly, the Empress pushed a pile of papers toward Isaac with an explanation. This is the list of servants with suspicious behavior in the palace. After beating around the bush for so long, she finally got to the point. I want you to use this to bring the suspect to light. After all, you are a genius who has formed a pact with the highest god. You will be rewarded handsomely. So, capture whoever is targeting the royal family. Isaac persisted with his question. Why don't we discuss what that reward will be? But before he could finish, Suji jumped out to seal his mouth and shut him up with a resounding promise. At your command, your highness. Isaac, though restrained, tried to mumble. This idiot, he's going to get swindled clean. But Suji just focused on dragging this troublemaker away and snapped shortly, I get it. Let's go. Quick. The Empress watched them walk away and called out, I look forward to good news from you. Once they were outside, Suji started unsealing his mouth to scold him. Good grief, this guy. I thought I was a goner back there. I can't believe you dared to act like that in front of the royalty. But Isaac wasn't one to be pushed around, so he snapped back. Who cares about that now? He ignored his petrified companion and just kept rambling about his brilliant plan. That's the Empress. Think about how much money we can milk out of her. Only a total fool wouldn't take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Isaac imagined the wealth behind it and started drooling like a fountain. I have to get close and empty her pockets. That vile look made Suji's soul go numb. Why did the highest god choose this damn person? But just then, a familiar warning sound echoed in their ears. Don't trust the Empress too much. It turned out to be Chap, who had left the room and wanted to wake these two money-grubbing fools up. She just wants to use your title, that's all. Suji, who was startled, could only gasp. It's the Crown Prince. Chap continued in his most serious tone to emphasize, you could easily lose your life, so I advise you to act with caution. But halfway through, he added something that sounded a bit weird. However, I still hope the Skeleton Demon King's spies are rounded up. Suji was a fan, so his voice was a bit off-pitch when he replied, Yes, Your Highness, you don't have to worry at all. We will definitely catch them. He turned bright red with excitement and insisted, We cannot let that cruel Skeleton Demon King return. Isaac, standing behind him, really wanted to kick that sycophant for his bold declaration. I'm already back, you trash. That night, looking from the outside, the palace still looked as normal as any other day. But whispers could be heard all around. I'm certain the Skeleton Demon King's followers are lurking around here. There's mention of cursed items and even summoning tools. The warehouse was packed with items linked to the Skeleton Demon King. Isaac asked impatiently, Why are we just standing around waiting here? Although cautious, Shuni insisted, just wait and see. The culprit will definitely show up at this warehouse. As soon as he finished speaking, Isaac immediately called out his lie. The real summoning site is somewhere else. Anyone can tell just by looking at the stuff inside this warehouse. After a moment of shock, Shuni demanded loudly, How do you know so much about the Skeleton Demon King? But before he could get an answer, Isaac's firm hand slammed onto his head with a sharp command. Get down. When he looked up, Suji whispered in horror. They're actually. Even though Isaac lowered his voice, he couldn't hide the contempt in his tone as he replied. I told you they'd come. He then shifted to a more serious demeanor. It's crystal clear who the culprit is, Suji blurted out. What? Who? Isaac didn't hesitate to drop the bombshell. Obviously, it's the Empress. This answer was so far beyond Suji's understanding that he instinctively shouted, What? Then, Suji was the one to deny it immediately. But wasn't she the one who asked us to find the person following the Skeleton Demon King? Isaac didn't mind schooling his companion. She's just trying to distance herself from that spy. That woman must think she's clever enough to fool the clergy. He suddenly became excited, his eyes sparkling with the golden glint of money. We'll definitely catch that minion, and that's how we'll earn merit with the crown prince or the emperor. Then, we'll clean out their pockets. Suji was so shocked his jaw practically hit the floor. Why are you so obsessed with money? Huiet Bones, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly poked his head out to ask a killer question. But, are you really going to be okay? If that's a summoning circle, your soul could be drained dry. Isaac shyly scratched his head and replied, "It's fine. Everything's under control. Besides, no human could actually pull it off." Despite his words, his actions didn't really match his confidence. "Let's just go after her." Seeing his companion jump up, Suji called out weakly, "Wait for me." He was busy looking around and didn't notice the strange transformation occurring with Isaac. "It's pitch black out there. Be careful." When he turned back, Suji's eyes widened like saucers in shock. Looking at the empty courtyard in front of him, he panicked and called out into the night, "Isaac?" The person Suji was concerned about was currently teleporting into another dimension. Isaac felt the magic power around his body and his heart started racing. "Damn it, I'm done for. This is the real summoning circle of the Skeleton Demon King. Is there really someone capable of casting this?" Just as he was in a daze, a voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. "Son of the Joshua family, Isaac." Just by making eye contact, the face that was usually full of confidence suddenly turned pale. It took a few seconds for him to find his voice and shout, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." Even though one was standing and the other kneeling, the two fell into an awkward, expectant silence. While neither dared to speak, Isaac frantically questioned himself. How could he have activated a real summoning circle? I clearly put out tons of fakes. Halfway through his thoughts, Isaac had a sudden realization. Ah, right. This is my original summoning magic. Huiet bitterly questioned him. "Didn't you teach the skeletons to use it when they were in a desperate situation?" He admitted dejectedly, "They're so stupid that they shouldn't have even been able to memorize it." Isaac quickly pushed his fan-wielding strategist aside to focus on the main problem at hand. More importantly, does this mean the Crown Prince is a spy for the Skeleton Demon King? Even though this thought scared him witless, he was determined to keep digging. "Your Highness, what are you doing here? Are you patrolling this area?" Before the other could answer, Isaac awkwardly made up an excuse for him. "Ah, I see. So, you're out on patrol." Huietbar rolled his eyes in disdain and proceeded to shatter his delusions. Clearly, the Crown Prince is the one who performed the summoning ritual. Isaac realized this situation wasn't going his way, so he decided to make a run for it. "Well, Your Highness, I'll take my leave and finish what I was doing." "I didn't see anything." "I haven't even finished," the Crown Prince interjected. "Why did you appear from the summoning circle of the Skeleton Demon King?" He didn't know if the Crown Prince was genuinely naive or just acting, but Isaac couldn't help but inwardly mock him out of habit. "Why are you asking that now? You were caught red-handed summoning the Skeleton Demon King. You know, your head could roll any second, you idiot." In the heat of the moment, Huit kept adding sarcastic commentary. "Master, you're a Holy Sun candidate, yet you were summoned by the Skeleton Demon King's magic. The answer is obvious, isn't it? The people of the Empire sure are smart, aren't they?" Isaac, hit right where it hurt, could only grit his teeth and curse. "Damn it, why? I adjusted that magic specifically for the demon race. Humans should have had a hell of a time trying to use it." Huiet suddenly came up with a daring theory. To use the Master's summoning magic, one must speak the language of the bones, and more importantly, one must show absolute respect and loyalty to you. Having said that, it lunged toward Charles and loudly accused him. He's definitely a follower of the Skeleton Demon King, and a pretty good one at that. Isaac angrily dismissed this ridiculous argument. The Crown Prince of the Holy Empire couldn't possibly do something like this. Charles didn't hear the master and servant's discussion, so he continued his questioning. "I'll ask you one more time. Why were you summoned here?" Isaac, with a dead pig, doesn't fear boiling water attitude, closed his eyes and said, "I don't know. I just fell from a tree." Charles flatly denied it. "There isn't a single tree around here." He rolled his eyes and tried another excuse. "Then I guess I must have just crawled out from the ground." Charles lost patience and threatened him. "At least come up with a more believable excuse." Isaac sighed heavily and tried to turn the tables. "Is it really that reasonable for the Crown Prince to be a follower of the Skeleton Demon King?" After that question, the two fell into a tense, silent standoff. After staring each other down for so long, one of them finally suggested, "Let's go somewhere else to talk. It's still pitch black out here." The two adversaries shifted their stubborn contest to the Crown Prince's palace. Isaac sat with his arms crossed like the owner of the house, silently sizing up Charles across from him. What a joke. His power is radiating so brilliantly and purely. Turns out, through his eyes, the Crown Prince is glowing with an aura as radiant as the sun. Having seen enough, Kim Isaac suddenly rubbed the back of his neck, sighing. Would it be better to just pretend I didn't see anything? Even though the location changed, the question remained the same. Why did you appear? This level of persistence, stickier than superglue, left Kim Isaac speechless. You idiot. Is that all you care about? Instead of answering, he turned to look around the room. And what is this room anyway? Kim Isaac's gaze was immediately drawn to a series of skeleton Demon King figures on the shelf. There were even books and documents related to incantations laid out on the table. In the most prominent spot, there was even a painting of himself riding a warhorse, looking incredibly majestic. The past was suddenly dug up, slapped right in his face, making Kim Isaac feel like he was on the verge of exploding. Where did he get all this stuff? He decided to be straightforward for once and solemnly tried to explain. Aren't you basically just a stalker by now? Your Highness, you've been caught at the scene by a priest from the Holy See. I don't think you understand the problem yet, but no matter what anyone said, Chapley was determined to hold on to his mantra of a question. Why did you appear? That simple question accidentally triggered the demon inside Kim Isaac. Good grief. Chapley looked at that grimacing face, and suddenly, his brain cleared up. Wait a minute. For the first time, the Crown Prince felt brilliant for coming up with a new question. Could it be that you are the Skeleton Demon King? Kim Isaac was furious, his eyes bulging as he shouted, How could that be? I must have been summoned because I ate the Skeleton Demon King's finger before. Right, that's why I reacted to that summoning spell. Hearing this, Chapley looked a bit dejected. Is that so? Noticing the strange expression, Kim Isaac secretly thought, why does he look so disappointed? After a while, he asked tentatively, Your Highness, are you interested in the Skeleton Demon King? Chapley lowered his gaze and shared, This is my younger sibling's room. The princess is obsessed with the Skeleton Demon King, so I just intended to summon the person she loves to see if he's truly worthy of that attention. Yeah, right. Kim Isaac gritted his teeth, looking around before silently refuting it. His lying skills are terrible. This is clearly a boy's room. He then scratched his nose and proposed, How about this? I'll pretend I don't know your secret, and I want you to keep my summoning a secret too. It's no benefit to either of us if we go up against the Holy See, right? Chapley nodded in agreement. True, they aren't the type to easily forgive those who use dark magic, especially since he is a… Kim Isaac suddenly blurted out, Dark magic? As if he realized what was happening. Chapley asked, Aren't you a dark mage? His next sentence made Kim Isaac turn pale. I remember 10 years ago, you used dark magic on the bishop. He didn't dare to look him in the eye, glancing away as he speculated. 10 years ago, it wasn't just memories rushing back like a small wave. As the pale morning sunlight covered the intricate and quiet architecture of the magnificent palace, Chapley gently pushed the door open, holding his breath as he observed the situation inside. At that time, Kim Isaac was completely out of control, continuously unleashing attacks to vent his anger on the person in front of him. He remembered the day he beat that old bishop with a bell. The opponent endured bone-chilling pain, only able to stare with his mouth agape, completely unable to resist. Kim Isaac was secretly astonished. How does he know I used dark magic back then? Catching that look on Chapley's face, Kim Isaac was startled and examined him from head to toe. Kim Isaac evaluated that the Holy Dragon's bloodline could identify the yellow-eyed demon race. He reached a conclusion. Huyet Buh, standing next to him, also froze. Isn't that the power you've been searching for in the past, Master? Kim Isaac silently acknowledged it. Yes, if I possess those eyes, I will be able to complete the magic I failed before. He collected himself and then wondered, You mean you can sense my dark magic and magic core? Chapley shook his head and shared honestly. No, actually, I can't sense anything from you. It's covered up too well. It must be because you are a saint. Kim Isaac shared his thoughts. Then why did you say I use dark magic? Chapley repeated his request. I said, if you admit you are the Skeleton Demon King. Kim Isaac clutched his head, wanting to leave. Forget it, I'm done. I'm going home. Just as he was about to leave, Chapley behind him suddenly spoke up. Fine. If you want to know how I know you use dark magic, it's because the dragon bloodline in me is extremely strong. I can partially understand the language of monsters or things that cannot be spoken, such as the babbling of infants. Kim Isaac stopped, his face turning pale and red, thinking, babbling? Babbling? His whole body stiffened, as if he had discovered something. He stared at Chapley, speculating, Don't tell me this guy. Does he mean that back when I was a newborn, he understood all my babbling? Realizing Kim Isaac had understood, he bowed his head and continued. Even if I couldn't understand everything, I knew back then that you hated that bishop immensely. Actually, to me and my father, you are like a salvation. Surely you must know the meaning behind our hair color. Platinum hair brings blessings, while black hair is cursed. Everyone despised it, calling it filth, and they never stopped insulting my mother, until finally, they drove her to her death. That old bishop also had a hand in that incident. Kim Isaac was stunned, his eyes widening. The Empress's death is related to the Pope's faction? Huitba, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore, and angrily scolded, he really wants to wipe them all out. Kim Isaac remembered when he was young, constantly beating the bishop, and cursed under his breath, that animal dares to plot against me. Does he have a death wish? Get out of my sight. If a scumbag like you accuses me of being a demon, I won't be able to approach the Emperor anymore. If that happens, I won't be able to rob the Imperial Treasury anymore. You idiot, that Emperor is my subordinate. You hear me? Contrary to that loss of composure, Chapley just nonchalantly placed his chin in his hand and replied, I thought you were possessed by a demon, or simply went insane. But demons cannot take over the body of a saint blessed by God. Even gods make mistakes. This time, God was wrong thinking that makes me feel at ease, especially when a platinum blonde person, the representative of God, has turned their back on the Holy See. For the first time, I feel like the fault doesn't lie with me, and it feels like God is comforting me. So, I like that. He asked again, as if to be certain, You're really not the Skeleton Demon King, are you? Kim Ace scoffed. Do you want me to be the Skeleton Demon King? Your Highness, Chapet asked. Are you the Skeleton Demon King? He shook his head immediately. No. Kim Ace rolled his eyes, thinking helplessly. How many years does the guy think he's been alive? Did he really think he'd fall for a trick like that? Chapet was oblivious to these thoughts. He said earnestly, If you truly were the Skeleton Demon King, I would be ready to hand over this entire kingdom to you. Sweat was already streaming down Kim Ace's face as he pointed at himself. I could be the Skeleton Demon King. Yes, in fact, I am that Demon King. Chapet continued to repeat what he had already said so many times before. Did you just say you were the Skeleton Demon King? Kim Aze held back until he finally couldn't take it anymore and exploded. I'm joking. How much do you like the Skeleton Demon King anyway? And you'd even offer up the whole kingdom? Chapet's expression remained unchanged from start to finish. He just nodded in agreement. That's right. The Skeleton Demon King's goal is this entire kingdom. Kim Aze scolded this crazy guy. He only hears what he wants to hear, right? In the end, he didn't linger there any longer. Before leaving, Kim Ace winced and muttered, I'll pretend I didn't hear any of that today. My family will get suspicious. Now, if you'll excuse me. Chapet didn't forget to give a cautious warning. Tonight is moonless, perfect for summoning you. Take care, okay? Kim Ace gritted his teeth. I told you, I'm not the Skeleton Demon King. Leaving the castle, he walked slowly through the central courtyard. Whitey noticed something was off and spoke up. You seem happy, my lord. Kim Ace admitted it nonchalantly. Of course, why wouldn't I be? I never expected the Crown Prince to be a devotee of the Skeleton Demon King. Well, I get it. The Skeleton Demon King is pretty cool, right? I completely deserve to be respected. Besides, once I get the Crown Prince on the throne, everything will be much easier. I can't reveal my identity, but perhaps I can exploit him by pretending it's the Skeleton Demon King's will. Whitey shared his thoughts. I don't know about that. The Crown Prince seems sharp, and being summoned is a bit dangerous. Kim Ace countered, No, it's actually quite good, because I've discovered that the saint's body and soul are incredibly tightly linked. Thanks to this, the holy soul separation ritual won't work. The saint's body is too attached to the soul, so it's a lost cause. Whitey heard this and agreed. It seems it'll deepen even more once your power grows stronger. Master Kim Ace didn't even know someone was standing right behind him. He was still chatting comfortably, but the risk of being summoned at any time was a real pain. I should probably reinforce the Demon King summoning ritual on my end. Suddenly, the other person cut in. Hey, where are you going? Suji arrived, panting heavily, and questioned him. You startled me. I thought you'd been dragged off by his subordinates. Kim Ace didn't answer, shooting a sideways glance. Fine, it's true, I was dragged off. Then Kim Ace put his hands on his hips and asked, What's this? You brought him just to find me? Suji blurted out in shock. Just? Kina Barris rushed up to block him and continued. Because you consumed the Skeleton Demon King's body, you've become the ultimate catalyst for the summoning ritual. If you get kidnapped, it's a huge deal. Suji agreed. holding out his hand, which bore a mark. Toward Kim Aza. Yeah, that's it. Plus, the Radiant God warned that the royal palace is dangerous. He was distracted by that and looked down. The Radiant God's holy light. Suji placed a hand on his chest and shared seriously. He said he was trapped because of the Skeleton Demon King. I don't know what you're talking about, but we have to capture the Skeleton Demon King's devotees and support the Radiant God. After hearing that, Kim A's pursed his lips tightly. Did the Radiant God suddenly issue a warning and get trapped? Before he could steady himself, the space around them shook violently. Suji spun around toward one side. This energy. Kinabaris guessed. Are they summoning the demon tribe? At this, he couldn't help but tremble and shout. What? Are they actually summoning the Skeleton Demon King? Kim Ace was just as shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief. No, a bony hand suddenly emerged from the ground, followed by a figure made entirely of bones, looking no different from him. The skeleton clicked its jaw, which was still puffing out black smoke, then appeared in front of everyone with utter arrogance. Realizing what it was, everyone screamed in panic. It's the Skeleton Demon King. The Skeleton Demon King has been summoned. Kim Ace's group didn't know how to react, only standing there with their mouths agape. That idiot finally set foot on this land. How dare the demon tribe storm the Holy Kingdom? He gritted his teeth, angry, affirming to himself. No, that's not the Skeleton Demon King. It's just a giant skeleton. A mutated giant skeleton. Whitey leaned in close to offer an opinion. That's a Demon King summoning magic circle. But isn't that the type of magic circle that requires knowledge of holy arts? Kim A's put his hands over his face helplessly. Damn it, does that mean the culprit is a priest? A young man came running over, frantic. This magic. It's a big deal. This is magic to control summoned demonic beasts to attack. Kinabaris backed away, full of caution. What? Who is its target? At this moment, the giant skeleton with its blazing red eyes was charging forward frantically, accompanied by screams. Your Majesty, over here, the three figures behind the giant skeleton are controlling it, and reached out, wearing an excited smile. Summoning, obey the summoner's command. Hurry up and kill the Emperor and release your magic. As he finished, the giant skeleton suddenly reacted, crying out frantically. Master? Is that you? Master? One of the group members was surprised by the situation. Master? He broke into a cold sweat and shared. I don't remember telling you to call the summoner Master. Suddenly, something caught the giant skeleton's attention. Without hesitation, it dashed toward the castle. En and the others were stunned. Where are you going? However, the giant skeleton didn't care about them. Its eyes glowed brightly as it exclaimed, I never expected you to summon me after 150 years. Your humble servant is truly moved. I might cry a river of tears. Kim Ace gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, You idiot, don't you dare come near me. Suji didn't know any of this. Seeing the giant skeleton getting closer, he could only scream in fear. It's coming this way. It's preparing to attack us, isn't it? Looking at everyone panicking, Kim Ace made a decision. There was no other way. He'd have to pretend to exorcise it and send it back like last time. The hand at Suji's side showed no change. He watched his own hand with anxiety. What kind of machine is this? Why isn't it working? Isaac muttered, frustrated. Same here, I can't use any holy power. Leah Doshu looked off into the distance and explained, They've deployed an anti-holy power field across the entire area. Suddenly, the giant skeleton's eyes flared with a blinding light. It clenched its fist, surging with power, and let out a deafening roar. That's high-level mind control magic, Isaac noted. Someone is manipulating it directly. We have to suppress it with our own magic to break their hold. Isaac let out a helpless sigh. Can't you just let me leave in peace? He raised his hand, deciding to take a risk. Guess I have no choice. A faint light flickered, then exploded into a ferocious pillar of flames, swallowing the entire giant skeleton whole, leaving the crowd and Leah Doshu completely stunned. Amidst the chaotic, blazing light, the Grim Reaper stood there, dazed and confused. Then, it suddenly dissolved into ethereal particles, and the space returned to its former silence. While Suji was still in shock, Leah Doshu exclaimed with excitement. The giant skeleton is gone. Was that teleportation magic just now? Footsteps echoed closer. It was Chaplet. He held his sword firmly and spoke calmly. Just as I thought. The Skeleton King's goal is to destroy this kingdom. Isaac barked. Give me a break, man. After Chaplet sheathed his sword, the crowd began to cheer in unison. Long live the Crown Prince. Your Highness has saved us all. Leah Dushu, who had been quiet until now, whispered to Isaac, If we leave it like this, the threat isn't truly resolved. Why don't you just destroy its magic core? Chaplet's expression didn't change. He wondered aloud. Isn't that something we shouldn't discard? Isaac grumbled. Why are you asking me? Chaplet explained. Because it's a loyal servant of the Skeleton King. It's your servant. Isaac hissed. I told you, it's not mine. Finally, losing patience, he turned to leave, tossing back one last remark. I'm going after those cultists. You guys handle that skeleton and keep an eye on it. I'll deal with the rest. Leah Doshu crossed her arms, adding her 2 cents. Wouldn't it be better to just track them down and finish them off? Isaac stopped in his tracks and snapped at her. Touch it and you're dead to me. That thing belongs to me. If you dare lay a finger on it, don't even think about studying with me again. Stunned by the sudden outburst, Leah Doshu blinked. What? He didn't offer much explanation, just continued aggressively. They dared to use that skeleton to frame the Crown Prince? That is absolutely unforgivable. With that, Isaac lunged forward, calling back, I'll be right back. Leah Doshu glanced at Chaplet, who was watching Isaac's retreating figure with pure admiration. She thought to herself, Isaac, is he actually on the Crown Prince's side? Meanwhile, Isaac was fuming, muttering curses under his breath. How dare you summon and command my subordinates? You're all dead. Heavy footsteps echoed through the desolate forest. Ian led the group, running for their lives. Damn it. What just happened? Do you have any idea how hard it was to summon that skeleton? That damn Crown Prince. Did he just blow it away somewhere else? The Holy Dragon's power is truly something else, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. The woman beside him wore a similar expression, venting her rage as she ran. Not to mention, it ignored all of our commands. Aren't summoned beings supposed to obey their summoner? Could there be someone even stronger than the summoning circle itself out there? Anne immediately denied it, refusing to believe it. That's ridiculous. That circle was created by the Skeleton King's own personal retainer. Whatever, forget it. Let's just find that skeleton and get back to the plan. We'll replace the Crown Prince and send him to the abyss. Suddenly, N stopped dead in his tracks, bumping into Isaac, who was standing there with an arrogant gaze. Isaac radiated pure killing intent. Now what? Aeon looked around, but his teammates were nowhere to be found. He felt a shiver of fear. What the hell? Where did everyone else go? Before he could process it, a powerful kick landed squarely in N's face. He couldn't react in time, and his entire body slammed hard into the dirt. Isaac landed gracefully and said calmly, Looking for your friends? My subordinates took them away. Ain froze for a split second, his mind racing. He pierced through a 7th-tier protection spell? Is he using a weapon on par with the High Inquisitors? If it's just that weapon, I can still handle him. He's just a priest, after all. He looked down. The weapon in Isaac's hand was glowing a deep, angry red. N gasped when he recognized it. A bell? Seeing the look on N's face, Isaac grew even more excited. Now you're all alone, you idiot. Don't bother trying to run. I've still got a heist to finish. I have to settle this before my grandfather finds out, or my seat as the heir is as good as gone. As Isaac closed in, N panicked. What is this lunatic rambling about? Isaac didn't care about the look in N's eyes. He grinned, showing his teeth. Since the Holy Doctrine doesn't allow me to harm humans, I'll just have to silently dispose of you. On. Cursed internally. You're not even trying to hide your identity. You bastard. The moment the weapon touched On, Isaac asked coldly, Before I finish you off, I have a few questions. If you don't answer properly, it's going to hurt. And trembled, stuttering. Where did you poke me with that? In the heat of the moment, and tried to calculate. He's just a cleric. His physical defense must be near 0. I just need to distract him and blast him with a spell, and it'll be over. En gathered his courage and shouted, Rai Joshua, once I take care of you, the great Skeleton King will be pleased. But those words didn't seem to faze Isaac at all. He just let out a cold, mocking laugh. Isaac raised his weapon, now surging with fire, and asked, Who did you say would be pleased? En was horrified, caught completely off guard by Isaac's violent reaction. A priest doing this? Without a moment's hesitation, Isaac swung his hand, engulfing En's body in flames. The scorching heat made En's breath hitch, but he tried to steady himself through the agony. It's fine. I just need to use dark magic to suppress the burn. I can take it. Isaac was pleased with the result. He said playfully, If you don't want to burn to death, tell me the truth. Who's backing you up? Despite the pain, En stood his ground. I don't know. Not getting the answer he wanted, Isaac slammed the weapon into En's head. With a burst of magic, En's eyes rolled back, and he spilled everything immediately. We were planning to frame the Crown Prince for treason. Isaac leaned in and delivered another blow, And what about that talk of pushing Joshua into the abyss? And confessed everything. Isaac's actions shook the entire Pentagon, completely changing Joshua's status. We cannot let that Isaac Joshua guy be sainted. But if he uses that skeleton to kill the Emperor, he'll be held responsible for failing to deal with the Skeleton King. He beat him senseless. I interrogated him. So who gave the order? And struggled to hold back his pain and blurted out a name. Ah. A guy named Lon. He ordered us. After hearing the name, Weber shared his thoughts. That's definitely a demon. Isaac didn't stop. His hand kept slamming down. Oh my. So that Lan He guy told you to control someone else's precious skeleton, huh? He raised his hands to cover his head, thinking to himself, what is this about someone else's precious skeleton? Pushed to his limit, he finally couldn't take it anymore, and screamed, I don't know the details. I only know he's connected to the dark heavenly god. That Lan He guy gave me a magic artifact to control the skeleton, and Lan He is a subordinate of the dark heavenly god. Weber, hiding behind Isaac, agreed. It's true. As if realizing something, he quickly stopped him. Wait. Isaac clenched his fist, grinding his teeth in anger. The dark heavenly god. Isaac put his hand to his chin, deep in thought. The dark heavenly god. He furrowed his brows, silently assessing. It seems one of the demon lords is behind this dark heavenly god. Weber chimed in immediately after. And there's a high probability the dark heavenly god has colluded with someone in the royal family to assassinate the emperor. Isaac sighed. It was likely the empress. Finishing his thought, he glanced at En, who was struggling on the ground, a sudden suspicion rising in his heart. But why does the name Dark Heavenly God sound so familiar? I've definitely heard it somewhere before. Before he could collect his thoughts, En scrambled up, surging with killing intent, and roared, You little brat, die, you coward. Isaac stood perfectly still, as if this situation couldn't scare him at all. A moment later, Isaac smirked. I knew it. A leopard can't change its spots. Just as On was about to close in, a giant bony hand appeared from behind. No one knew when the skeleton had appeared, but it decisively stomped down, crushing On under its foot. Isaac put his hands on his hips, looked up at it, and asked, I told you to stay with Kim Shu-di. What are you doing here? The giant skeleton replied, panting, I was afraid you'd get hurt, so I came over. The master was saying something, but suddenly it knelt down and burst into tears. Isaac asked in panic, What's wrong with you? The giant skeleton sobbed, pouring out its heart. I can't believe my all-powerful master has turned into this furry creature. It bowed its head to the ground, lamenting, It's such a tragedy. Wait for me, master. I will tear off that disgusting fur for you immediately. Annoyed by the giant skeleton, Isaac gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that he really had to wring her neck. Suddenly, shouting echoed from afar. It's around here. I can sense a huge amount of dark mana in this area. Isaac placed his hand on the giant skeleton's head, calling out a stream of spiritual energy as if to retract it. We can't get caught here. After that, he calmly summoned his power, Divine Punishment, Attribute Conversion. Isaac's expression remained completely calm from start to finish. A moment later, the giant skull transformed into a cute, small doll. Weber was excited by this form. You're pretty good at hiding her, master. Since she's a high-level demon, sending her into my shadow is a bit tricky. As soon as he finished, Isaac decisively swung his hand and threw the doll into the air. The giant skeleton wailed miserably. Master, we just reunited. Why do we have to part ways already? Weber asked helplessly. Didn't you say you wanted to keep her? Isaac shared without holding back. If I get caught, it's game over. The skeleton was shocked again. Is it okay to throw her into the holy lake? Isaac confidently reassured him. It's fine. I already changed her attributes anyway. The crowd, led by Suji, had arrived at Isaac's location. He asked Isaac anxiously, Are you okay? Observing the situation, with Weber in the nearby bushes, the group murmured, Looks like you're all right. Bin rushed over, congratulating him. Great job, you caught the spy. The friend beside him added, You've done a great service. Isaac didn't answer them. He got straight to the point. I heard this criminal mention the name Dark Heavenly God. Does anyone know who that is? His friend was startled and shouted, The Dark Heavenly God? That notorious criminal? Bijin had the same expression. He's targeting the kingdom? Noticing everyone's strange reaction, Isaac wondered, Is he that dangerous? Suji's face went pale as he explained, Don't you know? The Dark Heavenly God is the contractor of the Skeleton King. The contractor of the Skeleton King? Hearing that, his whole body froze like stone. What the hell? Did I ever sign a contract with someone like that? Weber leaned in close to his ear to share his thoughts. Those scammers are really running rampant, huh? The blue-haired friend looked over the people knocked out on the ground and let out a sigh. He doesn't look too good. How did you subdue him? Isaac glanced away, not telling the truth. His magic artifact went out of control. Then, he just collapsed on his own. While everyone was chatting, Chap Lee arrived. He walked up right behind Isaac and praised him. You truly didn't disappoint me. Isaac jumped, finding this sudden appearance unbelievable. Where does this guy keep popping up from? Ignoring his look, Chap Lee continued. You've worked hard. Young master, let's head to the palace. The royal family will reward you handsomely. The scene shifted to a magnificent white castle standing solemnly under the sunlight. The next day, in the royal banquet hall, Isaac was focused on eating from a table filled with lavish food, while buzzing whispers echoed around him. I heard young Master Isaac was the one who caught the zealot. The Joshua family has contributed greatly again. Seeing the weapon Isaac had left on the table, Shudi grimaced and complained. Can you move that bloody bell somewhere else? Isaac calmly replied. This? His Majesty the Emperor requested it. He wanted me to explain exactly how I caught that guy. He shouted helplessly. You could have explained it with words. With words. And how did you even bring this inside? You're not supposed to bring weapons into the royal palace. Isaac innocently shared the truth. What do you mean? What's the problem? The bell is always in my underwear, isn't it? As the two were arguing, a warm voice interrupted them. It is truly gratifying. Alexander walked in, wearing a gentle smile, and praising him. I am very happy that you made good use of my gift. Realizing who had appeared, Shudi quickly stood up. Your Majesty the Emperor. The Emperor smiled and nodded as he continued. How could I not be grateful? Not only did you cherish the gift I gave you 10 years ago, but you also used it to catch the criminal who tried to assassinate me? Chap Lit, standing next to Alexander, also smirked, full of pride. Just then, another voice chimed in to join the conversation, drawing the attention of Isaac and the others. As expected of the contractor for the greatest god, the Empress stepped forward with a gentle smile. It is true that I asked you to do that, but I never expected you to actually catch the spy. Isaac stared at her face, which was twisted with suppressed rage, while thinking to himself, you must have planned to frame the crown prince for treason, so you must be seething right now because things didn't go your way, right? Randall, tucked inside his cloak, chimed in excitedly. She must be absolutely furious. Her plan to slander the crown prince shattered the moment the dark god was exposed as the true culprit. The Empress wasn't about to give up yet, and she continued. I believe the young master must have asked for a reward. As the Empress, may I personally bestow a reward upon you for protecting His Majesty? For such a praiseworthy young priest, I must certainly repay you. Hearing the Empress's words, Chapet froze for a moment. In contrast to him, Isaac remained incredibly calm from start to finish. He placed a hand over his chest and expressed, I am deeply honored. However, the Crown Prince has already promised to reward me personally. Receiving anything more would be too extravagant for a servant of the divine. So, please, allow me to only accept your kind intentions. Understanding the hidden meaning in Isaac's words, the Empress's face turned cold. The priest of the greatest god seems quite close with the Crown Prince, doesn't he? Will you be all right? Isaac replied concisely. Yes, I am quite fond of His Highness the Crown Prince, for he is a follower of the Skeleton King. After that tense exchange, Suji asked worriedly, while standing outside the grounds, You just made an enemy of the Empress. Are you sure about that? Isaac didn't seem to care much. He casually replied, Well, what do you want me to do? Side with the Pope or something? He continued the conversation. Remember your promise. The Crown Prince was deeply moved. Isaac put his hands behind his head and shared as they walked. Yeah. So, before he could finish his sentence, two figures appeared and interrupted. Finally finding you. You shameless scoundrel, one of the young men demanded angrily. Hand over the earth god relic. The leader chimed in, cursing. You little brat. Isaac responded with an exasperated look. You guys are still obsessed with that? Do you really have nothing better to do? The leader couldn't hold back and shouted, You brat! We've been searching for you for days, barely eating or sleeping. Whatever, we're taking it back today no matter what. We're in the royal garden. You can't use holy magic here. Go ahead, try it. We'll report you for showing disrespect to the royal family. Randall pulled out pen and paper to take notes intently. Scratch. Except for the royal family, no one is allowed to use holy magic in the royal garden. Seeing Isaac standing there like a statue, the guy continued to urge, Hand it over, you jerk. He leaned back and replied, I can't do that. I've already decided to give it to the royal family. You fools. Another note was written down. Scratch. Tampering with royal property will be considered treason. Hearing that, the blond man hurriedly pointed at Isaac and questioned, Don't be ridiculous. As if the royal family would accept a god from the Pope's side. That's enough of your lies. Just as he finished speaking, someone cut in. Young Master Isaac is right. Chapet stood tall and announced clearly, I have decided to place that item in the Emperor's palace garden. Upon recognizing him, the group shouted in unison, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Chapet didn't respond, taking a step toward them, and added, I didn't expect you to covet something inside the royal palace. You really have no sense of decorum. Seeing him stand on his side, Isaac regained his confidence and became even more arrogant. See, he said he would put the Earth God in the Crown Prince's garden. Chapet nodded in confirmation. That's right. I believe we decided to place it in the garden at the Crown Prince's palace. The leader's face turned pale as he cursed in his head. He just said the Emperor's palace. Damn it. His face was drenched in water. Chapet turned and gave a serious warning. If you take it, I will consider it an attempt to steal my property. Isaac clenched his fists and added, Do you understand now? Stop hovering around me and give up. You idiots. After dealing with the group, Isaac asked, There's something I wanted to ask, Your Highness. Why are you soaking wet? Chapet replied while wiping his hair. I was soaking in the lake. Suji, standing nearby, blurted out. Soaking in the lake? Isaac scratched his head, looking completely clueless. Did I forget something? I wonder?